Chapter 1. The Southern Wilderness Domain. Qingzhou, the Great Zhou Dynasty. The buried Immortal Mountain Range. Here, majestic mountains rise abruptly from the earth, reaching heights that touch the clouds. Standing atop the peak, the ocean of clouds is almost within reach, presenting a breathtaking vista, while the spiritual energy is so dense that it feels tangible to the touch. Should any cultivator find themselves here, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Is this not a forbidden zone? How could the spiritual energy be so abundant? Atop a mountain peak. At this moment, a man clad in white, seemingly lost in thought, gazes at the ancient, grand structures that tower on the surrounding peaks. Their antiquity and majesty striking him, his expression shifts, and he cannot help but exclaim in frustration. Ah, damn system. Return my Immortal King cultivation. Ding. Host, please do not succumb to despair. You must rally and believe in the light. The system, devoid of any compassion, attempts to console the man in white. Damn it. Ding. Sect system binding successful. As long as the host expands and strengthens the sect, the cultivation of the Immortal King can soon be reclaimed. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, the white-clad man is momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the plan to slack off and gain cultivation? Now it's binding me to a sect? Is this to make me work for you? System, are you certain you are the strongest system in all realms? What good is a grand villa atop a mountain me? I aspire to be an emperor, to become an immortal sovereign, to dominate the ages. Damn system. Ding. Kunlun sect. The sect's base has taken shape. Please recruit disciples within 3 days. Note, the host will receive a random summoning card for each talented disciple recruited. Note, summoning cards can summon powerful beings from all realms. Fixed reward. 1 enhancement for the sect's base. The voice in his mind disregards him, unceremoniously imposing a rather demanding task. Chen gazes at the imposing villa before him. Troubled, just a day ago, he had traversed into this fantastical world and signed in with the cultivation of an immortal king, only to have it snatched away before he could even rejoice. Now, he is forcibly bound to a sect and must recruit disciples within 3 days. Damn it! Chen, visibly displeased, curses the system. However, on a positive note, the system has shown some leniency. It did not threaten him with dire consequences for failing the task. Ding! A talented individual has been detected near the sect host. Please proceed promptly to recruit them. At the base of Kunlun sect, beneath the mountain, Lin Yun gazes at the ancient stone pillars that reach toward the heavens, inscribed with the characters Kunlun, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaims in shock. This buried immortal mountain range is a forbidden zone. Could there truly be a sect here? Should I venture up to take a look? Just as Lin Yun is lost in contemplation, a voice emerges from the staircase behind the stone pillars, revealing Chen, clad in white, descending with an air of authority. Young man, I perceive that you possess exceptional roots and an extraordinary constitution. With the potential to become a divine king, a future emperor, is within reach. Would you care to join my Kunlun sect? Chen regards Lin Yun with an indifferent expression, exuding the aura of an unmatched powerhouse, leaving Lin Yun momentarily stunned. Exceptional constitution? Potential for emperor? How can my family call me a waste incapable of opening a spiritual vein and cast me out? Kunlun sect? I originally came to the buried Immortal Mountain Range in search of opportunities, and this Kunlun sect appears to be extraordinary, existing within this forbidden zone. Lin Yun muses quietly. At this moment, Chen observes Lin Yun's skeptical expression, a wave of anxiety washing over him as he hopes for a favorable response. If he can recruit just 1 talented disciple, he would receive a summoning card, and should he summon a great emperor, he could dominate this world. May I inquire what powerful beings your sect possesses? Lin Yun asks timidly. Though he is considered a waste by his family, the words of the man before him hint at divine kings and emperors, as though he has encountered them before. Such grandiose claims. Our Kunlun sect boasts countless formidable beings, unmatched in strength. By joining us, you shall receive unknown guidance from these great powers, aiding you in becoming an unparalleled force. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Chen begins to boast earnestly. Ha! having read numerous tales of red-haired monsters in his past life. Are not divine kings and emperors merely tales spun from a tongue? Is that truly the case? Lin Yun gazes at Lu Chen in disbelief, unknown instruction from unparalleled powers. Even sacred grounds would not dare to make such claims, let alone for someone like him who cannot open a spiritual vein. Indeed, were it not for my recognition of your exceptional constitution, you would not qualify to join Kunlun, Lu Chen declares confidently. Well then, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Yun contemplates the possibility after all. No sect would accept him, a waste incapable of opening a spiritual vein, especially after being abandoned by his family. Perhaps joining Kunlun's sect may offer him a chance to unlock his potential. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting a talented disciple, activating the strongest sect system in all realms, and receiving a basic summoning card, as well as a cultivation card fixed reward. Completion of the sect's disciple pavilion. As Lin Yun finishes speaking, Lu Chen receives the system's reward, his heart brimming with excitement, almost bursting forth with a triumphant shout. I'm about to soar. In his previous life, Lu Chen was the last patriarch of the Zong AI family in the 21st century. On Blue Star, he met an untimely demise after being sabotaged during a dance competition, unwittingly inhaling lime mixed with chili powder and succumbing to respiratory infection as a formidable emperor. Such treachery was despicable. Transported along with his soul to this world by the system, he was forcibly bound to it for survival, only to have his cultivation snatched away. What is even more absurd is that this wretched system has now thrust him into a sect. Were it not for his exceptional ability to deceive, this lad would surely have fled. Is Kunlun really at the mountain peak? Lin Yun inquires, glancing at the staircase leading upward. Indeed, come. Follow me into the sect. Lu Chen stands with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with an air of calm authority. With a swift turn, he strides up the staircase with grace, prompting Lin Yun to hastily follow. Within the sect, Lin Yun's eyes widen in astonishment as he gazes at the ancient, grand pavilions that pierce the clouds. His heart filled with awe. This sect leader does not deceive me. Something feels slightly amiss, though. It is undeniably grand. Lin Yun muses in confusion. Yet, it feels utterly devoid of life. Lin Yun suddenly exclaims in shock. The sect's main hall. System, quickly, use the cultivation card. Lu Chen rubs his hands together in excitement, hastily urging. Ding! Cultivation card successfully utilized. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a millennium of cultivation. As the system's voice resonates in his mind, a powerful force surges within Lu Chen, flooding his entire being, coursing through his meridians and unlocking the 5 divine stores of the human body. Holy moly, how exhilarating! Lu Chen cannot help but cry out. Suddenly, he feels an explosive surge of power within him, a Tao palace materializing behind him, adorned with flowing runes, exuding an ancient aura, as a phantom resembling Lu Chen himself sits within the Tao Palace. In the following moment, the phantom of the Tao Palace gradually merges into Lu Chen, vanishing in an instant. Transformation into the divine realm. Lu Chen senses the formidable power within him, his face lighting up with joy. Although he was deprived of the experience of Immortal King cultivation, at the very least, he now possesses some level of power. Transformation into the divine realm. Now, I have the ability to protect myself. A glimmer of determination sparkles in Lu Chen's eyes. Based on the information provided by the system, he understands that this world is known as the Immortal Martial Continent, vast and boundless, with a strong reign supreme, and countless sects and dynasties proliferate. Great beings can move mountains and fill seas, cleave the heavens and shatter the earth, wielding immeasurable power with a mere gesture. The realms of the Immortal Martial Continent include body refinement, chi gathering, spiritual vein, spiritual sea, divine store, Tao Palace, divine transformation, void cavern, heavenly king, saint, great saint, divine king, quasi-emperor, and emperor. The Immortal Martial Continent is divided into 6 major regions, and Lu Chen currently resides in the southern wilderness domain of Qingzhou, within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty, in the forbidden, buried, immortal mountain range. Sect leader, sect leader. Such grandeur, yet devoid of life. As Lu Chun ponders, a loud voice echoes from outside the main hall. Glancing up, he sees Lin Yun tumbling in, breathless. Lin Yun, what is the matter? To be so flustered within the sect hall is a disgrace to Kunlun. Lu Chun regards Lin Yun with an imposing demeanor, wondering if the lad has encountered ghosts. Sect leader, why can I not see anyone else within the sect? Lin Yun feels a wave of unease wash over him, reasoning that such a vast sect should not be devoid of inhabitants. There isn't even a dog in sight. What happened to the promised strong ones to guide my cultivation? For those interested, feel free to join the fan group. Ahem. That is because most of the strong beings in our Kunlun sect are still in slumber, yet to awaken. Lu Chen speaks with a straight face, his tone earnest as he looks at Lin Yun. This lad, surely he does not believe he has stumbled into a den of bandits. Once I use the summoning card, summoning a great emperor, he shall surely be frightened out of his wits. System, use the summoning card. Lu Chun silently resolves Ding. The primary summoning card has been successfully used. Congratulations, host, for summoning 2 guardians of the transformation realm from the sect, who are currently making their way towards you. The cold, clear voice of the system echoed in Lu Chen's mind, igniting a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. While I might not summon an emperor, a divine king would suffice. System, what are the levels of the summoning cards? Ding. Summoning cards are categorized into primary, intermediate, advanced, imperial, and celestial levels. Note, the primary card can summon characters below the Heavenly King realm. The intermediate card can summon characters from the Heavenly King to the Great Sage realm, and the advanced card can summon beings from the Divine King to the Emperor level. As for the imperial and celestial levels, the system will notify the host once their strength has reached the requisite level. According to the system, as long as he obtained an advanced summoning card, he could summon a Divine King or even an Emperor-level powerhouse. At that moment, Lin Yun was about to speak when he felt a gust of wind sweep past him. 2 gray figures suddenly appeared outside the hall and then instantaneously stood beside Lin Yun, startling him in a trembling all over, believing he had encountered ghosts. Wang Ming, Wang Xian, we pay our respects to the sect master. The 2 bowed respectfully towards Lu Chun simultaneously. They were indeed the 2 formidable transformation realm experts summoned by Lu Chun. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, shaking with fear, was filled with excitement upon hearing their words. He stammered towards Lu Chun. Sect master, are these 2 seniors elders of our Kunlun? Lin Yun gazed at Wang Ming and his companion, his face alight with elation. It seemed the sect master had not deceived him. Kunlun indeed possessed formidable warriors. Indeed, although the experts of our Kunlun remain in slumber, they shall awaken in this era. At that time, Kunlun will shake the heavens and rule over the myriad realms. Lu Chun proclaimed with overwhelming confidence, choosing not to elaborate further, lest Lin Yun doubt that Wang Ming and the other were merely guardians. Were it not for the system, I would scarcely believe it myself. Upon hearing Lu Chen's commanding words, Lin Yun felt an exhilarating rush, his heart racing with amazement. Truly a hidden great sect. I, Lin Yun, shall rise. Sect master, there are people approaching at the foot of the mountain. The burly Wang Ming sensed the presence of others at the mountain gate and respectfully addressed Lu Chun. At the foot of the mountain, Luo Lingsu's face was pale, clutching her wound, a look of deep concern etched upon her delicate features. I wonder if father has managed to repel Bai Feng. If I, Luo Lingxue, survive today, I shall surely annihilate your Yuhua dynasty, she vowed silently within her heart. A fierce, killing intent flickered in her beautiful eyes, making it hard to fathom that such an enchanting woman could radiate such an intense aura of malice. As Luo Lingxue prepared to flee once more, a voice resonated. Miss, I see you are gravely injured. Please allow me to offer you refuge and healing within my Kunlun. Who is it? Step forward. The sudden voice made Luo Lingxue exclaim sharply, her nerves heightened from her prolonged escape. Ha! Dear lady, there is no need for alarm. The voice rang out once more, prompting Luo Lingxue to gaze towards the source. Before her, several figures materialized, led by a man clad in white, tall and regal, with a countenance striking and refined, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, captivating though he emitted no discernible aura. His extraordinary demeanor commanded respect and caution. The man in white was Chen, flanked by Lin Yun and Wang Ming. This person bears no fluctuations of spiritual energy, yet why is he present here? Luo Lingxue pondered, her heart racing. This was a forbidden zone. How could an ordinary person possibly enter? Immediately, she glanced at Wang Ming and the other two behind Lu Chen, and her expression abruptly changed, her heart trembling violently. As for Lin Yun, she was completely disregarded. Lin Yun thought to himself, I am destined to be the future emperor. Do you understand? Although the white-clad man exuded no discernible aura, the two individuals behind him imparted a sensation akin to facing one's own ancestor, an inscrutable depth, especially since the two seemed to regard this white-clad man as their leader. Could it be that this young man was a senior concealing his cultivation? Upon contemplating this, Luo Lingxue's eyes flickered with a resolute glimmer. Biting her lip, Luo Lingxue stepped forward and saluted Lu Chen and his companions respectfully, saying, This humble girl pays her respects to the esteemed senior. Might I inquire if the Kunlun sect you mentioned is your sect? Upon hearing the young woman's words, a smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. He had not anticipated that she would take the initiative to inquire about the Kunlun sect, thus sparing him the need for an introduction. Ding! A genius disciple has been detected beside the host. Please accept this disciple into the sect to complete the system task and receive a random lottery draw and a basic summoning card. Another genius? Do geniuses now flock to this desolate place for amusement? Lu Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of strength, and replied to her with indifference. Indeed, I am Lu Chen, the sect master of the Kunlun sect. Kunlun sect. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, a look of bewilderment flashed across Luo Lingxue's eyes. The burial Immortal Mountains were within the territory of her Zhou dynasty. She was familiar with countless factions, yet she had never heard of a sect named Kunlun. Could it be a reclusive sect? Luo Lingxue mused inwardly, and then a spark of inspiration illuminated her eyes, as if she had made a certain decision. Esteemed senior, I wish to join the Kunlun sect. Luo Lingxue regarded Lu Chen with deference. She had no other choice. Her father had arranged for two clan elders to escort her out of the royal capital, and along the way, they had been pursued by the people of the Yuhua dynasty. Were it not for the two elders diverting the pursuers, she would not have reached this point. Perhaps joining the Kunlun sect before her could help alleviate the crisis facing the Zhou dynasty. Lu Chen gave her an aura of mystery, and the two behind him, Wang Ming and the other, instilled a pressure akin to facing one's ancestor. Very well. In the future, you shall be grateful for the choice you made today. Lu Chen replied with an expressionless demeanor, though internally he was elated. Phew! Another genius disciple acquired. With his current transformation into the divine realm, he could discern that the young woman before him had achieved the spirit sea realm, which undoubtedly classified her as a genius. Given her age, merely 17 or 18, she was likely among the elite in Qingzhou. No wonder she bore injuries. It seems someone wished to eliminate her in her infancy. Junior Luo Lingxue greets the sect master. Luo Lingxue gritted her silver teeth and promptly bowed respectfully to Lu Chen. Now that she had joined the Kunlun sect, she wondered if the sect master would be willing to intervene and resolve the crisis facing the Zhou dynasty. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a genius disciple. Task completed. Reward: 1 basic summoning card and 1 random lottery draw. Fixed reward: the sect's guardian elder hall has been successfully enhanced. After Luo Lingxue joined the Kunlun sect, Lu Chen heard the cold voice of the system resonate in his mind. System, what can be obtained from the lottery? Lu Chen inquired inwardly. Ding! The random lottery can yield spiritual artifacts, elixirs, imperial weapons, and even characters. Among other things, characters can only be summoned, right? Is the lottery different? Indeed, host. The random lottery differs from the summoning card and imposes no restrictions based on rank or realm. Upon hearing the system's words, Lu Chen was filled with excitement. Did this mean even emperors could be drawn? However, he soon noticed something seemed amiss and quickly pondered. Right, system, shouldn't there be celestial beings among the lottery prizes? It is no wonder Lu Chen would ask this. After all, he had achieved the cultivation of a celestial king upon arriving in this world, even if he had yet to experience it. Ding! What celestial beings? Host, are you dreaming? Focus on strengthening the Kunlun sect, and in due time, you will discover whether celestial beings exist. Damn! System, activate the random lottery. Lu Chen cursed inwardly and continued. Ding! Successfully utilized the random lottery once. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the guardian elder Chen Beishian of the sect. With the cultivation of the cave void realm. Would you like to materialize him? Materialize him quickly. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. He had not expected to draw a cultivator of the cave void realm this time. It was noteworthy that the southern wilderness lay at the southernmost edge of the Immortal Martial Continent, where spiritual energy was inferior to that of other regions. In the southern wilderness, the divine realm might not be considered strong. But within the Dazhou dynasty, it was certainly akin to an ancestral figure, not to mention the superior cave void realm. Ding! Guardian Elder Chen Beishian has materialized and will appear in the Guardian Elder Hall of the sect. Kunlun's sect. A terrifying aura surged instantaneously, followed by the appearance of a figure clad in green within the Guardian Elder Hall. At this moment, below the Kunlun sect, the expressions of Wang Ming and Wang Xian behind Lu Chen simultaneously changed. They had both felt a terrifying aura emerge suddenly. Though it vanished just as quickly, they had nonetheless sensed it that moment. They both turned to Lu Chen, only to find him remaining unfazed and composed. Subsequently, an understanding seemed to dawn upon them, and their reverence for Lu Chen intensified. System, utilize the basic summoning card. Ding! Basic summoning card successfully used. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a guardian of the sect at the divine realm. Wang Lin, another divine realm cultivator. Lu Chen was quite satisfied, as the basic summoning card could only summon cultivators below the heavenly king realm. Thankfully, he did not draw a Dao Palace realm individual. Otherwise, he would have had to express his displeasure to the system. After completing the system's summoning lottery, Lu Chen turned to Luo Lingxue and said calmly, Lingxue, your identity must be quite extraordinary. Pray tell. What is the situation? Now that Lingxue had become his disciple in Kunlun as her master, he ought to address any issues she faced, lest she feel disheartened. Yes, sect master. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingxue respectfully bowed to Lu Chen and then gritted her teeth in anger. I am the 7th princess of the Dazhou dynasty. 3 days ago, our Dazhou engaged in a national war with the Yuhua dynasty. Originally, our Dazhou and the Yuhua dynasty were evenly matched. But unexpectedly, traitors emerged within our dynasty seeking to usurp the throne, shamelessly allying with the Yuhua dynasty. As of today, they have already reached the outskirts of the royal capital, my father and mother. Wishing to preserve the legacy of our Dazhou, intended for the 2 clan elders to escort me to the Taichu Holy Land. However, as soon as we left the royal capital, we were discovered by the Yuhua dynasty, who dispatched a powerful figure at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm to pursue me. The 2 clan elders diverted the pursuers to allow me to escape, enabling me to arrive at the Kunlun sect to meet the sect master. Sect master. The Yuhua dynasty is nothing short of beasts. They massacre and destroy every city they pass through, leaving behind devastation and despair. They spare not even the common folk, if given the chance. I shall personally annihilate the Yuhua dynasty. Humph! What a Yuhua dynasty, treating mortals as mere weeds. Lingxue, rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall harm you. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he spoke. At that moment, a surge of furious wrath swelled within him, that he understood that cultivators often regarded themselves as superior beings, dismissing mortals entirely. Yet he had not anticipated that these practitioners, competing against fate, would so ruthlessly slaughter innocents. The Yuhua dynasty had now firmly established itself on his blacklist, destined for obliteration. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lingxue felt a quiet sigh of relief within her heart. Boom, boom. Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, he and the others heard a deafening roar not far away. They turned their gaze to see 2 figures rapidly approaching from a nearby mountaintop. Then, from the 2 figures, a voice called out, Princess, what are you doing here? Quickly flee. An elderly man clad in gray, upon spotting Luo Lingxue, urgently shouted, Shortly after, two elders with disheveled auras appeared before them. They were indeed the clan elders of the Zhou dynasty, sent to escort Ling Xue out of the royal capital. Seeing the two elders, Ling Xue was instantly filled with excitement as she rushed forward, saying, Ling Xue pays her respects to the two clan elders. Where are the people of the Yuhua dynasty? The newcomers were the clan elders responsible for escorting Ling Xue from the royal capital. At this moment, upon seeing the young woman, regret surfaced on their aged faces. They should not have come to the burial Immortal Mountains. They had intended to perish alongside the Yuhua dynasty. Yet they had not expected their own princess to remain within the territory of the Zhou instead of heading to the Taichu Holy Land. Princess, flee quickly. The powerful figure from the Yuhua dynasty is closing in fast. Luo Tian and I had planned to bring down the Yuhua dynasty with us into the burial Immortal Mountains. But we never imagined you would appear here. We are guilty. We have failed our ancestors by not preserving even a shred of bloodline for the Zhou. The two elders of the great Zhou clan suddenly gasped in pain. They paid no heed to Lu Chen and his companions, unable to sense even the slightest ripple of spiritual energy emanating from them, although they were puzzled as to why their princess was in the company of these individuals. There was no time for further contemplation. The absence of spiritual fluctuations indicated that there were either minor cultivators below the Dao Palace realm, and as for those above the Dao Palace, such thoughts did not even cross their minds. After all, within the Great Zhou dynasty, there was only one being at the transformation god realm. Had they known that Lu Chen and his companions were also at that level, they would likely have been paralyzed with terror. Just as the elder's words fell, Ling Xue's delicate figure trembled to her astonishment. The Yuhua dynasty truly intended to eradicate her, relentlessly pursuing her, the princess of the Spirit Sea realm. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged forth, pressing down upon the crowd. That a middle-aged man clad in golden armor materialized in the air. Daha. These two ants do run swiftly, he mocked, his gaze fixed on the two elders. A princess of the Great Zhou dynasty. How unexpected that this would come so effortlessly. Instead of obediently fleeing to the Taichu sacred land, you linger here in the Great Zhou, awaiting your demise. It was at this juncture that the armored man noticed Ling Xue beside Lu Chen, his eyes darkening. Luo Ling Xue was the brightest jewel of the Great Zhou, having broken through to the Spirit Sea realm at the tender age of 17. Naturally, the Taichu sacred land had taken a keen interest in her, intending to recruit her. Furthermore, it was rumored that a year hence, the sacred land would be admitting disciples, allowing Luo Ling Xue to bypass the usual trials and directly join their ranks. It was easy to surmise that with such news, the Great Zhou dynasty could potentially ascend to the pinnacle of power in Qingzhou. The Yuhua dynasty feared the emergence of a top-tier genius from the Great Zhou, for that could lead to their own subjugation, a scenario they were eager to avoid. Thus, they initiated a national war to extinguish Ling Xue in her cradle. Princess, run, quickly, the elder with the severed arm began. But before he could finish, he spat out blood, his aura severely weakened. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xue turned to Lu Chen, urgently pleading, Sect Master, I implore you to save the two elders, though she was uncertain of Lu Chen's strength. She observed his calm demeanor since the arrival of the armored man, showing no sign of trepidation. This indicated to her that Lu Chen possessed considerable power, unafraid of the individual before them. Or perhaps he simply was unaware of the armored man's might. Nevertheless, Lu Chen was her only hope. Wang Ming, eliminate this troublesome individual. Lu Chen commanded indifferently, casting a glance at the armored man. Yes, Sect Master. Wang Ming replied. As Lu Chen's words fell, the armored man burst into laughter. A few ants, completely oblivious to the heavens and the earth, dare to speak such words. He was momentarily taken aback by Lu Chen's audacity, but quickly scoffed. He had no doubt that none among Lu Chen's group could rival his strength. After all, he was at the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm, in the Great Zhou dynasty, where no transformation god had emerged. Who would dare challenge him? He had already scanned the group and found no trace of spiritual energy. Little did he expect that these mere ants would dare to provoke him, and a cruel expression washed over his face as he growled. Ants seeking death, the armored man hovered in the air, raising his hand as spiritual energy coalesced into a massive palm, Descending upon them, he intended to crush these ants with a single blow. Bang! With a tremendous crash. The giant hand was effortlessly dispersed by Wang Ming's wave. How is this possible? The armored man's expression shifted dramatically as a ninth layer of the Tao Palace. He believed that even a casual strike from him would not be easily deflected. Yet this seemingly inconsequential gesture had neutralized his attack. He had thought the difference between realms was merely a small gap, but it felt insurmountable. Caught off guard, his expression darkened as he realized the depth of Wang Ming's concealment. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming and formidable aura radiated from Wang Ming, causing the armored man to plummet from the sky. Buffed. Transformation God Realm. The armored man fell to his knees. Blood spewing from his mouth, his expression filled with terror as he gazed up at Wang Ming. His voice trembling, "Predecessor, I am a member of the Yuhua dynasty. If you spare me," before he could finish. Wang Ming pointed a finger at him, and in that instant, the armored man perceived it as an infinitely magnified doom descending upon him. I am from the Yuhua dynasty. You dare to kill me? The ancestor will never let you go. Boom! With a single finger, Wang Ming obliterated him instantly. Moments later, transformation God Realm. Ling Shui gasped, her heart racing with excitement, unable to believe her eyes. While she had suspected that Kunlun sect might be a hidden sect, she had never imagined that it would harbor a transformation god. Now, as she looked at Lu Chen, her gaze brimmed with awe. Even a transformation god obeyed his command. Was his strength not above that of a transformation god? Realizing this, her heart swelled with relief over her decision to join Kunlun. Taking a deep breath, she silently wondered whether the sect master would intervene to save her great Zhou at this moment. The two great Zhou elders regained their composure, their faces pale with fear as they hastily bowed in respect to Wang Ming. "We pay our respects, predecessor. We were unaware of your celestial might. Please forgive our transgressions." Previously, they had scarcely regarded Lu Chen and his companions, but now realized it was not due to a lack of cultivation, but rather their own weakness, unable to sense the true strength of their opponents. "Predecessor, please do not hold it against the two elders." Ling Shui, recovering from her shock, quickly interjected. "What is a transformation god? It is to shed the mortal coil and refine the soul to attain a higher plane of existence. All beneath the transformation god are but ants." This revelation left Ling Shui in turmoil. Had the great Zhou dynasty not possessed a transformation god ancestor, it would have long since been devoured by other forces. "Do not be concerned." Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. After all, this young girl was now a disciple of Kunlun, and such trivial matters were of no consequence. "Come, Ling Shui, bring your two clansmen and follow me to Kunlun. Should the Yuhua dynasty dare to approach, we shall annihilate them." With that, Lu Chen turned gracefully and made his way up the mountain, prompting the others to hastily follow. "Princess, what kind of sect is Kunlun? When did you become a disciple of Kunlun?" The two elders whispered in confusion as they ascended the mountain path. Though Wang Ming was a transformation god, the great Zhou also had its own transformation god ancestor, and they had never heard of any Kunlun sect. Could it be a hidden sect? Exchanging glances, the two quickly dismissed the thought. If there were indeed a hidden sect within the great Zhou dynasty, their ancestor would certainly be aware of it. Hearing their inquiries, Ling Shui's eyes flashed with complexity before she resolutely replied, "Elders, I am unsure of the specifics, but I am already a disciple of Kunlun. Please do not mention the Taichu sacred land again. Earlier, the sect master offended the Yuhua dynasty for my sake. I will forever be a member of Kunlun." Moments later, ancient and majestic buildings emerged before Ling Shui and her companions, their grandeur overwhelming as they beheld the ethereal clouds floating above the lofty structures they took in the scene. Feeling the density of spiritual energy at its peak atop the mountain, their pupils constricted, and they gasped in disbelief. "Hiss! This is a forbidden zone. How could the spiritual energy be so abundant? Could it be that Kunlun is indeed a hidden grand sect?" The three exchanged glances, their hearts racing with excitement and trepidation. Lin Yun observed their astonishment and couldn't help but beam with pride, a grin stretching across his face as he longed to boast. "Behold, this is the might of Kunlun, and I, Lin Yun, am the eldest disciple of Kunlun. Gaga, this will teach you, little girl, to disregard me earlier. I could see this moment. Lin Yun imitated Lu Chen, placing his hands behind his back, gazing forward with an air of grandeur. His naive demeanor only added to the impression. As he secretly reveled in the astonished expressions of the three, pleased with their astonishment, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, inwardly reflecting that he was fortunate the system had gifted him a sect. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to fool this young girl. Such a location, he mused, is undoubtedly the pinnacle of sect configurations. Not only this young girl, but even those two old men must be utterly bewildered. Surely, even those who have attained the realm of transformation would be left in a state of bewilderment. At this thought, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, amusement bubbling within him. However, having only received 2 disciples thus far, and with no tasks being assigned by the system, it seems he must rely on accepting disciples into his sect to barely sustain himself. Although there are already 3 in the transformation realm and 1 in the cave void realm, maintaining a low profile remains imperative. Who knows if these dynasties and sects harbor ancient beings lurking underground, waiting for the opportune moment to spring forth and demand, "Who dares disturb my slumber?" At this moment, Lu Chen felt a sense of urgency. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must strive harder. Ling Shui, this is my Kunlun sect. Lin Yun, he is your senior brother. In the future, do not hesitate to communicate with him should you have any uncertainties. Lu Chen turned to Lin Yun, introducing him to Ling Shui. Ling Shui, it's a pleasure to meet you, senior brother, she said, bowing slightly with a smile. Haha, there's no need for such formality. Junior sister, Lin Yun replied, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Suddenly blessed with a celestial-like junior sister, Lin Yun found himself grinning like a fool, observing Lin Yun's foolish demeanor. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation wash over him. I hope Lin Yun doesn't claim to be from Kunlun's sect when he ventures out. As sect leader, I cannot afford such disgrace. Just as Lin Yun continued to grin foolishly, a cry of alarm escaped the lips of the 2 clan elders from the Great Zhou. Hearing the elder's voice, Ling Shui felt an unsettling premonition creep into her heart, and her delicate features clouded with worry as she hastily inquired, "Elders, has something happened to my father or mother?" "Princess, I fear that Great Zhou cannot endure this calamity," the 2 elders replied, their faces ashen and filled with sorrow. "I and Luo Tian have received a message from the sovereign. The Feathered Ascension dynasty has dispatched a being of the transformation realm." Upon hearing this, Ling Shui's face drained of color, and she staggered back 2 steps, her body rendered weak. With the ancestral elder of Great Zhou in seclusion to recuperate, the emergence of a transformation realm being from the Feathered Ascension dynasty meant there would be no one left in the entire Great Zhou capable of resisting. "Sovereign, allow this old man and Luo Tian to escort the princess to the Taichu Holy Land immediately." At this point, the elder's tone faltered, and his expression shifted, glancing meaningfully at Lu Chen. The implication was unclear. Lu Chen, however, paid little heed to the elder's words. After all, this was a holy land. While Kunlun also possessed transformation realm beings, the elder did not believe that Kunlun could protect Ling Shui against the Feathered Ascension dynasty. Although the Feathered Ascension dynasty appeared to be evenly matched with Great Zhou, both having a transformation realm guardian, rumors suggested that the Feathered Ascension dynasty harbored another transformation realm ancestor serving as an elder within a dominant power. Such dominant powers were simply beyond the capabilities of the Great Zhou dynasty to contend with, which is why they felt Kunlun could not safeguard Luo Ling Shui even after learning that Wang Ming was a transformation realm being. "Sect leader, Ling Shui implores you to save Great Zhou." At this moment, her only hope rested upon the Kunlun sect. Although Kunlun was not a hidden sect, it did possess transformation realm beings, and surely they would not be easily trifled with. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the sect mission. The Feathered Ascension dynasty's virtue does not match its station. It is a tragedy of unparalleled proportions, slaughtering millions of innocent lives. Please eradicate the Feathered Ascension dynasty within 3 days to complete the mission and receive a random reward draw, including 10 battle soldiers." As the cold voice echoed in his mind, Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement. A task had finally appeared. His gaze sharpened, and a murderous intent emanated from him. As Kunlun's sect enters the world, we shall use the feathered Ascension dynasty as a banner for our cause. Fear not. You are now a disciple of Kunlun, and I shall ensure your safety. Lu Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with calm assurance. Wang Ming, take Ling Xue's kin to the Great Zhou capital. Since Ling Xue is a disciple of Kunlun, we must lend assistance to her family. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Ling Xue was filled with excitement, not expecting Lu Chen to be willing to extend help to Great Zhou. Sect leader, I am truly worried for the safety of my father and mother. I wish to accompany Elder Wang Ming to the capital. Ling Xue said through gritted teeth that do not fret. It suffices for Wang Ming to go alone. You have just arrived at Kunlun. I will have Lin Yun guide you to become familiar with our ways. Lu Chen understood her feelings. With Wang Ming's transformation realm cultivation, he believed he would be more than capable of handling the situation. This time, the capital of Great Zhou was situated in a grand palace at the heart of the royal city. The once magnificent palace now lay in ruins, a sight hard to fathom, as if a colossal battle had razed it to the ground. Above the palace, a figure clad in a black robe, embroidered with dark golden dragon motifs, exuded an overwhelming aura as he clashed with another shadowy figure. Bai Feng, you treacherous usurper, how could you betray the Great Zhou, which has placed such trust in you? Luo Wushuang roared, his eyes filled with fury. You are the one who is doomed. The full force of the Dao Palace realm surged forth, instantly causing the very fabric of the air to tremble. Ha ha ha, Luo Wushuang. Your Great Zhou's luck has run dry. Today marks your downfall. Bai Feng laughed mockingly. The Great Zhou's general. Bai Feng had reached the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm over a century ago. Had it not been for his fear of the ancestral elder of Great Zhou, he would have revolted long ago. Now, with the national master of the feathered Ascension dynasty holding back that ancient being, he felt no fear towards Luo Wushuang. Sovereign, just as Luo Wushuang was about to deliver a fatal blow to the traitor before him, a voice rang in his ears. The newcomers were the two clan elders and Wang Ming. Sovereign, this is Elder Wang from the princess's sect, the elder said, his face alight with joy as he gestured towards the sovereign. Elder from a sect? Could it be from the Taichu Holy Land? Luo Wushuang cast a glance at Wang Ming, his pupils contracting sharply, his expression filled with shock, his heart racing at a being of the transformation realm. Wang Ming did not conceal his cultivation. The aura of transformation emanated from him. Luo Wushuang has met the elder, he stammered. May I inquire as to which sect you hail from? Enough. First, let's resolve the matter at hand. I must return to report to the sect leader. Wang Ming shot him a glance. At this moment, Bai Feng also turned his gaze towards Wang Ming. His expression one of panic, his voice trembling at a transformation realm expert. Impossible. There's only one transformation realm being in Great Zhou. Where did this one come from? And he stands with Great Zhou. His earlier arrogance vanished in an instant, replaced by fear and trepidation, terrified of being obliterated by the powerful being before him. May I inquire as to which sect you represent? He stammered, hands trembling as he bowed to Wang Ming. How could he not be alarmed? This was a being of the transformation realm. Even within the feathered Ascension dynasty, only the national master possessed such strength. If he offended a transformation realm expert, the feathered Ascension dynasty would not risk provoking such a formidable adversary for his sake. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Ming stepped forward, releasing a pressure of transformation realm might that rippled through the air, causing the surrounding space to twist and collapse. He then reached out, pulling Bai Feng towards him. An overwhelming force enveloped Bai Feng, rendering him powerless and forcing him to the ground, gasping for breath. Hiss! The sovereign and the others inhaled sharply. Luo Wushuang had witnessed his own ancestor in action, but the aura emanating from Wang Ming was far more terrifying. The ancestor was merely at the 9th level of transformation realm. What kind of sect had Ling Xue joined? Spare me, esteemed elder, Bai Feng pleaded, kneeling on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his words barely coherent. I harbor no enmity with the elder. Why do you wish to aid Great Zhou? Oh, Wang Ming replied. Indeed, there is no enmity. I simply find you displeasing. No enmity? Just displeasure. Bai Feng spewed another mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Instantly, two elder figures appeared in the void. One of them, an emaciated elder clad in a golden dragon robe, bellowed, "Li Mu, does your feathered ascension dynasty truly seek to annihilate my great Zhou?" Keek, the gray-robed elder retorted with a chilling smile. "Luo Yuansheng, who allowed your great Zhou to produce a genius? If I, the feathered ascension, do not eliminate him, should I allow him to grow?" It turned out that the commencement of the national war was merely an excuse. And Bai Feng was nothing more than a pawn of the feathered ascension dynasty, meant to stall Luo Wushuang. "National Master, save me!" Bai Feng exclaimed, seeing the National Master appear, as if he had found a lifeline. His face filled with desperation as he pleaded for help. Li Mu was the National Master of the feathered ascension dynasty. Trash. The National Master cast a grim glance at Bai Feng. The Yuhua dynasty had secretly nurtured Bai Feng for the purpose of annihilating the great Zhou over a century ago, investing countless resources to enable his breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Dao Palace. However, they had not anticipated the emergence of the anomaly, Luo Lingxue, which forced them to advance their plans. Upon hearing the National Master's words, Bai Feng's expression turned as ghastly as if he had consumed a dead fly. "Luo Yuan, today marks the day of your great Zhou's demise." The Yuan National Master's countenance darkened as he spoke coldly to the elder of the great Zhou. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from the Yuhua National Master, sweeping towards the crowd. In that moment, apart from Wang Ming and the elder of the great Zhou, Luo Wushuang and the others were nearly brought to their knees by the oppressive force. Fortunately, with a wave of Wang Ming's hand, they felt the weight of that pressure vanish. Instantly, they felt a sense of relief wash over them, their expressions brightening as they expressed their gratitude to Wang Ming. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Meanwhile, Bai Feng trembled under the suppression, resembling a dead dog sprawled on the ground. Luo Yuan sensed the terrifying aura, his pupils narrowing in shock, his expression turning grave. The 9th level of the transformation realm. He too was at that level, but currently his blood essence was depleted and his injuries were unmanageable. Otherwise, how could he allow the Yuhua dynasty to act so recklessly within the great Zhou? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the National Master, standing in the void, raised his hand, and instantly, spiritual power transformed into a colossal palm that descended upon Luo Yuan with terrifying might. That a thunderous roar erupted as Luo Yuan's complexion changed drastically. At that moment, he unleashed the full force of his cultivation at the 9th level of the transformation realm. With a flourish of his hands, the surrounding spiritual energy surged and coalesced into a gigantic sword that struck out. The explosion was deafening, yet the massive sword was effortlessly dispersed by the horrifying palm. Not good. As the colossal hand descended without losing its momentum, the elder of the great Zhou swiftly gathered the surrounding spiritual energy to erect a barrier for defense. However, with a resounding crash, the spiritual barrier was shattered in an instant. Poof! The elder of the great Zhou was sent crashing to the ground, his body hurtling through the air, smashing through countless palace halls. Landing on the ground in a pitiful state, blood spilling from his mouth. "Elder!" Witnessing the elder's fall, Luo Wushuang let out a furious roar, immediately turning to the Yuhua National Master. "You old fool. The Yuhua dynasty is too overbearing." The Yuhua National Master stood in the void, a cold smile playing on his lips as he regarded the ants before him. "Ah! The weak ants can only rage, die." With that, he struck down once more. Boom! The Yuan National Master's spiritual palm shattered the air. Wang Ming intervened. Although he was merely at the 1st level of the transformation realm, he was an invincible presence within that realm. Indeed, every powerful figure summoned by the system was unparalleled within their respective levels. The 9th level of the transformation realm could obliterate with a mere gesture. The National Master paused, gazing at Wang Ming with a darkened expression, his eyes turning cold as he muttered, "Didn't he expect another larger ant to appear?" He saw through Wang Ming's cultivation at a glance, for he was indeed a being of the 9th level of the transformation realm, that a mere 1st level of the transformation realm dares to obstruct me. "You seek death." The National Master's expression darkened, his lip curling as he raised his hand to press down. It infuriated him that a small first-level transformation realm practitioner could withstand his strike. He was determined to eliminate this ant before him. Umph. Wang Ming snorted coldly. If you were at the Void Realm, perhaps I would not be your match, but with your 9th level of transformation, I can still subdue you. In an instant, an astonishing aura erupted from Wang Ming, and with a flash, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before the Yuhua, a national master, with a single finger pointed out. The surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, converging at his fingertip. As he thrust his finger forward, the national master, being of the 9th level of transformation realm, quickly reacted, but the impending strike caused his expression to drastically alter. As if he were facing the heavens themselves, a sense of impending doom washing over him. Bang, bang, bang. Oh no, it's impossible. The force of that finger descended like the weight of the heavens, obliterating the Yuhua, a national master's body and soul, in an instant. Is this truly the transformation realm? How could it be so powerful? The expressions of the national leader and his companions were filled with shock. The elder of the great Zhou, previously wounded, now trembled in astonishment. On the burial Immortal Mountain, at Kunlun sect, atop the disciples' peak, a young woman clad in a flowing purple gown, her long hair, cascading down her waist, stood with a worried expression as she gazed towards the direction of the great Zhou's royal capital. At that moment, a voice sounded from behind her. It was Lin Yun. Lingshu, I see you are troubled. You must be worried about your kin. Lingshu turned and nodded respectfully. Elder brother, do you know the origins of her sect? The Kunlun sect felt shrouded in mystery to her, and she had never seen any other disciples within the sect. Could it truly be a hidden sect? All the powerful figures of the sect must be in slumber. Otherwise, there wouldn't only be her and Lin Yun as disciples. Little sister, I too have just entered the sect and know nothing of its origins. However, the sect leader mentioned that all the powerful figures are in a state of slumber. Lin Yun said with an innocent smile, scratching the back of his head. Lingshu, upon hearing this, felt speechless, pondering whether her elder brother was truly as simple-minded as he appeared, wondering if he had been deceived by the sect leader. Lu Chen interjected, It's a ruse. Swish, several figures soared through the air, landing before the father. Ancestor. Upon seeing her father and ancestor, Lingshu's previously anxious expression vanished, replaced by overwhelming joy. Father, ancestor, I'm so relieved to see you. Thankfully, with the intervention of the elder, otherwise today, our great Zhou would have perished. Luo Wushuang exclaimed, this moment. Lingshu turned her gaze to the elder of the great Zhou, whose injuries were evident. Her lively eyes instantly clouded with worry. Just as she was about to speak, the elder of the great Zhou, noticing her concern, hastily reassured her. Lingshu, child, there is no need to worry. It's just a minor injury. I hardly take it to heart. Just then, a voice that resonated like a divine decree filled the air. Wang Ming, bring them to the main hall to see me. In the sect's main hall, Lu Chen sat high in his seat, exuding an aura of profound depth, devoid of any fluctuations, yet emanating an unfathomable presence. This is the sect leader of Kunlun, so young. Luo Wushuan and the elder of the great Zhou gazed at Lu Chen. Their hearts stirred with tumultuous waves. What was even more alarming was that they could not perceive the young man before them, that a flicker of shock passed through Luo Yuan's eyes. Old man, Luo Yuan pays his respects to Sect Master Lu. Luo Wushuang pays respects to Sect Master Lu. On the way here, they had inquired about the Kunlun sect from Wang Ming, and now, upon seeing Lu Chen in person, they were genuinely astounded. Moreover, the Kunlun sect was situated in a forbidden area. No wonder they had never heard of it within the great Zhou dynasty. Could it truly be a hidden great sect that had only now emerged? For this, we are grateful to your esteemed sect for intervening and saving my great Zhou from the brink of annihilation. Should you require assistance, my great Zhou shall undoubtedly lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled inwardly. After all, the great Zhou had merely an elder of the transformation realm, best suited to enjoy his old age. He had gleaned from Luo Lingxue that the great Zhou's might was limited, with their strongest being only at the 9th level of the transformation realm. And oh worries, Lingxue is now a disciple of my Kunlun. It is only natural, Lu Chen replied casually. Upon hearing this, Ling Xue felt immensely relieved about her previous decision. Sect Master Lu, Elder Wang has slain the national master of the Yuhua dynasty. I fear they will not let this matter rest easily. It is rumored that there is another elder within the dynasty who may very well have broken through to the Void Realm. At this juncture, Luo Wushuang's expression shifted dramatically, his tone heavy with gravity. If a Void Realm expert were to intervene, the Great Zhou would likely face annihilation in an instant. Although Elder Wang forcefully eradicated the national master of the Yuhua dynasty, he is still not a Void Realm practitioner. It is said that those of the Void Realm can tear apart the void and traverse space, possessing immense power. The Void Realm? Lu Chen's heart was also shaken, yet his exterior remained calm and unruffled, as if a Void Realm expert were nothing more than an ant. I didn't expect the Yuhua dynasty to be so formidable. The Kunlun sect possesses a Void Realm expert as well. I have already decided to send Chen Beixian to directly annihilate the Yuhua dynasty. Thus, the mission will be accomplished at that moment. A voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind, leaving him perplexed. The host may simply allow Wang Ming to take action. All cultivators summoned by this system are invincible within their respective realms. Upon hearing the chilling voice echoing in his mind, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, initially intending to summon Chen Beixian for assistance. He was astonished to discover that Wang Ming and his companions were invincible within the same realm. This revelation meant he could temporarily refrain from exposing the existence of Kunlun sect's powerful expert in the Dongshu realm. After all, even he was uncertain whether Qingzhou harbored any cultivators above the Dongshu level. That it was imperative to first ascertain the situation in Qingzhou. As for the Yuhua dynasty, Lu Chen was resolute in his determination to eradicate it. With this thought, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Wang Xian, this time you and the Lord of Luo shall journey to the Yuhua dynasty to obliterate it, thereby showcasing the might of Kunlun. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Annihilating the Yuhua dynasty would fulfill the system's task, destroy the Yuhua dynasty. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Luo Wushuang and Luo Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, as they thought they had misheard. They could hardly fathom that Lu Chen intended to annihilate the Yuhua dynasty. Even Ling Xue's mouth fell agape in shock. Could a dynasty truly be extinguished with such ease? Lin Yun, observing the astonished expressions of the others, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking to himself, now you realize the might of our Kunlun sect, do you? What is a dynasty to us? It shall be obliterated. In truth, even he was taken aback by Lu Chen's words. After all, it was a dynasty. Sect Master Lu, it is highly likely that the ancestor of Yuhua has broken through to the Dongshu realm. Luo Wushuang's expression wavered. Oh, fear not, Lord of Luo. Our Kunlun sect does not fear any individual or force in this world. Lu Chen rose slowly, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance. As his words fell, an astonishing energy surged from Wang Xian, who instantly appeared beside Luo Wushuang. Let us proceed. Lead the way. The others, feeling the aura radiating from Wang Xian, were instantly astounded, their eyes widening in shock as they thought. Another being of the Huashan realm. The most astonished of all was the ancestor of the Great Zhou. He regarded Wang Xian with a gaze filled with trepidation. For he discerned that although Wang Xian was clearly at the first level of Huashan, there was an unfathomable and terrifying power within him. This deepened his astonishment towards Kunlun sect, leaving him unable to believe that such a formidable Huashan expert could emerge from this sect, especially within the Zhongshan mountain range, that he was completely unaware of when Kunlun sect had materialized. Meanwhile, within a magnificent hall in the capital of the Yuhua dynasty, a middle-aged man, whose countenance exuded dominance and who donned a robe adorned with golden dragon motifs, sat regally upon the dragon throne. An aura of overwhelming authority pervaded the hall. He was none other than Yun Sangqiu, the sovereign of the Yuhua dynasty. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and he trembled in shock. He could no longer sense the consciousness of the national master. This was a secret technique of the Yuhua dynasty. The national master had previously left a fragment of his consciousness on him to safeguard the capital. Now that this consciousness had vanished, it signified the fall of Limu. Who dares? You have killed the national master. The Yuhua dynasty shall never rest until we have avenged this. Yun Sangqiong, seated upon the dragon throne, roared in fury, releasing a chilling aura that forced the ministers within the hall to kneel in terror, their bodies trembling as they gazed at their sovereign with fear. What could have incited such wrath in their leader? The national master? Yes, wasn't he dispatched to destroy the great Zhou dynasty? Heaven above, the national master is dead. The ministers' eyes widened, disbelief etched on their faces, unable to fathom that their immensely powerful national master could have perished. It's over, the national master has fallen. With the ancestor in seclusion, it must have been the ancestor of the great Zhou who killed him. Impossible. That old fool from the great Zhou could not have slain the national master. He has long since withered and is nearing the end of his lifespan. The ministers in the hall erupted into fearful discussions. Silence. Even if the national master has fallen, we still have the ancestor. Once the ancestor breaks through to the Dongxi realm, it will be the demise of the great Zhou dynasty. A glint of cold light flickered in Yun Sangqiong's eyes as he spoke in a hoarse voice. He refused to believe that the national master had been slain by the great Zhou, for that old coot was indeed failing, while the national master was a disciple of the ancestor and possessed formidable strength. Could it be the people of Taichu's sacred land? The mere thought of Taichu's sacred land filled Yun Sangqiong with dread. Just then, a voice, indifferent and devoid of emotion, resonated through the hall as Wang Xian, accompanied by Luo Wushuang, suddenly appeared. You are the Lord of Yuhua. That a tremendous pressure instantly flooded the hall, causing ripples in the very fabric of space, and overwhelming the occupants to their knees as they gasped for breath. Their expressions filled with terror. The presence of this terrifying aura left the people of the Yuhua dynasty trembling uncontrollably, and even the Lord of Yuhua was no exception, collapsing to the ground before the Huashan-level Wang Xian, rendered utterly powerless against his might. Huashan, do not kill me. The ministers of the Yuhua dynasty, nearly suffocated by the overwhelming pressure, desperately pleaded for mercy. Curse be! Who are you? Yun Sangqiong roared in fury, his eyes nearly bursting as he screamed at Wang Xian. Silence. Wang Xian's gaze remained indifferent, and with a mere wave of his hand, the ministers exploded into ashes. Who are you? As he witnessed the demise of his ministers, Yun Sangqiong's eyes were bloodshot as he roared in outrage. He had forgotten that he was facing a Huashan expert, consumed only by a desire to rend the intruder to pieces. Yun Sangqiong. Today marks the end for the Yuhua dynasty. Luo Wushuang, standing beside Wang Xian, sneered at him. Luo Wushuang, too, was awestruck by Wang Xian's power, another Huashan expert. Yet witnessing the downfall of the Yuhua dynasty filled him with immense excitement. That it is you, Luo Wushuang. Upon recognizing Luo Wushuang, Yun Sangqiong realized that this was the one responsible for the national master's death. In his eyes, the ancestor of the great Zhou was in no condition to contend with the national master, and thus his expression twisted with fury as he screamed at Wang Xian. Do you dare to kill me? The ancestor will not let you go. Faced with death, Yun Sangqiong felt fear, believing that invoking the ancestor of Yuhua would intimidate Wang Xian. However, Wang Xian had no such fears. Kunlun sect would not be intimidated. Our Kunlun sect is on the verge of entering the world. It would be an honor for your Yuhua dynasty to serve as a flag for us. Die. As soon as the words fell, Wang Xian struck with his palm. Boom! The Kunlun sect, the ancestor will not spare you. With a series of thunderous crashes, the entire hall collapsed, and Yun Sangqiong was reduced to dust. The unfortunate Lord of Yuhua perished without ever comprehending why this sudden emergence of Kunlun sect sought to annihilate his dynasty. With the death of the Yuhua Lord, who had reached the pinnacle of Daogong, Luo Wushuang began his massacre of the Yuhua clan. Being at the pinnacle of Daogong himself, with the demise of the Yuhua Lord, there was no one left in the dynasty capable of resisting his slaughter. Moreover, the overwhelming aura of Wang Xian in the Huashan realm enveloped the entire royal city, leaving the rest to Luo Wushuang. As the saying goes, to cut the grass without uprooting the roots is to fear future resurgence. Luo Wushuang understood this principle well. especially given the Yuhua dynasty's merciless slaughter of the people of the Great Zhou. If he did not eradicate the Yuhua clan entirely, how could he justify the sacrifices of the fallen warriors and countless citizens of the Great Zhou? Meanwhile, Wang Xian awaited Luo Wushuang's return above the royal city. Senior, I have eliminated all members of the Yuhua clan. After finishing the massacre, Luo Wushuang, his face alight with excitement, respectfully bowed to Wang Xian with gratitude in his eyes. This matter is settled. Let us return to report to the sect master. When it came to reporting back to Lu Chen, a profound respect and loyalty surfaced in Wang Xian's gaze. These summoned experts harbored unwavering loyalty towards Lu Chen. In their eyes, he was akin to a deity. They would not flinch even if he commanded them to lay down their lives. Witnessing this scene, Luo Wushuang's heart trembled violently. What had he just witnessed? A Huashan expert of such caliber displayed that level of reverence and devotion when mentioning Lu Chen. Even a formidable being like Wang Xian regarded the sect master with such respect. It seemed that Kunlun's sect's origins were far from simple. Unlike a mere hidden sect, Luo Wushuang was utterly astonished in her heart. Buzz, shortly after the two departed, a figure clad in golden armor materialized in the void. Gazing upon the ravaged Yuhua palace with great shock, exclaiming, "Who has acted against us? Who could annihilate the Yuhua dynasty?" After carefully sensing the surroundings, the figure's expression shifted dramatically, astonished to realize that the assailant possessed cultivation comparable to his own. In the main hall of Kunlun sect, a cool, resonant voice echoed within Lu Chen's mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for having vanquished the Yuhua dynasty, completing the system task, and earning a random reward of 1 lottery draw and 10 battle weapons." Upon hearing the voice, Lu Chen's face lit up with excitement, exclaiming internally, "Has it truly ended so swiftly?" The Yuhua dynasty was rather feeble. 10 battle weapons, splendid, he thought, as he could reward his future disciples with them when their numbers increased. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction that he was also made aware of the hierarchy of spiritual artifacts within the Xianwu continent. The artifacts were categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade, with battle weapons, sacred weapons, ancient weapons, quasi-emperor weapons, and extreme emperor weapons above them. Should these 10 battle weapons appear in the southern wasteland, they would likely incite a tempest, attracting countless forces vying to seize them, in an era where emperors were hidden. Divine kings were reclusive, and sages were absent. Possessing battle weapons would allow one to contend even against cultivators of higher realms, albeit not without caution. Ding, the 10 battle weapons have been stored in the system space. Fixed reward. The sect scripture hall has been successfully completed. Lu Chen inquired within. System. Does the scripture hall contain any scriptures? He secretly wondered if the system would provide him with an empty shell. He would be utterly infuriated, though he had no immediate need for it. As he faced no bottlenecks in his cultivation, he was confident that with more lottery chances, he would surely acquire a cultivation card. Moreover, how could a sect possibly lack a scripture hall? It would be absurd for future disciples of Kunlun to discover that their sect had no scriptures whatsoever. Ding, the system has stored the scriptures. The host may rest assured. That is good. Lu Chen continued. System, is there a sect panel? Ding, indeed there is. Instantly, a panel materialized before Lu Chen's eyes. Sects. Kunlun sect residence. Zhongshan Mountain Range. Sect Master. Lu Chen. Sect Disciples. 2. Sect Guardians. 3. Elder Guardians. 1. Sect Elders. None. Sect Points. 1000. Sect Ancestors. None. System. What is the purpose of sect points? Lu Chen inquired, puzzled. Ding, sect points can be exchanged in the system mall for various items. Divine weapons, divine herbs, celestial medicines, physical enhancements, and numerous other goods. After reading the system's explanation, the mall appeared in his mind. 9 Dragon Throne. Sect points 100, followed by countless zeros. Innate Sacred Body Tao. Sect points 10. Mother Chi Cauldron of all things. Sect points 100. Wait, I even possess a small umbrella? Lu Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Truly remarkable. This system is extraordinary, even possessing such divine artifacts. Indeed, it was a marvel. By the way, system, how does one acquire sect points? The host merely needs to eradicate opposing forces. The stronger the force vanquished, the more sect points gained. The host may also subjugate vassal forces, with stronger vassal forces yielding even more sect points. Only opposing forces yield sect points. Does that not compel me to cultivate enmity? Lu Chun thought, exasperated. At this moment, Wang Xian was escorting Luo Wushuang back to Kunlun sect. Senior, are you an elder of Kunlun sect? Luo Wushuang, still reeling from her shock, asked nervously. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian glanced at Luo Wushuang with a smile, fully understanding the implication behind her words. Yet he replied slowly, I am not an elder. I am a guardian of Kunlun. After all, with Kunlun's emergence this time, the sect master required individuals to run errands, and both Wang Ming and I were awakened in advance by the sect master. Buzz, at this revelation, Luo Wushuang's mind reverberated, her expression one of astonishment, as tumultuous waves surged within her heart. A transformation stage. He is merely a guardian of the sect. Have you ever encountered such a formidable transformation stage? Tasked merely with guarding the entrance. Even the ancestors are, but at the transformation stage, is it possible he is unworthy even of such a position? The great Zhou ancestor exclaimed, You truly aim to drive me to my grave. Even the powerful transformation stage cultivators of some sects could assume the role of elders. Yet in Kunlun's sect, he was merely a guardian. Hiss, does this not imply that Kunlun possesses beings of a realm beyond the void? The more Luo Wushuang pondered, the more alarmed she became, her expression subtly shifting, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes, as if she had made a certain decision. Meanwhile, in Tianzhou, at the dominant force. The Tianjin sect, atop a main peak, an elderly man seated in meditation suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within. Suddenly, perceiving the disappearance of his bloodline, an overwhelming pressure radiated from his entire being, causing the surrounding space to resonate ominously. Who dares, he roared, to obliterate my legacy? His expression twisted, a chilling murderous intent erupting from him. He was the ancestor of the Yuhua dynasty, Yunlong, a being of the 9th layer of the transformation stage. Who could have anticipated that the ancestor of the Yuhua dynasty was not residing peacefully in Qingzhou, but rather amidst a dominant force in Tianzhou? How infuriating! He seethed, were it not for my imminent breakthrough to the Void Realm. I would certainly travel to Qingzhou to uncover the identity of the one who annihilated my legacy and extract their soul for eternal torment. Although he knew not who had destroyed his legacy, he still uttered fierce words that a ferocious glint flashed in Yunlong's eyes, exuding a chilling murderous aura like the T Kunlun sect. Elder brother, you have yet to open your spiritual vein. Ling Xue's expression was one of shock. Her mouth agape, wide-eyed as she stared at Lin Yun. Just moments ago, she had realized that her elder brother had not even opened his spiritual vein. The path of cultivation begins with refining the mortal body, followed by gathering true qi, using true qi to open the channels within the body, allowing true qi to transform into spiritual energy, which then enters the body to refine the flesh, thus enabling the opening of spiritual veins. In the Xinwu continent, those who could not open spiritual veins were deemed useless, and the lack of a spiritual vein meant one was destined to remain a weakling for life. The pursuit of cultivation was inherently to endure through the ages, to achieve immortality. Even if one battled against the heavens with only a slim hope, we cultivators dared to challenge fate. Yet, there are always exceptions. Rumors speak of certain fated individuals who are born with mysterious and powerful physiques, unable to cultivate from a young age, and even incapable of gathering qi. Once their physique is awakened, their cultivation becomes effortless, and their combat prowess is unmatched among their peers, rendering them incredibly formidable. Could it be that her elder brother possesses some mysterious physique? Ling Xue's mind was filled with doubts. Junior sister, although I have not opened my spiritual vein, the sect master has declared that my physique is extraordinary, possessing the potential of a divine king, destined to become a great emperor. Lin Yun, hands behind his back, wore an earnest expression, emanating a regal aura that I believe in the sect master's words, Lin Yun declared resolutely. As if he were indeed the future emperor. Upon hearing this, Ling Xue was left speechless. Her elder brother was truly rather naive. No, I must find a sect master later to confirm whether my elder brother indeed possesses some extraordinary physique. Moreover, she firmly believed that the sect master would not allow a person without a spiritual vein to assume the role of elder brother. After all, in her view, it would be unfathomable for a sect as mysterious as Kunlun to accept a disciple lacking a spiritual vein. Just as Ling Xue was engulfed in confusion, a sudden rumble echoed from the sky. A series of true dragon apparitions roared forth, followed by countless ancient races materializing, extraordinary phenomena manifesting, along with numerous figures bathed in golden light. Swinging their fists, though merely apparitions, they exuded immense power, as if each punch could shatter the stars and rend the heavens, instilling fear in all who beheld them. What is happening? Lin Yun and Ling Xue stood in awe, utterly astonished, speechless. What on earth is going on? Could it be that a powerful being from a sect has awakened? Just as the two remained in shock, the phenomena in the void suddenly shifted, transforming into divine light that surged madly into the scripture hall. The previously dim word scripture hall shone brightly, dazzlingly radiant, rendering it nearly blinding, before gradually settling into tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. This was the result of the scripture hall's successful completion, where the system had placed the mightiest scriptures from across the realms. Each scripture within could be deemed an unparalleled ancient tome. Fortunately, the system had cloaked Kunlun, for had such phenomena erupted, the ancient beings of the Xinwu continent would have surely emerged from their coffins to investigate. Sect Master, what is happening here? Upon seeing Lu Chen emerge from the main hall, Ling Xue hurriedly approached to inquire. Liu Chen himself wore a perplexed expression. He had been contemplating the development of Kunlun when a sudden loud noise startled him, leading him to believe that someone had attacked Kunlun's sect, prompting his swift exit. System, what is happening? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, silently questioning. Be assured, host, this is an extraordinary phenomenon resulting from the enhancement of the martial arts hall. Extraordinary phenomenon. Goodness, I thought someone was assaulting us. Do not worry. This is merely the revival of our sect's martial arts hall, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. The martial arts hall has revived? What kind of martial arts could provoke such a phenomenon? Could it be the ancient techniques of the Divine King or the tomes of the Great Emperor? Although they had never witnessed these, the previous spectacle was indeed overwhelming. They felt that even the ancient techniques of the Divine King or the tomes of the Great Emperor could not possibly induce such an event. Both were shaken, their eyes filled with astonishment. Steady, steady. As the senior disciple of Kunlun sect, I firmly believe that the sect master will bestow upon me an unparalleled martial art. I, Lin Yun, shall certainly rise to greatness. The astonished Lin Yun was exceedingly exhilarated, harboring an unspoken anticipation. Ling Xue, too, wore an expression of joy, equally filled with expectation. The martial arts hall houses countless ancient techniques and tomes created by the greats of Kunlun throughout the ages, all of which are among the most formidable in existence. Lu Chen remarked as he glanced at the two ancient techniques and tomes created by the greats of Kunlun. Upon hearing this, both of them trembled in disbelief, suspecting that their ears were deceiving them. What are ancient techniques? Only those who surpass the Divine King can create such martial arts, not to mention the tomes of the Great Emperor, which can only be crafted by a great emperor. If this news were spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Immortal Martial Continent. Likely, those ancient beings in seclusion would rush out in a frenzy to seize it. Very well. You two may now enter and comprehend the martial arts, Lu Chen reminded, noticing that they were still in a state of shock. Hee, is this what astonishes you? If I were to mention that there are countless immortal arts and tomes within, they might very well be left speechless. That, of course, he would not disclose this, as even if he did, they might not believe it. Sect Master, can we truly enter and select martial arts? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the two were instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Great Emperor! I, Lin Yun, am destined to become a great emperor in this life. Lin Yun's heart shouted. In his exhilaration, he seemed to forget that he had yet to open his spiritual veins, as if the title of Great Emperor was already within his grasp. Once you enter, you need not choose for yourselves. Simply immerse your consciousness in comprehension, and the martial arts will select the suitable candidates. Lu Chen instructed. Yes, sect master, they replied, their faces alight with enthusiasm as they respectfully addressed Lu Chen at that moment. Ling Shui appeared to remember something and exclaimed, "Sect master, senior brother has not yet opened his spiritual veins. Will he be able to cultivate martial arts?" Ah, hearing this, Lin Yun, who had been caught up in excitement, was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean I haven't opened my spiritual veins? Junior sister, are you attempting to usurp my position? You might find it difficult to contend with me." Wait a moment. Once Lin Yun regained his senses, he too recalled his lack of spiritual veins. The previously excited expression on his face shifted to one resembling a forlorn spouse abandoned by their partner. As he lamented to Lu Chun, "Sect master, did you not say I was destined to be a future great emperor? Sect master, you must have a way to help me open my spiritual veins, right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chun was instantly rendered speechless. "What on earth? Future great emperor, I merely suggested that you have the potential to become one. When did I ever claim you would be a future great emperor? Moreover, wasn't there a system notification indicating that you were a genius? How was I to know you lacked spiritual veins?" Lu Chen gazed at him, his expression darkening. The system had claimed this fellow was a genius. System, does Lin Yun possess any special constitution? Having read numerous novels in his past life, Lu Chen was aware that some geniuses could not cultivate due to the absence of spiritual veins and were often endowed with mysterious constitutions. Yet, Lin Yun did not appear to fit that mold. Beep, host. Sect disciple Lin Yun possesses the legendary battle saint physique. The inability to open spiritual veins is due to the absence of suitable martial arts. Note, the martial arts hall contains martial arts suitable for Lin Yun's constitution. The Battle Saint physique is one of the strongest physiques in existence. A fully realized Battle Saint physique can contend against gods and demons with unparalleled strength. After the system's introduction, Lu Chen was astounded. This fellow truly possessed a mysterious constitution. Initially, he had thought Lin Yun was simply highly gifted in cultivation, thus deemed a genius by the system. However, he had not anticipated that by merely accepting a disciple, he would acquire a Battle Saint physique that, of course, without the system, Lu Chen would have never believed that Lin Yun possessed such a formidable constitution. Gazing at Lin Yun's simple and honest demeanor, it was hard to reconcile him with the notion of contending against gods and demons. Lu Chen could hardly believe that this lad possessed such a powerful constitution. Thankfully, he was a disciple of Kunlun. "Ling Shui, your senior brother indeed possesses a unique constitution, known as the legendary Battle Saint physique," Lu Chen slowly articulated. "Battle Saint physique." Upon hearing this, Ling Shui gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her seemingly simple-minded senior brother truly possessed a mysterious constitution. Although she was unaware of the Battle Saint physique's immense power, she understood that possessing such a constitution would guarantee significant future achievements, with the potential to become a formidable being for Lin Yun. This revelation struck like a thunderbolt, causing him to tremble with excitement. Battle Saint physique, what a magnificent name! I, Lin Yun, am destined to be a man who contends against gods and demons. Junior sister, you will find it difficult to contend with me. At that moment, Lin Yun envisioned himself standing atop the continent in the future. Naturally, he had no knowledge of what the Battle Saint physique entailed or how powerful it truly was. He only knew that he possessed such an impressive title, which alone made him feel extraordinary. Your senior brother cannot open his spiritual veins due to the lack of corresponding martial arts. Lu Chen addressed the sect master. If there are no suitable martial arts, does that mean my senior brother's constitution is wasted? Ling Shui asked earnestly. Here we go again. What nonsense is this about being wasted? Junior sister, I knew it. You just want to ride on my coattails. Though there are currently no suitable martial arts for him to cultivate, that did not imply she could take advantage of him. Right, martial arts. Lin Yun suddenly recalled something, his eyes brightening as he looked at Lu Chen. Akin to a man seeing a beautiful woman. Sect master, does a martial arts hall not contain suitable martial arts for me? Lin Yun gazed at Lu Chen with fervent eyes, believing that the sect must possess martial arts tailored to his constitution. Indeed, the martial arts hall contains countless martial arts, and there are indeed suitable ones for your constitution. Lu Chen nodded in affirmation. Very well, you two may now enter. Find suitable martial arts and cultivate diligently. Soon, Kunlun sect shall ascend to become the most powerful force in the Immortal Martial Continent. You, as the senior disciple and senior sister of Kunlun, must not allow others to belittle our sect. Chen declared earnestly. Yes, sect master, we shall not tarnish the reputation of Kunlun sect. They replied with unwavering resolve, vowing to become formidable beings that would astonish the continent, thus living up to the expectations of their sect master. Once the two entered, Chen prepared to return to the main hall for cultivation. Whoosh, whoosh, two sounds of breaking air resonated as Wang Xian, having just obliterated the feather transformation dynasty, arrived before Chen with Luo Wushuang. Sect master, the feather transformation dynasty has been vanquished, Wang Xian reported respectfully. Good. I am aware. You may leave now. Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, sect master, Wang Xian responded respectfully. Sect master, my great Zhou wishes to become a vassal of Kunlun. I wonder if you would grant this request. After Wang Xian departed, Luo Wushuang appeared somewhat anxious as he addressed Chen, and on the way back, he had already concluded that Kunlun was a formidable ally. If he could secure the protection of Kunlun sect, perhaps the great Zhou could become a dominant force in the southern wilderness in the future. He had also discreetly communicated with his ancestors regarding this matter. Thus, he sought to have the great Zhou dynasty recognized as a subordinate force of Kunlun sect. However, considering the mysterious power of Kunlun, he worried that Chen might look down upon great Zhou. Oh, to become a vassal of Kunlun. Chen's eyes glimmered with surprise as he regarded Luo Wushuang, who did not appear to be joking. It seems he must have witnessed the emergence of two individuals of the God transformation realm, leading the ruler of Great Zhou to perceive Kunlun sect as a hidden powerhouse, thus prompting such a proposal. Chen pondered silently. Beep, Kunlun sect is destined to become the mightiest force across the myriad realms. How can we not have vassal forces? Please, host, accept the Great Zhou dynasty as Kunlun's first vassal. System, are you instructing me on how to proceed? You think I could just accept them just like that? Ding, the system has detected that the host is quite rebellious and is currently unbinding. Point 10, 20, 99. All right, I have agreed. Chen's expression remained calm as he spoke promptly. Just as the system was nearing 100, Chen did not hesitate and immediately consented to Luo Wushuang. Damn it, you startled me. System, are you unable to take a joke? I was merely jesting. This system is also sharing a light-hearted moment with the host. Please rest assured, ha ha ha. Such a divine jest. Chen cursed inwardly. Sect master, you have agreed, Luo Wushuang said, somewhat uncertain. Indeed. Lord Luo, my Kunlun will undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable force in the world. Soon, the powerful members of my Kunlun sect will gradually awaken. If there are any talented royal offspring in the Great Zhou dynasty, aside from Lingxue, they may also follow the strong ones of my sect to cultivate, Chen stated nonchalantly, painting a grand vision for Luo Wushuang. Yet this vision was truly enticing for Luo Wushuang. Sect master, can my royal offspring really follow the elders of the sect for cultivation? Luo Wushuang exclaimed, his tone now filled with excitement. He had initially thought that becoming a subsidiary force of Kunlun would merely provide protection in times of crisis for the Great Zhou dynasty. However, he never expected that other royal offspring, aside from Lingxue, could also join the elders of Kunlun for cultivation. After all, with two transformation realm experts currently at Kunlun, and knowing that there must be powerful beings above the transformation realm, he envisioned a bright future for the royal offspring of the Great Zhou dynasty under the guidance of such experts. The transformation realm has a lifespan of only 5,000 years, capable of protecting a force from falling for a millennium. But eventually, that lifespan will wane, and in this world where the strong dominate and the weak are devoured, if one does not eliminate others, others will come to eliminate you. It is only through the continuous emergence of strong individuals that a force can endure. This was also why he was willing to become a vassal of Kunlun. But he never anticipated Chen would make such a promise. Rest assured, the Great Zhou will follow Kunlun to the death. Luo Wushuang's eyes sparkled with determination as he spoke boldly. It was as if anyone daring to insult the name Kunlun would face his wrath. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the first subsidiary force. Reward, 1,000 sect points. A cool voice echoed in his mind, but Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged, though he felt a flicker of surprise within. System, is there really such a thing as sect point from a voluntarily submitted force? Ding, yes, host. Both voluntary submission and conquest yield sect points? Oh, such a tactic? Excellent. To Lu Chen, the notion of conquest was merely a matter of combat. If one defeat is insufficient, then two shall suffice. Nevertheless, the great Zhou dynasty willingly becoming a subsidiary force was a pleasant surprise, a two-for-one deal. It seemed the great Zhou dynasty was indeed quite weak, as the system only awarded him 1,000 sect points. However, considering there was only one transformation realm ancestor in the great Zhou, he found it understandable. Very well, by the way, Lord Luo, what forces exist within Qingzhou, and what powerful beings are within the sect? It has been a long time since my Kunlun has emerged, and I am not well acquainted with the current powers in the Immortal Martial Continent. Lu Chen turned to Luo Wushuang and spoke calmly. To establish Kunlun as the dominant force in Qingzhou, he naturally needed to understand the various powers within. It was a step-by-step approach. This was also Lu Chen's survival strategy, even with the system at his disposal. Currently, Kunlun had only one individual at the Void Realm, while the other three were merely in the Transformation Realm. Yet, Lu Chen did not believe that in such a vast Qingzhou, there were no ancient, powerful beings. Sect Master, there are 4 major dynasties in Qingzhou. Besides our Great Zhou dynasty, there are the Great Qin dynasty, the Great Xia dynasty, and the recently eliminated Yue dynasty. Luo Wushuang explained, his eyes displaying deep apprehension. If he had not become a subsidiary of Kunlun, he would have held great reverence for the Great Qin dynasty. Now having witnessed the strength of Kunlun, he was certain that it possessed beings at the Void Realm and beyond. In Qingzhou, both the Great Zhou dynasty and other royal powers revered the Great Qin dynasty, paying tribute of cultivation resources annually. This was also why the Great Qin dynasty, despite having the strength to annihilate other forces, refrained from taking action. After listening to Luo Wushuang, Lu Chen was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated that there were so many powers within Qingzhou, especially the potential existence of a Void Realm ancestor in the Great Qin dynasty. According to Luo Wushuang, only forces with Void Realm experts could claim dominance. It could be said that Kunlun had already reached the threshold of becoming a dominant force. That it was merely lacking in numbers. Lu Chen pondered quietly. Seeing Lu Chen lost in thought, Luo Wushuang dared not interrupt. Well, I have grasped the situation in Qingzhou. Lord Luo, you may leave now. Lu Chen said indifferently. Yes, sect master. Luo Wushuang responded respectfully. After attending to this matter, he understood that most weaker forces sought powerful and established factions as their backing for the Great Zhou dynasty. As long as they assisted Kunlun diligently, Lu Chen would surely elevate their strength in the future. Considering Ling Xue was a disciple of Kunlun. The next day, Lin Yun and Ling Xue emerged from the Hall of Techniques, both wearing expressions of shock and elation from their newfound techniques, especially for Lin Yun, who had comprehended the battle saint technique, breaking the limitations of the sacred body, and within a night had opened his spiritual veins, directly breaking through to the spirit sea realm, truly deserving of being a genius with a sacred body. Although Ling Xue lacked a special physique, she had grasped the Willow God technique, the most powerful scripture of a certain heavenly powerhouse. Feeling the surge of power in her hands, she could manipulate the surrounding spiritual energy effortlessly. Lin Yun felt both astonished and grateful to Lu Chen. Senior brother, you've opened your spiritual veins and broken through to the spirit sea realm. Ling Xue exclaimed, her mouth agape in shock, being at the 9th level of the spirit sea realm herself. She could naturally sense the change in Lin Yun's aura. This what a sacred body can achieve? Indeed formidable. She had always been satisfied with her own talent, having broken through to the spirit sea realm at merely 17, ranking among the top talents of Qingzhou. Yet today a scene struck her hard. Her senior brother, who had not opened his spiritual veins just yesterday, achieved such a breakthrough overnight. How could she not be shocked? Junior sister, now you believe what I said, right? I, Lin Yun, am destined to become a great emperor in the future. Junior sister, you must have comprehended an extraordinary technique as well. Indeed, senior brother. Excellent as expected of my junior sister. I have high hopes for you, Lin Yun said proudly, hands behind his back, adopting his senior's demeanor. Hearing this, Ling Xue was at a loss for words. Could her senior brother not be serious? If one did not know better, they might mistake him for the sect master. Just then, an imposing voice that seemed irresistible echoed through the air. Lin Yun, Ling Xue, come to the main hall to see me. Upon hearing this, both of them snapped out of their joy from acquiring techniques, their expressions turning respectful as they addressed Lu Chen in the main hall. Yes, sect master. Inside the main hall, Luo Wushuang was also present. Liu Chen sat at the head seat, his eyes slightly squinted. Lost in thought. Lin Yun, Ling Xue, I presume you both have comprehended the techniques in the Hall of Techniques. Lu Chen gazed at the two, speaking calmly. He had sensed the change in Lin Yun's aura. After all, he himself was now a transformation realm expert. Yet with the system concealing his aura, no one in the world could discern the depth of Lu Chen's strength. Goodness, to open spiritual veins and break through to the spirit sea realm overnight. This is indeed the battle saint body, truly worthy of being a disciple of my Kunlun. Excellent. He also sensed the change in Ling Xue's aura. System. Check Ling Xue's information. Ding, disciple of the sect, Luo Ling Xue, at the 9th level of the spirit sea realm. Originally cultivated the great Zhou dynasty's inherited technique, the Luo God technique, in the present moment. Within the Hall of Martial Arts, a transcendent scripture known as the Lucian Method has been comprehended. Lucian Method? Exclaimed one, nearly mistaking it for something less illustrious. Ding! Host, this is the paramount scripture of a formidable being from the myriad realms, akin to the battle saint method that Lin Yun has grasped. Both being the pinnacle of their respective realms. Splendid. Now, both disciples from the sect possess the most formidable techniques in existence, that Liu Chen firmly believes they will soon uphold the prestige of the Kunlun sect. With this, Kunlun would attract more disciples, enabling him to trigger system tasks for rewards to enhance his cultivation. As for the arduous process of cultivation, it could be summed up in 2 words: slack off. After all, he is a man endowed with a system. The tedious task of cultivation is better left to the disciples of the sect. He merely needs to extract every reward from a system. System, are you certain that it is not I who will extract from you? He remains unconvinced that his future strength will be insufficient. Indeed, sect master, both I and my junior sister have comprehended the techniques. Lin Yun and his companions' faces radiated with joy, their gazes towards Lu Chen filled with profound respect and gratitude. Techniques? Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang appeared momentarily bewildered. It was only then he noticed a shift in Lin Yun's aura, his eyes widening in astonishment. Spirit Sea Realm? Wasn't he this lad in the body establishment realm just yesterday? How could he, in a single night, not only open his spiritual veins, but also break through to the Spirit Sea Realm? Luo Wushuang was astounded, his disbelief palpable. The techniques. It must be the sect master. Ling Xue has also comprehended the techniques. It surely must be a gift from the sect master. The thought invigorated Luo Wushuang with excitement. Excellent. Now that you have grasped the techniques of the great powers of Kunlun throughout the ages, you must diligently cultivate to ensure that you do not tarnish the name of Kunlun in the future. Lu Chen spoke resolutely. These words struck Luo Wushuang like a bolt of lightning, causing his body to tremble. The great powers of Kunlun throughout the ages. Indeed, Kunlun is a hidden grand sect. What a formidable ally. Yes, sect master, we shall undoubtedly live up to your expectations, the two affirmed with unwavering determination. That Liu Chen nodded in satisfaction. As they exited the main hall, Luo Wushuang eagerly inquired, Ling Xue, is what the sect master said true? Have you comprehended the techniques of the great powers of Kunlun? Indeed, father, I have comprehended an unparalleled technique in the Hall of Martial Arts. Ling Xue replied, her excitement evident. Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang was filled with exhilaration and disbelief. Kunlun is indeed a hidden grand sect. Otherwise, how could a mere waste, who hadn't even opened his spiritual veins, achieve such a breakthrough overnight? Lin Yun, are you being polite? By the way, father, why do you refer to the sect master as sect master? Ling Shui asked, puzzled, considering it a title reserved for subordinate factions addressing the main sect. Ling Shui, I have already discussed this with the ancestor. Our dojo is now a subordinate faction of Kunlun. Luo Wushuang explained slowly to his daughter. Is that true? How wonderful. Father, our dojo can now be a subordinate of Kunlun. We shall no longer fear other dynasties. Ling Shui exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Although she is a disciple of Kunlun, she is acutely aware that in times of danger, the sect master's intervention is not guaranteed. Many weaker factions seek refuge under greater powers, yet when they provoke forces stronger than their main sect, they are often abandoned. After all, a main sect would not offend a mightier force for the sake of a frail subordinate faction. Nonetheless, she believes Lu Chen is not that type of person, and she is steadfast in this conviction. Indeed, in Lu Chen's eyes, anyone who dares to harm his people, regardless of their strength or background, will be annihilated. Father, how is the ancestor's injury? Ling Shui asked, concern etched across her features. Since the day Wang Ming killed the national master of the Feather Transformation Dynasty and brought Luo Yuan to Kunlun to suppress his injuries, she had not seen the ancestor again. Alas, although the ancestor's injuries have been suppressed, his lifespan is waning. Unless he can break through to the Void Realm. Luo Wushuang's face darkened with sorrow, knowing that it would be exceedingly difficult for his ancestor to achieve such a breakthrough without a 9th grade spiritual herb. Yet 9th grade herbs are the finest after the ultimate grade, with sacred herbs, divine herbs, and emperor herbs above that. That moment, Ling Shui's face brightened with excitement. Father, I will seek out the sect master immediately. He should have a way to assist the ancestor. Before she could finish, Luo Wushuang interrupted, gazing at her with a look of appreciation. Ling Shui, that is not possible. The sect master has already helped the Dojo dynasty through a crisis. Now, the ancestor's predicament must be resolved by our dojo alone. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui's expression dimmed. Knowing her father spoke the truth, it is unrealistic to rely on Lu Chen for everything. She is merely a disciple of Kunlun, and the sect master's assistance to the dojo is already a tremendous favor. However, she soon thought of something, her face lighting up. Father, isn't there an auction being held by the Daqin dynasty? Perhaps they will have spiritual herbs that could aid the ancestor's recovery. This was news that had circulated before the impending national conflict with the Feather Transformation Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang's eyes gleamed momentarily, only to fade again. As one of the 4 great dynasties and the ruler of Dojo, he understood that this auction was no ordinary event. It was rumored to be hosted by the Ancient Commerce Association in the Tianqing Prefecture. And the reason it was held in the Tianwu dynasty was that the Daqin dynasty was the dominant force in Qingzhou. Only a powerful state like Daqin could attract the Ancient Commerce Association to hold such a grand auction within its domain. After all, a weak dynasty would not even pique the interest of the Ancient Commerce Association. An auction organized by the Ancient Commerce Association is incomparable to ordinary merchants. Its influence is immense, and powers from other great states in the southern wilderness will surely attend. How could Dojo contend with such overwhelming forces? Luo Wushuang sighed inwardly. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his previously dim eyes. I wonder if the sect master would be interested in this auction. He mused inwardly. If Lu Chen were aware of his current thoughts, he would likely be eager to lead everyone to create a stir. At this moment, Lu Chen was preoccupied with how to elevate the reputation of Kunlun, ensuring it resonated throughout Qingzhou. Father, why don't we share the news of the auction with the sect master to see if he is interested? Ling Shui suggested, having discerned her father's thoughts. She had always been exceptionally intelligent and gifted, and she could tell from her father's expression that this auction might not be ordinary. Thus, she proposed this course of action. After all, Kunlun is shrouded in mystery, and even though she is now a disciple, she remains unaware of the full extent of Kunlun's formidable heritage. However, she is certain that if Lu Chen is willing to attend the Daqin dynasty, Dajo's position at the auction would not be overly anxious about other powers. Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang gazed at his daughter with admiration. Indeed, you are my daughter, Ling Shui. You are astute. Very well, Ling Shui. Let us go speak with the sect master. Luo Wushuang said, his expression tinged with anticipation. He hoped that Lu Chan would take an interest in the auction, for should there be any herbs capable of aiding the ancestoress recovery, even if they were sacred herbs, he would compete for them without fear of the mighty forces. Little did he know that every faction attending this auction would be beyond the reach of the Dazhou dynasty. Within the main hall? Oh, an auction. A flicker of intrigue glimmered in Lu Chen's eyes as he regarded Luo Wushuang below. It was as if he had been searching for a pillow while dozing off. And now it had conveniently presented itself. He had been troubled about how to amplify Kunlun's reputation in Qingzhou, and now this opportunity had arrived at his doorstep. Upon hearing their words, Lu Chen displayed a keen interest. Sect Master, this auction is hosted by the Ancient Commerce Association, and there are rumors that the Celestial Spirit Pill will be featured. Seeing Lu Chen's apparent interest, Luo Wushuang hurriedly added, powers from other great states in the southern wilderness will gather for this grand occasion. I wonder if the Sect Master would be inclined to attend. Luo Wushuang's excitement was evident. Upon learning that the event was organized by the Ancient Commerce Association, Ling Shui was utterly astonished. She had initially believed it to be a mere ordinary auction hosted by the Daqin dynasty, but it turned out to be the Ancient Commerce Association and the Celestial Spirit Pill. That is indeed a supreme elixir capable of aiding those in the Void Realm, enhancing their chances of breaking through to the Heavenly King realm by as much as 60%. However, what they remain oblivious to is that those who ascend to the Heavenly King realm through the Celestial Spirit Pill are fundamentally different from those who achieve this breakthrough through their own comprehension. One exists in the heavens while the other remains grounded on earth. In an era devoid of saints, the Heavenly King realm is an existence that overlooks the rise and fall of an entire domain, a status reserved solely for the formidable powers among the great factions. This notion was beyond the wildest dreams of Luo Wushuang. The Ancient Commerce Association? Noticing that Lu Chan seemed unfamiliar with the Ancient Commerce Association, Luo Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with astonishment. How could this be possible? Is the Kunlun sect not a reclusive grand sect? Was it not a force from the ancient era? Otherwise, how could the sect leader be unaware of the Ancient Commerce Association? It is worth noting that the ancient era has long passed, over 1,000,000 years ago, and any force that has managed to endure from that time is undoubtedly a superpower within the Xianwu continent. The Ancient Commerce Association is one such entity, and as the largest commercial organization in the Xianwu continent, it boasts countless branches across every domain. This auction is hosted by the Qingzhou branch. The main association, however, resides in the Central Heaven domain, regarded as the true sacred ground of cultivation in the eyes of countless practitioners. It is impossible. The Kunlun sect could not possibly be a force from the mythical era, which has long since faded into history over tens of millions of years ago. The era preceding the ancient was the most resplendent and prosperous epoch of the Xianwu continent, a dazzling age where numerous emperors coexisted and divine kings reigned, often referred to by later generations as the mythical era. Furthermore, ancient texts record that during this mythical era, emperors were drawn to the upper realms by a powerful force on the same day, leaving only their respective legacies behind. Although the ancient era may not compare to the mythical era, it too witnessed the rise of many emperors, and the Ancient Commerce Association was founded by an emperor of that time. Whether there truly exists an upper realm is knowledge beyond Luo Wushuang's grasp, but a tremor coursed through Luo Wushuang's heart, and he dared not ponder further. Panic ensued within him. If Lu Chen were to uncover his suspicions, he would likely receive a severe reprimand. Damn it! How could I not be from this world? Of course, I have never heard of it. After taking a moment to collect himself from the shock, Luo Wushuang continued, Sect leader. The Ancient Commerce Association was established by an emperor during the ancient era, with a legacy spanning over 1,000,000 years. No one knows the extent of its foundation. The ancient era, a power forged by an emperor. Lu Chen was equally astonished. An emperor. Such a figure was beyond his current reach. However, with the system at his disposal, as long as he develops the sect and attracts more talented disciples, continually acquiring system summoning cards, he believed he could soon summon an emperor-level power. Nevertheless, attending this auction might prove beneficial, as he could potentially encounter a few prodigies and perhaps trigger a system mission. Having made up his mind, Lu Chen gazed at Luo Wushuang. Very well. We shall set off tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang's expression turned ecstatic. He had not anticipated Lu Chen's agreement, and perhaps there was a chance for the ancestors' injuries to heal. Ling Shui also displayed a delighted expression. The following day, at the Kunlun Sect's plaza, the crowd awaited Lu Chen's arrival at tea that moment. A voice resonated, "Let us depart." The crowd beheld Lu Chen, clad in white, exuding an otherworldly aura as he approached slowly. With a single step, he appeared before them in an instant. "Greetings, sect leader." The crowd hurriedly bowed in reverence. I Inqing Zhou, before an immense, ancient city filled with an air of antiquity. One could discern runes faintly shimmering upon the city walls, resembling an immense web enveloping the vast edifice. The gates of the ancient city stood wide open, flanked by several armored soldiers of the Great Qin's Imperial Guard, each emanating a formidable aura. Countless cultivators from various locations streamed into the ancient city, accompanied by numerous elders from powerful families within Qingzhou and beyond. Swish, swish, several figures emerged, precisely the group led by Lu Chen from the Kunlun sect. Wang Ming and others trailed closely behind, while Chun Beixian, in the Void Realm, lurked in the shadows. "Have you heard? The Yuhua dynasty has been destroyed. Are you seeking death? The Yuhua dynasty is one of the 4 great dynasties of Qingzhou. How could it possibly be wiped out? If the Yuhua dynasty were to learn of this, you would not even know how to perish." A rogue quickly covered the mouth of his overly talkative companion, glancing around anxiously, fearful of being overheard. However, Lu Chen and his group still caught wind of the conversation, finding it amusing. "Rest assured, the Yuhua dynasty has indeed been annihilated. It was at the hands of my Kunlun sect. Sect leader, this ancient city is truly magnificent." At that moment, Lin Yun gazed with wide-eyed wonder at the ancient city before him, as if he had never beheld such grandeur. Coming from a small family with the strongest member being merely in the divine concealment realm, how could he not be awestruck by such an enormous ancient city? Not only Lin Yun, but even Lu Chen was taken aback by the sheer scale of the ancient city. After all, he was not originally from this world and was witnessing a city built by cultivators of the Xianwu continent for the very first time. He had not anticipated it to be so grand and magnificent. However, despite the astonishment within him, Lu Chen maintained an expression of composure, his gaze deep and unfathomable, as though the resplendent ancient city was no more than an ordinary settlement in his eyes. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Lu Chen was struck with exasperation. "This is precisely what I feared. I shall never bring this kid along again. It is utterly embarrassing." Just as Lu Chen was mentally lamenting, a voice rang out, "Look, wow, which force could possibly be so ostentatious? Do they not fear retribution for such actions within the Great Qin dynasty?" The crowd buzzed with speculation to their surprise, even the Tianwu dynasty had sent representatives to the auction. The Tianwu dynasty? Could it be indeed? It was the dominant force of Tianzhou, the Tianwu dynasty. The crowd at the city gates watched in astonishment as an ancient warship hovered in the air. An experienced elder among the cultivators identified the vessel's origin. "Wow, it is indeed the Tianwu dynasty. Yet even the Tianwu dynasty cannot act so brazenly within Qingzhou. Indeed, one might mistakenly believe that Qingzhou's overlord is the Tianwu dynasty. It is merely an auction, yet they have made such a grand show of it. Surely they must be seeking trouble. The Tianwu dynasty's arrival is not merely for the auction. It seems there are greater intentions at play." "Just fear what? Speak up. Don't hold back." At the city gates, the cultivators of Qingzhou gritted their teeth in fury at the Tianwu dynasty's actions, their expressions revealing their ire. Even the imposing guards of the Great Qin closely monitored the warship's every movement. Had it not been for the fact that these forces were here for the auction, any other faction would have been subdued by now. For such insolence, as cultivators of Qingzhou, they naturally felt compelled to uphold the dignity of their domain. Particularly with the Tianwu dynasty's audacity in Qingzhou, did they truly believe there was no one to challenge them? Of course, other factions from different states also perceived the Tianwu dynasty's aggressive stance as a potential catalyst for conflict, eagerly discussing the unfolding situation. However, this was a spectacle they were more than willing to witness. After all, Should the two dominant dynasties engage in battle, it would provide insight into the true depths of their powers. Within the worship of the Tianwu dynasty, a middle-aged man in battle armor addressed a young man clad in a dark golden dragon robe seated in the main position, speaking with utmost respect. "Your Highness, we have arrived at the great Qin dynasty. Excellent. My father and the others should be arriving shortly as well. Humph. This time, we shall ensure the great Qin dynasty's downfall. The young man before us is none other than Tuabafeng, the crown prince of the Tianwu dynasty. At this moment, his gaze is chillingly cold. Remarkably, at the tender age of 20, Tuabafeng has already transcended to the divine concealment realm, making him the foremost representative of a younger generation in Tianzhou and a renowned prodigy throughout the southern wilderness. He has even been lauded by the revered ancestors of the Tianwu as one who is poised to reach the heavenly sovereign realm in the future. His audacious venture to the great Qin dynasty, one fraught with risk, surely harbors significant intent. The arrival of a dominator from one state instantly imbued the auction with an air of gravity. Many lesser families and rogue cultivators had presumed this event to be a mere auction, unaware that even a state overlord had been stirred. The subsequent scenes unfolded with an astonishment that left them utterly speechless, their eyes widening as they beheld the various powers arriving from different states. Yuezhou Han family, Yinzhou Lu family, Fengzhou Gu family. Hiss, that is the Jun family from Huangzhou, as the elderly observer witnessed the influx of formidable faction from the southern wilderness, particularly noting a bronze warship emblazoned with the ancient character for Jun. His expression shifted to one of profound shock, his voice quivering slightly as he spoke. Clearly, the Jun family from Huangzhou possesses a lineage of extraordinary significance. Otherwise, such a reaction from a senior member of the Tianji Pavilion would be unfathomable. The Tianji Pavilion, established 500,000 years ago by the divine king of Tianji, stands as a formidable force, second only to those ancient sanctuaries, empires, and imperial clans with legacies spanning over 1,000,000 years. Renowned for its ability to glimpse the secrets of the heavens and deduce the causalities of the world, the pavilion once assisted an elder from a sacred ground in seeking opportunities to extend his life. The outcome, however, remains known only to the Tianji Pavilion itself. It is worth noting that the Tianji Pavilion does not truly possess the ability to discern the secrets of the heavens or predict worldly causality. Even emperors cannot pierce the veil of fate, and the Tianji's secret techniques are merely ancient methods of divine kings, incapable of such feats. Much of their reputation stems from their own proclamations of omniscience. Now, after several tens of thousands of years, the Tianji Pavilion has long since declined. Otherwise, they would not have ventured to the great Qin dynasty for this auction, as their current strength aligns merely with that of a state dominator. Alas, the arrival of the Jun family suggests they are here for something of immense value. A realization struck Yu Tsang, whose expression subtly shifted as he murmured to himself. He was acutely aware that this auction would not only feature the coveted celestial spirit pill, but also a legendary weapon that could incite countless factions across the southern wilderness, excluding only the sacred grounds and imperial clans, to vie for it. Were it not in the hands of the ancient Commerce Association, these factions would surely act recklessly. After all, none would dare to provoke the association unless they wished for their annihilation. Heavens, is this a precursor to war against Qingzhou? The attendees are all dominators of their respective states. What could possibly attract them to this auction? My friend, I possess insider knowledge regarding this auction. One exclaimed, I have heard that a little umbrella is to be auctioned, which is a divine artifact for exploring the honey path forbidden zone. What? The little umbrella. Is that for real? The other replied incredulously. You know, Qingzhou people don't deceive their own. Indeed. The first affirmed, I believe these great powers are here solely for the little umbrella. It is a divine artifact capable of preventing the leakage of vital energy. As the crowd observed the various state powers arriving in succession, they were left in awe, speculating about what treasures could possibly warrant such a congregation of dominators. Among them, a sharp-faced cultivator earnestly recounted the divine artifacts expected to appear at the auction. Not far away, Liu Chen paused momentarily upon overhearing their conversation, then hastily checked the system marketplace. Upon seeing the words little umbrella and the phrase not redeemed, he exhaled in relief. Damn, He exclaimed, startled. I thought the system had gone awry. I almost believed there was actually a little umbrella in this world. His anxiety stemmed not from the little umbrella itself, but from the fear that the system had abandoned him, given its prolonged silence. Meanwhile, Luo Wushuang was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that all the attending factions were of the Dominator level. Reflecting on this, he realized that without having allied with the Kunlun sect, the Great Zhou would have been but a small shrimp in the presence of these state dominators, able to do little more than jump around, likely unable to secure even a single item. Despite Kunlun's current display of strength being unimpressive, he firmly believed in Lu Chen, trusting that Kunlun harbored far greater depth than what was visible, with only 2 divine transformation realm guardians, merely serving as sect protectors. After all, these dominator-level powers would not easily afford to have divine transformation realm experts as mere protectors. The fact that such experts were willing to serve as guardians for a sect speaks volumes of its profound heritage. Reassured, Luo Wushuang shed his previous apprehension, adopting an expression of natural ease as if he had acquired some divine artifact. As the various state powers approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Even before entering the ancient city of the Great Chen, the attendees could feel a wave of terrifying energy emanating from the warships of the various factions. An invisible pressure weighed heavily upon the crowd, causing their faces to pale in shock. The presence of divine transformation realm experts, each aura surpassed that of the Dao Palace realm, affirmatively indicating the presence of divine transformation powerhouses. They had not anticipated that such a gathering of state powers would bring forth divine transformation experts to an auction. Initially, they thought the event would be significant, but the presence of Dao Palace realm cultivators was hardly surprising, given that, in these powerful states, Dao Palace realm individuals might not even be considered strong. To them, however, such figures were revered ancestors, exalted beings in some dynasties or families. Divine transformation realm beings held the status of ancestral figures. One divine transformation expert alone could establish a force that would endure for a millennium. Yet now, witnessing so many divine transformation powerhouses before them, how could they not be astounded? This is indeed the might of a state dominator, and their heritage is undeniably formidable. Lu Chen too felt the overwhelming pressure from these powerful divine transformation auras, while Luo Wushuang and the others were equally astonished. However, with a wave of Wang Ming's hand, the oppressive force dissipated instantly. Indeed, these dominator-level powers are not something the Great Zhou and other feeble dynasties can compare with. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes as he assessed the arriving factions at that moment. A commanding voice resonated from the warship of the Tianwu dynasty, infused with spiritual power that pierced through the ancient city. This is the hospitality of the Great Chen dynasty. My prince has graced the Great Chen, yet there is not a single soul to welcome him. The speaker was Yang Shan, a divine transformation powerhouse from the Tianwu dynasty, who had come to participate in the auction. That he stood beside Tao Ba Feng, visibly displeased with the Great Chen dynasty's lack of courtesy. Were outsiders to witness this scene, they would find it hard to believe that a divine transformation expert would exhibit such deference to a mere prince of the divine concealment realm. In the southern wilderness, a divine transformation expert would undoubtedly command respect wherever they went, often holding the position of elder. Even a prince of a dynasty, if possessing divine transformation prowess, would not require excessive reverence, as mutual respect would be the norm. However, before the Tianwu prince, Yang Shan dared not act otherwise. He recognized that this young prince, currently only at the divine concealment realm, had been heralded by the Tianwu ancestors as one destined for the heavenly sovereign realm. Someone who might one day dominate the fate of an entire realm. At this moment, the gaze directed at Tuo Ba Feng brimmed with respect. Tianzhou and Qingzhou are neighboring territories, and both the Tianwu and Great Chen dynasties are long-standing powers with legacies spanning thousands of years. Over millennia, both empires have sought to eradicate each other in their quest for territorial expansion. However, their strengths are comparable, with each dynasty boasting its own Dao Void Realm ancestors to guard their dominion, resulting in a stalemate. Naturally, the other state powers were well aware of the long-standing animosity between the Tianwu and Great Chen dynasties, having engaged in numerous battles throughout the ages that a century ago. A divine transformation expert from the Great Qin dynasty met their demise at the hands of the Tianwu, further deepening the enmity between the two. Now, with an opportunity to humiliate the Great Qin dynasty, the members of the Tianwu dynasty were eager to capitalize on it. Indeed, we have come together as the powers of various states, yet it is your Qingzhou that should feel honored. Not only have you failed to send anyone to welcome us, but you also dare to treat us with such contempt. You, Great Qin dynasty, possess the strength to be so disrespectful. Buzz. As the sound faded, an elderly man, well into his years, emerged from the worship of the Fengzhou ancient family, releasing a formidable aura of the transformational deity realm that swept towards the ancient city of the Qin dynasty. An overwhelming and suffocating presence instantly stirred ripples in the surrounding space, causing the air to resonate ominously. Beneath the transformational deity, all are but ants. Poof, poof, poof. Merely the overwhelming aura caused numerous cultivators who had just recovered in front of the ancient city to spout blood, their faces paling in shock and dread. Damn it. Do they think there is no one in Qingzhou? Are they declaring war on Qingzhou? Why have the people of the Qin dynasty not yet appeared? The cultivators from Qingzhou, who were being oppressed by the formidable aura of the Fengzhou ancient family elder, roared in their hearts. The forces from various states had always looked down upon the cultivators of Qingzhou. In the southern wilderness region, both the strength and territory of Qingzhou could be said to be ranked behind these larger states, with the Qin dynasty being the sole hegemonic force in Qingzhou. Other states had multiple hegemonic forces, and the ancient family was merely one of the dominant powers within Fengzhou. Almost all the forces present at the ancient city hailed from within Qingzhou. As for those from other states, they arrived aboard warships, with distances between states spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Even a transformational deity would find it challenging to traverse such distances in a short time, as spiritual energy would be greatly depleted. Only flying warships could cover such vast distances in a brief period, unless one were a void realm expert capable of tearing through the void to traverse space. Sensing this overwhelming aura, the several elite guards of the Qin dynasty of the city gate instantly changed their expressions, which were soon replaced by anger. Audacious, impudent, one of the elite guard leaders stepped forward, unleashing the full power of his 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, his golden armor radiating brilliant light as he roared defiantly. Even in the face of a transformational deity, this elite guard leader remained unafraid. To strike in the capital of the Qin dynasty was tantamount to slapping the face of the Qin dynasty. This is indeed the capital of the Qin dynasty, and you dare to make a move here. The elite guard leader glared furiously at the ancient family elder. Many forces from various states scoffed upon hearing this, thinking that the Qin dynasty had dared to treat them with such disdain. If they did not show the Qin dynasty a bit of strength, they might truly believe their power was formidable. Good heavens! Are they begging us to come? These forces from various states were indeed shameless. It appeared that many among them had some sort of dealings with the Tianwu dynasty. Otherwise, why would the forces from the Tianwu dynasty suddenly turn hostile, and these factions express such enmity towards the Qin dynasty? It seemed the Qin dynasty was truly lacking in capable individuals. A mere ant of the Dao Palace realm dared to speak to me in such a manner. The ancient family elder's expression darkened upon hearing the elite guard leader's words. A murderous intent flashing in his eyes, seeking death, the ancient family elder raised his hand, striking towards the elite guard leader with a giant palm that bore terrifying power, crashing down upon him in an instant. Boom! Roar! The elite guard leader, witnessing the palm descending, unleashed his full aura in a desperate attempt to block this terrifying blow. Yet a strike from a transformational deity was beyond his capacity to withstand. Even at the 9th level of the Dao Palace, bang, 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 boom, poof, the elite guard leader's armor erupted violently, and he was sent crashing against the city wall, spitting blood, his aura waning, on the brink of death. Old fool, do you truly think there is no one in the Qin dynasty? The remaining elite guards, witnessing their leader being grievously wounded by the ancient family elder, felt their eyes widen in disbelief. Roaring in anger, with a thunderous rumble, 9 elite guards of the 5th level of the Dao Palace from the Qin dynasty, unafraid of death, surged towards the elder with their full might. Hiss! The crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated the Qin dynasty would be so formidable, deploying 10 Dao Palace Realm cultivators to guard the city gate. Dao Palace Realm. Each could easily be the leader of a third-rate power. Yet the Qin dynasty possessed such a multitude. However, even if they summoned 10 more, they would still be unable to withstand a single transformational deity. Beneath the transformational deity, all are but ants. Numbers alone cannot make up the difference. No matter how many ants there are, they ultimately remain ants. The ancient family elder looked at the 9 ants with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, then uttered a single word: annihilate. Boom! The utterance of that word resembled a divine decree, sweeping forth with an overwhelming force towards the 9 charging individuals. Sensing this unstoppable and powerful momentum, the expressions of the 9 elite guards of the Qin dynasty changed dramatically. Their hearts trembling as if facing a deity, under this terrifying aura that left them utterly powerless. Boom! Bang, bang, bang. With a deafening roar, the air erupted into a mist of blood. The 9 Dao Palace elite guards of the Qin dynasty annihilated in an instant by the elder's single word. Hiss! Beneath the transformational deity, all are but ants. The ancients truly do not deceive us cultivators. Those were 9 Dao Palace elites, and they were thus obliterated by a single word. The people of Qingzhou at the city gate were all struck dumb by the might of the ancient family elder. And even more terrifying was the fact that he dared to kill people from the Qin dynasty. Even the other state forces who had previously joined in the agitation were left stunned by the elder's actions. What is happening? We merely intended to suppress the momentum of the Qin dynasty, and you directly killed off 9 Dao Palace elites and severely injured one. They certainly did not wish to go to war with the Qin dynasty now. Although they were also a hegemonic force, Qingzhou had only one such power: the Qin dynasty. Meanwhile, the hegemonic forces in their respective states were not limited to just one. If war broke out, the other hegemonic forces in their states would not remain indifferent, and they would undoubtedly find themselves besieged from all sides. Originally, they had planned to follow the Tianwu dynasty's lead to strike a blow, but they never anticipated that the elder from the Fengzhou ancient family would dare to kill someone, especially right at their doorstep. Wasn't that courting death? This is Qingzhou, not their stronghold. Realizing this, the expressions of the transformational deity cultivators from the other states changed, their eyes filled with trepidation. If the Qin dynasty truly intended to wage war, they would indeed become mere cannon fodder, especially since they were currently in Qingzhou at this moment. Even the prince of the Tianwu dynasty wore a grave expression. He too had not expected that the elder from the Fengzhou ancient family would dare to kill someone from the Qin dynasty. It's over. It's all over. War is imminent. I want to go home. I don't want the divine weapon anymore. The crowd suddenly came to their senses, their faces filled with shock. The ancient family elder had killed someone from the Qin dynasty, 9 Dao Palace elites. Wasn't he this forcing the Qin dynasty into war? Just then, Lu Chen was also utterly bewildered. What the hell? What is happening? It's already turning into a fight. What about the auction? If a fight breaks out, should I help? After all, that old man was too arrogant. This made Lu Chen consider asking Wang Ming to take action and eliminate him directly. But at that moment, everyone felt a surge of powerful auras emanating from within the ancient city. And upon sensing that each of these auras belonged to the Dao Palace realm, the expressions of the people of the city gate turned to astonishment. Even the ancient family elder's expression changed dramatically. He sensed an aura that made his heart palpitate, and the transformational deities from other states also sensed this terrifying presence, their expressions filled with shock. Then, figures brimming with powerful auras emerged from the ancient city. The Fengzhou ancient family possesses great audacity. Suddenly, a man clad in golden armor appeared in the void. Unlike the previous elite guard leader, this warrior's armor was engraved with a resplendent dragon. Hiss! That was the Grand Commander of the Qin elite guards, Zhang Han. Someone recognized this armored figure as the Grand Commander of the Qin elite guards, Zhang Han. Boom! His aura erupted violently, distorting and collapsing the void, causing the heavens and earth above the ancient city to tremble. Then he raised his hand, and a golden palm imprint appeared in the air, descending with terrifying might towards the ancient family warship. The ancient family members aboard were rendered immobile by this overwhelming aura. Their eyes filled with fear. Sensing this terrifying power, the ancient family elder's expression shifted to one of horror. In that moment, he lost the previous arrogance he had displayed, his face now filled with dread. He was merely at the 7th level of the transformational deity realm, and facing a 9th level transformational deity made him feel like an ant. Save me. Under the overwhelming aura of the transformation god at the 9th level. The various factions' transformation gods from across the states were suppressed to the point of barely standing, let alone offering assistance. Boom! Bang, bang, bang. With a thunderous explosion, the ancient clan's elder and the ancient clan's worship were obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. The great Qin dynasty shall not be insulted, that if you dare provoke the great Qin dynasty again, even a hegemon from a single state will be extinguished by us. Zhang Han coldly addressed the gathered forces. The great Qin dynasty has never feared the hegemonic powers of the various states, and the recently annihilated ancient clan, while also a hegemonic force, paled in comparison to the great Qin dynasty. Do not misunderstand, Commander Zhang. It was merely that Gu Qian unexpectedly went mad and acted without reason, leaving us at a loss. Indeed. Yes. We came to participate in the auction, of course. We would not provoke the great Qin dynasty. Yes, that is correct. As Lu Gu spoke up, others quickly echoed, distancing themselves from the ancient clan. They had no choice but to bow their heads. After all, they were on another's territory. Moreover, among the forces present, the strongest transformation god attending the auction was merely the 8th level cultivator from the Tianwu dynasty, but of course, apart from the Jun family from the wilderness state, they were not involved in these disputes. Perhaps viewing these factions as mere trivial squabbles. It is best to keep it that way. Zhang Han understood the schemes of these factions well, yet the great Qin dynasty has a legacy spanning millennia. And even he, the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards, was not fully aware of its profound depths. However, he knew the great Qin dynasty was not a third-rate hegemonic power like the ancient clan could compare to. The auction will be held tomorrow. Everyone, please enter the city. Accommodations have been arranged for all parties. Zhang Han spoke slowly. After finishing this statement, he turned and departed. Phew, I was scared to death. I thought a battle was about to break out. Indeed. However, with the entire ancient clan wiped out in Qingzhou, they are unlikely to let it go easily. The great Qin dynasty is not to be trifled with. The ancient clan lacks the strength to confront the great Qin dynasty. Hearing the crowd's remarks, Yu Tsang from the Tianji pavilion chuckled softly, then slowly uttered a cryptic statement. The ancestor once said that the golden era has arrived, and the opportunities for my Tianji pavilion lie within Qingzhou. In the ancient city, the sect master remarked that the tower over there is the resting place for my great Zhou dynasty. Luo Wushuang observed the magnificent 9-story tower not far away and nodded slightly, marveling inwardly. Indeed, it is all about the background, whether in Blue Star or this world where the strong are revered. He realized from Luo Wushuang that only forces led by transformation gods are qualified to occupy these exclusive towers. As for those wandering cultivators, they must resort to spirit stones to find a place to rest in the city. As everyone entered the tower, Lin Yun began to display an air of innocence and naivety, causing Lu Chen to instantly wear a black line of frustration on his face. Desperate, he eventually allowed him to venture out with Ling Shui, as he was genuinely concerned about Lin Yun's reckless nature. Go on, Lu Chen waved his hand hastily. Junior sister, let us hurry. Lin Yun gleefully took Ling Shui's hand at that moment. Senior brother, Ling Shui's delicate face flushed with 2 shades of red as she shyly murmured. Lu Chen's expression darkened instantly, thinking to himself, goodness, that was quick. Of course, it was not that Lu Chen harbored feelings for Ling Shui, but rather that Lin Yun, who usually progressed slowly in cultivation, was remarkably quick in matters of romance. In truth, one cannot entirely blame Lin Yun, as his fighting saint body had only just awakened and required some time. In the subsequent period, Lin Yun's cultivation progress was nothing short of extraordinary, breaking through barriers at an astonishing pace. But that is a tale for another time. Wang Xian, go and secretly protect those 2. Yes, sect master. Wang Xian instantly vanished from sight. Let's also explore the great Qin ancient city. In the opulent palace of the great Qin dynasty, A figure of celestial beauty clad in a flowing white gown exuded a radiant aura, her eyes gently closed, emanating waves of seven-colored divine light. As if a fairy from the heavens was dancing gracefully, she was Princess Chen Ruoxian of the Great Qin dynasty. Unbeknownst to many, she bore another identity as the Empress of the Upper Realms Yaoqi ancient country. In her previous life, her cultivation had already brushed against the threshold of immortality, a mere step away from the coveted domain of the immortal path pursued by countless beings. Had she not been ambushed while exploring a mystical realm of immortals and inadvertently awakened a corpse of an immortal, leading to her demise at the hands of that very corpse, her original divine soul would not have escaped and found its way into this realm, coincidentally being reborn as the Great Qin Princess. It is likely that the world would never again see the Yaoqi Empress. Chen Ruoxian slowly opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with brilliance. Yu Lei, if this Empress returns to the upper realm, I shall ensure that your Wujigoguo pays the price. It is still too slow. The rules of this realm are imperfect, and the spiritual energy in the southern wasteland is excessively sparse. Perhaps heading to the central heaven region would be a better choice. Chen Ruoxian murmured softly. The central region is indeed the place with the densest spiritual energy in the Immortal Martial Continent. However, in a short while, the spiritual energy in the southern wasteland will multiply several times compared to the current central region. Knock knock. Your Highness, the sovereign requests your presence at the Nurturing Heart Palace. Outside the hall, a palace guard with transformation god realm cultivation reported respectfully, I am the Nurturing Heart Palace. Qin Zhan's demeanor was imposing as he listened to Zhang Han's report. His face suddenly darkening with rage, a terrifying aura inadvertently radiating from him, causing Zhang Han, at the 9th level of transformation god, to turn pale and tremble in fear. The sovereign's cultivation is terrifying. A mere third-rate hegemonic power dares to kill my Great Qin's people. They're truly seeking death. Were it not for the current and opportune time for war, I would annihilate the ancient clan. Indeed, the strength of the Great Qin dynasty is not as simple as it appears on the surface. A hegemonic power is merely regarded as a third-rate force by this sovereign. It is known that to become a hegemonic power, one must possess a strong presence at the Dongshu realm. Sovereign, the Yuhua dynasty has been destroyed. At this moment, Zhang Han suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan's expression remained unchanged, as if the fall of a dynasty was no more significant than the death of an ant beneath his feet. There was no need for him to even glance at it. He spoke indifferently. Which force was responsible? As the absolute hegemon of Qingzhou, all factions, large and small, within Qingzhou were required to pay tribute to cultivation resources annually to the Great Qin. Should any other state's power attempt to extinguish a faction in Qingzhou, the Great Qin dynasty would intervene. However, if a force stronger than the Great Qin dynasty emerged, the Great Qin would not offend a major power for the sake of a minor faction. This is the survival rule of the Immortal Martial Continent. Even if the Great Xia dynasty had a powerful elder at the Dongshu realm, they would not dare to provoke the majesty of the Great Qin. It was the Great Zhou dynasty. Zhang Han hesitated before speaking. Oh, the Great Zhou dynasty. Do you know who acted? A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Zhan's eyes. He was well aware of the strengths of these two dynasties. Unless there was someone secretly assisting the Great Zhou, in Qingzhou, aside from the Great Qin and the Great Xia, it was nearly impossible for any other faction to be a match for the Yuhua dynasty. He suspected that forces from other states had intervened in Qingzhou. My subordinates sensed a powerful aura left by the assailants within the Yuhua royal city. As Zhang Han recalled the aura, his complexion shifted, and he felt a chill run down his spine. After the auction concludes, investigate this matter. If it is indeed forces from other states, do not concern yourself with it for now. Very well. If there is nothing else, you may leave, Qin Zhan commanded imperiously. Yes. After Zhang Han exited the Nurturing Heart Palace, Qin Ruoxian entered just in time. Father. Qin Ruoxian spoke softly, and upon hearing his daughter's gentle address, Qin Zhan could not help but smile bitterly within. However, he had already grown accustomed to this situation. After all, who could blame him for having such an extraordinary daughter? He dared not scold her. In the Grand Qin dynasty, aside from his own esteemed ancestor, It was only his daughter who could converse with him so freely. If Qin Zhan were to discover that his daughter was an empress from the realm of immortals, he would likely be struck with shock. As for Ruoxian, the auction would take place tomorrow, and I know you prefer tranquility. Yet, even the Jun family from the wasteland has arrived this time, and I wish for you to accompany your father on this occasion. Qin Zhan said slowly, gazing at the frost-like countenance of Qin Ruoxian. The Jun family stands as the pinnacle of power among the sovereign forces of the southern wasteland. In fact, the Jun family from the wasteland is an entity that even the Qin dynasty must regard with reverence. Were it not for this, even the Tianwu dynasty, which matches the Qin in strength, would not compel the ruler of the Qin to treat this matter with such caution. Qin Ruoxian, of course, was well aware of the Jun family's significance and understood Qin Zhan's intentions. After all, the current Qin dynasty was not yet in a position to disregard such a dominant force as the Jun family. Her own strength was still insufficient, and she was now a princess of the Qin, a role she was reluctant to accept, yet had no other choice. Moreover, having been reborn into the identity of the Qin princess, she felt a sense of obligation to honor her predecessor's legacy. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, she stated. The moment these words escaped her lips, they caused Qin Zhan, who had been about to speak, to swallow his words instead. If this scene were witnessed by others, it would likely leave them utterly astounded. The sovereign of a powerful faction, reduced to subservience before his own daughter. How pitiful. The following day, within a grand and imposing pavilion in the ancient city of Qin, the Ancient Commerce Association had transformed the space into various elegant private rooms, facilitating the bidding of various factions. The Ancient Commerce Association is the largest trading organization on the Immortal Martial Continent. And despite being merely a branch of the Qin dynasty, even the dominant powers of a state dare not show it any disrespect. As numerous factions entered the venue, many wandering cultivators also arrived, though their meager resources paled in comparison to the might of these great powers. Have you heard? Almost all the sovereign factions from the southern wasteland have come to this auction, save for a few states. What? That's terrifying. What could the Ancient Commerce Association be auctioning that would attract the sovereign powers of the southern wasteland? Some wandering cultivators were animatedly discussing what treasures might be up for bid. It was unclear what they found so thrilling. Were they truly excited to merely spectate? While they were indeed wandering cultivators, the Ancient Commerce Association would not turn them away, as the business greatly valued profit and reputation. In one of the elegant chambers, Lu Chen and his companions had already entered, and as they observed the multitude of factions arriving, Luo Wushuang silently rejoiced. With Lu Chen present, his concerns had significantly diminished. Should a ninth-grade spirit herb emerge during the auction, he would certainly compete for it, even if the bidding contenders were formidable powers. Of course, whether the great Zhou possessed sufficient spirit stones was another matter altogether. Lord Luo, what items are being auctioned? Lu Chen inquired suddenly. Although he had come to stir up some trouble, to join the festivities, he still hoped to acquire some precious spirit herbs or holy medicines should they be available. Spirit herbs are classified from 1st to 9th grade, with the highest grade herbs being exceedingly rare. Holy medicines, which surpass spirit herbs, are nearly impossible to find, while imperial medicines are coveted even by emperors. As for the legendary elixir of immortality, it is said to extend an emperor's lifespan, driving even the mightiest to madness upon encountering it. However, you can't simply wish for it. Without spirit stones, how could one bid? A man with a system would hardly covet such items, as anything from the system's marketplace would be enough to incite frenzy among the ancient beings of the Immortal Martial Continent and even the emperors of higher realms. Take the little umbrella, for instance, that IT could be gifted to Lin Yun and Ling Shui, as they are currently the only two disciples. One cannot withhold all affection from them. After all, that rascal Lin Yun needs to feel the love from his master. Luo Wushuang was momentarily taken aback by this, but soon realized the implication. Could it be that the era of myth did not rely on spirit stones for cultivation? In his mind, he had already deemed the Kunlun sect as a force that had descended from the mythical age of millennia past. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and Ling Shui thought little of it, assuming Lu Chen's inquiry was merely casual, unaware that Kunlun was indeed a sect that had inherited from that era. Could it be the divine source? Hiss! At this thought, Luo Wushuang involuntarily gasped. The divine source is exceedingly rare. Even sacred land would hesitate to employ it for cultivation. Luo Wushuang's imagination was indeed bold. The divine source was scarce even among the sacred lands. Imperial clans and royal powers of the mythic age. The divine source possesses unique powers, capable of sealing away the imminent deaths of ancient beings. It is likely that many of those sacred powers contain ancient beings preserved within their divine sources. Spirit stones have always been the primary resource for cultivators on the Immortal Martial Continent, hence Luo Wushuang's line of thought. After all, the Great Zhou dynasty had only been established for less than 10,000 years and lacked substantial heritage. Otherwise, they would not be so hesitant to auction even a 9th-grade spirit herb. Taking a deep breath, Luo Wushuang sought to calm the astonishment within him. Master, the auction will use spirit stones as the bidding currency. He respectfully stated, "Oh, spirit stones." Chen nodded, seemingly struck by a thought. Aside from spirit stones, can other items be used for bidding? He inquired again. This outing was intended to elevate the Kunlun sect's reputation. Now was an opportune moment, with the dominant forces of the southern wasteland gathered. Showcasing Kunlun's formidable strength at this auction would be a splendid choice, Chen mused. This? Kunlun's formidable strength? My goodness! Are you truly daring enough to contemplate such a thing? Do you wish to court disaster? If you perish, the author will be left with nothing. Of course, formidable strength does not imply courting death. Rather, it pertains to financial resources. Although lacking spirit stones, one could always rely on the system. System, send funds. Ding Fu, the system replied. What the F? Can you really tolerate this? Damn it, you dog system. Upon hearing the system's retort, Chen cursed under his breath. Luo Wushuang's expression shifted with excitement at Chen's mention of using other items. He assumed Chen was referring to the divine source. Consider using a divine source to bid on lesser items. If those ancient beings were to discover Luo Wushuang's thoughts, they would surely strike him down. Master, that is indeed possible, Luo Wushuang replied. The sect master could also entrust items to the Ancient Commerce Association for auction, although the association would take a portion of the bidding fees. Luo Wushuang pondered this before continuing. All right, I understand. Chen nodded. That moment. A voice resonated with the authority of a great bell, declaring, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Ancient Commerce Association. Thank you for traveling great distances to attend this auction. I hereby announce the official commencement of the Qingzhou Ancient Commerce Association auction." As the commanding voice echoed, the auction officially began. The wandering cultivators in attendance displayed expressions of excitement, eager to discover what treasures might emerge, capable of attracting the various powers from across the states. Shortly thereafter, a woman adorned in a flowing purple gown, with a veil of purple gauze, gracefully ascended the auction stage, eliciting a chorus of exclamations from the crowd below. What the hell is that? It was none other than the celestial Fairy Yun. With the appearance of a woman clad in a purple gown, a voice from the crowd erupted in a loud exclamation. This woman was none other than Yun, a young prodigy ranked among the top 100 on the Southern Wilderness Domain's talented individuals list. The expanse of a domain is vast, encompassing numerous great states, each with its own boundless territory. Every young genius listed on the Southern Wilderness Domain's talented individuals list stands out as an exceptional figure among their peers. Those who achieve a place on this esteemed list are nearly universally recognized within the Southern Wilderness Domain. Yunyan's position within the top 100 signifies that both her innate abilities and the power behind her are such that even the great Qin dynasty would think twice before provoking her. In this realm, the woman in the purple gown is also affectionately referred to as the Fairy Yun. Her influence in the Southern Wilderness Domain is immense, yet her sudden appearance at the Ancient Commerce Association's auction remains a mystery. Much to the astonishment of the multitude gathered below, soon, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers, chanting, "Fairy Yun." Chen, glancing at the crowd's reaction, wore a bewildered expression. He then turned his gaze to the woman in the purple gown, his demeanor shifting slightly as he felt a surge of surprise. Divine Concealment Realm. Observing that the woman appeared to be of a similar age to Ling Shui, he was astounded to learn that she possessed the cultivation of the Divine Concealment Realm. This was undoubtedly a mark of genius. Yet he wondered why the system had not issued any notification. Liu Chen pondered internally, hastily calling upon the system. Is that woman a genius? Ding. No, she is yet to reach the realm of genius. Her elevated cultivation is merely due to the consumption of medicinal pills. Upon hearing the system's words, Liu Chen grasped the reason. So, it's merely due to pill consumption? No wonder. What a pity to resort to such measures at such a young age. Reaching the pinnacle of life, Liu Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly and chose not to dwell further on the woman in the purple gown. On the auction stage, Yin elegantly addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall be your host for this auction. She flashed a charming smile before announcing the first item for bidding. The first item up for auction is the concentration pill. As soon as Yin uttered the name, a wave of exclamations surged from the crowd. It is actually a 7th grade spiritual pill. Upon hearing this, the first-rate forces present were instantly envious. Medicinal pills are categorized into spiritual pills, holy pills, imperial pills, ranging from 1st to 9th grade, along with the exceptional grade. The concentration pill, as its name implies, assists cultivators in the Tao Palace realm to flawlessly break through to the transformation God realm. One must open the divine concealment, establish the Tao Palace, and refine the divine soul to achieve transformation God in the Xianwu continent. Only those in the transformation God realm can be considered formidable, while those below that are deemed insignificant. A first-rate force must have a transformation God to be classified as such. Even among dominant forces, there exists a hierarchy of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tiers, with the Great Qin dynasty belonging to the 1st-tier dominant forces. While the Great Zhou dynasty is categorized among the first-rate forces, it is easy to imagine the impact of a concentration pill on these first-rate forces. Acquiring one would enable them to cultivate another transformation God, thereby elevating their status among the first-rate forces. In such circumstances, a single transformation God is often regarded as an ancestral figure within a first-rate force. The emergence of the concentration pill allowed these first-rate forces to envision a transformation God before their very eyes. The benefits of the concentration pill are self-evident. I trust, Yin remarked with a gentle smile, observing the audience's reactions. Fairy Yin, there is no need for further elaboration. We are all well aware of the concentration pill's value. The representatives of the first-rate forces, unable to contain their eagerness, shouted in unison. Upon hearing their words, Fairy Yin wasted no time and promptly announced the starting bid. The starting bid for the concentration pill is 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As her words fell, many from the various forces couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Hiss! The starting bid was set at 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Such an amount would represent the entirety of a third-rate force's assets. It could be said that third-rate forces were merely present to observe. The starting bid of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones was no small sum, even for first-rate forces, in a private room. Liu Chen watched with keen interest. Wow, the starting bid for a single pill is 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He marveled internally. Prior to the auction, Luo Wushuang had explained to him the classifications of spirit stones: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and exceptional -grade. That moment, a voice rang out: 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The ruler of the Great Xia dynasty spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted again. Hiss! It was the Great Xia dynasty. Although not a dominant force, the Great Xia dynasty harbored an ancestor of the Cave Void realm within its ranks, making it one of the top first-rate forces in Qingzhou, second only to the Great Qin dynasty. However, despite having an ancestral figure, the Great Xia dynasty could not claim dominance due to the presence of the Great Qin. Consequently, as soon as the ruler of the Great Xia made a bid, nearly all first-rate forces in Qingzhou withdrew from the auction, unwilling to oppose the Great Xia dynasty. However, that did not imply that the first-rate forces from other states feared the Great Xia. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, the master of the Divine Blade sect from Tianzhou declared, glancing at Xiaoyang before proceeding with his bid. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang turned his gaze toward the direction of the Divine Blade sect and continued to raise the bid without hesitation. 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped at Xiaoyang's proclamation of 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. That was an extraordinary sum. not 5 million mere stones, but 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Even the master of the Divine Blade sect was taken aback by Xia Yang's audacity. For a first-rate force, 5 million mid-grade spirit stones was already a considerable limit. Thus, the master of the Divine Blade sect opted to forego further bidding, and no one else dared to raise their bid either. Ultimately, the concentration pill was secured by the Great Xia dynasty for 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Following this, various spiritual artifacts appeared, and the various forces engaged in fervent bidding. However, it was peculiar that throughout the auction, the dominant forces had not participated in the bidding. As the auction approached its conclusion, some began to speculate. Strange, why haven't we seen the dominant forces bidding? How could the dominant forces be interested in such items? If I'm not mistaken, as the auction nears its end, we will soon witness the dominant forces enter the fray, some in the audience discussed. Their expressions filled with excitement. Moments later, as anticipated, the auction reached its climax. An elder took to the stage and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, there are only 2 items remaining in this auction." The elder smiled. Just as his words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from the private rooms of the dominant forces. Heavenly Spirit Pill. Their purpose for attending this event was the Heavenly Spirit Pill, for the elder's mention of 2 items. One was undoubtedly the Heavenly Spirit Pill. What, then, could the other item be? Why had they not received any news? Could it be that this auction held a treasure even more significant than the Heavenly Spirit Pill? The attendees from various forces speculated among themselves. In the Jun family's private room, an elder's eyes sparkled with determination. The sacred weapon is finally about to make its appearance. Our Jun family will not let it slip away. Without further ado, the elder on stage declared the starting bid. Heavenly Spirit Pill, starting bid of 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Wow! Heavens! It was indeed a 9th-grade Heavenly Spirit Pill. No wonder the dominant forces from 100 states had come rushing here. Only the Ancient Commerce Association possessed the clout to auction such a treasure. The assembled crowd was struck with astonishment at the sight of the Heavenly Spirit Pill. It was well known that a single Heavenly Spirit Pill could enhance a K-Void realm expert's chances of breaking through to the King realm by 60%. 60%! In an era devoid of saints, entering the King realm meant one could gaze down upon an entire domain. Even sacred places would hesitate to engage in conflict with a formidable being of the King realm. Though the starting bid was set at 1 million high-grade spirit stones, the value of the Heavenly Spirit Pill far exceeded mere millions of spirit stones, 0.10 million high-grade spirit stones. A voice resonated from the Tianwu dynasty's private room. It was none other than the crown prince of the Tianwu dynasty, who seemed to be waiting for something as a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Look, the dominant forces have finally made their presence known. Which faction possesses such overwhelming power to bid a staggering 10 million top-quality spirit stones? It is none other than the Tianwu dynasty. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their gazes instinctively shifting towards the direction of the Tianwu dynasty. To their surprise, the Tianwu dynasty made its move, immediately calling for a bid of 10 million top-quality spirit stones. Then came another voice, declaring 20 million top-quality spirit stones. It was the Liu family from Yinzhou. Before the echoes of their words faded, yet another faction chimed in, declaring 50 million top-quality spirit stones. A voice emerged from the elegant chamber of the Han family in Yuezhou, instantly capturing the attention of all present. It was the Han family of Yuezhou, as they proclaimed 50 million top-quality spirit stones. Every dominant power in attendance couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. It appears that the elder of the Han family is nearing his end. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so reckless as to secure the Tianling Dan at any cost. He wishes to obtain it in hopes of producing another formidable being, murmured an elder shrouded in an aura of invisibility deep within the Merchant Association. The Han family of Yuezhou is a top-tier force known to have produced a being of the Heavenly King realm. Consequently, when the Han family spoke, these dominant powers fell into silence, not wanting to offend a faction that had once boasted such prowess. A millennium ago, a first-rate dominant power waged war against the Han family, only to be utterly obliterated by their overwhelming might. That day, countless factions across the southern wilderness were shaken this moment. The elder on the stage, seeing no further bids, had no choice but to announce that the Tianling Dan had been acquired by the Han family, after the Han family paid their spirit stones. They promptly returned to Wezhou. Now, only one final item remained. Suddenly, the elder produced a long spear from his hand. Buzz, boom! The spear exuded a terrifying, suffocating aura that swept through the venue. The attendees instantly wore expressions of dread, as if facing a divine being rather than a mere weapon. What is this? How can it be so terrifying? Some weaker cultivators, overwhelmed by this dreadful aura, coughed up blood, trembling uncontrollably as they gazed at the spear. Even those at the transformation stage felt as insignificant as ants under this pressure, their eyes filled with fear. This is a holy weapon. All those at the transformation stage had their pupils constrict in unison, their expressions betraying their terror. They had no idea that a holy weapon would appear at this auction. Fortunately, the terrifying aura from the spear dissipated in an instant. Phew! The crowd collectively exhaled, shaken to their core. How terrifying! Although the aura was frightening, Lu Chen remained largely unaffected due to his system, while a few others in the elegant chamber felt the same. Sect Master, that is a holy weapon, Wang Ming remarked, narrowing his eyes as the terrifying aura subsided. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun and Ling Shui were instantly alarmed, their expressions drastically changing. It truly is a holy weapon. No wonder that aura was so fearsome. Thankfully, the sect master intervened. Luo Wushuang, too, was struck with awe and fear, exclaiming, "Senior, did you just say that is a holy weapon?" Merely a damaged holy weapon, Wang Ming replied nonchalantly, as if it were an ordinary item. Just a damaged holy weapon. Hearing this, Luo Wushuang felt an exhilarating rush. It is indeed a holy weapon. Even if damaged, it would undoubtedly incite countless factions to vie for it outside. Yet it has become so inconsequential in the mouth of a senior. It seems that Kunlun sect is far more formidable than he had imagined, Luo Wushuang reflected, shaken to his core. Just then, a resounding boom echoed above the ancient city of Daqin, stunning all within its walls. What is happening? What has occurred? Soon, countless battleships emerged in the skies above the ancient city, each manned by soldiers clad in armor. The inhabitants of the ancient city looked up in shock at the ships, bewildered by the unfolding events. What are those? How is this possible? Those are the forces of the Tianwu dynasty. Why have they suddenly appeared in Qingzhou? Are they declaring war? The Ancient Merchant Association is still conducting its auction. Do they not fear retribution from the association? The Ancient Merchant Association has branches in every state. They prioritize profit and would not concern themselves with these factional disputes. However, a force like the Tianwu dynasty, bold enough to instigate conflict during an auction held by the Ancient Merchant Association, would inevitably face severe repercussions afterward. Yet the Tianwu dynasty must be aware of this, and their audacity suggests a deeper motive. Within the ancient city, the sudden appearance of the Tianwu dynasty's army left everyone in shock. They all gazed skyward, eager to discern what had transpired. Buzz, the space trembled, and a figure clad in a golden dragon robe materialized in the void. He was none other than the monarch of Daqin, Qinzhan. Toby Yuan, come forth. Qinzhan bellowed into the void, astonished that the Tianwu dynasty's forces had appeared before his capital so stealthily, as his words echoed. The void quivered, and a voice responded as a figure emerged before Qinzhan. Qinzhan, today your Daqin shall be annihilated. It was Toby Yuan, the ruler of the Tianwu dynasty. Hearing Toby Yuan's proclamation, Qinzhan's expression darkened as he sensed several auras of equal strength surrounding him. The void transformation realm. It seems some are eager to make their move. Toby Yuan, do you truly believe the Tianwu dynasty possesses the strength to eradicate my Daqin? With a cold snort, Qinzhan unleashed his own void transformation aura, causing the very fabric of space to tremble as a terrifying pressure radiated outward, making the surroundings hum ominously. Void transformation. Toby Yuan's countenance shifted as he felt the overwhelming pressure. He had not anticipated that Qinzhan had also attained the void transformation realm. Thankfully, he had come prepared. Boom! A similar aura erupted from his body as he glared coldly at Qinzhan and declared, even if you have broken through to the void transformation realm, Today, Qin shall be destroyed. Solar seal, suppress. As Tuobi Yuan spoke, he resolutely made his move, swiftly forming seals with his hands and pressing into the void, conjuring a massive golden sun that loomed above the ancient city of Qin, descending with terrifying might. Boom! Witnessing this scene, the inhabitants of the ancient city were filled with terror, their hearts trembling. Even those at the transformation stage could only barely withstand the oppressive aura, let alone the cultivators below that stage. The might of a void transformation expert is not something those at the transformation stage can contend with. Damn it, what does the Tianwu dynasty intend to do? Have they lost their minds? Are they unaware of the numerous factions present in the ancient city? The transformation realm experts from various states felt incredulous at the Tianwu dynasty's recklessness. How dare they initiate war against the Qin dynasty while the Ancient Merchant Association is still holding an auction? Moreover, the Tianwu dynasty's representatives were still within the ancient city. Wait, something's off. The crowd quickly realized that the Tianwu dynasty's people had long since vanished without a trace. Damn it, break! Qin Zhan roared, and a long spear appeared in his hand, suddenly unleashing a fearsome strike that it pierced through the void, charging towards the descending golden sun. Bang! The enormous golden sun was shattered by the strike, exploding in an instant. In that moment, the clouds above were swept away. The terrifying shock wave surged outward, wreaking havoc, as cultivators below the transformation stage were sent sprawling, coughing blood. Countless faces turned pale in terror as they beheld the scene. The might of a void transformation expert is truly formidable. As they looked at the spear in Qin Zhan's hand, Tuobi Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Heavenly King Battle Spear, how is that possible? The formidable warriors forged through the mastery of the King's realm are not to be underestimated. He could scarcely believe that the Qin dynasty housed such potent beings that it is essential to recognize that these entities possess the power to overshadow entire domains, that he and Qin Zhan share the same cultivation level, both being at the first stage of the Void Realm, and he firmly believed that Qin Zhan could not possibly be his rival. However, the situation had changed. The weapons of war, refined by the powers of the King's realm, are imbued with the magical runes left by these mighty beings during their forging. Moreover, he sensed that the King's weapon in Qin Zhan's grasp had not yet fully awakened. Buzzing sounds filled the air as 4 Void Realm experts, previously concealed within the void, emerged and gathered around Tuobi Yuan. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the King's weapon held by Qin Zhan, their expressions shifted dramatically. The King's weapon. The moment these 4 appeared, Qin Zhan's face paled, and an ominous premonition gripped his heart. He then coldly addressed them, with the 5 great dynasties uniting. What does my Qin possess that compels you to act thus? Qin Zhan, should you surrender that item, we shall withdraw our forces. Otherwise, not only will the Qin dynasty face annihilation, but all of Qinzhou shall be obliterated. One of them stated directly, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Hearing this, Qin Zhan's expression shifted once more. Curses filled his mind as he realized they had discovered the ancient secret realm token in his possession. Surrendering the token was out of the question. Even in the face of 5 dominant powers, Qin Zhan remained unyielding. If you seek battle, let it be so. The Qin dynasty commands, eliminate the invading foes. With a thunderous roar, the ancient city opened wide, unleashing a torrent of Qin dynasty soldiers, all brimming with a murderous intent. Kill, 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 commanded Zhang Han, the supreme leader of the Icebreaker Guard, brandishing his spear as he charged towards the armies of the Tianwu dynasty. The troops surged behind him, unleashing a terrifying aura as they advanced upon the Tianwu forces, seeking death. Since you refuse to yield the token, we shall eradicate both your Qin and all of Qinzhou. Tuobi Yuan sneered. With a resounding crash, Qin Zhan ceased his words and revived the King's weapon, an icy aura immediately radiating from a spear. Attack together. Hold nothing back, Tuobi Yuan bellowed, as the 5 Void Realm experts engaged. Countless warships emerged across the skies of Qinzhou, encircling the entire region. In an instant, the forces of Qinzhou erupted in chaos. The Jiuli dynasty, the Divine Wind dynasty, the Great Qian dynasty, the Futu dynasty, the 5 dynasties had formed an alliance. intent on eradicating Qingzhou. What in the world has transpired? Why would the 5 great dynasties unite to strike against us? Yet, what does it matter if they join forces? Do they think Qingzhou is weak? Kill! At this moment, the sovereign of the Daxia kingdom, Chen, unleashed a thunderous roar, his transformation into the divine transformation realm propelling him towards the armies of the 5 dynasties. Warships exploded mid-air under the force of his punches. Resembling a display of fireworks, this spectacle ignited the spirits of all factions within Qingzhou. For too long, the cultivators of Qingzhou had been looked down upon by others. Now, they were under siege. In that instant, the eyes of all cultivators in Qingzhou gleamed with murderous intent as they surged towards the armies of the 5 dynasties. The air was filled with the sounds of great explosions, chaos reigning supreme. Meanwhile, within the ancient city, Lu Chen was once again left bewildered. He, along with Luo Wushuang and others, was equally clueless about the unfolding events. The entire Qingzhou had descended into pandemonium. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The great Zhou dynasty was also embroiled in battle against the forces of the 5 dynasties. Luo Wushuang had received a message from the dynasty and promptly informed Lu Chen of the situation. The great Zhou dynasty, now a vassal of Kunlun, compelled Lu Chen to act. He calmly instructed Wang Lin, Wang Xian, Wang Ming, you 3 escort Luo Wushuang back to the great Zhou. Yes, sect master, Wang Xian replied, his figure suddenly appearing before the group as he and Wang Ming respectfully bowed to Lu Chen. Witnessing Wang Lin's sudden appearance, Luo Wushuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ling Shui and Lin Yun were equally astonished. Another formidable Kunlun expert had arrived at that moment, as Lin Yun observed Wang Ming and the others departing. He voiced his concern. Sect master, with the 3 seniors gone, what if they encounter danger? How dare you underestimate anyone? Just then, a young maiden appeared nearby, clad in a white dress, her beauty unparalleled. Her eyes sparkled like frost and snow. Exuding an ethereal quality, her skin as delicate as jade, and her flowing hair cascading down to her waist, reminiscent of a celestial being. She was none other than Princess Qin Ruoxian of the Qin dynasty. Ding! The system detected that the girl before the host is an extraordinary genius. Please, host, recruit her into the sect to complete the system task and receive a reward of 1 lottery draw and 1 advanced summoning card. As Lu Chen contemplated leaving, a chilling voice echoed in his mind, shocking him. An extraordinary genius. Lu Chen gazed at Qin Ruoxian, momentarily entranced. She was undeniably the most beautiful woman he had encountered in this world thus far. However, he quickly regained his composure, for his ambition was to become the mightiest man across the realms, rendering any notions of beauty irrelevant. As the saying goes, with no woman in the heart, the sword will naturally shine. The first chapter of the Sword Manual states, the sword slays the beloved. The final chapter declares, to be without love is to be divine. Lu Chen rejoiced. Indeed, this journey was not in vain. A genius had come knocking at his door, an extraordinary genius at that. He recalled that Ling Shui and Lin Yun were merely recognized as geniuses by the system. One could only imagine the unique qualities this extraordinary genius possessed. I could see this moment. Qin Ruoxian noticed Lu Chen approaching her. Upon sensing the absence of any spiritual energy emanating from him, she withdrew her gaze, dismissing him as an ordinary person. My lady, I see a connection between you and our Kunlun sect. Might I inquire if you belong to any sect? Lu Chen approached her directly, cutting to the chase. His inquiry about her affiliation was merely a test. Whether she belonged to a sect or not, he had to secure her today. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Qin Ruoxian glanced at him, her eyes frosty as she replied, Kunlun sect? What a trivial sect! What? This woman is fierce. She must be subdued. Lu Chen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at being so openly belittled for the first time. He inwardly muttered, System, is there a way to check her information? Ding! Indeed, I can retrieve that for you right now. Immediately, Lu Chen's mind was filled with information about Qin Ruoxian. Human race. Qin Ruoxian, 18 years old. Grand Princess of the Qin dynasty. Cultivation. 9th stage of the Dao Palace realm. Having reached the Emperor's level prior to her reincarnation, she attained the heavenly mandate within less than a millennium of cultivation. Mere steps away from entering the realm of immortality. Life experience. Former Empress of the Yaoqi Ancient Kingdom in the Upper Realm, she was betrayed by Yu Songlei of the Wujing Ancient Kingdom while exploring a secret realm containing the remains of immortals. She awakened an immortal's corpse and perished within the secret realm, narrowly escaping with a fragment of her divine soul to descend into the lower realm, reincarnating as the Grand Princess of the Qin dynasty. Upon reviewing the information, Lu Chen understood, and oh wonder, she exuded an air of aloof dominance. She was a reincarnated empress from the upper realm. Hiss, no wonder she is an empress reincarnate, at just 18. She has already reached the 9th stage of the Dao Palace realm. However, upon further reflection, being a reincarnated empress likely meant she had no bottlenecks in her cultivation. But are there truly immortals? System, what is the upper realm? Ding. Host, you are still but a fledgling. The upper realm is beyond your reach. Please recruit more disciples swiftly to strengthen the sect. Additionally, here is a hint. The Wujing Ancient Kingdom is a top-tier force in the upper realm. And there are indeed immortals among them. As for the Yaoqi Ancient Kingdom, Qin Ruoxian is its sole emperor. Even if Qin Ruoxian returned to the upper realm, she would not be able to contend with the Wujing Ancient Kingdom alone. Do you comprehend? Those who understand. The system lamented, I'm truly worried sick. How dare you call me a fledgling? Yet there truly are immortals. It seems I must hasten my disciple recruitment efforts at this moment. Qin Ruoxian prepared to leave for her ancestral grounds. Before the battle with the leaders of the 5 dynasties, Qin Zhan had instructed her to awaken the ancestral guardians of the dynasty. Just as she intended to depart, Lu Chen uttered words that sent a chill down her spine. Qin Ruoxian, join my Kunlun sect, and I shall aid you in annihilating the Wujing Ancient Kingdom in the future. Lu Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke in a nonchalant manner. The simplicity of his words struck Qin Ruoxian like a thunderclap, a terrifying and awe-inspiring aura, as regal and formidable as an emperor, erupted from her being, enveloping Lu Chen, her frost-laden gaze fixed upon him, icy and resolute, as she demanded, Who are you? How do you know of the Wujiguo? Her eyes, seemingly swirling with the duality of yin and yang, contained an infinite expanse of stars, as if no secret in the world could escape her perception. How could this be possible? She trembled violently, unable to fathom the young man before her. Though she currently possessed only the cultivation of the Dao Palace realm, one must not forget that she had once been an emperor recognized by heaven's mandate. Even the supreme beings of this realm could be discerned by her, yet she found herself unable to penetrate the essence of this individual. At this moment, despite the overwhelming aura radiating from her, Lu Chen was utterly unfazed. Gazing at her with an air of casual indifference, he remarked, Qin Ruoxian, the empress of the Yaoqi Ancient Kingdom from the upper realm, merely a step away from the domain of immortality, yet tragically fell to a corpse of a celestial. If his earlier statement had merely sparked doubt within Qin Ruoxian, his current words confirmed that he too hailed from the upper realm. However, she could not comprehend how he possessed such intimate knowledge of her past. Who exactly are you? If you do not reveal your identity, I shall ensure your demise, regardless of who you may be. Qin Ruoxian's exquisitely beautiful visage turned frigid as her aura intensified, pressing menacingly towards Lu Chen. By heavens, this young lady's presence is indeed fearsome. I am Lu Chen, the 1,352nd generation leader of the Kunlun sect. Lu Chen began to weave a tale, for the more generations one claimed, the more ancient the power seemed. Kunlun sect? As a former emperor, Qin Ruoxian was well-versed in the great sects of the upper realm. Yet, she had never heard of this sect before, leading her to wonder if it was an ancient institution. How do you know my identity, and how is it that you come from the upper realm? She asked coldly. That is of no concern to you. I harbor no interest in your past or present. All you need to know is that I mean you no harm, Lu Chen replied earnestly. Even if you were to return to the upper realm seeking vengeance, the foundation of the Wujiguo is not something you can shake, but am I not correct? At this moment, Lu Chen spoke the truth. Qin Ruoxian's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. She was aware of this fact. The Wujiguo possessed immortals, and even if she stepped into the realm of immortality, she could never eradicate a power that boasted such a foundation. Yet, she remained undaunted. What if there were immortals? She would ensure that the Wujiguo paid a heavy price. However, how could this Kunlun sect possess such profound knowledge of the upper realm? Qin Ruoxian hesitated to act impulsively against Lu Chen, as she could not discern his true nature. Moreover, she sensed a terrifying presence lurking in the void, one that surpassed even the ancestors of the Daqin dynasty. This was why she had refrained from striking the moment Lu Chen mentioned the Wujiguo. For anyone else, even those in the Dongxi realm, she would not hesitate to eliminate them. Despite her current cultivation at the Dao Palace realm, one must never underestimate the means of an emperor. Very well, I shall join the Kunlun sect. However, I have one condition. You must not interfere with my actions, and I require no guidance in my cultivation. She was eager to discover the true nature of the Kunlun sect. Having sensed that Lu Chen bore no hostility toward her, it was evident that Lu Chen was not from the Wujiguo. Furthermore, descending from the upper realm was no simple feat, even for an emperor, as there were many restrictions in place. Lu Chen exclaimed, inwardly elated, you shall soon witness the might of the Kunlun sect, capable of extinguishing even immortals with a mere flick of the fingers. Lu Chen was overjoyed to have secured this formidable individual as for her conditions. He was indifferent. After all, she was a reborn emperor. What mattered most was that she was now a disciple of the Kunlun sect. Currently, the Kunlun sect lacked any particularly strong figures, and it was natural that they could not immediately accept her. Yet in the eyes of others, they appeared shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, once he summoned more powerful allies, he was confident that Qin Ruoxian would not remain so composed. In response to Lu Chen's words, Qin Ruoxian merely chuckled internally. Dismissing them, it was undeniable that Lu Chen emanated an aura of profound mystery. Even when she had summoned the imperial will within her soul, she could not pierce through Lu Chen's essence, as if he were veiled in chaos, leaving no trace to be found. But what is an immortal? Those who tread the path of immortality are said to be undying and indestructible. Who in this world would dare to claim that they could extinguish an immortal with a mere flick of the fingers? Haha, Lin Yun, Ling Shui, come here. I have found you a junior sister. Lu Chen, filled with exuberance, called out to the two individuals who were lost in their own world. The pair appeared oblivious to his summons. Engrossed in their tender exchange, Lin Yun, holding Ling Shui's delicate hand, spoke earnestly. Junior sister, the fireworks in the sky mirror my heart, bursting forth with fervent love for you at all times. Ling Shui, having never encountered such a cringe-worthy declaration, felt a rush of color to her beautiful cheeks, appearing adorably bashful as she retorted, Brother, you are incorrigible. Upon hearing their exchange, Lu Chen's expression darkened. What in the world? How shameless. Are you referring to bloodshed in the sky while you display your affection? Truly disgraceful. Brother, did you hear the sect leader calling us? Ling Shui, roused from Lin Yun's cheesy words, seemed to finally register someone was summoning them. Lin Yun, unfazed, became even more bold, wrapping his arms around Ling Shui and continuing. Junior sister, the sect leader is merely teasing us. Let us carry on. Ling Shui, taken aback by his actions, shivered slightly, her charming face flushed with embarrassment. From a distance, Lu Chen's expression darkened further, realizing that Qin Ruoxian was observing him with an incredulous gaze. As if to say, is this the Kunlun sect you claim could extinguish an immortal with a flick of the fingers? She found herself regretting her decision. Just then, Lin Yun sensed a chill run down his spine, as if he had been struck by a wave of murderous intent. He turned to find Lu Chen's eyes burning with fury, prompting him to hurriedly drag Ling Shui before Lu Chen. Grinning sheepishly, sect leader, did you call for us? Seeing Lu Chen remain silent, with his gaze piercing through him, Lin Yun quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Sect leader, we were just discussing matters of cultivation and did not hear your call. Please do not be angry. Discussing matters of cultivation? What kind of cultivation requires you to embrace each other? Are there not others present? Lu Chen thought to himself, his curiosity piqued. Brother, perhaps you should say less. Ling Shui, observing Lu Chen's displeased countenance, seemed to grasp the situation and nudged Lin Yun gently. Sect leader, please do not be upset. My brother and I were indeed discussing our cultivation. Hearing Ling Xue's words, Lu Chen shot a fierce glare at Lin Yun, wishing he could swat him down for his lecherous behavior. Lin Yun, under Lu Chen's scrutinizing gaze, broke into a cold sweat, inwardly lamenting, I'm done for. I'm going to be strung up for this. Ling Xue had been such a sweet and understanding girl, and now she was being led astray. Humph, I'll settle the score with you later. Lu Chen could no longer bear the embarrassment. Introducing Qin Ruoxian to the two. This is your junior sister, the princess of the Daqin dynasty. Qin Ruoxian, as the two turned their gaze to Qin Ruoxian, their expressions changed dramatically. Her ethereal presence rendered Lin Yun momentarily speechless, causing him to forget his earlier intentions to impress Ling Xue, as he prepared to approach her with a smirk. However, Ling Xue swiftly pulled him back. Brother, what are you doing? She frowned, her eyes warning him that any advance would spell disaster for him. Lin Yun, intimidated by her gaze, shivered and felt the atmosphere grow dull. He shook his head and retreated, feeling that it was best not to provoke her further. Both possessed extraordinary beauty, with Ling Xue embodying that of a charming neighborly girl. In the ethereal presence of Qin Ruoxian, who exudes an otherworldly grace, a trace of aloofness akin to that of a refined goddess can be felt, rendering her an object of distant admiration, yet one that should not be trifled with. Greetings, junior sister. I am your second senior sister, Luo Lingxue. Lingxue exclaimed with a joyful countenance as she turned her gaze toward Qin Ruoxian. The realization that she was no longer the sole female disciple of the Kunlun sect filled her with immense excitement. Yet her heart was also profoundly shaken, to her astonishment. The junior sister mentioned by the sect leader was none other than the most renowned young talent of Qingzhou, often hailed as its unparalleled beauty, who was rumored to have already transcended into the Dao Palace realm. Whispers in the outside world suggested that she would soon become the youngest cultivator to reach the transformation of God realm in the southern wilderness. Although Qin Ruoxian had seldom made public appearances in Qingzhou, her reputation was undeniably monumental. She inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement toward Lingxue. After all, she had now joined the Kunlun sect, and she was no longer the empress ruling over a bygone ancient kingdom. Everything must begin anew. Greetings, junior sister. I am your senior brother, Lin Yun. He chuckled with a mischievous grin. This old lecher only knows how to grin. Qin Ruoxian remained silent, merely casting him a fleeting glance. Lin Yun, should you encounter any questions regarding cultivation, feel free to engage in discussions with me. Lu Chen interjected, emphasizing his words. Upon hearing this, Lingxue and Lin Yun responded respectfully. Yes, sect leader, as for Qin Ruoxian's identity as the reincarnated empress. Lu Chen felt no need to concern himself. Damn it. At that moment, a furious roar reverberated throughout the entire Great Qin dynasty. Qinzhan, I will have your life. Countless individuals within the ancient city gazed into the void, witnessing the destruction of the warships belonging to the 5 major dynasties at the hands of the Great Qin dynasty. Presently, the armies of the 5 major dynasties were engaged in fierce combat against the forces of the Great Qin dynasty. The trio of Lu Chen arrived above the ancient city, observing the Great Qin army locked in battle with the 5 major dynasties. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxian had ventured to the ancestral grounds of the Great Qin to awaken the ancient ancestors of the dynasty. Lu Chen cast a glance at the Great Qin army, silently reflecting, no wonder the Great Qin dynasty can dominate an entire state. I never anticipated they would possess such a formidable number of cultivators in the transformation of God realm. Indeed, their strength was formidable. Even the combined forces of the 5 major dynasties had failed to breach the defenses of the Great Qin. Not far off, numerous figures were rapidly approaching the ancient city of Great Qin, leaving behind trails of light that resembled rainbows. Look quickly! Someone atop the ancient city identified the rapidly approaching figures and gasped in astonishment. They're the various forces of Qingzhou. Why are they all rushing towards the Great Qin dynasty? It's over. They are fleeing for their lives. Qingzhou is doomed. They are intent on exterminating us. The young cultivator who had previously boasted about the presence of divine artifacts at the auction now wore a face of utter despair. At that moment, Another cultivator beside him gasped in shock, seemingly having witnessed something terrifying. Quickly, look behind. What are those? Hiss. Those are the armies of the 5 major dynasties. They're pursuing the various forces of Qingzhou. Just how many troops have the 5 major dynasties mobilized? Surely, there must be millions. Indeed, in the wake of the fleeing forces of Qingzhou, an overwhelming number of soldiers surged forth, advancing relentlessly to encircle them. The 5 major dynasties had mobilized millions of troops, and among them were hundreds of powerful cultivators in the Dao Palace and Transformation of God realms, alongside countless warriors beneath those realms. At present, aside from the Great Qin dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty, which had not yet been breached, all others had fallen to the might of the 5 major dynasties. The Great Zhou dynasty was bolstered by Wang Ming and his companions, all of whom were invincible at their level. Furthermore, when they joined forces, even those at the Void Realm would find themselves challenged. Otherwise, the Great Zhou dynasty would undoubtedly have succumbed in a short span of time. Currently, the sovereign of the 5 major dynasties in the Void Realm was engaged in a fierce battle with Qin. Sect leader, my father, mother, and the ancestors are still in the Great Zhou. I am concerned that not worry. With Wang Ming and his companions present, they will be safe. Lu Chen interrupted her, speaking with calm assurance. Junior sister, rest assured, with the 3 esteemed seniors involved, the Great Zhou dynasty will undoubtedly remain unscathed. Lin Yun added, providing comfort. Indeed, I also trust in the strength of Elder Wang Ming. Ling Xue declared with unwavering conviction, for her ancestor had spoken highly of Wang Ming, asserting that he was far from an ordinary cultivator in the transformation of God realm. At this moment, in the void, Qin brandished the heavenly King war weapon, his figure stained with blood, as a chilling and violent aura erupted from the long spear in his hand, with spiritual energy wildly converging upon it. Look out, Divine Wind Sovereign! The heavenly martial sovereign shouted at the opposing Divine Wind Sovereign. The Divine Wind Sovereign, sensing the overwhelming pressure of the aura, paled in horror, his scalp prickling as a sense of impending danger surged through him. Die! Qin roared. With a resounding thrum, he thrust the spear forward, unleashing a terrifying might that surged toward his foe, instantly piercing through the space ahead. The spear's ferocious energy continued unabated as it charged forth. Ah! The Divine Wind Sovereign shrieked, hastily erecting a barrier of spiritual energy. The spear struck, shattering the barrier with ease, and the unrelenting force crashed down upon the Divine Wind Sovereign. A thunderous explosion reverberated as the Divine Wind Sovereign was struck down by the terrifying spear, plummeting from the void and crashing violently to the ground, sending dust flying and creating a massive crater. Puffed! He struggled to rise, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at the gaping hole in his chest. His aura had diminished drastically, and he soon collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Divine Wind! Damn it! The other sovereigns witnessing this scene were engulfed in murderous intent, with the heavenly martial sovereign glaring at Qin in fury, exclaiming, Qin, how dare you harm the Divine Wind? You have no shame. 5 against 1. And yet they almost faced a counterattack. How could he still utter such shameless words? Truly a disgrace. The onlookers regarded the shameless heavenly martial sovereign with disdain, though none dared voice their thoughts. In contrast, the remaining sovereigns looked upon the fallen Divine Wind Sovereign with profound shock. Truly, a void realm powerhouse. He managed to withstand a strike from the heavenly King war weapon, and yet still lives. At this moment, the space that had been pierced crackled ominously. All eyes turned towards the void, wide-eyed and aghast, as they beheld the spectacle before them. Struggling to believe their eyes, this what it means to be in the void realm. They watched as the rift in space slowly began to mend. Once more, they were left in awe. A void realm cultivator is indeed terrifying. At this moment, in the void, the other sovereigns glared darkly at the faltering Divine Wind Sovereign, then turned their ire towards the disordered Qin, shouting in rage, Qin, say it again. Just hand over the ancient ruins token, and we shall depart from Qingzhou at once. As soon as the words left their lips, several of the sovereigns seemed to sense something, their expressions shifting with a hint of fear. Yet, no one paid them any heed. Upon hearing the mention of the ancient ruins token, The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. The ancient ruins token. Does this mean the ancient ruins are about to emerge? Are you referring to the ancient ruins left behind from the ancient era? Indeed, it has been 100,000 years since the last emergence of the ancient ruins. Given that they appear every 100,000 years, it seems the ancient ruins are soon to manifest. The ancient ruins are said to be a place teeming with opportunities and dangers, rumored to house numerous spiritual herbs, including sacred and imperial medicines. Moreover, it is believed that the legacies of powerful beings from the ancient era reside within, with even the remains of ancient emperors interred therein, rather than merely a hidden realm. It resembles a grand mausoleum for mighty beings. The speaker was none other than Yu Tsang of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, who had remained in the ancient city of Great Qin, his expression filled with fervor. Meanwhile, the other forces from the various great states had not departed, instead remaining in the skies above Qingzhou to witness the unfolding spectacle. Upon hearing the mention of the ancient ruins token, their expressions shifted dramatically, followed by overwhelming excitement. The ancient ruins token has appeared. Quickly, notify the family heads, sect leaders. The various powers from the major states clamored with fervor, their astonishment palpable as they encountered the ancient token during their expedition to Qingzhou. This ancient token serves as the key to unlocking the secret realm. When the ancient secret realm emerges, whoever possesses the ancient token will gain the privilege of entering it first. However, once the secret realm manifests, a full year must elapse before it automatically opens. Thus, possessing the ancient token allows one to enter the secret realm ahead of others. This is precisely why their excitement is so profound. At that moment, the rulers of several nations became aware of the movements of the state powers. Yet, they dared not intervene, for they lacked the strength to contend with such formidable forces should they attempt to obstruct. They would inevitably face a united front from the various states, a consequence they could not withstand. Soon after, the rulers exchanged glances, as if reaching a silent consensus. Even the fallen ruler of the Divine Wind Nation seemed to grasp their intentions. Struggling to rise with his battered form, teetering on the brink of collapse, his actions instantly captured the attention of all present. Given the circumstances, perhaps we should cease hostilities. As confusion reigned, several rulers simultaneously addressed a certain point in the void with utmost reverence, proclaiming, "We beseech you, Mighty One, to take action." Suddenly, a ripple manifested in the void, and a figure emanating an aura of immeasurable terror materialized. Cloaked in resplendent golden light, his visage remained obscured as he took a deliberate step forward. A tremendous oppressive force surged forth from him, sweeping towards all present. Huffed. Instantly, everyone felt as though colossal mountains had crashed upon their shoulders, their bodies burdened by an overwhelming weight. The weaker among them were utterly incapable of withstanding such pressure, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, their life force hanging by a thread. Even those at the divine transformation stage found themselves immobilized beneath this terrifying aura. Expressions of dread washed over the assembled crowd, their gazes filled with profound fear directed at the golden figure. As for Lu Chen, shielded by his system, he remained unaffected by this oppressive presence. However, Lin Yun and Ling Shui found themselves on the verge of collapse under such overwhelming pressure. Humph! A chilling snort echoed in their ears, and the terrifying weight vanished in an instant. They felt an unprecedented lightness, turning their astonished eyes towards Lu Chen. "Sect Master," they exclaimed, believing he was the source of their newfound relief. Though they recalled the voice they had just heard was not his, before they could inquire further, Lu Chen interrupted, fixing his gaze upon the figure in the void and coldly declaring, "Humph! How dare you harm the disciples of Kunlun sect? You seek death." At that moment, the golden-clad man remained blissfully unaware that his dramatic entrance had placed him squarely on Lu Chen's kill list. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the two disciples felt a warm surge of gratitude. Deeply moved by their usually imposing sect master's concern for his disciples, they silently vowed, "Sect Master, rest assured, I shall devote myself to my training, uphold the honor of Kunlun, and bring no shame to you or the sect." Then, the golden figure turned his gaze towards the several national rulers, letting out another cold snort. The rulers of the Void Realm, including Qin Zhan, were instantly struck by the force of this sound, spitting blood in response. Those already injured from the earlier battle found their conditions worsened, their complexions paling further. Qin Zhan, his face ashen, regarded the figure with a mix of trepidation and defiance. He had felt a similar aura from his own ancestor. He believed his ancestor had awakened, which was why he did not fear the current figure. Meanwhile, the rulers of the 5 dynasties gazed at the golden figure with palpable fear. "You 5 are worthless?" The man enveloped in golden light remarked coldly. "You cannot even subdue a mere dynasty, yet you expect me to intervene personally. What use are you to me?" His words, delivered with chilling indifference, struck the national rulers like a death knell. "My lord, please grant us another chance." The 5 rulers, trembling in fear, lost their prior air of authority and frantically explained, "My lord, this individual wields a heavenly king war soldier. We truly could not defeat him in haste. Indeed, my lord, had it not been for his heavenly king war soldier, we would have long since obtained the ancient token." The ruler of the floating pagoda dynasty stammered in terror. The national rulers were acutely aware of the terror that the golden figure inspired. Should they incur his displeasure, their dynasties would undoubtedly face obliteration in an instant. Others, the 5 dynasties represented a formidable power, yet they alone understood that in the eyes of this figure, their so-called supremacy was utterly inconsequential. That a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their astonishment overwhelming as they witnessed the rulers of a dominant power reduced to such humility before the golden figure. As the golden figure's gaze fell upon the disoriented Qin Zhan, he casually waved his hand. A golden hand formed from spiritual energy, carrying an aura of terror, surged towards him with a resounding crash. Qin Zhan was slammed into the ground without even the slightest ability to resist. The crowd turned their attention to the sound, witnessing Qin Zhan sprawled on the ground, his life in question. A collective intake of breath echoed through the assembly. The Void Realm cultivator had been unable to withstand even a single strike from this figure. How terrifying! Who could this individual be? Why did the rulers of the 5 dynasties tremble before him? Was he a being of the heavenly king realm? Yet, this thought quickly flickered through their minds that if he were truly a heavenly king, the great Qin dynasty would likely face annihilation in an instant. Even the residual energy could obliterate them. They would not even be present to witness such an event. Just as speculation about the golden figure's identity filled the air, a terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the great Qin ancient city. Instantly, winds swirled and countless spiritual energies converged, forming a towering pillar of spiritual light in the sky. Then, it erupted with a tremendous explosion, sending ripples through the surrounding clouds for miles around. This aura is equally terrifying as that of the golden figure. The direction was unmistakably from the palace of the great Qin dynasty. Could it be that the ancestor of the great Qin dynasty was emerging? It seemed the rumors held truth. They said that the ancestor had already taken a step towards transcendence. All eyes turned towards the depths of the great Qin ancient city, once again shaken by the emergence of another formidable being. Yet it remained uncertain which of these 2 terrifying figures was stronger. The rulers of the 5 dynasties, sensing the overwhelming aura, underwent a drastic change in expression, their hearts filled with dread. Even they had not anticipated that the ancestor of the great Qin dynasty would be of the same caliber as the golden figure, both having reached the threshold of the heavenly king realm. However, upon considering the formidable forces backing the golden figure, their fear dissipated, replaced by profound respect. In the presence of this figure, what did it matter that the great Qin dynasty had a half-step heavenly king? They too would ultimately meet the same fate of annihilation. The rulers of the 5 dynasties envisioned the impending downfall of the great Qin dynasty, unable to suppress their cold laughter. In the realm of Xianwu, without entering the heavenly king realm, one could never be considered a true powerhouse. The heavenly king realm differed from other stages. Breaking through was exceedingly difficult. Condense the laws of heaven and earth within one's internal Tao palace was a necessity. Without successfully doing so, any attempt to forcibly ascend to the heavenly king realm would yield only one potential outcome: the use of a 9-tiered celestial spirit pill or a higher-grade elixir, with only a mere 60% chance of success. Moreover, even upon breaking through to the heavenly king realm, one would not be on the same level as their peers, lacking the unique powers of the Heavenly King. At this moment, the figure in the void had shed its golden radiance, revealing a man clad in golden armor who appeared before the gaze of the onlookers. He directed his attention toward the depths of the ancient city of Chen, his expression betraying no change, yet his eyes glinted with a hint of unrestrained savagery. How intriguing! I never anticipated that a mere minor dynasty could harbor a half-step heavenly king. At this juncture, a voice imbued with terrifying might echoed through the air. "Youngster, you seek death." The crowd beheld an ancient figure manifesting in the void, emanating an overwhelming aura as he surged forward to suppress the golden-armored man. He was none other than Kunlun, the ancestral patriarch of the great Chen dynasty, a being of half-step heavenly king status. Upon gazing at the golden-armored man, his aged face shifted and his pupils constricted sharply. "A half-step heavenly king? Who are you, and why do you dare to act against the great Chen dynasty?" Unfazed by the approaching, dreadful pressure, the golden-armored man raised his hand with a flick, causing the enveloping oppressive force to vanish in an instant. "As for my origins, you lack the qualifications to know." His expression remained impassive. Even though the other party was also a half-step heavenly king, they were not entitled to learn his identity. "I care not who you are, daring to act against the great Chen. If you do not provide this old man with an explanation today, you shall not leave," Kunlun declared coldly, showing no sign of retreat despite sharing the same realm. Just as his words fell, before the golden-armored man could respond, several monarchs of other nations bore grim expressions and chided Kunlun. "Impudence! How dare you speak to our lord in such a manner? What a sycophant! Madly biting at others, seeking death." The eyes of the great Chen patriarch turned icy, astonished that a few juniors from the Void Realm would dare to speak so disrespectfully to him. He swiftly raised his hand, aiming to seize them, but a surge of terrifying power erupted, sweeping towards the group. Instantly, their expressions turned to fear. Just as they sought to flee, they found themselves immobilized, with terror in their eyes. They urgently pleaded for the golden-armored man's "My lord, please save us." Their previous arrogance had transformed into utter embarrassment. Witnessing this, the golden-armored man's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Kunlun would still dare to make a move against him. He immediately raised his hand and unleashed a wave of formidable energy. The two terrifying forces collided, resulting in a resounding explosion that formed a colossal mushroom cloud in the sky. The visible power tore through the clouds within 100 miles of the surrounding area. The spectators watched this scene in utter shock, their faces paling, especially the monarchs who were left white-faced and trembling as they expressed their gratitude to the golden-armored man. "Thank you, my lord, for your intervention. If it were not for your meager usefulness, I would have no interest in your fates," the golden-armored man replied dismissively. "Enough, my patience is limited. The great Chen dynasty, is it, if you willingly surrender the tokens of the ancient secret realm? I might consider sparing your lives." The implication was clear. Regardless of whether they surrendered the tokens, they were doomed. He merely wished to avoid unnecessary efforts against a minor dynasty. Humph! Such audacity! Even if you possess an extraordinary background. Today this old man will make you pay the price. With that, the great Chen patriarch ceased his words. He raised his hand and grasped at the void, instantly summoning the heavenly king weapon from Qin Zhan's hand. At that moment, the terrifying cultivation of the half-step heavenly king burst forth from him without reservation. Though he too was a half-step heavenly king, he could sense the extraordinary nature of the golden-armored man. He dared not hold back. "Ha! An old fool unaware of his limitations. Do you believe that your half-step heavenly king status, combined with a flawed heavenly king weapon, can stand against me?" The golden-armored man laughed heartily. With his keen perception, he could easily discern that the heavenly king weapon was incomplete. "Buzz, buzz! Youngster, you seek death." The great Chen patriarch brazenly launched an attack, his weapon radiating brilliant light, the chains of magical energy coiling around the spear's body as spiritual energy from 100 miles around frantically converged into the spear. Unleashing a terrifying shot, as the spear was fired, the heavens shifted in hue, winds howled, and violent power filled the surrounding space. the spear's terrifying might directly tearing apart the void, creating countless fissures that rushed towards the golden-armored man. In the wake of this fearsome shot, many troops from the 5 great dynasties, caught unprepared, were crushed into a mist of blood. All present were struck with astonishment at the sight of this shot. The golden-armored man, witnessing the oncoming terrifying spear, stepped forward into the void once more. Instantly, an unparalleled force erupted from within him. This aura swiftly overshadowed the formidable presence of the great Chen patriarch. He raised his hand and pressed down, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to erupt violently, surging and gathering madly, forming a colossal golden hand of spiritual power that loomed over the great Chen dynasty. Is this the power of a half-step heavenly king? Utterly terrifying. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes trembling with fear. Meanwhile, in the void above the nearby states of Qingzhou, several figures appeared, their expressions changing drastically as they sensed this aura. Exclaiming in alarm, "Is there a heavenly king-level power at play? That direction is Qingzhou. Is it not hosting an auction? How could this be?" At that moment, an elder, discerning something, narrowed his eyes and slowly remarked, "This is the aura of a half-step heavenly king. Yet the one who wields it is extraordinarily powerful. I have received news from my family's juniors that an ancient token has appeared in Qingzhou. I did not expect someone to grow impatient so soon." The ancient token, upon hearing this, the others were left in shock. Subsequently, their figures vanished swiftly from sight. This time, within the void, the golden-armored man pressed his hand down. The golden giant palm crashing down with terrifying might upon the great Chen patriarch. The void was instantly crushed, fracturing into countless spiderweb-like shapes, as if it could scarcely bear the pressure and was on the verge of breaking apart. The might of the giant palm collided with the oncoming terrifying spear. With a resounding crash, the spear was effortlessly dispersed by the golden hand and struck down upon the great Chen patriarch. The great Chen patriarch's expression changed dramatically as he hastily wielded his hands, attempting to gather the surrounding spiritual energy to block this overwhelming giant hand. With a thunderous boom, the golden hand descended upon the great Chen patriarch, sending him crashing into the ground. The earth trembled violently, and dust filled the surrounding space. Moments later, as the dust settled, a massive imprint of a hand was left deeply embedded in the ground, starkly visible to all. Hiss! The crowd gazed at the handprint with shock and horror. They beheld the great Chen patriarch, blood trickling from his mouth, his aura depleted, his aged face etched with disbelief. "How is it possible for you to be this strong? Who exactly are you?" The great Chen patriarch's eyes were filled with terror. As a fellow half-step heavenly king, he realized this person was overwhelmingly powerful to the extent that he could not withstand even a fraction of his strength. An ant knows not the heights of heaven, an old fool who does not recognize his own folly," the golden-armored man said coldly, casting a shadowy gaze upon the great Chen patriarch. At this moment, upon the ancient city, the leader of the guards, Zhang Han, felt his heart shatter with rage, letting out a roar. Despite the terror posed by the opponent, he disregarded his own safety and attempted to rush toward the golden-armored man, only to find himself utterly immobilized. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxian had arrived at the ancient city after awakening the great Chen patriarch and witnessed the golden-armored man injuring Qin Zhan. She initially intended to utilize her hidden trump card to eliminate him. However, she was fiercely obstructed by Zhang Han, who could not bear to watch his princess rush to her doom. At that moment, upon realizing that even the venerable ancestor of the great Qin was no match for the golden-armored man, Qin Ruoxian's exquisitely beautiful visage turned cold. Her aura shifted abruptly, and as she was about to summon the imperial consciousness from her soul, Lu Chen, standing beside her, spoke up. "Ruoxian, as a disciple of the Kunlun sect, it is time for you to witness the might of our lineage." Qin Ruoxian was momentarily taken aback by his words. Initially, Lu Chen had intended to have Chen Beixian take action against the golden-armored man, as it was only fitting for Qin Ruoxian, now a disciple of Kunlun, to assist the great Qin dynasty. However, upon seeing the emergence of the great Qin's ancestor, he too was curious to gauge the strength of the great Qin's forebear. To his surprise, Despite both being at the threshold of the Heavenly King realm, the golden armored man was astonishingly powerful. He couldn't help but wonder if Chen Beixian, who was at the 9th level of the Void Realm, could contend with the golden armored man. Although the system had claimed that summoned cultivators were invincible within their realm, this golden armored man was indeed at the brink of the Heavenly King realm. Rest assured, host, the system has already stated that summoned cultivators are the mightiest across the realms, belonging to the invincible echelon within their level. The system seemed to scold Lu Chun, sensing his doubts. Do you understand what it means to be invincible within the same realm? Host, the irascible system was online. Damn. System, you understand cultivation, Lu Chun retorted, exasperated. Lin Yun interjected, who could possibly understand cultivation better than I do? After hearing the system's affirmation, Lu Chun disregarded Qin Ruoxian's reaction and spoke into the void, casually commanding, Beixian, eliminate that golden armored man. His voice, though not loud, was imbued with spiritual power, ensuring that all present could hear him clearly. Aside from the great Qin dynasty, the others regarded Lu Chun and his companions with an expression akin to disbelief. Lin Yun and Ling Shui, upon noticing that everyone was looking their way, felt a tightening in their hearts, as if to say, are you trying to get us killed? Don't drag us into this. Even Qin Ruoxian's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. The 5 sovereigns of the major nations were equally taken aback, never expecting someone to dare utter such words to the golden armored man. In the void, the golden armored man, who was about to strike down the great Qin's ancestor, paused upon hearing Lu Chen's words. Eliminate that golden armored man. Are you referring to me? His countenance darkened slightly as he turned his gaze towards Lu Chen's direction, his voice dripping with icy disdain. Ant, you seek death. He had not anticipated that anyone would dare challenge his authority. He intended to obliterate this insignificant insect. With a swift motion of his hand, a terrifying force surged towards Lu Chun. Boom! Faced with this overwhelming might, Lu Chun remained unperturbed, his expression calm, revealing not a trace of fear. Observing Lu Chen's demeanor, the onlookers assumed he had been rendered speechless by terror and began to revel in his predicament. Serves you right for seeking death, almost dragging us down with you. Just as everyone believed Lu Chun was about to be annihilated by this formidable force, a voice imbued with immense authority reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Begone! The overwhelming force was dispersed with a single utterance. A figure clad in azure appeared in the void, exuding youthfulness yet devoid of any discernible aura. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with astonishment. Hiss! Who is this person? Could he be yet another formidable cultivator at the threshold of the Heavenly King realm? Subsequently, amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the azure-clad figure addressed Lu Chun with utmost respect. Chen Beixian pays his respects to the sect master. Chen Beixian was none other than the esteemed elder guardian of the Kunlun sect. Having concealed himself in the void, awaiting Lu Chen's command. Sect master? Hiss! A collective gasp echoed as the crowd was engulfed in shock. Impossible! That man in white is actually the sect master, and so young. Even Lin Yun and Ling Shui, their eyes wide with astonishment, gazed at the azure figure in disbelief, their hearts racing with the realization that he was the elder guardian of the Kunlun sect. Though Qin Ruoxian's expression remained unchanged, she too felt a stir of surprise within. Despite being unable to discern Lu Chen's depth, she possessed the keen perception befitting a reborn emperor of the upper realms. She could sense that the azure figure, while only at the void realm, harbored an unfathomably terrifying power within. Moments later, as the crowd regained their composure amidst their astonishment, they found themselves utterly bewildered by the current turn of events. Another powerful figure had emerged, seemingly aligned with the great Qin dynasty. Furthermore, the one who had spoken was, astonishingly, the sect master. This promised to be an intriguing spectacle. The representatives of various factions appeared eager to witness a clash between the two, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They had not anticipated the golden-armored man to be this formidable. Damn it! Hurry! Let the battle commence. They hoped for a fierce conflict, wishing for both parties to be severely weakened by the end of it. At that moment, the golden-armored man turned his gaze towards Chen Beixian, his expression shifting as he realized he could not gauge the depth of the azure figure's strength. What perplexed him most was that this individual emitted no aura, yet had managed to dispel his attack with a mere word. Could he also be? Just as the golden-armored man pondered this, the crowd, noticing the change in his expression, was struck with a sense of dread, their hearts pounding in disbelief. Could it be that this azure-clad man is an even more powerful cultivator than the great Chen's ancestor? Otherwise, why would the golden-armored man display such an expression? The 5 sovereigns, witnessing the golden-armored man's reaction, were equally alarmed, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Who are you to dare obstruct me? Although the golden-armored man could not fathom Chen Beishuan's strength, it did not mean he would relent. After all, the forces backing him were immensely formidable, granting him the confidence to face any faction in the southern wilderness. Kunlun sect, guardian elder, Chen Beishuan. Chen Beishuan cast a glance at the golden-armored man before calmly stating. As his words fell, the crowd felt a shudder run through them, their expressions filled with disbelief. In the southern wilderness, they had never heard of a sect called Kunlun. What kind of sect possessed such power that it could have a being of such strength serve as its guardian? Upon hearing this, the golden-armored man's expression shifted slightly, his gaze turning frigid. He had never even heard of the Kunlun sect. As for the title of guardian elder that Chen Beishuan claimed, he dismissed it as a ruse. His face darkened, as though he had been mocked. He had initially thought that Chen Beishuan hailed from a powerful faction, perhaps here for the ancient token, and had harbored some wariness. Little did he know that this was merely an obscure sect from the far corners of the realm. The very thought filled him with rage. The golden-armored man scoffed, his lips curling into a cold smile. Kunlun sect? I have never even heard of it. You dare to obstruct me from obliterating that insect. You seek death. The golden-armored man unleashed his fury, an overwhelming force surging forth, instantly darkening the heavens. The tremendous might raised countless whirlwinds, carrying an earth-shattering momentum towards Chen Beishuan. He had exerted all his strength. In confronting the great Chen's ancestor, he had only used 80% of his power. Now, facing Chen Beishuan, he held nothing back, that he sensed an unfathomable strength within Chen Beishuan, and if he did not unleash his full might, he feared an unexpected downfall. Rumbling, the terrifying force that surged through the air caused the very fabric of space to tremble and fracture, producing a cacophony of sound. Sizzled, the crowd, overwhelmed by this force capable of tearing everything asunder, felt their scalps tingle and their hearts race with terror, unable to suppress their cries of fear. I am on the brink of despair. Please, I beg for assistance. Those of feeble cultivation are utterly unable to withstand such oppressive pressure. With blood seeping from their bodies, a sight both chilling and grotesque. However, Lu Chun, equipped with his system, swiftly mitigated this terrifying force, ensuring that those around him remained unaffected. Yet when Qin Ruoxian cast a glance at Lu Chun, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Facing the onslaught of this dread power, Chen Beishuan exhibited not a shred of fear upon his countenance. With a single step into the void, he summoned the essence of heaven and earth, which surged violently beneath his feet. With each subsequent step, the very fabric of space trembled, morphing with each of his movements. Upon his 9th step, a terrifying aura, not befitting the realm of Dongshu, erupted from within him. With a hum, Chen Beishuan formed a sword with his fingers, beckoning the surrounding spiritual energy to converge upon his fingertips. He deftly slashed at the encroaching malevolent force, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that surged forth. The sword chi cleaved through the advancing terror, its might unyielding as it rushed towards the golden-armored man. No. The man in gold let out a piercing scream, unable to mount a defense before being engulfed by the cataclysmic sword chi. Moments later, as the sword chi dissipated, a colossal rift manifested in the void, with fragments of space floating ominously. The rift hissed and crackled ominously. With the clash of these two formidable powers concluded, a palpable relief washed over all present as the oppressive weight that had suffocated them vanished. They collectively exhaled, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of witnessing 2 battles of half-step heavenly kings within a single day. Could this truly be the realm of half-step heavenly kings? It was utterly unfathomable. Thankfully, it was finally over. All eyes turned towards the void, where a figure clad in azure stood resolutely. It was evident that the golden-armored man had perished at the hands of that dreadful sword Qi. The enormous rift, having been cleaved open, began to mend slowly. In the blink of an eye, tranquility returned to this realm. The spectators were left aghast at the sight before them, their breaths caught in their throats, hearts racing in shock. Even the once diminished presence of the great Qin ancestor gazed up at the figure in the void, his pupils dilating in disbelief, his expression shifting to one of trepidation. How could someone as formidable as the golden-armored man possibly be bested by this azure figure? What sect was the Kunlun sect to harbor such a powerhouse? Why had no word of them reached the southern wilderness? Meanwhile, the rulers of the 5 great dynasties looked on in trepidation, their expressions betraying their fear as they beheld the golden-armored man's demise. The ruler of Tianwu gazed at Chen Beixian, his voice trembling. "Why, you actually killed the esteemed one." Upon hearing these words, the crowd was once again taken aback by his shamelessness. Truly, he was a master of audacity. It soon dawned on everyone that the golden-armored man, referred to as the esteemed one by the rulers, must have possessed an identity and background of immense significance. Now, he lay slain at the hands of the Kunlun sect. It seemed that peace would elude Qingzhou henceforth. Indeed, the entire southern wilderness might be embroiled in chaos. Beixian, capture those 5. Lu Chen commanded, directing his gaze towards Chen Beixian atop the ancient city. No sooner had his words left his lips than the expressions of the 5 rulers shifted dramatically. The ruler of Tianwu bellowed, "Flee!" In an instant, the 4 rulers unleashed their full cultivation, darting towards the outskirts of Qingzhou like streaks of light, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Truly, the prowess of a Dongshu realm expert allowed for such rapid escape. Do not inquire why they did not traverse the void directly. Their strength was simply insufficient to achieve true void traversal. One would need to be at least at the 7th level of Dongshu realm. Wait for me. The ruler of Shunfeng, still nursing injuries, stood frozen in despair, his countenance a mask of anguish. He could hardly fathom how things had turned so dire. He had arrived in good health, yet now he found himself unable to return. At that moment, a chuckle echoed through the air. "Think you can escape?" The azure figure's smile widened as he raised a hand, conjuring a spatial portal before him. In the blink of an eye, the 4 fleeing rulers, now over 1,000 miles away, suddenly felt an unknown force enveloping them. Their hurried flight halted abruptly as they turned, their expressions shifting to one of disbelief and horror. With a hum, a colossal hand emerged from the void, grasping at them. Before they could react, they were snatched into the depths of the space, vanishing without a trace. When they reappeared, they found themselves bewildered, glancing around in confusion, only to regain their senses and attempt to flee once more. With a wave of his hand, Chen Beixian sent them hurtling back, crashing into the ancient city walls before tumbling to the ground. Cough. They lay on the ground, blood spilling from their lips, gazing at Chen Beixian with eyes wide with terror. Moments later, the various factions from across the states began to recover from the previous battle, realizing the extent of Chen Beixian's might, and hastily produced jade slips to relay messages. They dared not summon their ancestors to this place. What madness was this? Were they seeking death? Even the golden-armored man, a formidable half-step heavenly king, had perished at the hands of the azure figure. To summon their ancestors now would be akin to inviting them to their demise. Imagining such a scenario was enough to chill one's bones. Although many of the ancestral figures from various states possessed half-step heavenly king cultivation, they were by no means guaranteed to match Chen Beixian's power. The ancients of the 5 great dynasties were merely at the 9th level of Dongshu realm. It was the presence of the golden-armored man that had emboldened them to unite against the great Qin dynasty, even to challenge the entirety of Qingzhou. In the aftermath, the factions from each state hastily withdrew from Qingzhou, and the powers within Qingzhou hastily distanced themselves from the great Qin dynasty. As for the auction, it was no longer feasible to continue. Consequently, the actions of the 5 great dynasties had irrevocably placed them on the blacklist of the Ancient Commerce Association. Even if the association chose not to annihilate them, numerous factions would be eager to heed their call for retribution. Following this battle, The name of the Kunlun sect spread like wildfire across the southern wilderness. Speculations abounded regarding the true nature of this sect. Yet, Lu Chen remained oblivious to this, for he had not anticipated that Chen Beishuan's decisive strike against a half-step heavenly king would catapult the Kunlun sect into notoriety. Nevertheless, many factions remained skeptical, doubting the existence of such a powerful half-step heavenly king within the Kunlun sect. After all, they had never heard of this sect in the southern wilderness. Some even suggested that it was an influence from other realms. Various rumors circulated, growing increasingly ludicrous with each retelling. Did you hear? An ancient sect has emerged in Qingzhou, rumored to house a heavenly king. You must be joking. I was there. The terrifying aura was undoubtedly that of a saint in action. What? A saint? Impossible. Such beings could not possibly appear in Qingzhou. You must be jesting. I was there. I tell you, a fearsome figure in azure appeared above Qingzhou and, with a mere gesture, split the land in twain. This is beyond comprehension. Does the Kunlun sect still accept disciples? Do not hold me back. I must go to Qingzhou and become a disciple of the Kunlun sect. At this moment, a figure materialized abruptly, his gaze narrowing with murderous intent as he overheard the discussions surrounding the Kunlun sect. This sect might be no ordinary establishment. He needed to report back to the ruler without delay. Otherwise, the ancient token might fall into the hands of other factions. The figure mused silently to himself before vanishing from sight. How could this be? The head of the Han family from Yuezhou exclaimed in disbelief. In Qingzhou, there exists the realm of the Heavenly King, while in Yuanzhou stands the Yaoqi Palace. The palace master, Lin Shibing, coldly declared, "Utter nonsense. How could such a realm possibly manifest in the insignificant Qingzhou?" Meanwhile, in Liangzhou at the Zhatian Sect's Hall of Loyalty, the leader exclaimed, "What a powerful being from the Heavenly King realm has appeared in Qingzhou. Brothers, follow me. A figure at the threshold of the Heavenly King realm could potentially disrupt the balance among the major powers throughout the entire southern wilderness." In the southern wilderness, any faction capable of harboring a being at the threshold of the Heavenly King is deemed a top-tier hegemon. Concurrently, in Huangzhou, the Jun family, reputed as a leading power among the hegemonic factions, is rumored to possess a heavenly king-level expert at this moment. Within the grand hall of the Jun family, the head of the family, Jun Wuhe, sat upon the main seat, gazing at an elder who had hastened back from Qingzhou. His expression shifted slightly as he murmured, "Kunlun sect, a being of the Heavenly King realm? With a single sword strike, he vanquished one at the threshold of the Heavenly King." Jun Wuhe narrowed his eyes and inquired of the elder, "Are you certain that the individual who intervened was not of the Heavenly King realm?" Upon hearing this, the elder trembled, his voice quivering as he replied, "Family head, the aura emanating from that person was overwhelmingly terrifying. It felt as if I were in the presence of certain esteemed members of our Jun family." Seeing the elder's reaction, a glimmer of insight flashed in Jun Wuhue's eyes as he contemplated. How could such a force possibly arise in Qingzhou? Truly perplexing. Yet why have I never heard of this sect in the southern wilderness? Could it indeed be a reclusive major sect? He was well aware of the factions in the southern wilderness that possessed beings of the Heavenly King realm. The sudden emergence of a suspected force of such caliber astonished him. This was not out of fear of the Kunlun sect. Even if a true Heavenly King-level existence resided there, it would not pose a threat to the Jun family. After much deliberation, he addressed the elder. "Regarding the matter of the ancient token, we must now await the return of the 5 ancestors from their seclusion before taking action at this moment." Jun Wuhue harbored a desire to venture to Qingzhou. Yet he too was merely at the threshold of the Heavenly King realm, that, if what the elder claimed were true, even his presence would yield little benefit. Upon hearing this, the elder's heart jolted, and he urged, "Family head, if we delay any further, the ancient token may well fall into the hands of other factions." In response, Jun Wuhue's gaze turned scornful as he slowly rose, an imposing aura radiating from him. "Astonishingly powerful. In the southern wilderness, my Jun family holds sway over all except for those factions we cannot provoke. To us, the rest are but trivial matters. Moreover, those factions would show little interest in the ancient token." The factions Junwuhui refer to were none other than the Holy Lands, dynasties, and ancient clans that had endured for millions of years in the southern wilderness. Superpowers with formidable legacies, to them. The ancient token was merely a worthless piece of scrap metal. Once the ancient secret realm emerged, they each possessed their methods to enter it ahead of others. To be precise, the ancient secret realm functioned as a trial ground, utilized by those superpowers to test their disciples. Of course, for other factions, it represented a land of opportunity. Although those superpowers employed it for training purposes, they confined themselves to the outer regions of the realm. The inner sanctum, however, constituted the true treasure trove of opportunities, with numerous conditions required for entry. Rumors spoke of an ancient trial road surrounding the ancient secret realm. One would need to tread upon this ancient path to gain access to the true realm. Moreover, to seize opportunities and coveted treasures within the ancient secret realm, one must contend with the young prodigies of those superpowers. Despite this, countless individuals yearned to enter the realm in pursuit of fortune, as it housed legacies left behind by formidable beings from the ancient era. 3 days later, in the Grand Hall of the Great Qin Dynasty, Qin Zhan had recovered from his injuries, while the great ancestor of the Qin remained partially incapacitated. The golden-armored man had proven overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that even the full might of the great ancestor could not withstand a single strike from him. Their swift recovery was largely due to the ancient commerce guild present within the Great Qin Dynasty, which was replete with spiritual herbs, including even sacred medicines. As for those beyond the sacred level, they were likely only found in the Grand Commerce Guild of the Middle Heaven Domain. This moment, Qin Zhan respectfully addressed the great ancestor. Ancestor, do you think the Kunlun sect could be a reclusive major sect? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of reverence flickered in the aged eyes of the great ancestor, reflecting his awe towards the Kunlun sect. After witnessing Chen Beishuan's prowess, he harbored an inkling that the Kunlun sect might indeed be a hidden major sect. Recalling that astonishing sword energy sent a chill down his spine. An overwhelming fear struck at his heart. Noticing the deep furrow in his ancestor's brow, Qin Zhan, perplexed, continued, Ancestor, if Ra Xian has now become a disciple of the Kunlun sect, I believe this presents an opportunity for our great Qin dynasty. Upon hearing this, the great ancestor's eyes narrowed, seemingly grasping Qin Zhan's intention, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, You are correct. The Kunlun sect is indeed likely a reclusive major sect. Moreover, the Dezhou dynasty has surprisingly become a subsidiary power of the Kunlun sect. At this point, a spark of inspiration ignited in the great ancestor's gaze as he continued. In that case, summon that girl Ra Xian. I have matters to discuss with her. Yes, ancestor, Qin Zhan replied respectfully. Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he turned back to the great ancestor, saying, Ancestor, the monarchs of the 5 great dynasties must be eliminated for the Tianwu dynasty. I shall personally eradicate it once you have fully recovered. Before Qin Zhan could finish, a chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in the great ancestor's eyes as he coldly declared, I will personally go to Tianzhou. Upon hearing that his ancestor intended to travel to Tianzhou, Qin Zhan's expression turned fervent. Yes, ancestor, he promptly turned to leave the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, in another hall of the Great Qin Palace, Lin Yun, Ling Shui, and Qin Ra Xian were present. Luo Wushuang and Wang Ming had also returned from the Dezhou dynasty, after learning from Ling Shui that the princess of the Great Qin dynasty had become a disciple of the Kunlun sect. Luo Wushuang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the princess herself would join the Kunlun sect. Luo Wushuang cast a respectful glance toward Lu Chun, seated at the head of the hall, and quickly inquired about the recent events that he and Wang Ming had sensed 2 terrifying auras erupting from the direction of the Great Qin dynasty upon their return to the Dezhou dynasty. Each aura sent shivers down Luo Wushuang's spine. Could this be the work of a being at the Heavenly King realm? Initially, he believed the 2 auras were sufficiently alarming, yet he was utterly unprepared for the emergence of an even more terrifying presence. Even from miles away, he could still feel the overwhelming dread that stifled any notion of resistance. Particularly after hearing Wang Ming's remark, I never expected that Elder would actually take action. Those words struck deep within him, rendering him utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that this fearsome aura belonged to an elder of the Kunlun sect. What shocked him even further was the realization that the Kunlun sect indeed housed beings of the void transformation realm and above. Luo Wushuang's thoughts mirrored those of other absent cultivators from the southern wilderness. They all believed that the Kunlun sect possessed a being at the Heavenly King realm. Had they known that Chen Beixian was merely at the void transformation level, they would have been utterly flabbergasted. For in the southern wilderness, no one had ever seen a void transformation cultivator capable of slaying someone at the threshold of the Heavenly King realm, especially not someone 9 minor realms apart. At that moment, Lu Chun, who had been meditating with his eyes closed at the head of the hall, suddenly recalled that Qin Ruo Xian had become a disciple of the Kunlun sect. Yet the system had failed to issue any rewards. He inwardly murmured, "System, come forth." After a moment of silence in his mind, the system's icy voice finally echoed back. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a peerless genius and completing the system task. Rewards are now being issued." Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Chun hastily urged, "Thank goodness this system hasn't shortchanged me on rewards. Hurry up and dispense them. Don't dawdle." The system retorted, "Do you really think I can hurry?" "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. You have received 1 intermediate summoning card, 1 cultivation card, and 1 lottery draw the intermediate summoning card. At last, it has arrived. This could summon powerful beings at the Heavenly King realm and beyond." Upon contemplating the imminent emergence of formidable beings at the Kunlun, Lu Chen's heart surged with exhilaration. "System, quickly, utilize the summoning card." Ding! The intermediate summoning card has been successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the esteemed elder of the sect, the legendary Yu A Qing. The system's voice resonated in Lu Chen's mind, causing a jolt of excitement within him. Yu A Qing, could it be? Following this, an introduction of Yu A Qing materialized in his consciousness. Yu A Qing, cultivation at the 9th level of the Heavenly King realm, Heavenly King battle weapon, bamboo staff, divine skill, Yu sword technique. Astonishing, it truly is the renowned Yu A Qing. With merely a bamboo staff, she had wielded an unparalleled sword technique. Sweeping through the foremost swordsmen of the Kingdom of Wu, Lu Chun was overjoyed, never having anticipated summoning such an extraordinary master of swordsmanship. This individual could undoubtedly rank among the top 10 experts in that realm. Truly, the system is impressive. However, Lu Chun soon sensed something amiss. System, why does a Qing lack a cultivation technique? System, cursed. Noticing the system's silence, Lu Chun refrained from further inquiries. Since she was summoned by the system, she must possess her own cultivation methods. Thus he had no cause for concern. Just a few days prior, he had discovered that Wang Ming, Wang Xian, and Wang Lin had already reached the 9th level of the transformation god realm. This truly startled Lu Chun. The ease of their breakthroughs was akin to drinking water. Can you believe it? Here I am, the sect leader, only at the 2nd level of the transformation god realm, and that was just a recent achievement. Ding! Does the host wish to manifest Yu A Qing within the Great Qing dynasty? No need. Manifest her at Kunlun sect, Lu Chen declared, not wishing to reveal all his trump cards just yet. Furthermore, he could discern that the golden armored man from that day possessed an extraordinary identity. It was likely that Kunlun sect was about to face a formidable adversary. However, Lu Chen's current focus was on expanding and strengthening the sect, as he found the number of disciples somewhat lacking. Yet he believed that Kunlun sect had garnered some reputation in Qingzhou. Some reputation? No. Your vision is too narrow. It is not merely Qingzhou. Among the cultivators in the southern wilderness domain, Kunlun sect is regarded as possessing a sage. Southern wilderness cultivators, did you not expect this? Kunlun sect, our esteemed leader. Thus, Kunlun sect could commence the recruitment of disciples. After all, with only 3 disciples currently in the sect, how could that suffice? Ding! Yu A Qing has manifested within the Elder Hall of Kunlun sect. By the way, system, are there any rewards for recruiting ordinary disciples? Ding! Please rest assured. Host, this is... Hearing please rest assured, Lu Chun eagerly interrupted the system, his heart racing with excitement. Haha, system, as expected of you, as long as there are rewards. I will promptly recruit disciples. He chuckled. System, there are none. Only disciples of genius caliber or above can trigger system tasks and receive rewards. Feeling deflated, Lu Chen fell silent in disbelief. If you don't have any, just say so. What does please rest assured even mean? System. Did you let me finish? Lu Chen chose not to waste further words, realizing he still possessed a cultivation card and a lottery opportunity, igniting a flicker of anticipation within him. As his current cultivation was far too low. System. Activate the lottery opportunity. Ding. Lottery activated successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the chaotic sacred body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the chaotic divine law. Note, the divine law consists of 9 levels. First level is sacred law. Second level is opening the divine eyes. Third level is heavenly finger. Fourth level is shaking the heaven's palm. Fifth level is treading the 9 heavens. Sixth level is reversing yin and yang. Seventh level is time arrival. Eighth level is all things birth. And ninth level is opening the chaos. Astonishing, as the information regarding the rewards surfaced in his mind. Lu Chen was filled with immense excitement. The chaotic sacred body. The chaotic divine law. He was aware of the chaotic sacred body. It was an extraordinarily powerful physique. After all, he had seen discussions among readers on Blue Star regarding it. And according to those formidable individuals, the chaotic sacred body ranks among the top 3 supreme physiques. As for the chaotic divine law, good heavens, it seemed to be a creation of this system. Lu Chen had never encountered any mention of it from the readers, but it certainly appeared formidable. System, is this chaotic divine law your own creation? Lu Chen questioned, perplexed. Ding, if the host does not desire it. This system will reclaim it. Cursed system. Fuse it all into me. Lu Chen could hardly contain his eagerness, desperate to understand the might of the chaos. Wait, suddenly, Lu Chen recalled something and hastily interrupted the fusion. System, conceal my aura. He understood the formidable nature of the chaotic sacred body and feared that any unusual occurrences during the fusion might attract the attention of the ancient beings from the Immortal Martial Continent, which would spell trouble. Host, you truly speak too much. Does this system not know? Lu Chen. Ding. Fusion commencing. Fusion in process. The moment the system's voice fell, a terrifying power surged within him, and feeling the astonishing force inside, Lu Chen concentrated wholeheartedly on the fusion. Boom. A dreadful aura emanated from his body, instantly sweeping across the entire Great Qin ancient city. What is this aura? Could it be that another peerless expert is targeting the Great Qin dynasty? No, something feels off. This aura instills fear, yet lacks any oppressive sensation. Hiss. This direction is towards the royal palace. Could it be? Everyone in the Great Qin ancient city suddenly wore expressions of shock, gazing toward the royal palace with wide eyes. Their expressions filled with awe as countless divine lights illuminated the sky. This was, in fact, the handiwork of the system. It merely concealed a portion of the chaotic sacred body's manifestation, detectable only by the cultivators within the Great Qin ancient city. Meanwhile, in the Ancient Commerce Association, how is this possible? This aura. Could it be that Kunlun sect is indeed a hidden great sect? Deep within, an elderly man was taken aback, his aged eyes radiating a glimmer of light, as if he could see through layers of void, peering toward the royal palace. In the grand hall, everyone felt this aura and turned their gazes toward Lu Chen at the main seat. Expressions filled with horror and their hearts trembling at this moment. An array of divine lights swirled around Lu Chen, and behind him, an ancient river of time emerged, reflecting countless great worlds and stirring waves of brilliance. Qin Ruoxian stared at the scene before her face suddenly paling, her pupils contracting in disbelief as she stammered, "This is the river of time. Who on earth is he?" At this moment, Qin Ruoxian could no longer maintain her composure. Soon after, everyone beheld a figure clad in white emerging upon the ancient river, resembling an immortal descending to the mortal realm, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Chen. He stepped upon the ancient river, each stride seemingly spanning an entire epoch, as countless great worlds shattered beneath his feet, sending forth waves upon the river. Hiss, is that the sect leader? Luo Wushuang and the others gasped, their bodies trembling slightly. Senior Wang Ming, is that river the legendary river of time? Luo Wushuang had once read of the River of Time in ancient texts, initially believing it to be mere legend. Yet upon witnessing the river behind Lu Chun, those words naturally surfaced in his mind. Wang Ming and the others displayed little outward change, yet their gazes toward Lu Chun brimmed with reverence. They were all celestial cultivators summoned by Lu Chun and were naturally aware of his mysterious strength. Indeed, it is the River of Time. The sect leader has manifested the River of Time, likely as a means to restore his cultivation. Wang Ming glanced at the others and smiled. Upon hearing this, the others were filled with awe, their hearts trembling. How terrifying! What level of cultivation had the sect leader possessed in the past to restore his strength and manifest the legendary River of Time? Instantly, the others looked toward Lu Chun at the main seat, their reverence for him deepening. And Wang Ming's words struck Qin Ruoxian like a bolt from the blue, causing her to tremble slightly. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Even during her previous life, with the strength of an emperor, she would not dare to tread upon the River of Time. It was not merely fear, but an inability to even summon it. Furthermore, she could sense that bringing forth the River of Time was not as simple as it appeared. In the upper realm, only those who had touched the path of immortality could grasp a fragment of it. And to fully manifest the River of Time, only those— Boom! Upon contemplating this, Qin Ruoxian's body trembled, and her exquisite visage turned ashen in an instant. She dared not pursue the thought further, if what he speculated were indeed true. At that moment, a myriad of extraordinary phenomena surged abruptly behind Lu Chun, wildly rushing into his being in the blink of an eye. The manifestations and their accompanying aura vanished entirely, the divine radiance enveloping him dissipating. And the grand hall returned to a state of tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. Finally, the aura had vanished. All within the ancient city of Qin felt the disappearance of that formidable presence, involuntarily exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. Although the aura bore no oppressive weight, it instilled an overwhelming sense of dread, as if deities from the heavens were surveying them from above. Simultaneously, Lu Chun seamlessly integrated with the chaotic holy body, gradually opening his eyes as a flash of divine light coursed through them, revealing a cosmic river seemingly reversing its flow, with countless great worlds rising and falling within. Was this the completion of the fusion? Lu Chun mused, perplexed, feeling nothing unusual at all. Damn it! However, he soon began to discern the transformations occurring within him. He had ascended to the 9th layer of divine transformation. Moreover, even his Tao Palace and divine abode had undergone monumental changes. Previously, his cultivation had been constrained by his foundational instability, but now, the fusion of the chaotic holy body had rectified this flaw. Feeling the alterations within, Lu Chun was overwhelmed with excitement. At that moment, he sensed something and turned his gaze towards the crowd in the grand hall. His astonishment, Luo Wushuang, Lin Yun, and Ling Shui were all gazing at him with expressions of shock. What is happening? Why are they all staring at me? Ahem. Lu Chun cleared his throat. Ling Shui instantly snapped back to reality, realizing Lu Chun was looking at them with an authoritative gaze. Sect Master. Ling Shui's delicate face registered surprise as she hurriedly spoke. Luo Wushuang and Lin Yun quickly followed suit, bowing respectfully to Lu Chun. Sect Master, have you completed your cultivation? Casting a glance at the three, Lu Chun noticed Qin Ruoxian was absent from the hall, prompting him to inquire, by the way, where is Ruoxian? After all, the expedition to the Qin dynasty had concluded, and he was preparing to return to Kunlun sect to attend to the upcoming recruitment of disciples. Sect Master, June, your sister mentioned she had matters to attend to with the ruler of It seems she went to meet the ancestral elder of Qin. Ling Shui promptly replied, to meet the ancestral elder of Qin. She must have learned of Ruoxian becoming a disciple of Kunlun sect and wishes to inquire about our sect's background. Lu Chun mused inwardly with a smile. He understood the intentions of the Qin dynasty, likely prompted by Chen Beishuan's formidable prowess, which had caught the ancestral elder's attention. Moreover, the Qin dynasty, a hegemonic power, indeed boasted an ancestor at the half-step heavenly king realm. Had it not been for the golden armored man that day, the 5 great dynasties would likely have met their demise long that moment. Ling Shui spotted Qin Ruoxian returning from outside the hall and joyfully exclaimed, "Junior sister, you're back." At this juncture, Qin Zhan, the ancestral elder of the Qin, and Qin Ruoxian entered the grand hall together. Upon noticing Lu Chun seated at the main position, both Qin Zhan and the ancestral elder felt a jolt within their hearts and immediately approached Lu Chun with utmost respect. Old man Qin Zhan pays his respects to sect master Lu. Given the courteous demeanor of the two, Lu Chun was taken aback, but soon grasped the reason behind it. After all, Chen Beixian had slain the golden armored man, effectively saving the Qin dynasty. He then smiled at the two, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Ruoxian is now a disciple of Kunlun sect. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to Kunlun sect for assistance. We shall certainly do our utmost to help." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy illuminated their eyes, and they felt an immense surge of excitement. They had witnessed the strength of Kunlun sect firsthand, especially the invincible figure clad in green, which had long been etched into their minds. They could hardly fathom the depth of Kunlun sect as foundations. Even a half-step heavenly king could only serve as a protective elder within the sect. It must be said that the might of Chen Beixian was now widely acknowledged, with everyone believing him to be at the half-step heavenly king realm. If they were to discover that Chen Beixian was merely at the void transformation realm, it would undoubtedly astonish countless individuals. As they contemplated this, they couldn't help but glance at Luo Wuxuan, sighing inwardly, if only the Qin could become a subsidiary force of Kunlun sect. Moreover, the power behind the golden armored man was not something that the Qin dynasty could afford to offend. It originated from a significant force in the eastern celestial domain, as gleaned from the rulers of the 5 great dynasties. Now that he had perished within the Qin dynasty, albeit at the hands of Kunlun sect, the connection to the Qin was inescapable. After all, the golden armored man had come seeking the ancient desolate token, and Kunlun sect's intervention was solely due to Qin Ruoxian becoming a disciple. Though they had received Lu Chen's assurance, an unsettling feeling lingered in their hearts. They feared that if the force behind the golden armored man were to retaliate, the Qin dynasty could be obliterated in an instant, leaving no opportunity to seek refuge with Kunlun sect. With that thought, their apprehensions grew increasingly pronounced. Qin Zhan and the ancestral elder exchanged glances, resolved to express their thoughts. "Sect Master Lu, we are immensely grateful for your sect's intervention in this matter, allowing the Qin dynasty to avert disaster." Qin Zhan expressed with gratitude in his gaze. "Lord Ruler of Qin, you need not be so courteous. I have stated before that Ruoxian is a disciple of Kunlun sect, and it is only right that we extend our assistance." Lu Chun replied with a smile, unconcerned about the matter. This was Lu Chun's protective nature. As long as it involved a disciple of Kunlun sect, he would not hesitate to lend a hand whenever they faced adversity. Observing Lu Chun's nonchalance, Qin Zhan expressed his respect. "Sect Master Lu, our Qin dynasty wishes to become a subsidiary force of Kunlun sect, and we hope you will grant our request." At this declaration, Luo Wuxuan was taken aback, astonished that even a regional hegemon sought to become a subsidiary of Kunlun sect. After voicing these words, Qin Zhan felt a weight lift from his heart as he sensed an intangible pressure emanating from Lu Chun. This was the might of a leader of a hidden great sect, truly terrifying. This was also attributed to Lu Chun having fused with the chaotic holy body. Upon hearing the request, Lu Chun paused momentarily, realizing it mirrored the situation with the Zhou dynasty. "Damn it. Author, what sort of plot are you writing?" But after a moment's consideration, Lu Chun understood the rationale behind it. "No, you need not understand. Just follow my script," he exclaimed with a laugh. "All right, I agree," Lu Chun readily consented. Recognizing that the Qin dynasty possessed an ancestor at the half-step heavenly king realm, making them a formidable force within Qingzhou, of course, the strongest now was Kunlun sect. As his words fell, both Qin Zhan and the ancestral elder displayed expressions of sheer joy, their hearts brimming with elation. "Rest assured, sect master, the Qin dynasty shall never betray Kunlun sect," both affirmed with fervor. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxian displayed little reaction, merely casting a gaze at Lu Chun that now held a hint of reverence. She was filled with curiosity towards Kunlun's sect, and upon witnessing the phenomena invoked by Chen, she was certain that Kunlun sect was far more extraordinary than she had initially imagined. Ding! The Qin dynasty has become a subsidiary force of Kunlun sect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 sect points. As the announcement echoed in Chen's mind following the Qin dynasty's affiliation, he couldn't help but be astonished. 10,000 sect points, truly befitting a hegemonic force. Yet he felt the points were still somewhat lacking. With that thought, Chen inwardly commanded, "System, open the sect panel." Ding! Open sect. Kunlun sect residence. Burial Immortal Mountain Range sect master. Chen. Cultivation. 9th layer of divine transformation. 1 cultivation card. Sect disciples. Outer disciples. Inner disciples. Core disciples. 3 sect executors. None sect guards. 3 sect guard elders. 1 sect elders. 1 sect points. 11. 000 sect ancestor. None Sai. Not a single ordinary disciple. Now he could only wait to return to Kunlun and proceed with the recruitment of disciples. After a brief moment, Chen turned to Qinzhan. What is the purpose of the ancient desolate token? He recalled that the rulers of the 5 great dynasties and the golden armored man seemed to have come for this token, and he was eager to uncover its significance that attracted so many. Upon hearing this, both Qinzhan and the ancestral elder were taken aback, their minds filled with confusion. Isn't Kunlun sect a hidden great sect? How could you possibly be unaware of the ancient desolate token? As for Luo Wushuang and the others, they were utterly oblivious to the significance of the ancient token. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qinzhan did not dwell on it further and respectfully addressed Chen, saying, "Master, the ancient token serves as the key to gain entry into the ancient secret realm." Qinzhan promptly relayed all that he knew about it to Chen. It appears once every 100,000 years. Inside, there may be legacies from the mighty beings of the ancient era, and it is a trial secret realm. Through Qinzhan's explanation, Chen came to understand that the ancient secret realm was indeed a trial space. Although it belonged to an ancient age, countless opportunities had been seized by others over millions of years. Chen could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Currently, aside from the Celestial King Realm Master, a Qing and several Celestial King weapons alongside Chen Beixian and his companions, the Kunlun sect had little else to rely upon. The items in the system shop required sect points for exchange, and Kunlun sect truly had nothing more to offer. Initially, he had hoped to enter this secret realm to procure some sacred herbs, imperial medicines, or divine elixirs. At the very least, some spiritual herbs would suffice. Who would have thought? Damn it! He never anticipated that the secret realm had transformed into a testing ground for disciples of those great powers. Is this the power of capital? Are they truly using a secret realm to test their sect's disciples? Just as Chen lamented this in his heart, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the depths of the ancient secret realm have yet to be explored. The host can wait for the realm's emergence to investigate. System. What lies within? Chen's heart surged with excitement upon hearing the system's words. The host must enter to discover. Damn it! Damn it! Without further elaboration from the system, Chen had no choice but to wait for the realm's emergence, to explore it himself. Master, I believe the ancient token should be entrusted to you. Seeing Chen lost in thought, Qinzhan, momentarily perplexed, understood that now that the Great Qin had become an affiliate of Kunlun, the token ought to be surrendered to the sect. Moreover, only Kunlun sect possessed the strength to claim this ancient token. Upon hearing this, Chen came to his senses, glanced at Qinzhan, and grasped his concerns. Although the forces across various states were already aware of the ancient token's existence within the Great Qin dynasty, Chen was confident that unless a major power exceeding the half-step Celestial King realm intervened, they would not act recklessly. They were also unaware of the relationship between Kunlun sect and the Great Qin dynasty. They only knew that Kunlun had decisively struck down a half-step Celestial King within the Great Qin. Now, with the ancient token residing in the Great Qin, it would undoubtedly invite self-destruction. Presently, only Kunlun sect had the strength to navigate this situation. With the expedition to the Great Qin now concluded, Chen prepared to return to Kunlun sect. However, Qinzhan approached him, expressing intentions to relocate the Great Qin dynasty into the Dazhou dynasty. merging the two dynasties to establish a new realm. Liu Chun had no strong objections to this plan and suggested that Qin Zhan discuss it with Luo Wushuang. Initially, Luo Wushuang harbored doubts about the matter, but upon reflection, he understood the rationale behind it. Nonetheless, he could not make a decision without first conferring with the ancestral figures of the Dezhou dynasty. Lord Qin, I must discuss this with the ancestors. Perhaps you could accompany us to Dezhou? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan chuckled. Ah, Brother Luo, from now on, let's refer to each other as brothers. We are all comrades now. Naturally, the merger of our dynasties must be communicated to Senior Luo. Once this matter concludes, we must celebrate with a drink. Each dynasty was established and passed down through generations over millennia. Thus, merging two dynasties involved considerable complexities. Moreover, the Great Qin dynasty had been a dominant force for over 10,000 years. Hearing this, Luo Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, then felt a surge of excitement, as the notion of referring to the leader of sovereign power as a brother was beyond anything he had ever imagined. Previously, during his attendance at the Qingzhou conference, he had always approached Qin Zhan with utmost reverence, fearing any offense against the Great Qin dynasty. Now, he could actually call Qin Zhan brother. He recognized that this was all due to the Kunlun sect, and without it, the Dezhou dynasty might have long since faced annihilation. Contemplating this, Luo Wushuang's eyes reflected a profound respect for Lu Chun and the Kunlun sect. Since you would put it this way, I shall look to Brother Qin for guidance henceforth. Luo Wushuang replied with a smile. Ha, you are too courteous, Brother Luo, Qin Zhan responded. Regarding the merger of the dynasties, Luo Wushuang felt it presented an opportunity for the Dezhou dynasty as well. He believed that in the future, Kunlun sect would undoubtedly grow into a formidable power in the southern wasteland, and perhaps the affiliated forces of Kunlun sect might have a chance to become outer sect members. Such situations were not uncommon on the Xinwu continent. Affiliated forces that contributed significantly to the main sect might not enter the sect, but could still attain the status of outer sect members. This was far superior to being merely an affiliated power. The following day, outside the ancient city of the Great Qin, a figure clad in white, resembling an otherworldly immortal, appeared before Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, and the ancestral figure of the Great Qin. This figure was none other than Lu Chun, accompanied by Lin Yun and his companions, as well as Wang Ming and his group, while Chen Beixian had been shadowing them all along. Qin Zhan joined Lu Chun in his journey to Kunlun sect, while the ancestral figure of the Great Qin remained behind to oversee affairs. Master, we are ready to depart. Luo Wushuang addressed Lu Chun respectfully. Very well, let us proceed. In an instant, several streaks of radiant light ascended into the sky, heading towards the Kunlun sect in the Zhangxian mountain range. Simultaneously, in Tianzhou, at the Tianjian sect, following the previous demise of the dominant force. The Tianwu dynasty, at the hands of the ancestral figure of the Great Qin after his recovery, the once dominant Tianjian sect, having witnessed its own ancestral figure break through to the half-step celestial king realm, forcefully suppressed various powers and now stood as the sole sovereign force of Tianzhou, wielding immense strength. Haha, I have finally broken through to the Dongshu realm. An elder suddenly appeared above the main peak, exuding a formidable aura that reverberated throughout the entire Tianjian sect, causing countless disciples to gaze towards the peak in awe. Look, who dares to seek death in our Tianjian sect? What the hell? Are you crazy? That is our Grand Elder. What? It's the Grand Elder, but that aura is terrifying. Yes, it is indeed the Grand Elder. He has broken through to the Dongshu realm, just as the disciples are taken aback. A voice laden with authority resonated in their ears. Ha! Congratulations to the Grand Elder on breaking through to the Dongshu realm. Our Tianjian sect has gained another powerhouse. A figure emerged in the void. It was Zhao Wuji, the sect leader of the Tianjian sect, possessing formidable strength at the first level of the Dongshu realm. He looked towards the elder on the main peak with excitement, and the elder was none other than Yunlong, the ancestral figure of the Yuhua dynasty, now having achieved the first level of the Dongshu realm. Yunlong, I pay my respects to the sect leader. Yunlong addressed Zhao Wuji with reverence, his expression filled with excitement. Yet a startling killing intent flickered in his eyes. Noticing the abrupt change, Zhao Wuji's expression shifted to one of confusion. Elder Yun, what troubles you? He inquired, sensing something amiss that Yunlong's demeanor darkened as he revealed the matter regarding the Yuhua dynasty to Zhao Wuji. Humph! How dare they annihilate the legacy of our grand elder? They are courting death. Zhao Wuji's face turned furious upon hearing this, as if it were a personal affront. The Tianjin sect stood as a sovereign force in the state. It was unthinkable that the legacy of their grand elder was wiped out. It was a direct slap to their face. Elder Yun, rest assured, as long as it is not the Kunlun sect from Qingzhou that intervened. We have little to fear from other forces. Good heavens! You are indeed confident. Upon hearing this, Yunlong's previously murderous gaze faltered momentarily. Kunlun sect? What sect is that? Zhao Wuji seemed to sense Yunlong's confusion and proceeded to recount the events that had transpired in Qingzhou days prior. Celestial King Realm Powerhouse. Upon learning that the Kunlun sect might possess a Celestial King Realm Powerhouse, Yunlong's expression changed drastically, exclaiming in shock, "Indeed, Elder Yun, let us hope that the Yuhua dynasty was not attacked by this Kunlun sect." Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes at him and continued, "However, if it were the great Qin dynasty that acted, our Tianjin sect will certainly seek accountability for the Grand Elder." Hearing this, Yunlong did not ponder further. Instead, his expression turned ominously dark. The destruction of his legacy was a grievance he must avenge. He was certain that neither the Great Qin nor the Great Xia dynasties had acted against the Yuhua dynasty, as both were aware of his ties to the Tianjin sect and would not act without cause. Thus, the only possible aggressor was the Dezhou dynasty, which possessed comparable strength upon this reflection. The intensity of murderous intent in Yunlong's gaze surged even further. Had he not arrived at the Tianjin sect, the Great Zhou dynasty would have long been annihilated by him. At this moment, Zhao Wuji seemed to have an epiphany, glancing at Yunlong with a hint of excitement as he proclaimed, "Elder Yun, now that you have broken through to the Dongshu realm, allow me to host a celebration in your honor, to let the other factions in Tianzhou know that our Tianjin sect adds another formidable Dongshu expert." Without waiting for Yunlong to respond, Zhao Wuji continued, "Rest assured, Elder Yun, in a few days, I will dispatch several elders to accompany you to Qingzhou, so that the powers there may recognize the strength of our Tianjin sect." Zhao Wuji was eager for the entire southern wasteland to be aware of the emergence of yet another Dongshu expert within their ranks. Good heavens! One seeks vengeance, and you are already planning a feast in advance. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Yunlong understood the urgency was not pressing, and respectfully replied, "Then I thank the sect master in advance." "Ha! Elder Yin need not be so formal. It is only fitting," Zhao Wuji responded joyfully. Following this, the Tianjin sect held a grand banquet, inviting all factions of Tianzhou to celebrate Elder Yunlong's breakthrough into the Dongshu realm. It was no wonder Zhao Wuji acted thus. In a single state, the number of Dongshu experts could be counted on one hand, barring a few powerful major states where such numbers would be greater. At this moment, in the Great Zhou dynasty, several streaks of light zipped through the void, racing swiftly towards the direction of the Zhongxian mountain range. Should anyone witness this spectacle, they would surely be taken aback, exclaiming, "Another foolhardy soul dares to venture into the Zhongxian mountain range." On the Xinwu continent, there are 3 forbidden areas: the Zhongxi mountain range in the southern wasteland, the Yaoxing mountain in the demon domain, and the undying divine river in the eastern sky domain. Among these, the Zhongxi mountain range is the most tranquil. The other 2 are nearly untouched by cultivators. The Yaoxing mountain serves as the sacred ground for the demon race, rumored to house countless powerful beings from their kind, making it impossible for human cultivators to enter without facing certain death. As for the undying divine river, it is said to have existed since ancient times, filled with desolation and death, devoid of any vitality. Legends speak of a powerful human cultivator who ventured in 100,000 years ago, only to be met with heart-wrenching screams echoing from outside the river shortly thereafter. And that mighty being was never seen again to this day. The mere mention of the undying divine river sends shivers down the spines of many. Conversely, the Zhongxi mountain range is an anomaly among the 3 forbidden areas. Unlike the undying divine river, it is not devoid of life. Instead, it is lush with vitality, towering trees flourishing everywhere, creating a picturesque landscape. Yet, this seemingly idyllic paradise is, paradoxically, the most terrifying and enigmatic of the three forbidden places. Ancient texts recount that during the mythic era, various emperors inexplicably appeared in the Zhongshan mountain range one day, only to be whisked away by a mysterious force. Some believe that these emperors were drawn to a higher realm by the enigmatic powers within the forbidden area, while others speculate that a great terror lurks deep within the Zhongshan mountain range. Thus, myriad theories abound. With a whoosh, several streaks of light descended rapidly upon the Zhongshan mountain range, startling the avian creatures within the mountains. It was none other than Lu Chen and his companions, returning from the great Qin dynasty. Where are we? The Zhongshan mountain range. Qin Zhan, sensing the surrounding environment, was taken aback. He turned to Lu Chen, disbelief evident in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Sect Master, is our Kunlun sect located within the Zhongshan mountain range?" "Indeed, our Kunlun sect resides here," Lu Chen replied with a smile, unfazed by Qin Zhan's reaction, knowing that anyone from the Xinwu continent would likely react similarly. Seeing Qin Zhan's expression, Luo Wushuang also smiled. Within the sect, Lu Chen instructed Ling Shui to take Qin Ruoxian around to familiarize her with the surroundings, as many of the sect structures were still under construction. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang were to discuss the matter of merging the dynasties with the great Zhou ancestors. Liu Chen was amenable to their plans. Recognizing that the stronger Kunlun's subordinate forces became, the more renowned the sect would grow. Returning to the main hall, Lu Chen began to meticulously plan Kunlun's future development. That on a prominent peak, Ling Shui said, "I wish to walk around the sect on my own. You need not accompany me." Ruoxian, a gentle smile, graced the exquisite face of Qin Ruoxian as she softly spoke to Ling Shui. "Very well, Ruoxian. I shall go practice," Ling Shui replied, a hint of disappointment on her face, as she had hoped to learn more about her fellow disciple and why she advanced in cultivation so rapidly. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of joy after their pleasant conversation, having grown close enough that they did not refer to each other by titles, but rather as sisters. Once Ling Shui departed, Qin Ruoxian began to sense the aura of the Kunlun sect, and her expression changed dramatically. How is this possible? The spiritual energy here was akin to that of the celestial realm. Upon entering Kunlun, she had immediately sensed something amiss, prompting her to dismiss Ling Shui for further investigation. She was astonished to discover that the spiritual energy, while perhaps merely abundant to those from the Xinwu continent, was something entirely different for her, having been reborn from the celestial realm. She was confident that she could cultivate here and would likely regain her strength in no time. Qin Ruoxian's astonishment and trepidation regarding Kunlun's mysteries grew ever stronger. She could hardly fathom who possessed the means to draw celestial energy down to the mortal realm. Perhaps this is my opportunity to enter a mysterious sect in the lower realm. A gleam of determination flashed in her eyes as she made a silent resolution. Meanwhile, on the disciple peak, Lin Yun was not engaged in cultivation, but appeared rather melancholic as he gazed into the distance. Though he typically exuded a carefree demeanor, ever since the full awakening of his battle saint body, complemented by the battle saint technique, his cultivation had also ascended to the Dao Palace realm. Truly, the battle saint body is remarkable. As Lin Yun contemplated composing a poem, a voice broke through his reverie, dispelling his melancholic gaze in an instant. "Senior brother, are you slacking off again?" It was Ling Shui. Her little mouth puffed in annoyance. She had intended to return to her own practice, but upon seeing Lin Yun lost in thought, she felt compelled to remind him. Knowing that Lu Chen held high expectations for both of them, she had been diligently cultivating. Lin Yun, on the other hand, often required her encouragement to remain focused on his training, as he was easily distracted, seeing Lin Yun gazing at her in a daze. Ling Shui feigned anger and declared, "I'll tell the sect master." With that, she turned to leave. Junior sister, I was merely lost in contemplation of the battle saint technique," Lin Yun quickly interjected, pulling Ling Shui back as he panicked at the thought of Lu Chen discovering his laziness. He shuddered at the notion, realizing that if Lu Chen were to learn of his lack of diligence, he would certainly face severe consequences. Contemplating a technique? My apologies, senior brother. I was unaware you were in the midst of a profound revelation. Ling Shui exclaimed, her face flushed with regret. It's quite all right. Junior sister, I have already advanced to the second layer of the battle saint technique, Lin Yun replied with a serious expression. Indeed, how impressive you are. Ling Shui believed her senior brother's words wholeheartedly, choosing to trust him without question. Had it been Qin Ruoxian, she would likely have insisted on a competition to verify his claims. Really? Senior brother, you are truly remarkable, Ling Shui exclaimed, her joy evident. Junior sister, I shall not disappoint the sect master, Lin Yun declared earnestly, his gaze resolute. While Lin Yun may often appear distracted from his training, once he focused, his cultivation would undoubtedly surpass his current level, though that was a matter for another time. Junior sister, it seems we haven't discussed techniques together in quite some time. Lin Yun gazed at Ling Shui's lovely face with a playful grin. Senior brother, is it regarding the battle saint technique? Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Ling Shui was left perplexed. Previously, Lin Yun had indeed spoken to her about the formidable nature of the battle saint method, which made her somewhat incredulous when he mentioned reaching the second level of cultivation. At that moment, Lin Yun took hold of Ling Shui's delicate hand, causing her exquisitely beautiful cheeks to flush a vibrant red. Adorned in a flowing white gown, Ling Shui appeared extraordinarily enchanting, rendering Lin Yun momentarily spellbound. Senior brother, you. At this juncture, Ling Shui's charming visage resembled a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to savor her sweetness. In that instant, she seemed to grasp the underlying meaning. Of course, it was about meditative cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou Palace, within a grand hall, Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, and the esteemed ancestor of Great Zhou were deliberating on matters concerning the merger of their dynasties. Haha, splendid. Since Senior Luo has given his assent, I shall return to the Great Qin now. In 3 days, our Great Qin and Great Zhou shall officially unite, heralding the dawn of a new dynasty. Qin Zhan was elated, having secured the merger. Indeed, we are now subordinate forces of the Kunlun sect. It is only fitting that we stand united. The Great Zhou ancestor replied with a smile. By the way, the name of the new dynasty should be determined with the sect master's approval. Luo Wushuang interjected promptly. As subordinate factions, it was imperative to seek the main sect's consent. Liu Chun had already acquiesced to their merger, yet the name of the dynasty required his decree. The two men exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly as they realized the gravity of their oversight. Indeed, Brother Luo, I shall accompany you to meet the sect master. Very well. Let us go in the Kunlun main hall. Lu Chan sat in the primary seat, gazing down at the two men as he spoke slowly. Since you have reached a consensus, I shall name your new dynasty. Liu Chan was not overly concerned about this matter, as his own sect had yet to fully establish itself. Upon hearing his words, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang's faces lit up with excitement as they simultaneously bowed respectfully. We beseech the sect master to bestow a name upon the new dynasty. To be honest, Lu Chan was uncertain about what name to choose, but having traversed from the Blue Star, he felt a sense of nostalgia for it. Let it be called the Jiuzhou dynasty, Lu Chan declared, looking at the two men. Upon hearing the name Jiuzhou, the two exchanged glances and immediately bowed in reverence. Thank you, sect master. After a brief appraisal of the two, Lu Chan replied nonchalantly. Very well, if there's nothing further, go ahead and commence your preparations. Yes, sect master, in the Eastern Celestial Domain, the Jiuzhou dynasty, a premier force in the eastern region, boasted formidable beings of the Heavenly King realm within its ranks. In comparison, the dynasties of the southern wilderness were on an entirely different level. That moment, within the grand halls of the Jiuzhou Palace, a middle-aged man exuding an overwhelming aura sat in the main seat. Emanating an astonishing pressure at all times, the Jiuzhou ministers cast fearful glances at the imposing figure. Southern Wilderness, Kunlun sect, the middle-aged man, the sovereign of the Jiuzhou dynasty, Yu Li, coldly regarded a battle-armored man below him. Yes, my lord, Commander Wu was indeed slain by this Kunlun sect. The battle-armored man trembled under Yu Li's terrifying presence as he spoke of Commander Wu, the golden-armored man who had been killed by Chen Beixian. Kunlun sect? What sort of insignificant sect dares to slay a member of my Jiuzhou dynasty? A young man clad in resplendent robes stood forth, glaring at the battle-armored figure in fury. The battle-armored man, terrified by the intensity of this presence, began to sweat profusely and hastily replied, "My lord, I have heard from the southern wilderness that the Kunlun sect appears to be a reclusive sect." "Nonsense, what do you mean by reclusive sect?" the young lord bellowed. He then turned to Yu Li with respect. "My lord, permit me to journey to the southern wilderness and annihilate this Kunlun sect, retrieving the ancient token." Upon hearing this, Yu Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Remaining silent as he contemplated, he had presumed it was the Jun family of the southern wilderness taking action, for aside from those forces, his Juyo dynasty had no fear of others. Even the Jun family, while formidable, paled in comparison to his Juyo dynasty. Moreover, the Kunlun sect actually possessed a half-step Heavenly King realm powerhouse. Although the Juyo dynasty was located in the eastern celestial domain, Yu Li was well aware of the forces in the southern wilderness that he had never heard of the Kunlun sect. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched that golden-armored man to the southern wilderness. "Li Mu, go to the ancestral grounds and awaken an elder, informing him that the ancient secret realm is about to emerge, that I believe the elder will take action." Yu Li's gaze turned icy as he directed the young lord, intending to leverage the foundation of his dynasty in a precautionary measure. Upon hearing this, the young lord and the ministers in the hall could not help but tremble in shock, their hearts racing. They had not anticipated that the sovereign would summon an elder to act for the sake of the ancient token. The young lord quickly regained his composure, bowing respectfully to Yu Li before exiting the grand hall. Clearly, the Juyo dynasty harbored numerous ancient beings. 3 days later, news of the merger between the Great Qin dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty spread throughout the southern wilderness, attracting the attention of countless onlookers. "Have you heard? The Great Qin and Great Zhou dynasties from Qingzhou have merged." "What? Impossible! The Great Qin dynasty is the dominant force in Qingzhou. How could it merge with a first-rate power like the Great Zhou? Is the ruler of the Great Qin out of his mind?" "Sure. You know nothing. The Great Qin dynasty is no longer the overlord of Qingzhou. Are you referring to the Kunlun sect?" "Yes, the very Kunlun sect. Furthermore, after the merger, they have named themselves the Jojo dynasty and have become a subordinate force of the Kunlun sect. Now, the true overlord of Qingzhou is the Kunlun sect." Hiss, could it be that the Kunlun sect is truly that powerful? All the states were astounded by the Great Qin dynasty's actions. While their strength in the southern wilderness was not particularly formidable, they had a half-step Heavenly King realm ancestor. Yet they had now become a subordinate force of the Kunlun sect, leaving many to ponder the implications. Meanwhile, at the Tianjin sect, atop the Elder Peak, Yinlong had initially intended to head to Qingzhou today to eradicate the Great Zhou dynasty. However, upon learning of the merger between Great Zhou and Great Qin, his expression darkened considerably. Great Qin dynasty. Yinlong gritted his teeth, witnessing the opportunity for revenge against the destruction of his lineage slip away, only to see the Great Qin dynasty merge with the Great Zhou at this critical juncture, inciting his ire against both. Yet he was acutely aware that the Great Qin dynasty was not something he could contend with, especially now that the two dynasties had united and become subordinate to the Kunlun sect. Even as the Grand Elder of the Tianjin sect, Zhao Wujing would not risk offending the newly established Jojo dynasty to assist him, particularly given the formidable yet unknown power of the Kunlun sect behind it. However, Zhao Wujing remained oblivious to these intricacies, that he only knew that Yunlong's lineage had been destroyed in Qingzhou, yet Yunlong had not clarified who was responsible for the attack. This lack of communication led Zhao Wujing to be somewhat indifferent to the events transpiring in Qingzhou. In his view, as long as the Tianjin sect did not provoke the Kunlun sect, all would be well. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Zhao Wujing was afraid of the Kunlun sect. After all, his own ancestor was a half-step Heavenly King, which filled him with confidence at that moment. Zhao Wujing arrived at the Elder Peak, and upon seeing Yunlong, assumed he was prepared to depart for Qingzhou and burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Yunlong, let the fifth elder accompany you on your journey to Qingzhou," Zhao Wujing exclaimed. Ever since the grand feast, the entire Tianzhou was aware of the immense strength of the Tianjin sect, which filled him with pride. Upon hearing Zhao Wujing's words, Yunlong felt a wave of gratitude towards him. Yet he couldn't help but wonder, why are you so jubilant? What do you intend to do? Hold a feast? Yunlong bore a bittersweet smile as he recounted the affairs of the great Zhou dynasty to Zhao Wuji. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's expression momentarily faltered, and a flicker of disappointment danced in his gaze. The banquet. Would it not come to fruition? No. It was the facade of the Tianjin sect that could not be maintained. The elders behind him also exhibited a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in their eyes. By the heavens, it seems this ruse may no longer be sustainable. Elder Yun would likely need to deliberate this matter further, Zhao Wuji hastily remarked, fearing that Yunlong's impulsiveness might lead him directly to Qingzhou. It was not that he feared the Kunlun sect. Rather, the external rumors spoke of their possessing a mighty figure of the heavenly king realm. This compelled him to exercise caution, especially considering the ancestral figure of the great Qin, who was also at the half-step heavenly king realm, had now become a vassal of the Kunlun sect. Even the current Tianjin sect, boasting an ancestor of half-step heavenly king strength, would not dare to offend the Kunlun sect. Master, I comprehend the weight of this matter. Even should vengeance be sought, I shall not act in the name of the Tianjin sect. At this juncture, a glint of madness flickered in Yunlong's eyes. The enmity of annihilating one's clan is a vendetta that cannot be overlooked. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then exchanged a few words with Yunlong before departing with several elders. In the desolate state of Huangzhou, the Jun family reigned supreme, as the sole dominant force in Huangzhou for several millennia. The Jun family commanded immense influence, standing as one of the most formidable powers in the southern desolate domain. Second only to those superlative sections, their might was truly unparalleled, far exceeding that of the royal families in Yuzhou at that moment. Within a colossal ancient city, sprawling over thousands of miles, a horrifying aura suddenly erupted from the depths, sweeping across the entire expanse of the great city. This presence heralded the emergence of the five ancestors. In the heart of the ancient city, within an imposing edifice, Jun Wuhui felt the terrifying energy and was instantly filled with excitement. Vanishing from his original position in an instant, this ancient city served as the stronghold of the Jun family, known as Taishu City, rumored to be named after an ancient ancestor of the family. The entire city was safeguarded by the magical runes inscribed by that ancestor, rendering it impenetrable to outsiders. Even those at the heavenly king realm would find it impossible to breach its defenses. It must be the five ancestors who have emerged. The members of the Jun family within the city were all aflame with excitement, and at that moment, an elder exclaimed with fervor, deep within the ancestral grounds of the Jun family. Jun Wei stood respectfully, awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. Suddenly, a section of space before him quivered slightly, and an elderly man clad in gray appeared, devoid of any discernible aura, resembling an ordinary elder as he stepped forth from the spatial portal. Jun Wuhui, I pay my respects to the five ancestors. Upon the elder's arrival, Jun Wuhui's countenance brightened, and he stepped forward with utmost reverence. The elder cast a glance at Jun Wuhui and nodded approvingly. Well done. After 100 years, you have broken through to the half-step heavenly king realm. It seems my judgment of you was not in vain. Thank you for your kind words, five ancestors. Jun Wuhui's heart swelled with excitement upon hearing this, and he addressed the elder with profound respect. Five ancestors. The ancient token has appeared. Jun Wuhui continued, cautiously glancing at the elder. In whose hands does it reside? The elder's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, as he regarded Jun Wuhui with indifference, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. The five ancestors of the Jun family were well aware of Jun Wuhui's intent, but did not anticipate that, apart from those major forces, any other faction could rival the Jun family. Five ancestors. It is as follows. Jun Wuhui then recounted the events transpiring in Qingzhou to the five ancestors. Intriguing that I am quite curious to witness the true depths of the Kunlun sect. After listening to Jun Wuhui's account, the elder's expression remained placid, as he spoke nonchalantly. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun sect's main plaza, Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and Qin Ruoxian were engaged in a discussion concerning their cultivation practices. The atmosphere exuding a harmonious camaraderie. Qin Ruoxian meticulously elaborated on the obstacles and bottlenecks encountered in cultivation, captivating both Lin Yun and Lingxue. The two listened in awe, their hearts reverberating with disbelief. Pondering, could it be that our junior sister is a reincarnation of a mighty being? At that moment, Lin Yun widened his eyes in astonishment and asked Qin Ruoxian, "Junior sister, how is it that you possess such profound knowledge of the various realms?" "Indeed, junior sister, you are remarkable. No wonder your breakthroughs come so swiftly." Ling Xue chimed in, equally astonished while internally lamenting. "As the elder sister, I find myself reliant on my junior sister's expertise. Alas, perhaps it is simply that I possess superior talent." Qin Ruoxian responded with a charming smile, not wishing to reveal her true identity just yet. Though she had fully integrated into the Kunlun sect, she remained unaware of its true depths. However, she sensed that the sect's stronghold was far from ordinary, possibly concealing even greater power. Yet, should her identity be revealed in the future, she would no longer be the empress of a bygone ancient nation, but merely a disciple of the Kunlun sect. At this juncture, Qin Ruoxian pondered, "Perhaps the Kunlun sect will become my final sanctuary." As Lin Yun contemplated his junior sister's extraordinary talent in cultivation, thoughts began to swirl. Could it be that my junior sister harbors ambitions of surpassing me? No. I must intensify my training, lest the sect master discovers my junior sister's prodigious gifts and my position as the eldest disciple becomes jeopardized. The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Suddenly, Lin Yun's gaze fell upon Qin Ruoxian as he inquired, "Junior sister, are you familiar with the Fighting Saint body?" The Fighting Saint body. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxian's expression shifted dramatically, and she fixed her intense gaze upon Lin Yun. The Fighting Saint body. This is a physique that can only manifest in the upper realms. It is utterly impossible for such a defiant constitution to exist in the lower realms, where the heavenly Tao is flawed. Lin Yun's words ignited a premonition within her. "Lin Shixiang, how do you know about the Fighting Saint body?" Although she was not yet accustomed to addressing him as her elder brother, she recognized that her title for him would eventually become inevitable, especially as she observed Lin Yun's somewhat mischievous demeanor towards Ling Xue. Lin Yun felt a shiver run down his spine under his junior sister's intense scrutiny, momentarily perplexed by her reaction to the mention of the Fighting Saint body. He hesitated before replying, "Well, junior sister, I was merely curious, huh?" At this moment, Lin Yun was convinced that his junior sister was well aware of the Fighting Saint body, and a bitter smile crept across his face as he thought, "Sect master, why does it seem that my junior sister knows everything? I, as the eldest disciple, am left feeling rather embarrassed." Lin Yun felt as though both of his junior sisters were perpetually overshadowing him, striking his pride as the eldest disciple of the Kunlun sect. This was hardly Lin Yun's fault, as his experience had been limited. After all, his family was but a modest one, and the strongest individuals he had encountered thus far were only at the Tao Palace realm. Had he not joined the Kunlun sect and awakened the Fighting Saint body, it was likely that this extraordinary physique would have remained buried without any other opportunities in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingshue's expression shifted slightly, her mouth agape in disbelief as she gazed at Qin Ruoxian. "Junior sister, you know about the Fighting Saint body?" She had heard the sect master speak of the might of the Fighting Saint body. Logically, cultivators at their level should not have access to knowledge of such physiques. Were it not for Lin Yun possessing this physique, she would have found it hard to believe in the existence of such a defiant constitution. Now, witnessing her junior sister not only possessing profound insight into the challenges of cultivation, but seemingly aware of even more enigmatic matters, she was left with an impression of her junior sister as a figure shrouded in mystery. It was common knowledge that the Fighting Saint body was among the 10 greatest physiques, immensely powerful. Possessing such a physique meant that, barring premature demise, becoming a great emperor was merely the starting point. Qin Ruoxian regarded the two earnestly and spoke slowly. Becoming a great emperor is merely the beginning." Upon hearing this, Ling Xue's mouth fell open in astonishment, as though it could accommodate a meat stick, her heart quaking at the thought. Surely, junior sister is jesting. A great emperor. That is the pinnacle of the cultivation path. How could it possibly be just a starting point for the cultivators of the lower realms? The emperor represents the final step on the path of cultivation, with an exceptionally prolonged lifespan. Moreover, It has been 1,000,000 years since an emperor has graced the Xianwu continent, leading its inhabitants to believe that we are in an era devoid of emperors. As for the true nature of the emperor's supremacy, perhaps only the ancient powers that have endured for 1,000,000 years possess a glimmer of understanding. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's body trembled, and he stared wide-eyed at his seemingly serious junior sister, suspecting he had misheard. "Junior sister, are you certain you aren't jesting?" "Indeed, senior brother. The sect leader has mentioned that our eldest senior brother's physique holds great promise for future ascension to emperor," she replied, leaving both of them incredulous, thinking their junior sister was merely teasing them. By the way, junior sister, you mentioned the emperor. What do you mean by it being merely a starting point? Before she could finish, Ling Shui interjected, "Did you say that Lin's senior brother possesses the battle saint physique?" Qin Ruoxian's eyes sharpened, her heart shaken, interrupting Ling Shui. "No. How could that be possible? How could such a physique appear in the lower realms? Moreover, I have failed to discern that Lin Yun is actually a battle saint physique." "Indeed, senior brother's physique is the battle saint physique," Ling Shui remarked nonchalantly, observing Qin Ruoxian's astonishment. Lin Yun affirmed earnestly, "Junior sister, I truly possess the battle saint physique. The sect leader has also stated that my physique is extraordinarily powerful, and achieving the status of emperor is not a distant dream." Hearing this, Qin Ruoxian urged, "Lin, senior brother, unleash your full strength against me." Unable to maintain her composure any longer, she sought to personally verify whether Lin Yun truly possessed the battle saint physique. "What? Unleash your full strength against you?" Ling Shui was taken aback, frozen in place, while Lin Yun looked equally perplexed, staring at Qin Ruoxian in disbelief. "What is going on? Is junior sister already looking to challenge my weaknesses upon entering Kunlun sect? This junior sister is at the Dao Palace realm, while I am merely at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, a recent breakthrough." However, he pondered, is this even reasonable? From the moment Lin Yun awakened his battle saint physique, less than a month had passed, and he had surged from a spirit vein realm to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, as if he were under some enchantment. Should the so-called prodigies of the Xianwu continent learn of this, they would surely be envious to the point of fury. Isn't this a form of self-torture? The crucial aspect was that Ling Shui stood by, making his face feel unbearably hot, observing their reactions. Qin Ruoxian realized they were still oblivious to her intent, and promptly stated, "Lin, senior brother, you have yet to engage in real combat, have you?" She was correct. Lin Yun had never truly fought anyone, which left him somewhat unclear about his own strength. In the past, Lin Yun was regarded as a waste within his family, someone who could be easily bullied. Although he had entered Kunlun and awakened the battle saint physique, dramatically increasing his power, he had indeed not fought anyone yet. Yet Qin Ruoxian understood the might of the battle saint physique, which was practically invincible among those of the same realm. This same realm was not merely a comparison among ordinary cultivators, but rather among the ranks of geniuses who also possessed special physiques, where it was deemed invincible. "Indeed, junior sister, I have not fought anyone." Lin Yun's face flushed with embarrassment as he chuckled, then asked, "By the way, junior sister, why do you wish for me to unleash my full strength against you?" With a thoughtful glance at Lin Yun, Qin Ruoxian explained, "Possessing the battle saint physique means not only being invincible among those of the same realm, but also capable of battling against stronger opponents. At this juncture, she recalled a supreme being in the higher realms who also bore the battle saint physique. Gazing deeply at Lin Yun, she continued, "Moreover, the battle saint physique is inherently a combat-oriented physique. Only by continuously honing oneself through battle and comprehending the essence of combat can one transcend oneself and embark on the true path of invincibility." The reason Qin Ruoxian possessed such insight into the battle saint physique stemmed from her knowledge of a supreme being in the higher realms who shared the same physique, a terrifying entity within the realm of immortals. Even her enemies, including the ancient Wuji kingdom, were rendered insignificant before this being. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui was visibly shaken. Lin Yun's gaze sparkled with newfound determination. He too yearned to comprehend his own strength. "Junior sister is right. Only through constant battle can one grow stronger. Regardless of whether what you say is true or false, it seems the only way to know is through practical combat." With this resolve, Lin Yun decided he must venture forth into the world, no longer sheltered in a greenhouse. He then turned to Ling Shui beside him and earnestly stated, "Junior sister, please step back. I fear I may inadvertently harm you." "All right, senior brother, Ruoxian, just don't take it too seriously. Let's keep it within limits," Ling Shui cautioned, concerned for Lin Yun, given the vast difference in their realms. "Junior sister, I am about to strike." After Ling Shui distanced herself, Lin Yun addressed Qin Ruoxian. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxian nodded slightly. "You must unleash your full strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand even a single strike from me." To ensure Lin Yun held nothing back, she couldn't resist provoking him. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lin Yun could no longer contain himself. "I knew it. Junior sister, you truly wish to ride on my coattails." This implication was unmistakable. She was questioning his capabilities. How could he tolerate such an affront? Immediately, Lin Yun erupted with a formidable aura, a surge of golden vital energy bursting forth from within, soaring towards the heavens as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder. Boom! Golden sacred blood, battle saint physique. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Ruoxian's heart quaked violently. And in that moment, she was certain and convinced that Lin Yun truly possessed the battle saint physique. The battle saint physique. If he ascends to the higher realms, he may one day stand among the strongest in the world. Qin Ruoxian marveled silently. Just then, as she was lost in thought, Lin Yun shouted, "Junior sister, be careful." Raising his fist, he channeled the golden sacred blood into it and unleashed a powerful blow towards Qin Ruoxian. Battle Saint Fist. With a thunderous crack, the space before him reverberated violently, as if it were about to shatter. A massive golden fist imprint, infused with overwhelming power, surged toward Qin Ruoxian. This the Battle Saint physique. Observing the approaching golden fist imprint, Qin Ruoxian's expression shifted. She could sense that Lin Yun's strike would not be stopped even by those of the Divine Concealment Realm. It was likely on par with the Dao Palace Realm. This was significant, as it represented a leap across a major realm, though there were those among the young prodigies of the higher realms capable of fighting across realms. They were all endowed with extraordinary talents that in the path of cultivation. The difference of a minor realm felt like an insurmountable chasm, let alone a major realm. This shattered her understanding of the Battle Saint physique. With a resounding roar, Qin Ruoxian countered with a palm, and their strikes collided with a deafening explosion. She was at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, and having been an emperor in her previous life, her combat experience was vast. Faced with Lin Yun's punch, she effortlessly neutralized the attack. In the distance, Ling Shui's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with astonishment, exclaiming, "I can't believe senior brother has become this strong." She could feel the might of Lin Yun's punch. Had she been in his place, she certainly would not have been able to withstand it. Alas, it seems I can't ride on senior brother's coattails anymore. Lin Yun, still in place, murmured to himself that he did not feel disheartened by his own strength. Rather, he had come to recognize his capabilities. Now, he needed to engage continually in battle. Combat was essential. Senior brother, that punch was incredibly powerful. Ling Shui and Qin Ruoxian approached, excitement evident in their voices. Little junior sister, is also quite formidable. Your senior brother have yet to reach your level." Lin Yun chuckled softly as he gazed at the two individuals before him. Harboring a firm belief that he would soon surpass his younger martial sister, he possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities. It was not that he feared losing his position as the senior brother. Rather, as a disciple of Kunlun's sect, he felt a responsibility to uphold its dignity and prestige, unwilling to become a subject of ridicule. More importantly, he did not wish to disappoint Lu Chen. "Senior brother, your innate strength as a battle saint body can no longer be measured merely by cultivation level. I trust you are aware of your own prowess. I suspect you could contend with someone at the Dao Palace level without much difficulty." Qin Ruoxian remarked, nodding slightly and speaking in a measured tone, now acknowledging Lin Yun as her senior brother. Although she was already a disciple of Kunlun, gaining her recognition would not have been easy if her senior brother lacked talent and strength. After all, in many respects, she was considered a senior herself. Despite the loss of her previous cultivation power, the insight and resources of an emperor were beyond imagination. Thank you for your guidance, junior sister. It has allowed me to gain a clearer understanding of my own strength, Lin Yun expressed gratefully. Senior brother is too modest, Qin Ruoxian replied with a faint smile. Senior brother, Ling Xue, let us discuss some matters regarding our Kunlun sect. Qin Ruoxian suggested, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with the intricacies of Kunlun. She sensed that there was a formidable presence lurking within the sect, shrouded in mystery. Certainly, junior sister. Come, let us find a place to sit and converse. Ling Xue said, taking Qin Ruoxian's hand and leading her towards a nearby peak. Junior sister, I must speak with the sect leader regarding a matter, so I will leave you now, Lin Yun stated, intending to discuss his upcoming expedition with Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxian seemed to grasp Lin Yun's intentions and refrained from commenting, for the battle saint body was never a delicate flower sheltered from the storm. She had heard tales in the upper realms of an unparalleled figure with a battle saint body who had vanquished countless prodigies, saints, and holy maidens in his youth, achieving the status of an emperor in less than 500 years. If Kunlun sect truly was an ancient power of the upper realms, it was likely that Lin Yun would ascend to emperor status within a few centuries. Meanwhile, in the Zhou dynasty, the former capital of the Great Zhou dynasty had now become the royal seat of the Zhou dynasty. Although this capital lacked protective formations and paled in comparison to the ancient capital of the Great Qin dynasty, it was well known among the major forces in the southern wilderness that the Zhou dynasty was now a subordinate power of Kunlun. Before confirming whether Kunlun was indeed a hidden sect or possessed a celestial king, those forces at the half-step celestial king level dared not act recklessly against the Zhou dynasty. After all, on that fateful day in the great Qin capital, Chen Beixian had decisively slain a half-step celestial king, instilling fear in the hearts of those first-rate dominant forces. The Zhou dynasty was ruled by two sovereigns, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang, with their respective ancestors now also regarded as common lineage within the dynasty. Luo Yuan had recently broken through to the Void Realm, bolstered by the resources of the former Great Qin dynasty, including a top-tier spiritual herb and a void-breaking pill to aid in his recovery and ascension. At this moment, a warship traversed the realms in the skies above the southern wilderness. An enormous bronze warship, exuding an aura of ancient power, appeared prominently in the air, its sides inscribed with the archaic characters Jiu. Swiftly heading towards a certain direction within the southern wilderness, as the warship passed, it created a cacophony of thunderous sounds that reverberated through the void, capturing the attention of countless forces beneath it. At that instant, the cultivators across various states in the southern wilderness were stirred. What the hell? Look, what just flew by? How could it move so quickly? It's like a calf on an airplane. Utterly astonishing, exclaimed a cultivator, drawing the attention of those nearby, who turned to gaze in the void. Gasp. That appears to be a warship. Indeed, it is a warship. But which dominant force does it belong to? Only powers at the level of dominators can possess such vessels. Instantly, they recognize that the warship must belong to a dominant force. What is happening lately? First, there was the emergence of a suspected hidden sect, Kunlun, and now an ancient warship appears. Could great events be unfolding? That direction seems to be Qingzhou. The ancient token is likely in the hands of the Kunlun sect there. It seems some forces are unable to contain themselves any longer. Exactly, we must head to Qingzhou. That warship is surely bound for the Kunlun sect, and there will certainly be excitement to witness. Indeed, where there was excitement, there was no shortage of trouble, even if it meant two major forces clashing. Instantly, countless cultivators from various states took flight towards Qingzhou, eager to discover the truth behind Kunlun's status as a hidden sect and whether it could withstand the assault from a dominant force. At this moment, within the various dominant forces of the southern wilderness, some individuals recognized the origin of the warship, their expressions turning to shock, that seems to belong to the Zhou dynasty of the eastern region. Indeed, that warship is from the Zhou dynasty. In the skies above Yuezhou, a terrifying elder appeared, a half-step celestial king from the Han family, the dominant force of Yuezhou. His expression was grave as he gazed toward Qingzhou. Ah, so the half-step celestial king who appeared in Qingzhou that day was from the Zhou dynasty. It seems it is time for my Han family to take action. Kunlun sect, even if a celestial king exists. It is unlikely they can withstand the onslaught of the various forces. The arrival of a top-tier dominant force across the realms was certainly not favorable news for the southern wilderness powers. After all, the ancient token resided in Qingzhou, and should other major domain forces acquire it, it would be a slap in the face for the southern wilderness powers. The Han family certainly coveted it. But all the dominant forces seemed to be biding their time, waiting to see who would strike first against Kunlun sect. Among the top-tier dominant forces, there existed celestial kings, but they remained dormant. Unless it came to a matter of life and death, those ancient beings would not awaken, of course, if it were a force like the Jun family, which had inherited for hundreds of thousands of years. Their foundation would be even more formidable. This led to the sudden emergence of a half-step celestial king being enough to disrupt the balance among the various forces. Now, with the Jiuyu dynasty taking the lead in confronting Kunlun, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of other top-tier dominant forces. Many had long wanted to ascertain whether Kunlun truly possessed a celestial king. Previously, at the auction in the Great Qin capital, the celestial spirit pill had been acquired by the Han family. The Han family and the Jun family of Huangzhou were both top-tier dominant forces with celestial kings among them, placing them within the top 10 of the southern wilderness powers. It is time to awaken the foundation of my Han family. Otherwise, the ancient token may slip through our fingers, the elder declared before vanishing from sight. As the elder from the Han family had articulated. The dominant forces of the southern wilderness were now all hastily awakening their own foundations. Within the depths of the Yaoqi palace of the Yuezhou dominant force, an elegant woman adorned in palace robes emerged, exuding an unintentional yet terrifying aura that sent tremors through the disciples of Yaoqi palace. In an instant, her figure vanished from the scene. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded across various dominant forces in the states. At that moment, in the Jiuzhou royal city, within a grand hall, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang were engaged in conversation, unaware that a crisis was looming. Suddenly, a colossal ancient warship appeared in the skies above the Jiuzhou dynasty, making its way towards the Jiuzhou royal city. On board were numerous armored cultivators radiating a powerful presence. Indeed, they were members of the Jiuyu dynasty. The resounding noise of the warship slicing through the air echoed throughout the Jiuzhou dynasty, causing the faces of its cultivators to pale as they turned their gazes towards the enormous vessel, a warship, which force dares to act so recklessly within the realm of the Jiuzhou dynasty. Is this a death wish? They remain oblivious to the unfolding events and mistakenly believe they are confronting a dominant power. After all, the Jiuzhou dynasty is currently formidable, bolstered by the support of the Kunlun sect, which is rumored to harbor a celestial king within the southern wilderness. This has greatly enhanced the reputation of the Jiuzhou dynasty in that region. Inside the grand hall of the royal city, both Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang's expressions shifted dramatically, and in an instant, they vanished. Whoosh! The two figures reappeared in the skies above the royal city, gazing at the ancient warship that had materialized overhead. A sense of foreboding immediately washing over them. Brother Qin, can you discern the origins of this warship? Luo Wushuang inquired gravely, noting the two characters Jiuyu inscribed upon it. Jiuyu, Qin Zhan murmured. A terrifying force suddenly flashing through his mind, his countenance transforming in an instant as he exclaimed, the Eastern Heavenly Domain, the Supreme Sovereign, Jiuyu Dynasty. Immediately following this revelation, he shouted, This is dire, Brother Luo. Quickly informed the two elders. The Jiuyu dynasty must be after the ancient token. At that moment, Qin Zhan realized the identity of the armored man from that day, and it was clear why he possessed such strength. Although Luo Yuan was currently only at the Void Realm, his lineage and experience warranted Qin Zhan's respect, allowing him to refer to him as elder. Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang hastily produced a communication talisman to notify the two elders. Typically, the elders remained in seclusion and seldom emerged on the warship. A man clad in armor spoke respectfully to a richly robed figure. My lord, this is the Jiuzhou dynasty. Previously, the Great Qin dynasty was the dominant power in Qingzhou, and it has now merged with a lesser dynasty to form a new one. This armored man was one of the elite guards who had arrived in the southern wilderness alongside the golden armored man. The latter, who perished at the hands of Chen Beixian, was a commander of the Jiuyu dynasty's elite guards. After returning to the Jiuyu dynasty, he had infiltrated the southern wilderness and remained hidden in Qingzhou. Thus, he was well informed about the merger of the Great Qin and Great Zhou dynasties. Upon hearing this, the Lord scoffed dismissively. A third-rate power dares to kill one of my Jiuyu dynasty's men? I am eager to see what turmoil the Kunlun sect can stir this time. The Jiuyu dynasty had dispatched an elder, which filled him with immense confidence. Even if the Kunlun sect possessed a celestial king, he remained unperturbed. Go, eradicate the Jiuzhou dynasty and seize the ancient token. The Lord commanded coldly. Yes, my lord, the armored man replied. This was the nature of a top-tier sovereign power. Even a half-step celestial king was regarded as an inconsequential force in his eyes. Had the ruler of the Jiuyu dynasty not feared a potential misstep, he would have already sought to eliminate both the Jiuzhou dynasty and the Kunlun sect. As the Lord's words echoed. The armored man stepped out from the warship, disregarding Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang completely, raising a hand to unleash a tremendous palm strike, imbued with formidable power, aimed at the royal city below. Boom! The palm transformed into an overwhelming force, crashing down, causing the cultivators beneath to feel an intense numbing sensation, their faces paling as they cried out in alarm. A void realm expert. Why have the two sovereigns yet to take action? Just as the cries rang out, Qin Zhan reacted, taken aback by the Jiuyu dynasty's overwhelming might, as they struck without hesitation. His eyes widened in fury, and he bellowed, "You seek death." A spear materialized in Qin Zhan's hand. Sensing that the armored man's cultivation matched his own, both at the first level of the void realm and exuding a powerful aura, he dared not hold back and thrust his spear forward with great force. Buzz! Boom! The palm strike was instantly shattered, producing a deafening sound that reverberated throughout the royal city. Humph! The armored man's gaze intensified, his cold stare fixated on Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang, his expression darkening. Who are you to dare obstruct me? He had completely overlooked Luo Wushuang. Only Qin Zhan, being at the void realm, warranted his attention. Humph! I am Qin Zhan, the ruler of the Jiuzhou dynasty. Upon hearing this, the armored man replied icily, I care not who you are. To obstruct me is to seek death. As his words fell, an immense pressure erupted from him, sweeping toward Qin Zhan. Buzz! This was the essence of a top-tier sovereign power. Even a casual envoy was a void realm expert. Boom! The armored man unleashed his full might, vanishing from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, he was right before Qin Zhan, reaching out with a colossal hand, infused with tremendous force, aiming to grasp Qin Zhan. Buzz! How swift! Qin Zhan's heart trembled, his expression shifting as he frantically channeled his energy into the spear, thrusting it toward the armored man. Puffed! The sound of flesh being pierced echoed. Blood and chunks of flesh spraying into the air vividly. The spear penetrated the armored man's palm, driving through to his shoulder, leaving a gaping hole revealing his stark white bones. The magical energy from the Celestial King's weapon ignited the armored man's wound, causing him to emit a pained scream. The armored man cried out, rapidly retreating, nearly plummeting from the sky. Though both were at the first level of the void realm, the spear in Qin Zhan's hand was a Celestial King's weapon. Even in its incomplete state, it was not something the armored man could withstand. The lord on the warship glanced at the spear in Qin Zhan's hand, his expression shifting slightly before his eyes turned cold. Glaring at the armored man with fury, having barely regained his balance, the armored man heard the lord's scornful reprimand, filling his previously pale face with malice as he glared at Qin Zhan. Unfortunately, he could only glare menacingly. Attempting to kill Qin Zhan with his gaze, he had never anticipated that his opponent would possess a Celestial King's weapon, nearly causing him to falter. Your subordinate is incompetent. I implore the Lord to take action, the armored man pleaded, his voice trembling as he returned to the warship, kneeling before the Lord. The Lord did not even spare him a glance, stepping out from the warship, standing in the void with a cold gaze directed at Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang, a half-step Celestial King. Both Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts trembling. Hand over the ancient token and lead me to the Kunlun sect, or I shall ensure that your Jiuzhou dynasty vanishes completely from the southern wilderness, that I know not of what you speak." Qin Zhan replied, his expression grave. As his words fell, the Lord scoffed, releasing an overwhelming aura as he casually waved a hand. Boom! Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang were sent crashing down, the grand hall beneath them collapsing under the force. Luo Wushuang, with insufficient cultivation, could not withstand the casual strike from a half-step celestial king, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Qin Zhan's complexion turned ashen as he struggled to maintain his footing, just as he opened his mouth to speak. A mouthful of blood gushed forth. Seeing this, the Jiuyu lord lost all patience. "Since it has come to this, I shall first obliterate the Jiuzhou dynasty." With that, he raised a hand, pressing down toward the royal city. And a colossal hand manifested in the void, a terrifying power surging forth, as if the entire area within 100 miles was covered by this palm. Rumble! The enormous hand descended with overwhelming force, creating a thunderous, cracking sound. "Someone save me!" Countless cultivators in the royal city could not endure the terrifying aura and screamed in agony. Just as the colossal hand was about to descend, two elder figures appeared in the void behind the royal city, shouting, "Get away from us!" Indeed, it was Luo Yuan and Qin Lan, the two elders of the Jiuzhou dynasty. In the next moment, Qin Lan unleashed his aura, channeling all his power into his fist and striking toward the massive hand. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted as the two forces collided, sending shockwaves of terrifying energy radiating outward for miles. Seeing that the immediate crisis had passed, Luo Yuan rushed toward Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang, intent on extracting them from danger. "You old fool, do you seek death?" Upon witnessing the scene, the prince's countenance darkened immeasurably, his gaze turning frigid as he regarded Qin Lan. At this moment, Qin Lan's expression was gravely serious. He had not anticipated that someone would act against the Jiuzhou dynasty so swiftly, just as the Jiuyou prince contemplated annihilating the individual before him. A voice resonated throughout the realm, calm yet suffused with authority. "Enough of this charade. I do not have the luxury of time to indulge you in this folly." These words, the prince's body trembled. His eyes filled with reverence as he bowed his head respectfully in the air, responding, "Yes." As his words echoed, a terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance from all present. A resounding hum reverberated as an unseen hand manifested in the sky, gently sweeping down towards the royal city. Qin Lan felt the chilling presence, his pupils constricting sharply, his face instantly etched with fear. Before he could utter a word, the overwhelming force had already engulfed the entire royal city, rendering all immobile under its oppressive weight. The ground shook with a thunderous roar as countless palatial structures were obliterated by this astounding power, transforming the once magnificent royal city into a desolate ruin. The sounds of collapse echoed in the air, with numerous cultivators lying amidst the debris. Some, possessing insufficient strength, had already lost their lives. Qin Lan and his companions were not spared either, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Fortunately, the one who unleashed this destruction merely waved his hand dismissively, as if the slaughter of these feeble insects was an affront to him. Go, take those few individuals and extract the whereabouts of the Kunlun sect. With that command, tranquility descended once more. The prince grasped Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, and several others, transporting them onto a warship, which then departed from the desolate site. Meanwhile, forces from various continents and countless cultivators eager to witness the spectacle had hastened to the scene. Some from distant regions were still en route, traveling by flight, their speed markedly slower due to the lack of warships. Upon arriving above the Jiuzhou royal city, all were struck with astonishment at the sight before them. The once grand royal city lay in ruins. Hiss! They gasped, "Is this truly the royal city of the Jiuzhou dynasty? How could it have been reduced to a wasteland? What transpired? Could it be that a formidable being from the King realm has made their move?" Yet before they could fully comprehend the situation, a cry of astonishment erupted. "Look! Some among them are still alive." Amidst the ruins, the surviving cultivators, bloodied and battered, shouted their gratitude. Indeed, many still clung to life, albeit in a grotesque state. their bodies bleeding profusely. The horror of the scene left countless onlookers shivering in dread, unable to fathom the power that had wrought such devastation. This is a manifestation of magical energy. It appears that a being from the Juyo dynasty's king realm has intervened. One among them surmised. There can be no mistake. The ancient token resides within my southern wilderness domain, and the Juyo dynasty shall not have it without a fight. Humph! It has been 10,000 years since we last met. Yet your arrogance remains unchanged, Han Song, another retorted. Whoever claims the ancient token shall do so by virtue of strength. However, it seems the Juyo dynasty is now seeking out the Kunlun sect. The ancient token must be in their possession. How intriguing that after such a long absence, a seemingly reclusive sect has emerged in the southern wilderness. Bah! What so-called hidden sect? Had it not been for the prattle of your younger generations, my disciples in Lingyun Palace would have long since seized the ancient token. Come, let us follow this aura. Otherwise, the ancient token will fall into the hands of the Juyo dynasty, that I in the void of this realm. Several ancient consciousnesses exchanged thoughts, having discerned the magical energy left behind. They speculated that the Juyo dynasty had deployed a king realm expert. This realization was ominous, for they did not dare underestimate the might of the Juyo dynasty. Indeed, had it not been for the events witnessed in Qingzhou, where Chen Beixian claimed to be merely a guardian elder of Kunlun and subsequently eliminated a formidable foe at the half-step king realm, the various forces would not have harbored such wariness. Moreover, the foundational strength of these factions lay dormant, preventing them from recklessly engaging with Kunlun. Even more exaggerated rumors had spread among the scattered cultivators in the southern wilderness, claiming that Kunlun possessed a saint among its ranks that, of course, the existence of a saint was something that the major factions would vehemently deny. After all, it had been countless millennia since a saint had graced the southern wilderness with their presence, which had relegated it to one of the weakest domains in the realm of Immortal Martial. Thus, it was clear that while rumors held little terror, they could breed significant fear. "You speak nonsense," exclaimed a cultivator from the southern wilderness. Lingyun Palace in Yunzhou is a top-tier dominant force, yet it rarely shows itself in the southern wilderness. They did not even attend the last ancient auction. From above, the Zhongshan mountain range resembled a colossal dragon resting upon the earth, its entrance gaping like the maw of the beast, flanked by two ancient stone pillars that soared into the clouds. Exuding an imposing grandeur at this moment, within the main hall of the Kunlun sect, Lu Chen sat in meditation upon the throne, surrounded by a shimmering aura. Behind him, a chaotic scene materialized, exuding a radiant light, as if he were an exalted celestial king overseeing the myriad of existence. With a gentle motion, Lu Chen opened his eyes, a beam of divine light bursting forth, revealing countless worlds swirling within, only to vanish in the blink of an eye as he returned to normalcy. "I have reached the Dongshu realm," Lu Chen exclaimed with delight, having mastered the ninefold divine arts of the chaotic divine spirit technique during this period. As for the first level of the chaotic sacred method, it complemented the chaotic sacred body, and Lu Chen could cultivate it directly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he mused, "System, activate the cultivation card." Lu Chen realized that his cultivation was still too low. As the sect leader, possessing only the Dongshu realm was insufficient. Furthermore, with the chaotic sacred body, his foundation was solidified, yet he was still concerned about instability, while the system offered no bottlenecks regarding cultivation levels, allowing for a grand leap whenever a cultivation card was obtained. Should his own foundation falter, even immense power would be of little use against those truly capable of dominating the heavens and realms. Lu Chen's gaze extended beyond the immortal martial realm. He aspired to lead Kunlun to supremacy among the myriad worlds, establishing it as the most formidable sect in existence. Ding! Cultivation card successfully activated. "Congratulations, host. You have attained the first level of the Saint Realm." "By the heavens!" Lu Chen exclaimed excitedly upon hearing the voice echoing in his mind. Boom! An overwhelming surge of power erupted within him, coursing through his meridians as the vast spiritual energy within his Tao Palace underwent a monumental transformation, evolving into magical energy. But that was not the end. Boom! An even more potent force of law erupted from within the Tao Palace, prompting Lu Chen to hastily suppress it, preventing this terrifying power from escaping. The force of law, a symbol of the saint, bestowed upon him an impressive lifespan of 50,000 years. I could see this moment. Chen had officially joined the ranks of true powerhouses within the immortal martial realm. Even sacred lands would not dare to offend a saint. In contrast, those of the king realm had a lifespan of only 30,000 years. Once that limit was reached, even the most potent sacred medicines could not extend their lives unless they could ascend to the saint realm. Yet, breaking through to the saint realm required comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. A daunting task indeed. The saint realm, however, was different. Having grasped the laws of heaven and earth, one could preserve their life force even as time drew near, thus maintaining their foundation. After a moment, tranquility returned. Chen carefully sensed the changes within his body, elation swelling within him. I have reached the saint realm, he proclaimed, lifting his hand to gently slice through the air before him. With a rippling sound, a fissure appeared in the space before him, revealing a pitch-black void within the halt. This the power of the saint realm. Truly formidable. With a mere gesture, I can rend the fabric of space. Chen assessed the power of the sage realm, feeling an exhilarating rush within this moment. His foremost task was to swiftly recruit more disciples. He had already devised a plan, intending to have Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan disseminate the news of Kunlun's recruitment. After all, he believed that Kunlun had gained a certain reputation in Qingzhou. This approach would naturally attract some gifted disciples, although he was acutely aware that those truly talented individuals had likely been snatched up by larger factions long ago. As for Lin Yun and Luo Lingxue, their presence was purely a stroke of luck for him, while Qin Ruoxian, in her previous life, had been a revered emperor, were it not for Lu Chen's system that allowed him to discern others' backgrounds. Even the superpowers of the Immortal Martial Continent would hardly entice Qin Ruoxian to join. After a bit of persuasion from Lu Chen, it would be difficult for anyone to resist joining Kunlun. Beixian, come to the main hall, Lu Chen called softly. With a hum, a figure clad in green appeared within the grand hall. It was Chen Beixian. Beixian, I pay my respect to the sect master, Chen Beixian said respectfully. But inwardly he was astonished. The sect master's power seemed even more formidable now. Indeed. Go and guide Lin Yun and Lingxue in their cultivation and assess their progress as we prepare to recruit disciples. Lin Yun, being the eldest senior brother of Kunlun, should not appear too weak, lest new disciples question the strength of Kunlun. That cannot be allowed. Moreover, I know Lin Yun has a tendency to be lazy, often daydreaming about that girl, Lingxue. He should not be so indolent. As for Luo Lingxue, I have complete confidence in her, and Qin Ruoxian is beyond reproach. Yes, sect master, Chen Beixian replied with respect before exiting the main hall to seek out Lin Yun and Lingxue. Meanwhile, outside the burial Immortal Mountain Range, a warship held Qin Zhan and others, who had endured brutal torment at the hands of the Zhuyo dynasty, forcing them to reveal Kunlun's location this moment. The battered bodies of Qin Zhan and his companions lay on the deck, resembling mere husks, clinging to life by a thread. Their astonishment, they discovered that Kunlun's sect was indeed hidden within the burial Immortal Mountain Range. Could it truly be a reclusive sect? At this moment, the countenance of the prince shifted, gazing at the entrance of the burial Immortal Mountain with disbelief. Before him stood two ancient stone pillars soaring into the clouds, causing his eyes to widen in awe. Kunlun. The two ancient characters etched upon the pillars evoked a profound sense of reverence within him. The prince murmured, Your Highness, this place is forbidden. Should we truly proceed? The previously arrogant armored man now spoke with a tremor in his voice. Ancient texts described the burial Immortal Mountain Range as harboring some terrifying power that could cause individuals to inexplicably vanish, instilling a deep-seated fear in all who approached. Though it appeared as a secluded paradise, an inexplicable dread lingered over the burial Immortal Mountain Range. Perhaps this was the terrifying nature of rumors. The more powerful one became, the greater their fear of death. Upon hearing this, the prince remained silent for a moment, his gaze turning cold as he declared, Humph, what is there to fear with that individual present? And if Kunlun truly exists within the burial Immortal Mountain, it implies that this place not only harbors no danger, but may also conceal opportunities. With a decisive wave of his hand, The warship surged forward into the depths of the burial Immortal Mountain Range. Within the Kunlun sect's plaza, Chen Beixian was currently assessing Lin Yun's cultivation progress, while Ling Xue and Qin Ruoxian observed nearby. Suddenly, Chen Beixian furrowed his brow, his expression shifting slightly as a warship swiftly approached above Kunlun's sect. Instantly, Lin Yun and the others changed countenance, gazing at the ship. It was his first encounter with another faction daring to stir trouble at Kunlun. As the eldest senior brother, Lin Yun was ready to reprimand them for their audacity, but before he could speak, a resounding thud echoed as four bloodied, disheveled figures were unceremoniously thrown from the warship. Upon closer inspection, their expressions shifted dramatically as they recognized the figures. It was Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, and two elders from the Jiuzhou dynasty, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Xue. Their eyes reddened with tears as they rushed forward. With a whoosh, Wang Ming and the others also appeared in the plaza, their gazes fixed intently on the warship above. "Greetings, Elder Chen," Wang Ming and his companions said respectfully to Chen Beixian, nodding in acknowledgement. Chen Beixian and the others hurried forward to inspect the battered bodies of the four, his expression darkening as he assessed their injuries. All this time, Qin Ruoxian had felt the affection of Qin Zhan and Qin Lan towards her. While she had often felt some resistance to calling Qin Zhan Father King, given his former status as an emperor, she had gradually come to accept it. Now, an overwhelming killing intent surged forth from her, an icy aura emanating from her being, as if the air itself had solidified in that instant. Lin Yun and Ling Xue both shivered involuntarily, and even Chen Beixian regarded Qin Ruoxian with newfound awareness. As spiritual energy flowed into the bodies of the four, Chen Beixian's eyes grew increasingly cold. Their meridians were shattered, and their inner palaces destroyed, indicating that they could only remain at the divine concealment realm for the rest of their lives. "Elder, how are the injuries of the esteemed ones?" Lin Yun asked with concern, simultaneously comforting Ling Xue and Qin Ruoxian. "Oh, Elder, Ling Xue implores you to save my father and the others," Ling Xue cried, her face awash with tears. Qin Ruoxian, having discerned the severity of their injuries, felt her icy demeanor intensify as she summoned the imperial will within her soul. Just as she was about to act, a figure clad in white, devoid of any aura, appeared. It was Lu Chen. Earlier, Lu Chen had been engrossed in cultivating the chaotic divine spirit technique, merging his consciousness with it and isolating himself from external perceptions. Upon concluding his meditation, he sensed something amiss and was taken aback by the dire situation. Gazing at Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan, his expression darkened considerably. Now that he had reached the sage realm, he could instantly recognize the severity of their injuries. "Sect Master." Upon seeing Lu Chen, everyone stood to pay their respects, but he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough with the formalities." With that, a beam of divine light surged into the bodies of the four, and the divine radiance coursed through them, miraculously beginning to mend their shattered forms. This spectacle caused Lin Yun and the others to widen their eyes in astonishment. This was nothing short of a miracle. Lin Yun and Ling Xue had never witnessed such a miraculous feat, their hearts filled with awe. What cultivation level does the sect master possess? Even Qin Ruoxian felt a tremor within her. Such methods would have been unattainable even at her father's peak power. For she could keenly sense that not only were their visible injuries healing at an astonishing rate, but even the shattered meridians and inner palaces within them were being restored by an inexplicable force. Moments later, cough, cough, cough. The four of them slowly opened their eyes, awakening to the sight of Ling Xue and the others with a look of bewilderment. Ling Xue, Ruoxian, Luo Wushuang, and Qin Zhan gazed at their daughters in disbelief. "Father, ancestor, you nearly frightened Ling Xue to death," Ling Xue lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. The two elders were equally bewildered. Suddenly, they looked around, and upon spotting Lu Chen, their expressions shifted to one of joy as they hurriedly greeted him. "Greetings, sect master." Nodding slightly, Lu Chen inquired, "What happened to leave you in such a state?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the four changed, fear evident in their eyes, as they gravely replied, "Sect master, the assailants are the Jiuzhou dynasty, the top power of the Eastern Celestial Domain, and they have sent someone at the Heavenly King realm. They have come for the ancient token. At this revelation, Lin Yun and the others were taken aback. The Heavenly King realm. They had not anticipated such a formidable presence to emerge. Even though Qin Ruoxian possessed the imperial will, she would not stand a chance against a being of the Heavenly King realm. Her fragment of imperial will was but a remnant, incapable of exerting significant power. The Eastern Celestial Domain. They had not expected a faction from another realm to be involved. This marks Lu Chen's first encounter with forces beyond the Southern Wilderness Domain. To his surprise, it is none other than a top-tier hegemonic power. However, Lu Chen, in his current state, pays little heed to any supreme dynasty, as long as there are no beings above the saint rank. He regards them with disdain. What does it matter if you are a top hegemonic force? Anyone who dares to harm those of Kunlun shall find no refuge in this realm, not even the Nine Nether dynasty. With a frigid expression, Lu Chen declared. Upon hearing these words, the crowd trembled, their blood surging with fervor. Master, such overwhelming dominance. At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted from the warship above. Who is the leader of Kunlun? Come forth before this king. On the warship, the Prince of Nine Nether smirked coldly as he surveyed the crowd below, elated by the unexpectedly rich spiritual energy of this place. What nonsense about a forbidden land for immortal martial arts. This is nothing short of a treasure trove. All those rumors have deceived me. Henceforth, this land shall belong to my Nine Nether dynasty. At this point, he was utterly intoxicated by the dense spiritual energy surrounding him. Unable to contain his laughter as he gazed upon the towering pavilions and peaks below. Ha! Who would have thought this would be a cultivation paradise? Excellent. On the square, upon hearing the disrespectful taunts directed at Lu Chen from the warship, Wang Ming and the others felt their expressions darken and their demeanor grow cold. Seeking death, daring to disrespect the master. Boom! The powerful auras of the few erupted forth, pressing down upon the warship. The Void Realm. Indeed, Wang Ming and his companions had reached the Void Realm level. The Void Realm, Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, and Lin Yun were struck with profound shock, their hearts racing. What the hell? Have these three seniors not been in the Transformation Realm? How could they have ascended to the Void Realm in such a short time? Even Qin Ruoxian was taken aback. She could discern the immense strength of the three, clearly achieved without reliance on external forces or pills. Kunlun, so enigmatic. Throughout the entire exchange, Lu Chen did not cast a single glance at the warship. With his current cultivation, he could ascertain the cultivation levels of all present in an instant. Moreover, he sensed several hidden presences within this space. Yet he remained unfazed. If his intuition served him right, they had all come seeking the ancient token. He chuckled softly. Want to play? You wish to witness the strength of Kunlun, do you? Very well, I shall indulge you. It was also a fortunate opportunity to demonstrate Kunlun's might to all in the Southern Wilderness Domain. Wang Ming, Wang Xian, Wang Lin, this task falls to you. Do not let him die too quickly. Without even glancing at the voice emanating from the warship, Lu Chen spoke casually to Wang Ming and the others. The one with the highest cultivation on the warship was the prince. At the half-step king realm, while Chen Xian had also achieved the first level of the king realm during this time, for why Chen Xian and Wang Ming's group had advanced so swiftly. The system revealed that their true realms had been suppressed and would gradually recover as Lu Chen's own strength increased. Initially, Lu Chen had thought they had improved through their own training methods. Little did he know, ultimately, it was he, as the leader, who bore the brunt of it all. Understood, master. The three exchanged knowing glances before vanishing from their positions. Though their words were soft, they resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Whoosh! Wang Ming and the others appeared in the void, unleashing their formidable auras that swept across the heavens. Daring to be arrogant in Kunlun, you shall remain here today. Immediately, Wang Ming stepped forward in the air, raising his hand to seize the warship. Boom! A colossal hand formed from condensed spiritual power surged toward the warship. Upon hearing this, the prince's expression shifted dramatically. As a half-step king realm expert, he could hardly recall the last time anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. What infuriated him further was the utter disregard the three displayed, with only one of them taking action, provoking his ire. 3 insignificant ants of the void realm dare to disrespect me, to strike at me? You seek death? Boom! The overwhelming aura of the half-step king realm erupted, and with a mere wave of his hand, a palm strike composed a spiritual power shot toward Wang Ming and the others. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as the palm strike was mercilessly shattered, the force sending the prince flying, shattering the warship into fragments. Everyone aboard the ship was left bewildered, caught in the collateral damage. Bang! 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 Puffed. Truly, the might of a half-step king realm is astonishing. He nearly killed his own men. Puffed. How can this be possible? Prince, are you all right? A soldier in armor, pale-faced, crawled up from the deck and rushed to the prince's side. Trembling. Are you blind? Puffed. The prince spat another mouthful of blood, nearly losing consciousness. I could see that moment. Disbelief filled his eyes as he pointed at Wang Ming, his voice trembling that in that instant, the arrogance he once possessed evaporated, replaced by sheer terror, as a dreadful thought surfaced in his mind. A hidden great sect. You are not of the void realm. Do not approach. Wang Ming's gaze turned icy as he retorted, you are simply too weak. Daring to disrespect the master and strike at those of Kunlun. You truly seek death. No, don't kill me. He thought Wang Ming intended to end his life, and he cried out in terror. Elder of the clan. Save me. Just then, a voice filled with authority resonated from an unknown origin. Useless wretch, unable to handle 3 insignificant ants of the void realm. Buzz. A tremor rippled through a certain part of the void, and an emaciated elder emerged from a spatial rift, exuding a terrifying aura, disregarding everyone around him. Such a horrifying presence. The King Realm, Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, and the others were immediately engulfed in panic, their hearts racing. This was their first encounter with a formidable being of the King Realm. However, upon witnessing Lu Chen's calm demeanor, their inner trepidation quickly dissipated. They firmly believed that Kunlun surely possessed powerful experts of the King Realm as well. They say the buried Immortal Mountains are a forbidden zone filled with great terrors. Who would have thought the spiritual energy here would be so dense? Splendid, splendid. This trip has not been in vain. Henceforth, this land shall belong to my 9 Nether dynasty. TSK. Another self-assured and arrogant figure has arrived. No, it is an old man. This elder was indeed the clan elder of the 9 Nether dynasty, a 5th-level being of the King Realm. After sensing the surrounding environment, a satisfied expression spread across his gaunt face, as if this place already belonged to his 9 Nether dynasty. He had not anticipated that this journey would yield unexpected gains in addition to the ancient token, greatly uplifting his spirits. Elder of the clan, save me. The prince's heart sank as he saw his clan elder muttering to himself. Humph. The elder coldly snorted, then turned to face the crowd with a chilling gaze. Who is the leader of Kunlun? Hand over the ancient token obediently, and I might spare your lives today, for I am in a good mood. Your mood is of little consequence. Presently, Lu Chen's mood is far from pleasant. Without even sparing him a glance, Lu Chen dismissed him. For now, the King Realm holds no significance in his eyes. Only the emergence of beings above the saint rank would instill a sense of crisis in him. Beixian, eliminate him. That it is time for all in the southern wilderness domain to witness Kunlun's might. Kikik. Upon hearing this, the clan elder of the 9 Nether dynasty appeared to find it a grand jest. A cruel smile spreading across his face before his expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. Interesting, young man. So you are the leader of Kunlun. I cannot see through you. Your methods are commendable. However, after today, your so-called Kunlun shall cease to exist. He mistakenly believed Lu Chen possessed a means to conceal his aura, and no matter how he pondered, he could never fathom that a saint was standing before him, truly seeking death. Enough of your prattle. Beixian, kill him swiftly. The imagination of that old man left Lu Chen utterly speechless. At the moment the elder appeared, Wang Ming and the others had already returned to Lu Chen's side, gazing at the old man of the Juyo clan as if he were a corpse. Lu Chen spoke to Chen Beixian in a nonchalant tone, suggesting it was time to showcase the strength of Kunlun to those hidden spectators lurking in this space. Otherwise, all manner of riffraff would run rampant in Kunlun without fear. Of course, with Lu Chen's current prowess as a sage, he could easily reduce the old man to ashes with a mere flick of his hand. However, as the leader of a sect, he needed to maintain a certain level of prestige. After all, if he had to intervene in every matter, it would diminish his worth. Yes, sect master. Chen Beixian replied respectfully, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he grasped Lu Chen's intent. He also sensed the presence of several hidden auras within this space. Instantly, he appeared before the elder of the Juyo clan, unleashing an overwhelming and terrifying aura from his being, which rapidly spread outward for thousands of miles in an instant. Boom! At that moment, even cultivators far away in other continents felt a chilling tremor from this terrifying aura, all turning their gazes towards Qingzhou, hastening there to ascertain what had transpired. A smile crept upon Chen Beixuan's lips as he unleashed his boundless power without reservation, causing the very fabric of this space to crack and groan under the immense pressure. Boom! The Juyo clan elder's complexion shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over him. How could this be possible? A flicker of fear emerged in his eyes, and his heart trembled violently as he exclaimed, This is the first layer of the Heavenly King realm. Damn it! Why is the aura so terrifying? He was utterly incredulous, for he was a being at the 5th layer of the Heavenly King realm. Yet, no one answered his questions that in the void, the ancient beings hidden within this space from the southern wilderness felt an ominous shift. Hastily, they employed their respective techniques to stabilize the violent fluctuations of the void, lest their own auras be exposed. Hiss, what kind of sect is Kunlun? How could they possess such a powerful heavenly king? Damn it, that person is clearly only at the 1st layer of the Heavenly King realm. Why does his aura feel so overwhelming? Fellow elders, we're about to be recommended. Please urge for updates. Thank you. What should we do now? It seems Kunlun may not have just one heavenly king. I can sense a more formidable aura lurking in those towers. Indeed, I sense it too. In the void, a thought echoed in agreement that let's observe the situation. The Juyo dynasty is not to be underestimated. It will be interesting to see Kunlun's strength. Humph, you are truly regressing. Even if Kunlun has more than one heavenly king, can they still turn the tide before us? A powerful thought scoffed, and the other entities fell silent. Indeed, they had all stepped into the realm of the Heavenly King over 10,000 years ago, each of them towering over the southern wilderness. Even when facing others of the same realm, they had never felt the urge to retreat. Yet now, the aura emanating from the figure in green had stirred their long unmoved hearts. Though he was merely at the 1st layer of the Heavenly King, his aura surpassed even those at the 5th layer. They simply could not comprehend. Was that figure truly only at the 1st layer of the Heavenly King? They had lived for over 10,000 years, possessing immense experience and power. Yet the more they knew, the more they feared death. Hiss, Elder Chen is actually a formidable presence in the Heavenly King realm. Lin Yun, Luo Wushuang, and the others were shocked beyond measure, especially Qin Lan, whose eyes brimmed with astonishment. He had distinctly sensed Chen Beixuan's cultivation level back then. It was certainly not that of a Heavenly King, as he had felt no traces of spiritual power from him at the time. The group felt profoundly fortunate for their choice to become part of Kunlun. At this moment, they could hardly fathom the true depth of Kunlun's foundation. They had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. In the void, facing Chen Beixuan's terrifying oppressive aura, the Juyo clan elder's face was etched with grave concern, shedding the previous air of superiority. Boom! The essence of his 5th layer of the Heavenly King realm erupted from him, filling the heavens and the earth with chaotic energy as the wind and clouds began to stir violently. In an instant, 2 terrifying forces, capable of collapsing heaven and earth and shattering all space, clashed with a thunderous roar. Boom! A deafening sound akin to a catastrophic thunderclap resounded across the realm. Following this, the 2 formless auras exploded in the void. Rumble, the overwhelming shockwaves surged forth from the epicenter of the explosion, sweeping away the clouds for miles around in an instant. This moment, aside from Lu Chen and Wang Ming, all present were left wide-eyed and astonished, fear surging within their hearts. Even Qin Ruoxian, gazing at Chen Beixian in the void, revealed a hint of trepidation in her eyes, instinctively turning her gaze toward Lu Chen, who appeared unfazed. This moment, she yearned to know the extent of Lu Chen's prowess. For just moments ago, amidst the clash of two formidable auras, a mere wisp of energy emanating from Chen had effortlessly countered the might of both forces. Otherwise, even they would have suffered grievous injuries beneath such overwhelming pressure. The might of the Heavenly King was no jest. Just the aura alone was beyond what those at the Void Refinement Realm could withstand, let alone their current cultivation, which hadn't even reached the transformation realm. Ah! The elder cried out, "Save me! Save us!" Clearly, the Juyo dynasty's people were the best example. Their warship had already shattered under the impact of the two opposing forces. Bang! 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 Countless sprays of blood erupted in the air. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with wretched cries, a heavy scent of blood permeating the surrounding space. Even that half-step Heavenly King from the Juyo clan was obliterated by the explosive force. Reduced to a mere cloud of blood mist, this sight. Ah, you shall pay for this. In the void, the Juyo clan elder, barely stabilizing himself, wore an exceedingly grim expression. Rage surged in his eyes as he beheld the scene before him. He had not anticipated that the figure in green would be so overwhelmingly powerful. His aura, at the fifth layer of the Heavenly King realm, was utterly suppressed, igniting an inferno of fury within him. As he vowed to annihilate the figure before him, "I will see you dead." His roar erupted from his lips. In response, Chen Beixian merely chuckled coldly. "Ha! Impotent rage. You dare to stir trouble in Kunlun with your feeble strength? You know not the meaning of death." This display of bravado, below with his hands clasped behind his back, Chen couldn't help but want to give Chen Beixian a thumbs up. Indeed, that is the style we seek. Kunlun demands such prestige. Hearing the elder's disdainful words, the Juyo clan elder, who had lived for over 10,000 years, had never suffered such humiliation. You shall perish. A blood-red long knife materialized in his frail hand, glimmering ominously. This was his Heavenly King weapon, the soul-devouring blade. With the blade in hand, the world is mine to command. This moment, the elder's spiritual power surged forth, his aura intensifying further. The Heavenly King energy within him converged madly onto the weapon. As unrestrained fury surged within him, and he struck down a terrifying blow toward Chen Beixian. The soul-devouring blade transformed into a colossal blade, soaring high above, carrying the terrifying might to cleave through the heavens and earth down upon Chen Beixian's position. Boom! Crack! A sound of rupture echoed, revealing a gaping chasm in the space above. An endless void opened before everyone's eyes. A Heavenly King, terrifying indeed. The strength of this elder from the Juyo dynasty was formidable. This strike likely reached the level of the sixth layer of the Heavenly King. In the path of cultivation, each layer is a vast chasm. Even a small difference in realms can feel insurmountable. Yet, Chen Beixian was summoned as the mightiest among the myriad worlds, defying conventional reasoning when it came to true combat power. Indeed, it seemed the people of Kunlun would meet their demise beneath this blow. It is indeed time for us to take action. In the void, several strands of divine consciousness exchanged rapidly. What a bunch of old fools. They played with the Tao of Go to the point of mastery. Little did they know, they were merely prey in Lu Chen's eyes. A group of juniors has arrived, truly fearless. One strand of consciousness sensed countless figures appearing in the skies 100 miles away, staring dumbfounded at the scene above. Hiss! What a terrifying aura! That is in fact two formidable beings in the King realm engaged in combat. No wonder there has been a chilling presence since arriving in Qingzhou. It seems the rumors are true. The Kunlun sect is indeed a hidden great sect. Not only does it possess King realm experts, but sect also resides within the Zhongxian mountain range. Damn it, what nonsense about forbidden grounds. The ancient texts recorded nothing of worth. This is clearly a treasure trove for cultivation. A cultivator cursed vehemently, wishing to unearth and pulverize the author of those ancient texts. At this moment, someone could no longer contain their excitement and shouted, "Wow! Hurry, let them fight. This trip is worth it. Witnessing a battle between King realm experts means I can boast about it for a lifetime. How about you? Do you have any ambition? Can't you show a bit of backbone like me? I want to record this in my family tree." Countless cultivators gazed at the scene unfolding in the void 100 miles away. their faces brimming with exhilaration and their eyes filled with awe, engaging in incessant discussions. This is what one might call enjoying the spectacle, without regard for the chaos. In the void, as the terrifying strike was about to descend, Chen Beixian maintained an air of calm, showing no signs of panic. On the contrary, he grinned, and in that moment, the aura of a king radiated from him. Immediately, a force more terrifying than that of the elder of the Jiuyou clan erupted from within Chen Beixian, causing the very space around him to tremble violently. With a flip of his left hand, a long sword emanating a ghostly azure light appeared in his grasp. Indeed, Chen Beixian was a master of the sword. The vast magical power within him surged forth, visibly coiling around the sword, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings. Chen Beixian leisurely waved his hand, unleashing a streak of azure sword energy that soared forth like a 1,000-foot wave. Sizzle! The terrifying azure sword energy instantaneously sliced through layers of space, heading straight for the massive blade. A resounding crack echoed as the colossal blade collided with the azure sword energy, its overwhelming force shattering the massive weapon in an instant. In that moment, all eyes were wide with disbelief as they gazed into the void, witnessing the colossal blade disintegrate, its fragments raining down from above. Oh no, how is this possible? At this moment, the elder of the Jiuyou clan, pale-faced, howled in despair. Just as he prepared to channel the magical power within him for a last-ditch effort, a sense of impending doom surged from beneath his feet. Before he could react, the terrifying sword energy surged toward him, engulfing him in its wake. How dare you? Spare me. Ancestor, the Kunlun sect will not let you go. The agonizing screams echoed from within the massive sword energy, sending chills down the spines of all who heard. In a short while, the cries ceased abruptly, and the vast sword energy dissipated into the air. Where once stood the elder of the Jiuyou clan, now there was only emptiness, having been utterly obliterated by the sword energy. ZZZ. Two gigantic rifts in space began to mend slowly under an inexplicable force of the heavens. All gazes turned toward the enormous fissures, collectively inhaling sharply in astonishment. Moments later, tranquility returned to the void, as if nothing had transpired. Hiss! How terrifying! A King Realm expert has fallen just like that. In the square, this is the elder of Kunlun, so powerful. Lin Yun, Ling Shui, and the others widened their eyes in shock as they looked up, their faces alight with exhilaration. Meanwhile, outside 100 miles, those cultivators from the southern wilderness were left stunned in mid-air, struggling to regain their composure. Some, gazing at the azure figure in the distance, suddenly changed expression. Their voices trembling. "T.S. him. It's him. That's the one." Everyone exclaimed. "What do you mean it's him? Speak clearly." "Damn it, you startled me." Moments later, someone seemed to grasp the situation, their face changing dramatically as they hastily remarked, "Are you saying?" Before the words could finish, they were interrupted. "No doubt. That azure figure is the elder protector of the Kunlun sect." "What?" The King Realm expert was merely a protector elder. "Hiss. What kind of sect is the Kunlun sect?" At that moment, everyone was left in utter shock, collectively gasping for breath as they slowly calmed their racing hearts. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. What kind of sect could be so audacious as to employ a King Realm expert as a protector elder? However, in this moment, everyone understood one thing. After today, the name Kunlun would reverberate throughout the entire southern wilderness. Meanwhile, far away in the eastern sky domain, in the depths of the ancestral land of the Jiuyou dynasty, an ancient figure sat cross-legged on a mat. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a terrifying light flashing from his aged gaze. Then, he looked towards the center of the ancient hall, where 5 sources of light should have shone, but now only 4 glimmered. This signified that the extinguished source belonged to someone who had perished, and his expression shifted dramatically. Boom! A terrifying aura, akin to an abyss, erupted from his frail form, roaring, "Who dares to seek death? Who killed Yuming?" Yuming was the elder of the Jiuyou clan who had perished at the hands of Chen Beixian. As his words fell, the ancient figure vanished from his spot, reappearing above the Jiuyou royal city in an instant. The fearsome aura radiated from him as he glanced at the royal palace below. His expression darkening, he then coldly commanded, the current ruler of the dynasty. Come forth, swish. As his words fell, a middle-aged man clad in royal robes rushed out from Grand Hall, his face changing drastically upon seeing the elder. Exclaiming in shock, "Three clan elders!" He quickly bowed respectfully, his heart racing with anxiety over what could have awakened the three clan elders from their slumber. The current ruler, Yoli, greets the three clan elders. The three clan elder cast a glance at Yoli, his expression grave. Old Five has fallen. Now, tell me, what has transpired? Where's Old Five? As soon as he finished speaking, boom. The Geomonarch's mind felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, nearly causing him to lose his balance and tumble from the sky. His voice trembled as he stammered, "Old Five has fallen. No! How can this be possible? Old Five was a king realm expert. How could the Kunlun sect?" "What do you mean by Kunlun sect?" The three clan elder barked sharply, causing the Geomonarch to shudder and regain his senses, hastily recounting the events regarding Kunlun and the ancient tokens. What hidden sect is this Kunlun? To dare kill Old Five? I will ensure this Kunlun sect disappears from existence. The three clan elder's face turned cold as he prepared to set off for the southern wilderness. Three clan elder, this matter requires careful deliberation. The Geomonarch, witnessing the three clan elder about to depart, turned pale and urgently advised. Upon hearing this, the three clan elder's gaze sharpened, a chilling intensity in his eyes as he fixed his stare upon Yoli. Are you instructing me on what to do?" Gulp. Just one look, and the Geomonarch was drenched in cold sweat, his voice trembling as he replied, "Yuli, I wouldn't dare. I merely believe that the Kunlun sect is far from simple. Even the King Realm Fifth Elder has fallen at their hands. I fear they possess beings above the fifth heaven of the King Realm." Upon reaching this point, Yuli cautiously cast a glance at the elder of the three clans. Upon hearing these words, the previously murderous elder could not help but look at Yuli, and then gradually regained his composure. Falling into a moment of deep contemplation, Yuli's assertions were not without merit. Even if the fifth elder's strength reached the sixth level of the heavenly king realm, he could still engage in battle. Thus, it seemed that the one capable of slaying the fifth elder must possess at least the seventh level of the heavenly king realm. Being a seventh-level heavenly king himself, if the Kunlun sect were indeed a hidden sect, it was likely that they harbored an additional heavenly king. Even if he were to intervene, he might not gain any advantage. It appeared that this matter would have to await his elder brother's awakening before he could exact vengeance for the fifth elder. Cursed Kunlun sect. Before long, I shall ensure that the souls of all those from the Kunlun sect are extracted and tormented day and night in flames. After a period of profound reflection, the elder of the three clans chose to temporarily suppress his overwhelming murderous intent, abandoning any notion of venturing into the southern wilderness for the time being. Instead, he resolved to wait until the other foundations of the Juyo dynasty had awakened, and then proceed to the southern wilderness to annihilate the Kunlun sect. This moment, in the void above. The ancient beings concealed within this space were exchanging their astonishment through their divine thoughts. Cursed be it! How could that individual be so formidable? What should we do? Should we strike now? One divine thought hesitated before inquiring. This person's strength seems capable of contending with a seventh-level heavenly king. Indeed, where on earth did this Kunlun emerge from? Such a sect ought to remain obscure in the southern wilderness. Multiple divine thoughts exchanged. Could it truly be an ancient hidden sect? What of it? We, the 8 heavenly kings, are present. He has just undergone a fierce battle, and his magical power is likely diminished to a mere fraction. I alone can vanquish him. One divine thought scoffed dismissively. This divine thought greatly underestimates the formidable king Chen. Even if another heavenly king is hidden, they are by no means our match. Moreover, Kunlun cannot possibly harbor 3 heavenly kings. And as for that young man in white, referred to as the sect master, I sense no aura from him that he must possess some special means. However, his cultivation cannot possibly reach the heavenly king realm. A divine thought quickly analyzed. Indeed, if what they surmised was true, and Kunlun was an ancient hidden sect, possessing some peculiar means would be entirely reasonable, and he is but a 6th-level heavenly king. Upon hearing this, the other divine thoughts fell silent for a moment, and after a brief pause, it seemed they reached a consensus. "Let us take action." At this moment, Lu Chen, standing upon the plaza, seemed to sense something. A slight smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. Hee, how they finally mustered the courage to emerge. Lu Chen's objective had been accomplished. He believed that after this day, the entire southern wilderness would tremble at the mere mention of the name Kunlun. Indeed, a heavenly king had perished at the hands of Kunlun, enough to send shockwaves throughout the southern wilderness. Lin Yun and Ling Shui, upon hearing this, were bewildered and were about to voice their confusion when suddenly the void trembled violently. All present beheld 8 ancient figures simultaneously manifesting in different positions within the void, each radiating an overwhelming pressure that filled the expanse of heaven and earth. Instantly, the surroundings erupted with a cacophony of booming sounds. The 8 heavenly kings had now all appeared above Kunlun. Boom! Gurgle! That is 8 heavenly king powerhouses. At this moment, Lin Yun and his companions, along with everyone in the vicinity, collectively gasped in shock, swallowing hard, their faces a mask of terror, their voices trembling uncontrollably. The simultaneous appearance of 8 heavenly kings had not occurred in the southern wilderness for over 10,000 years. This was nothing short of astonishing. It's over, it's over. Kunlun is likely to be erased from the southern wilderness. Indeed, TSK, Kunlun has truly sought its own demise. Why not simply surrender the ancient wilderness token? Why provoke these top-tier overlords? One cultivator had scarcely finished speaking when others countered that, you know nothing. In my view, it is these top-tier overlords who are shameless. The ancient wilderness token was first acquired by Kunlun, and those leaders dared not act against Kunlun, which is why they summoned their ancestors to encircle them. Shuh, you're courting death. Those nearby hurriedly covered each other's mouths, fearful that someone might overhear and implicate them. This is going to be a spectacle. Before 8 heavenly kings, even the Jun family of the Huangzhou cannot withstand. The Jun family of Huangzhou is the premier powerhouse among the top 10 domineering factions. Its foundation is incredibly robust. If a single top-tier faction were to confront the Jun family, no other top faction could stand against them, their strength incomparable to the other 9 factions, of course. If 9 top-tier factions were to join forces against it, that would be a different story, and the outcome could only be known through actual combat. At this moment, all present believed that the demise of Kunlun had become an inevitable conclusion, unalterable. After all, in their minds, no faction could possibly contend against 8 heavenly kings. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and his companions also felt their faces tremble in fear. They had never witnessed such a scene. Qin Ruoxian, however, remained largely unaffected, instead directing her beautiful gaze towards an ancient, isolated pavilion atop a mountain within Kunlun. The 8 heavenly kings, being the top-tier powerhouses of the southern wilderness, all turned their attention towards Chen Beixian in unison. Instantly, they felt the overwhelming and fierce blood energy emanating from him, each heart trembling in trepidation. Hiss, what formidable blood energy! At this moment, the faces of the 8 ancient figures were all filled with astonishment. They had initially thought that the elder of the Juyo clan, who had been slain by a mere first-level heavenly king, was already astonishing enough, but little did they expect him to be a young heavenly king with blood energy surging like a tide. Which heavenly king did not spend nearly 10,000 years laboriously stepping into their realm? Furthermore, the number of heavenly king powerhouses in the southern wilderness could be counted on one's fingers. Just moments ago, they had hidden in the void, not daring to probe Chen Beixian with their divine thoughts, believing he was merely another ancient being who had lived for over 10,000 years, merely using special means to obscure his appearance. However, now, upon personally sensing the tidal wave of blood energy within him, their pupils constricted sharply, and their hearts surged with tumultuous waves. Now they were certain that Kunlun's origins were far more extraordinary than they had imagined. But there is no turning back once the bow is drawn. It would be absolutely impossible for them to retreat. The ancient wilderness secret realm was about to emerge, and the ancient wilderness token was of immense importance to them. Should they gain entry into the ancient wilderness secret realm and obtain extraordinary opportunities, Perhaps a powerhouse above the Heavenly King realm could emerge from their respective factions. Before such temptation, no one could resist. At this moment, the 8 Heavenly Kings in the Void harbored ulterior motives, each plotting differently. Meanwhile, the 8 Heavenly Kings remained motionless in the Void, their gazes wary as they regarded Chen Beixian. Truly, they were all ancient beings who had lived for over 10,000 years. Each a shrewd individual. After exchanging glances, their eyes seemed to communicate. "Aren't you the one who said a single person could vanquish him?" Earlier, that Heavenly King stated, "I'll observe. Goodness, have you no shame?" At this moment, they could not ascertain the strength of Kunlun's other Heavenly King. Clearly, none wished to take the lead, all waiting for someone else to strike first. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present, hundreds of miles away, was left dumbfounded. What the hell? What is going on? Are they playing the silence game? Will they fight or not? What are they waiting for? Hurry up and engage. 8 Heavenly Kings. Meanwhile, Chen Beixian faced the overwhelming pressure of the 8 Heavenly Kings with not a flicker of change on his face, merely casting a calm glance at them. Seeing this, one of the figures spoke. "Esteemed friend, may I inquire as to your affiliation within the Kunlun sect?" An elderly man clad in gray was the first to break the long-standing silence, casting a wary glance towards Chen Beixian. This elder, a formidable figure at the King realm, was the ancestor of the Dragon family, one of the top 10 overlords, with no enmity between them and Kunlun. And having witnessed Chen Beixian's immense power, they were understandably hesitant to provoke Kunlun. While the ancient token was indeed of great significance, none wished to offend a force equally fortified by a King realm presence. Though the 8 elders appeared united, should genuine conflict arise among them, they would not hesitate to abandon one another. After all, having one less contender would enhance their own chances of securing the ancient token. Upon hearing the words, Chen Beixian's imposing aura remained undiminished, a faint smile gracing his lips as he calmly declared, "I am Chen Beixian, an elder guardian of Kunlun." The moment these words escaped his lips, the expressions of the 8 King realm elders shifted dramatically, shock coursing through their hearts. Hiss, how is this possible? A mere guardian elder at the King realm. Despite their prior preparations and suspicions regarding Kunlun's extraordinary nature, accepting that the individual before them was a mere elder was a bitter pill to swallow. Chen Beixian's proclamation thrust them into a quandary. They did not even question the veracity of his claim, for it was beneath a King realm individual to utter such grandiose statements. Then, with a chilling gaze, Chen Beixian spoke. "Have you several been concealing yourselves above Kunlun for so long without offering an explanation? My friends, we harbor no ill will towards Kunlun. We have merely come for the ancient token," the Dragon family's ancestors stated candidly. Observing the situation, the other King realm elders quickly chimed in, indicating their intent to negotiate for the ancient token through alternative means. "Indeed, we are the ancestors of the 10 paramount powers of the southern wilderness. Hearing that Kunlun is a recently emerged hidden sect, we specifically came to pay our respects." "Respect?" Chen Beixian scoffed. "It seems rather disingenuous." He continued, "The ancient token is indeed in our possession. Do you intend to take action against Kunlun?" At this juncture, Chen Beixian's gaze shifted to Lu Chen, and upon noticing Lu Chen's unyielding demeanor, he released an overwhelming aura that surged towards the 8 elders. Boom! The atmosphere reverberated with his terrifying presence, which belied the fact that he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Alarmed, the elders felt the weight of his formidable aura and cursed inwardly. Their angry glances converged on the ancestor of Lingyun Palace, who had previously assured them that the opposing force was severely weakened. The Lingyun Palace elder was now visibly taken aback, regarding Chen Beixian with trepidation. "Do not misconstrue our intentions," the dragon ancestor hastily interjected. "We have no desire to engage Kunlun in conflict. We merely wish to negotiate a transaction." The urgency in his voice was palpable as he sensed the looming threat in Chen Beixian's presence. Indeed, we can discuss matters amicably. This transaction would undoubtedly be beneficial for your sect." The other King realm elders echoed in agreement, including the previously hesitant elder from Lingyun Palace. The thought of confronting Chen Beixian alone was unthinkable, as the palpable danger of his strength was evident even to them that, a A transaction. Chen Beishuan's expression faltered momentarily, his disappointment evident. He had been prepared to unleash a flurry of power to showcase his dominance. Yet, given their overtures, he hesitated to act impulsively. After all, there was no existing animosity between them, but Kunlun was not a place to be trifled with. He decided to consult his sect leader regarding the matter. Turning his gaze towards Lu Chen, he contemplated the proposition. Trading with Kunlun is not an opportunity afforded to just anyone. He mused, eager to hear their intentions. Lu Chen, having overheard their discourse, spoke in a calm yet firm tone. Is this truly how you wish to approach a transaction with Kunlun? His words, though softly spoken, resonated with gravity, capturing the attention of all present. The 8 King Realm Elders turned their eyes towards Lu Chen. A collective realization dawned upon them. Is he the young sect leader of Kunlun? They thought, disdain flashing in their expressions. How dare a mere youth speak to them with such audacity? Though they were wary of Chen Beishian and the other formidable presence that loomed over them. They felt it was unacceptable for a young man to display such disrespect in the southern wilderness. Most sect leaders were indeed young, but the real authority lay with those of substantial lineage and experience, such as themselves, the King Realm Elders. Just as they prepared to reprimand the young leader, a voice reverberated through the air as if descending from the heavens. You stand too high. I find it quite displeasing. Come down at once. Boom. The celestial command echoed, imbued with an unassailable authority. In an instant, the onlookers were left in awe, their expressions reflecting sheer shock. The sect leader had made his move. Even cultivators hovering 100 miles away were shaken by the divine resonance of his voice. Suddenly, a terrifying aura manifested above Kunlun, sending ripples of dread through the crowd. What is that power? Who is unleashing such force? They murmured in astonishment. Then, as if the very heavens could not withstand the might of the voice, an irresistible force descended upon the 8 King Realm Elders. Boom! In that instant, their expressions transformed, filled with unrestrained terror as they attempted to muster their powers in defiance. Yet, they quickly realized that their abilities were inexplicably bound by a superior force, leaving them paralyzed with fear. No. What is this power? Why can I not summon my strength? They screamed inwardly. Their eyes widened in horror. A colossal hand descended from the sky, enveloping them before they could react. In the blink of an eye, the 8 elders found themselves face to face with the young man in white, who regarded them with a calm smile. You, the sect leader of Kunlun. They gasped, recognition dawning upon them. Their expressions were now suffused with dread, realizing the magnitude of the young leader's power. Now, do share your intentions for coming to Kunlun, Lu Chen inquired nonchalantly, his demeanor deceptively unassuming, as if he were an ordinary man. Yet, in the eyes of the 8 elders, he was a figure of unfathomable strength. What in the world is Kunlun? What level of cultivation does he possess? Could it be above the king realm? They pondered, their hearts racing with fear. The thought of him being a saint crossed their minds, causing them to recoil in disbelief. No, how can such a young saint exist? It's impossible. The 8 King Realm Elders were utterly shaken, their minds racing as they felt their resolve crumbling under the weight of overwhelming terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It is the sect leader who has made his move. How could 8 King Realm Elders be subdued so easily? This is truly terrifying. What level of cultivation does he possess? Is it truly so? Above the realm of the heavenly kings, Lin Yun, Ling Shui, Luo Wushuang, and Qin Zhan found themselves momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed upon the 8 trembling figures of the heavenly kings before them. Their hearts raced with shock and speculation regarding Lu Chen's cultivation level. They had never witnessed Lu Chen in action and had previously conjectured that his prowess might exceed the realm of divine transformation. After all, Lu Chen appeared remarkably youthful. If one were to claim he was an ancient being of over 10,000 years, they would find it utterly implausible. There was not a trace of the decay of age about him, making it impossible for him to be a youthful fa ade of an ancient entity. That moment, their reverence for Lu Chen swelled, and they felt an overwhelming exhilaration at being part of Kunlun. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxian cast a gaze filled with astonishment towards Lu Chen. This was her first encounter witnessing Lu Chen in action, and even she could not maintain her composure. Her eyes reflected a newfound awe towards Lu Chen and the mysteries of Kunlun. Kunlun continuously exuded an aura of enigma and might. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, countless cultivators from the southern wilderness found themselves inexplicably immobilized, their eyes wide in astonishment as they stared in the direction of Kunlun. After a brief moment, a voice broke the silence. Hiss, what was that power just now? Why do I feel as though I couldn't even contemplate resistance in the face of that aura? That divine-like voice and presence were utterly terrifying. As they recalled the divine aura, a collective gasp escaped their lips. They could hardly fathom the terrifying existence that belonged to that aura. Isn't the Heavenly King realm merely this? Someone ventured, what kind of formidable being is at play here? At that moment, one seemed to grasp something, exclaiming, Kunlun. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all turned to horror, their eyes trembling as they gazed in the direction of Kunlun, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Predecessors, we meant no offense to your esteemed sect. In the realm of cultivation, merit is paramount. Though Lu Chen appears exceedingly youthful, we cannot dare to imagine if he is among those ancient beings who have lived for tens of thousands of years. Masquerading in a youthful guise, the 8 heavenly kings, thoroughly frightened, spoke with trembling voices, A saint stands before us. It has been countless years since a saint has emerged in the southern wilderness. Otherwise, how could it be that we, with merely the cultivation of the Heavenly King realm, can overlook an entire region? Oh, Lu Chen replied, his tone indifferent, showing no intent to harm them, but rather a desire to hear what they had to propose. Please, Venerable One, spare us. At that moment, the 8 dared not mention negotiations with Kunlun. What a jest! Who would dare to act presumptuously before a saint? Did you not say you wished to negotiate with Kunlun? Lu Chen glanced at them and continued, Speak, and if your words intrigue me, perhaps I may spare your lives. Upon hearing this, the 8 heavenly kings turned pale, exchanging fearful glances, too terrified to utter the terms of their prior negotiation. Speak. Lu Chen's voice grew cold, clearly losing patience. Yes, Venerable One. We shall speak, they stammered, trembling, that we wish that when the ancient secret realm emerges, the younger generation of our families may enter it alongside the disciples of your esteemed sect. At this, Lu Chen remained silent, his gaze indifferent as he turned towards the ancestor of the Long family, as if comprehending something. The Long family elder, meeting Lu Chen's unyielding gaze, felt his already pale face grow even paler, cold sweat pouring down his back. The other 7 were equally terrified, their faces drained of color by Lu Chen's invisible pressure. Realizing his earlier words had been inappropriate, the Long family elder hastily corrected himself. Venerable One, what we meant was to offer corresponding cultivation resources in exchange with your esteemed sect. The old fool had lost all sense of shame. Cultivation resources? Are you sincere? Lu Chen scoffed. The quota for entering the ancient secret realm is limited. A single ancient token allows only 100 individuals entry. Moreover, not just anyone can enter the ancient secret realm. There are age restrictions. Only those under 100 years of age may enter. A century is but a fleeting moment for cultivators. The younger generations within their respective factions were numerous, yet they sought to exchange mere resources for entry into the secret realm. Such delusions. It is evident that these 8 heavenly kings had no intention of truly offering resources to Kunlun. How absurd! Had Lu Chen not revealed his might, these 8 would likely have attempted to pressure Kunlun into granting them entry. What resources do they think Kunlun lacks? Let us not forget that Lu Chen possesses a system. However, at present, the system would not simply bestow resources upon him. The pressing issue remains to strengthen Kunlun. Upon the Long family elder's difficult admission of intent, the 8 released a heavy sigh. How terrifying! They sensed an overwhelming pressure from Lu Chen, who stood there, exuding an aura that, despite the absence of any visible energy, instilled an endless sense of oppression. It turned out that after witnessing the mysteries of Kunlun and the might of Chen Beixian, they had quietly conspired to negotiate for the ancient tokens, hoping to allow their younger generations to enter the ancient secret realm together with Kunlun's disciples. After all, if they could enter the realm without offending such a powerful sect, of unknown origins. They would certainly prefer that route. Their idea was not without merit. Perhaps other factions, faced with 8 heavenly kings, would feel compelled to concede. Yet, they were unfortunate to face Kunlun. Kunlun was a mysterious and formidable presence that they could never hope to fully comprehend. Resources for cultivation. Do you think me a fool to be so easily deceived? Lu Chen's cold snort echoed. Were it not for the display of his terrifying might, these old fools would never even consider offering resources. Upon his words, the 8 heavenly kings trembled uncontrollably, too frightened to provoke Lu Chen further. Then, Lu Chen's next words utterly terrified them, nearly causing them to collapse to the ground. Do you not think that you, as mere top-tier hegemonic factions, have the right to negotiate conditions with Kunlun? Even the sacred lands hold no such privilege before us. Boom! Upon hearing this, the 8, who once held dominion over the southern wilderness, were left utterly shaken, their minds struck as if by lightning, their faces pale with terror, a profound dread surging from their feet to their hearts. What had they just heard? No privilege, not even the sacred lands. The fear within them was shaken anew. The young sect master before them did not regard even the sacred lands with respect. Kunlun, Kunlun, what sect was this? At this moment, the faces of the 8 were filled with boundless shock and dread. They should never have come here. In an instant, Lu Chen had resolved to no longer waste words on them, preparing to deal with the 8 when suddenly a spatial portal appeared in the void. All present felt a terrifying aura emanating from the dark portal. From within, 4 figures emerged. An elderly man in simple robes, a beautiful woman in palace attire, followed by a middle-aged man and an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. The 5th ancestor of the Jun family, the former matriarch of the Yaoqi Palace. The 8 heavenly kings below gasped in astonishment upon seeing the elder in simple robes and the palace-dressed beauty. Their hearts filled with schadenfreude. Hurry, act. If we cannot fare well, neither shall you. Chen Beixian cast a glance at the 2 powerful figures above, excitement flickering in his eyes. 2 8th-level heavenly kings. In this moment of tension, I stand resolute, unyielding even in the presence of the master. From a distance of hundreds of miles, countless cultivators linger in the skies, their gazes fixed upon the direction of Kunlun. Hiss! Look quickly, by heavens! Another fool rushes to their demise. Yet another formidable figure has emerged. A cultivator exclaimed with palpable excitement, having somehow procured a chair upon which they reclined, savoring the spectacle above Kunlun. Brothers, this is impressive. Someone remarked. But who are those 4, daring to take such risks? Above Kunlun, the 4 figures. Hiss, could it be? That appears to be the head of the Jun family, and alongside them, the esteemed master of Yaoqi Palace. Lin Shi. What? Is she truly my goddess? Ah, the throngs of cultivators gazed at the stunning figure in the distance, unable to restrain themselves as they prepared to ACTBY heavens. Calm down, brothers. Yaoqi Palace, a terrifying power, second only to the Jun family among the top-tier dominions, boasts Lin Shi as its master, a beauty of unparalleled grace, with cultivation at the Void Realm, regarded as a goddess by all single cultivators in the southern wilderness. That it is no wonder that so many are stirred to such excitement. At this juncture, Lu Chen cast a glance at the group, then withdrew his gaze, his expression gradually growing colder. Truly, it seems anyone dares to act recklessly in Kunlun. The Jun family, Jun Zhantian, Yaoqi Palace, Linyu. They have come to pay their respects to Kunlun. The 5 ancestors of the Jun family, namely Jun Zhantian and Linyu, the former master of Yaoqi Palace, hovered in the void, surveying the crowd as they spoke in measured tones. Suddenly, their pupils constricted and their expressions shifted dramatically. How is this possible? What have they witnessed? Below, the 8 formidable kings gazed up at the white-clad youth before them, their faces etched with fear. The head of the Jun family, and Lin, she stood aghast. The 5 ancestors of the Jun family, and Lin, you were aware that the individual before them was an ancestor from one of the other 8 great powers. However, what astonished them was the presence of something in Kunlun that instilled such terror in 8 formidable kings. They had scanned all present, and aside from the white-clad young man, all others were deemed negligible. Yet, What could induce such fear in the ancestors of 8 king-level forces? Even a 9th-level king could not elicit such dread. Could it be? A dreadful thought surged in their minds, only to dissipate swiftly, for they could not believe that Kunlun harbored any being above the king level. However, something that could provoke such a reaction from 8 formidable kings must indeed render Kunlun extraordinarily formidable. Upon this realization, the two exchanged glances, and Lin Yu promptly declared, "We bear no ill will towards Kunlun. Might we request an audience with the master?" After the emergence of the 5 ancestors, they had proceeded to Yaoqi Palace to discuss certain matters. Hence their delayed arrival. The 2 great powers appear to harbor little interest in the ancient token. Thus they were not in haste to visit Kunlun. Upon arrival, they found themselves witnessing this scene. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed with impatience. Did they truly believe that anyone could simply stroll into Kunlun? He immediately addressed Chen Beixian, saying, "Beixian, this matter falls to you." "Understood, master." Just as Chen Beixian's face lit up with excitement and he prepared to take action, a melodious voice emanated from an isolated mountain pavilion. Elder Qing. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Beixian's excitement only intensified, his expression betraying a hint of anticipation. With her words, Lu Chen smiled slightly. He was eager to witness a Qing's prowess. After all, when she was summoned, her cultivation had already reached the king level. Now that he had broken through to the sage level, he wondered if a Qing's cultivation had also ascended to the sage level. Elder Qing was none other than the renowned girl of the Yu clan, a Qing. "Beixian, allow a Qing to take action," Lu Chen instructed. "Yes, master," Chen Beixian replied enthusiastically, though he remained oblivious to the source of his own excitement. Chen Beixian, Wang Ming, and a Qing had already acquainted themselves under Lu Chen's arrangement, thus they were aware of one another. However, Lin Yun and her companions were unaware of a Qing's existence. They stood, stunned, their hearts racing with shock. Elder Qing is another powerful entity from Kunlun Awakening. The expressions of the group bore immense excitement and astonishment. This truly the depth of Kunlun's heritage. Even Qin Ruoxian's beautiful eyes shimmered with surprise. Upon uttering these words, the faces of the Jun family ancestors and Lin Yu darkened, their gazes turning icy. Although they did not wish to offend Kunlun, it did not mean they feared it. Kunlun, truly unaware of its situation. How dare they disregard us so brazenly? Boom! The formidable aura of the 8th level of King Realm erupted from both of them, showing no sign of fear in the face of Kunlun's 8 formidable kings. The Jun family, with a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, harbors secrets unknown to all, while Yaoqi Palace is rumored to be situated above a sacred ground. Thus, these 2 dominant powers are not to be compared with the other 8 forces. Moreover, their long-standing heritage grants them far greater insight into the obscure truths of the world than other factions. They understood that ancient families from the archaic era had begun to resurface in the northern and western domains, and rumors had spread in the central domain that countless ancient lineages, long silent for hundreds of thousands of years, were gradually awakening. This is a golden era, and perhaps soon, great emperors will once again walk the earth. It is precisely this knowledge that fuels their trepidation towards Kunlun. Even though they knew the ancient token was in Kunlun's possession, they refrained from acting impulsively in the void, seeing that Lu Chen and his companions showed no regard for them. Jun Wuhui, the head of the Jun family, immediately erupted in anger. "Presumptuous! How dare you Kunlun show such disrespect to the ancestors?" The master of Yaoqi Palace, Lin Shi, furrowed her brow, her countenance frosty. Yet she remained silent. Her gaze as frigid as frost fixed upon the crowd. And oh, sooner had her words fallen than a terrifying aura erupted from a mountain pavilion. Boom! In an instant, a graceful young woman appeared in the void. Clad in a flowing green gown, she possessed a slender figure, ethereal brows, and a stunning visage, exuding an aura so delicate it seemed akin to that of a neighborly girl. Swish! The faces of the Jun family ancestors, Lin Yu, and the others twitched violently as their pupils constricted at the sight of the young woman in the green gown. The green-dressed maiden paid them no heed, as though they were unworthy of her notice. Instead, she respectfully addressed Lu Chen, saying, "A Qing greets the master." Indeed, it was a Qing, the girl of the Yu clan, making her first appearance before Lin Yun and the others, Sage Realm. Lu Chen looked at a Qing with a slight smile. Nodding in approval, as expected, a Qing's cultivation had indeed reached the Sage Realm. This system, it seems to be draining me dry. Ultimately, I bear the weight of it all alone. Lu Chen silently chastised the system. Is this truly the revered Elder Qing of Kunlun? Her presence exudes such terrifying energy. It surpasses even that of Elder Chen, who stands at the King realm. Lin Yun, Ling Shui, and the others were left speechless. Yet their hearts raced with excitement. A Qing turned her gaze towards the four from the Jun family, her eyes icy. Those who dare show disrespect to the master and to Kunlun shall remain here today. Boom! Faced with the gaze of the young woman in the green gown, the Jun family ancestors and Lin Yu felt their hearts tremble, fear flashing in their eyes. Sage realm. Yet before they could recover from their shock, a Qing lifted her delicate finger and pointed gently towards the four. In an instant, a resplendent green beam shot forth, aimed directly at them. Boom! With a single point, it transformed into divine light, shaking the heavens and earth as if a mere gesture could pierce through the very fabric of reality. Crack! Not good! Damn it! How dare you strike against us? Indeed, the profound heritage of the Jun family and the Yaoqi Palace is far beyond what the world perceives. Even when confronted by the saint-level Qing, they audaciously dared to speak boldly. This old fellow truly resembles a calf on an airplane, soaring to astonishing heights. As the terrifying aura enveloped them, the expressions of the four turned instantly pale. Suddenly, the fifth ancestor of the Jun family bellowed fiercely. In an instant, an ancient jade talisman appeared in his hand, which he swiftly shattered. Boom! Immediately thereafter, a voice of immense age and authority resonated from the heavens above. Echoing throughout the realm point, one could hear its sound without seeing its source. Following this, a formidable force emerged, instantly shattering a Qing's emerald beam. A Qing furrowed her delicate brows and gazed upward, her expression shifting slightly. A saint! This authoritative voice sent shivers down everyone's spine, compelling them to look toward the heavens. In the square, Lu Chen felt the aura from above, and his expression subtly changed. A saint! The Jun family actually possesses a saint. This was Lu Chen's first encounter with a force of such caliber. It appears the Jun family is far more complex than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, what of the saint? The current Kunlun does not fear forces with saints. Only those above the saint realm could instill a sense of pressure upon him. Liu Chen mused inwardly. Upon hearing the resounding voice, the fifth ancestor of the Jun family gradually regained color. The previous terror in his eyes replaced by profound reverence as he gazed at the heavens. Meanwhile, Jun Wei nearly fell to his knees at the sound, his heart shaken profoundly. It was indeed from my Jun family's Yaoqi Palace. Lin Yu, upon hearing the voice, seemed to have grasped something, her face suddenly filled with astonishment. Humph! A Qing let out a cold snort, and then raised her hand to unleash a terrifying palm strike toward the heavens. Boom! The power of the laws surged forth, causing the world to tremble, with a resounding roar echoing throughout. Seeking death, young one, the ancient voice, laced with anger, reverberated once more from the heavens. Thunderous roars erupted. A colossal, aged hand extended from above, wielding an unimaginable might as it reached for a Qing. With a deafening crash, the two forces collided, resulting in an explosion of countless laws filling the surrounding space. The young one possesses some strength. The old one shall remember you. The cold huff from above indicated that the voice's owner evidently did not wish to continue battling a Qing. No sooner had the words been spoken than a spatial portal appeared in the heavens, from which countless chaotic currents erupted. Then, a large hand swiftly reached out, grasping the four members of the Jun family's fifth ancestor. In a blink, the four were pulled into the spatial portal, vanishing into the void. Trying to escape? A Qing's elegant features hardened at the sight, and she was about to tear through the endless space in pursuit of the lingering aura. Just then, Lu Chen's calm voice resonated. A Qing, there is no need to concern yourself with them. Observing the situation, Lu Chun surmised that the Jun family and Yaoqi Palace were undoubtedly more complex than he had imagined. If a full-scale war were to erupt now, it could potentially summon some true ancient beings. However, Lu Chun was not overly concerned about the Jun family or Yaoqi Palace immediately striking against Kunlun, for they were already aware of Kunlun's possession of a saint. Upon hearing this, a Qing replied, "Understood, sect master." She respectfully approached Lu Chen's side of the tea this moment. Lin Yun and the others, having seen a Qing, hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. "Greetings, elder." Qing smiled gently at the group, nodding in acknowledgement. Observing this, Lu Chun chuckled and introduced, "Haha, I nearly forgot to mention. This is Elder Qing of Kunlun, who has recently awakened." This revelation struck Lin and the others like a bolt from the blue. To be so powerful so soon after awakening. What cultivation level does Elder Qing possess? They speculated among themselves, yet dared not inquire further. While Lin Yun and the others remained unaware, Qin Ruoxian, despite her currently low cultivation, discerned a Qing's prowess, a saint. This realization sent a tremor through her heart. She never expected Kunlun to harbor a saint. "Sect master, should we eliminate these 8 individuals, or, at this moment, Chen Beixian looked toward the trembling 8 from the Tianwang realm. "No, please spare us. We mean no harm to Kunlun." The 8 Tianwang realm experts cried out in desperation. Their faces pale as they pleaded with Lu Chun, utterly shocked by Kunlun's terrifying might. Not only was the young sect master before them extraordinarily powerful, but there was also a saint in their midst. They had dared to offend both the Jun family and Yaoqi Palace, stirring the depths of the Jun family's heritage. While they could not discern Lu Chen's cultivation level, they surmised that he was a saint. However, upon witnessing the green-clad woman's appearance and her profound respect for Lu Chun, their dread of Kunlun intensified. Like a tea this moment, they were consumed by regret, wishing they could annihilate the ancestor of Lingyun Palace. Had it not been for his earlier incitement, they would not have faced such a fate. Alas, they were unaware that in Lu Chen's eyes, they had already become a stepping stone for Kunlun's rising reputation. No need for extermination. Let them learn a lesson and leave something behind. Kunlun is not a place anyone can visit at will. Lu Chen contemplated for a moment before addressing the pale-faced 8 from the Tianwang realm. After witnessing the saint from the Jun family take action, he had gained further insight into the depths of these top-tier hegemonic forces. They were far more formidable than he had imagined. He had initially believed Kunlun to be quite powerful, yet he still underestimated the heritage of these elite forces. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, realizing that it was imperative to strengthen Kunlun expeditiously, as the number of disciples was still too few. Indeed, Kunlun currently had only 3 disciples, and with no tasks appearing in the system, Lu Chun could not obtain summoning cards or other rewards to bolster his strength. Nevertheless, he had formulated a plan to disseminate news of Kunlun recruiting disciples. Lu Chun was confident that following this incident, Kunlun's reputation would ascend dramatically within the South Wasteland, leading to a better outcome in recruiting disciples. Upon hearing this, the 8 Tianwang realm experts thought they were hallucinating, and their faces lit up with excitement as they trembled in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior. Thank you for sparing us." The 8 Tianwang realm individuals felt as though they had been reborn, taking a deep breath to calm their racing hearts. They had believed they were destined to perish here, nearly terrified to death. Should anyone from the South Wasteland witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left aghast. Is this truly the might of a Tianwang realm expert? How could they appear so humble? With this matter resolved, Beixian, you shall handle them. Lin Yun and the others, please come to the main hall. I have something to discuss with you. After uttering these words, Lu Chun promptly vanished from sight. Chen Beixian and Lin Yun responded respectfully to that moment. 100 miles away in the void, the numerous cultivators of the South Wasteland were left utterly stunned, their faces etched with shock, unable to regain their composure. Was that a saint making a move? How terrifying! How could this be possible? Saints have not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Many cultivators deemed it implausible for a saint to manifest. After all, it was their first time witnessing the Tianwang realm in action, let alone a saint to TO them. This was utterly unbelievable. Kunlun is undoubtedly a hidden grand sect. To everyone's astonishment, even the Jun family and the Yaoqi palace dared to take action against them. At that moment, all present believed that Kunlun was a formidable hidden sect with a terrifying heritage, and they expressed their shock that we must leave this place quickly. This is Kunlun territory, and if we are discovered by their people, we may never leave. Upon hearing this, everyone reacted immediately, their expressions changing drastically, and they hastily departed from the Zhongshan mountain range, fearing that Kunlun might strike against them at any moment. If Lu Chen were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be unable to contain his laughter. This was precisely the effect he desired. Otherwise, he would not have wasted so much time with those 8 formidable beings of the Heavenly King realm. His intention was to disseminate the reputation and might of Kunlun throughout the southern wilderness through the words of these cultivators. As a result, the news regarding Kunlun's recruitment of disciples would undoubtedly be of great significance. Indeed, it was not long before the name Kunlun resonated throughout the entire southern wilderness, gaining immense notoriety. 2 days later, the ancestors of the 8 supreme powers departed from Qingzhou, returning to their respective factions. Upon seeing their ancestors return, the members of each faction were filled with joy, believing their elders had brought back the ancient token. They all silently cheered. Our ancestors are invincible. However, when they beheld the expressions of fear in their ancestors' eyes, as if they had encountered some unfathomable horror, disbelief swept through them. How could this be? Their ancestors were mighty beings of the Heavenly King realm. What could possibly instill fear in them? To the members of the various factions, their ancestors represented an existence that overshadowed the realm. Just as the leaders of the factions were about to inquire about their elders' experiences, the ancestors uttered a singular phrase to each leader. Kunlun harbors a great terror. Following this, each ancestor entered seclusion, uttering not a word about their visit to Qingzhou's Kunlun. Subsequently, countless cultivators across the southern wilderness erupted in fervor. Numerous shocking revelations emerged from the 8 supreme factions. The message, conveyed verbatim, warned that members of their families and sects must not offend Qingzhou's Kunlun, and that any encounters with Kunlun disciples should be avoided. Otherwise, they would face expulsion from their families and sects, with all consequences borne by themselves. As this news spread, it ignited a tremendous uproar, leaving countless factions and cultivators in shock and disbelief. Many were perplexed as to what monumental event had transpired, prompting the other 8 supreme powers, aside from the Jun family and the Yaoqi palace, to release such a warning. On this day, the name Kunlun reverberated throughout the southern wilderness, affecting countless factions and cultivators of all sizes. At this moment, a multitude of people were filled with speculation and astonishment regarding Kunlun. After all, those who had not traveled to Qingzhou were entirely unaware of what had transpired. However, they grasped one undeniable truth. Even the top-tier hegemonic powers dared not provoke Kunlun, which was ample proof of its strength. Soon after, numerous factions across the southern wilderness disseminated messages that echoed the words of the 8 supreme powers, instructing all members of their families and sects to avoid offending Qingzhou's Kunlun. At the Zhongshan mountain range, in the main hall of Kunlun, Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Luo Wushuang, and Qin Zhang were all present. They gazed with reverence at Lu Chen, seated in the position of honor. Even Qin Ruoxian's respect for Lu Chen deepened, and no longer did she regard him with the cold arrogance and nobility of an emperor. He appeared as an ordinary Kunlun disciple. Indeed, quite ordinary. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes and, casting a nonchalant glance at the assembly, spoke. Kunlun has been in existence for a while now. It is time to recruit more disciples. Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhang's expressions were filled with overwhelming excitement as they respectfully replied. Kunlun is recruiting disciples. This is monumental news for us. The prospect of their descendants possibly becoming disciples of Kunlun, even as outer disciples, represented a tremendous opportunity. Although their daughters were already disciples of Kunlun, they still yearned for other descendants to join the ranks. Yes, sect master, they responded reverently. Then, as if struck by a thought, Luo Wushuang inquired, Sect master, when will the recruitment commence? Lu Chen replied, officially in 3 days. Kunlun will accept disciples regardless of talent or cultivation level. As long as one's character and disposition pass the assessment, they may become a disciple of Kunlun. While Lu Chen indeed wished to recruit more talented disciples, he placed greater importance on a person's character and disposition, believing that only such individuals would be wholly devoted to the sect and possess a sense of responsibility. Of course, he had complete confidence in Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and Qin Ruoxian's character and disposition. After all, Lu Chen was a man equipped with a system. Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan were filled with excitement. They had not anticipated that the sect master would prioritize character and disposition over talent and cultivation. This significantly increased the chances for their descendants to become disciples of Kunlun. Currently, the 9 provinces' royal city lay in ruins, and a new royal city was under reconstruction. However, their descendants and families had not been in the 9 provinces during that time. They were instead in the former royal city of the Great Qin dynasty. Yes, sect master, we will immediately set out to disseminate this news across the various states. Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan responded respectfully before promptly departing Kunlun for the various states. After their departure, Lin Yun respectfully addressed Lu Chen, sect master. I wish to venture out to undergo training and swiftly enhance my cultivation and strength. Having made up his mind to train, Lin Yun's expression was resolute, as if he would confront Lu Chen should he be denied the opportunity. With Kunlun now recruiting disciples, it signified that the number of disciples would increase if he, as the senior disciple of Kunlun, remained at such a low level of cultivation, it would inevitably raise doubts among the other disciples regarding Kunlun. Lin Yun did not wish to disappoint Lu Chen, for all that he had was granted by Lu Chen. He yearned to grow stronger. The next time someone dared to disrespect Lu Chen, he would possess the strength to eliminate them himself, rather than relying on the elders of the sect to intervene. The thoughts churning in Lin Yun's mind fueled his determination to grow stronger. Training. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback, surprised by Lin Yun's high degree of awareness. In truth, Lu Chen had long desired for Lin Yun to venture out for training. After all, a flower in a greenhouse cannot showcase its true beauty to the world. Lin Yun, possessing the battle saint body, should continually engage in combat. The more he fights, the greater his understanding of the battle saint body will become. Indeed, in the future, Lin Yun would single-handedly vanquish saints and suppress divine kings. With the emergence of the Saint Fist, even emperors would meet their demise. Very well, Lin Yun, I did not misjudge you. Go forth. Lu Chen remarked with a gentle smile directed at Lin Yun. As for where Lin Yun would train, there was no need for him to worry about that. Training entails venturing forth alone, unafraid of peril or death, daring to contend with heaven and earth for fortune, and continually enhancing one's state of mind and strength. Then Lu Chen added, Lin Yun, this time, I will not permit anyone from the sect to accompany or protect you. You must face any dangers that arise on your own. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingxue's expression changed, but she quickly came to understand that Lu Chen spoke the truth. True strength begins from humble beginnings. Qin Ruoxian also cast a contemplative glance at Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun exhibited no change in expression. Instead, a glimmer of yearning for strength shone in his eyes. Thank you, sect master, Lin Yun replied respectfully. Then Lu Chen instructed, Lin Yun, before you depart, visit the Elder Peak. Elder Qing will provide you with something. Understood, sect master, Lin Yun replied, not inquiring further about the item, and bowed respectfully to Lu Chen. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, an astonishing piece of news reverberated across the various states of the southern wilderness, igniting immense excitement among countless cultivators. Tianzhou, being the closest to Qingzhou, received the news first at this moment. Within Tianzhou, a voice exclaimed, Brother, have you heard? Kunlun is surprisingly recruiting disciples. A cultivator exclaimed to those around him. Upon hearing this, his companions seemed to be jolted by a sudden shock, leaping up in astonishment. What? Is it the Kunlun from Qingzhou? Do you really need to be so excited? You nearly scare me to death. The cultivator cursed, then continued. Indeed, apart from the Kunlun in Qingzhou, who would dare to call themselves Kunlun in the southern wilderness? Have you not seen how even the top powers dare not offend Kunlun? Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, and the cultivator added, Moreover, I have heard that this time Kunlun is recruiting disciples without regard for talent or cultivation level, only testing character and heart. This statement immediately stirred a tempest of emotions, and the faces of those present turned extremely excited and astonished. They were all scattered cultivators, with mediocre talent and cultivation, and thus felt a surge of exhilaration at the thought that they too might have a chance to become disciples of Kunlun. The mere idea of being a disciple of Kunlun was enough to send shivers of excitement through them, as they now viewed Kunlun as more powerful than the 10 top dominions of the southern wilderness. After all, those top powers had never dared to treat the Jun family with such disregard. This inevitably led them to speculate that Kunlun's strength had reached a terrifying level, perhaps even possessing a sage among them. Consequently, for these scattered cultivators, becoming a disciple of Kunlun would be akin to soaring to the heavens. However, some remained skeptical and questioned, "Brother, you mustn't be deceiving us. Kunlun is rumored to be more powerful than the top dominions. How could they possibly recruit disciples with no talent? Indeed, how could such a sect as Kunlun not consider talent when recruiting disciples?" Many echoed in disbelief. Countless cultivators were skeptical, for how could such a formidable sect recruit disciples without evaluating their talent? It seemed implausible. Although most still harbored doubts about Kunlun's strength, the fact that countless forces in the southern wilderness feared and dared not offend them spoke volumes about Kunlun's status as a top dominion. Even if one were to argue that they do not consider cultivation level, it is conceivable that exceptional talent could overshadow that, but the notion that they disregard both aspects was hard for everyone to accept. No sect in the Xianwu continent would accept disciples devoid of talent. Would that not diminish the strength of their sect? Hearing this, the cultivator continued with a serious expression. "Ah, but you all are unaware. Kunlun is a hidden great sect. Its foundation is immensely powerful. They care not for your level of talent." Upon hearing this, a collective gasp emanated from the crowd. The rumors were indeed true. Kunlun was a hidden great sect. Wonderful! This means we too have a chance to become disciples of Kunlun. The excitement in their faces was palpable, and they were all deeply moved. For them, even becoming an outer disciple of Kunlun would be sufficient to command respect throughout the southern wilderness. No, I was thinking too small. Even being an errand disciple would bring glory to my family. Then, brothers, I shall take my leave first. With those words, all the young cultivators without a sect to rely on hurriedly made their way towards Qingzhou. "Damn it! Have you no decorum? Wait for me." The cultivators stood dumbfounded, watching as the crowd rushed away, cursing loudly, wishing he could grow an extra leg to catch up. Meanwhile, across various states, a similar scene unfolded. Countless cultivators without sect ties, upon hearing the news, rushed desperately toward Qingzhou's Kunlun in a short span of time. The skies over the southern wilderness were filled with numerous cultivators soaring through the air. The spectacle was grand and magnificent, leading onlookers to believe that some rare treasure had emerged. Members of various factions gazed in awe at the unfolding scene. Wow! The influence of Kunlun is indeed colossal. Indeed, just the recruitment of a few disciples can incite the entire southern wilderness to flock towards it. No wonder the family heads instructed us not to offend Kunlun. Yes, in the future, if we encounter someone from Kunlun, we should steer clear. They could hardly believe that this sudden emergence of Kunlun had altered the landscape of the southern wilderness in less than a month. At that moment, within the Jun family in Yaoqi Palace. In the main hall where the 5 ancestors of the Jun family sat, their deep-set eyes were filled with gravity and apprehension. "Are you saying that the members of my Jun family suspect that Kunlun is akin to those ancient powers that have recently resurfaced? A hidden great sect?" Jun Wuhui exclaimed, his expression one of shock, filled with disbelief as he had just learned of this from the 5 ancestors. Indeed, ancient great sects, as he understood it, each hidden great sect had a legacy spanning tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Even his Jun family would dare not confront them directly. Although he had previously doubted Kunlun's status as a hidden great sect, he could no longer afford to harbor skepticism. These words came from the mouths of those with genuine heritage in his family. At this thought, Jun Wuhui's heart quivered intensely. Although the Jun family also boasted a lineage of over 10,000 years and possessed considerable strength, with multiple figures beyond the Heavenly King realm, the existence that had emerged from Kunlun demonstrated that the Jun family's foundation was far more complex than what most in the southern wilderness could perceive. This was a truth that, Apart from Yaoqi Palace, the other top powers in the southern wilderness would always assume the Jun family only possessed heavenly king-level figures, never considering that they might have individuals above that level. Nevertheless, when compared to those ancient powers with legacies of hundreds of thousands of years, both stood on entirely different planes. Yet, it must be said that the Jun family's foundation was undeniably formidable. We must avoid any conflict with Kunlun for the time being. I never anticipated that Kunlun might indeed possess a sage. The 5 ancestors of the Jun family looked at Jun Wuhui with a serious expression. Then, their demeanor softened. As if recalling something, they continued. The ancient secret realm will emerge in a month. I have received news from Yaoqi Palace that this ancient secret realm will be unlike any previous ones. Upon hearing this, Jun Wuhui's expression froze. Unusual. Did the ancient secret realm hold some secret? Are you suggesting? The 5 ancestors of the Jun family replied. What exactly is different? I'm not entirely certain. The information was conveyed by the forces behind Yaoqi Palace. Ah, so it originates from the powers behind Yaoqi Palace. Jun Wuhui wisely chose not to press further, knowing that such forces were beyond what his family could even speak of. Meanwhile, within Yaoqi Palace, the current matriarch, Lin Shi, wore an icy expression, furious over Kunlun's audacity to act against them. She addressed the former matriarch, Lin Yu, saying, Master, Kunlun is truly audacious. How dare they disregard Yaoqi Palace and act against you? I implore you to summon our sage to teach Kunlun a lesson. Had it not been for the intervention of the Jun family's 5 ancestors, who had pulled them away, she firmly believed that her master would have awakened the palace's heritage to teach Kunlun a lesson. Indeed, while Yaoqi Palace ranked below the Jun family among the top powers of the southern wilderness, its foundation was immensely robust, not to mention the terrifying background they possessed. A holy ground, the true superpower of the southern wilderness. This explained why Lin Shi, fully aware of Kunlun's sage presence, still looked down upon them. This demonstrated the overwhelming strength of both Yaoqi Palace's intrinsic foundation and their formidable background. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, the beautiful woman clad in palace attire and Lin Shi's master, also bore a grim expression. Humph, the ancient secret realm will emerge in a month. This matter is of greater importance, so let Kunlun live a little longer. Lin Yu remarked coldly, for Kunlun's audacity to act against her was tantamount to courting death, and she too yearned to obliterate Kunlun. However, the ancient secret realm is on the verge of emergence, and we cannot allow a single Kunlun to hinder more pressing matters. Indeed, not only in the southern wilderness, but even the dominant forces from other vast domains are preparing for the ancient secret realm. The secrets contained within this ancient secret realm are destined to be fully unveiled in this lifetime. That in the southern wilderness, at the Tsangzhou city of Tiansong, within a tavern, a young man clad in resplendent garments, radiating an air of nobility and appearing no older than 20, is seated at a table, savoring fine wine, with a hint of amusement gracing his lips as he listens intently to the discussions among the cultivators around him. Should a cultivator from the northern celestial domain happen to catch sight of this distinguished youth, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. It is evident that this young man of noble bearing possesses an extraordinary background. Yet the reason for his presence in the southern wilderness remains a mystery. Brothers, allow me to recount what transpired that day. I witnessed with my own eyes the 8 formidable beings of the King realm, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist, being captured by Kunlun's powerful figures within the void. A cultivator, brandishing a large blade, gazes at the astonished crowd and earnestly declares he is the very witness of the battle between Kunlun and the 8 great powers alongside the Jun family in Yaoqi Palace. As he recalls the incident, the crowd gasps in disbelief. What? They exclaim, their eyes widening in shock. You don't mean to say that Kunlun even subdued the Jun family in Yaoqi Palace? The atmosphere thickens with tension as they grasp the implications of his words. The absence of any news regarding the Jun family and Yaoqi Palace's involvement has led the inhabitants of the southern wilderness to believe that these 2 supreme forces regarded Kunlun with indifference. Yet, who could have anticipated that the truth would emerge from the lips of this blade-wielding cultivator? Indeed, as long as there is wine, the chaos of the southern wilderness is mine to command. Meanwhile, The young man in resplendent garments, upon hearing the mention of Yaoqi Palace, displays a flicker of intrigue in his eyes and mutters, Kunlun, what sort of force could command such renown in the southern wilderness? Quite interesting. The blade-wielding cultivator continues. Indeed, the individuals from the Jun family and Yaoqi Palace appeared, but another terrifying presence from Kunlun intervened. The crowd is once again engulfed in astonishment, their hearts pounding with trepidation. What sort of sect is Kunlun? The being in question appeared to be a young woman, yet her aura was so fearsome that she could very well be in existence beyond the king realm. As he speaks, the blade-wielding cultivator swallows hard, his voice trembling, above the king realm. Is that not? The assembly is rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable. Oh, how intriguing! Does Kunlun possess a sage? Ponders the young man in resplendent garments. Before the crowd can gather their thoughts, the cultivator resumes. Subsequently, the terrifying presence from Kunlun seemed intent on detaining the members of the Jun family in Yaoqi Palace. But then someone intervened and whisked them away. With a deep breath, the blade-wielding cultivator shakes his head, as if sobering up, and notices the shocked expressions on the faces of those around him, leading to a sudden realization. He hastily rises and departs the tavern, not daring to linger. Back in the tavern, the crowd regains their composure, taking deep breaths. Suddenly, one exclaims, "By the heavens! Kunlun!" The others, momentarily bewildered, believe that this individual has been overwhelmed by the revelations regarding Kunlun. What an impact! Damn, I almost forgot that Kunlun is officially recruiting disciples tomorrow. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, the cultivator exclaims and rushes out of the tavern toward Qingzhou. Kunlun is recruiting disciples. By the heavens! That damned storyteller! You've led me astray. With that, every person present silently curses the blade-wielding cultivator's lineage before hastily exiting the tavern, unleashing their innate skills to race toward Kunlun. In an instant, the once bustling tavern falls eerily silent, leaving only the young man in resplendent garments, bewildered and clueless about the unfolding events. All he caught was the mention of Kunlun's recruitment. What is happening? What sort of sect is Kunlun? The young man is equally astounded. He has heard the name Kunlun mentioned multiple times since his arrival in the southern wilderness. Yet the words of those just now have piqued his curiosity further. Kunlun, you say? I am most eager to discover what sort of sect this is. Subsequently, the young man departs the tavern, following the path taken by the others, before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in the eastern celestial domain, within the depths of the Nine Nether Dynasty's ancestral land, an ancient hall reverberates with an overwhelming presence as the three elders of the Nine Nether Dynasty awaken from their meditative state, their eyes wide open with an expression of profound reverence. Deep within the hall, an aura of unparalleled terror emanates, compelling them to rise and bow respectfully toward its source, their hearts racing with astonishment as they realize that a being who has slumbered for millennia has awakened. Ancestor, you have awakened. A voice, ancient and commanding, resonates from the depths. After 30,000 years, what has become of the Nine Nether Dynasty? Upon hearing this, the three elders tremble, responding with utmost respect, reporting to the ancestor. All is well, save for, there is something amiss? The voice inquires sternly. Reporting to the ancestor, the Yu clan has fallen, the elder admits, his body rigid with trepidation, hardly daring to breathe. It is crucial to note that this elder is a formidable being at the 7th level of the king realm. Yet even he dares not exhale in the presence of the voice from the depths, an evident testament to the terrifying foundation of the Nine Nether Dynasty, a being revered as the ancestor. With that, a cataclysmic aura surges forth from the depths, rendering the three elders pale and trembling. Umph! What has transpired? Who dares to slay my 9 nether people? Seek death. The owner of the voice is clearly enraged, and the hall becomes saturated with an overwhelming presence. Reporting to the ancestor, it is the three elders, their faces pale, hastily recount the entire series of events. Humph! Kunlun, seeking death. It seems I have slumbered too long. The world has forgotten the might of my 9 nether. A cold snort echoes from the depths, and now the ancient secret realm is set to emerge. Let Kunlun extend its existence a while longer. Esteemed ancestor, I must pay a visit to those venerable elders. Clearly, The speaker of this voice holds Kunlun in utter disregard. Yes, esteemed ancestor, the elders of the 9 Nether 3 clans replied respectfully, their hearts brimming with excitement. Simultaneously astonished, the ancestor was indeed going to meet those particular individuals. They were fully aware that the old fellows mentioned by the ancestor referred to the true essence of the top-tier hegemonic powers in the eastern celestial domain. Could it be that such entities have awakened? The ancient voice resonating from the depths of the Grand Hall belonged to the ancestor of the 9 Nether dynasty, a being of saintly stature. It was evident that the strength of the eastern celestial domain far surpassed that of the southern desolate domain, particularly in terms of the foundational might of its hegemonic forces. From the words of this ancestor of 9 Nether, it became apparent that not only did the 9 Nether dynasty possess a saintly being, but it seemed that other hegemonic powers also had similar existences that, in contrast, the foundational might of the hegemonic forces in the southern desolate domain was undeniably weaker than that of the eastern celestial domain. Indeed, the overall strength of the southern desolate domain was the lowest when compared to other great domains. Rumor suggested that it housed only one true superpower that had been inherited for over 1 million years, while other great domains boasted more than just a singular lineage of such longevity. Meanwhile, in the southern desolate domain, at the entrance of the burial Immortal Mountain Range, a place once feared and shunned, now countless cultivators gathered, all eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at 2 towering ancient stone pillars, upon which were inscribed the 2 characters Kunlun, radiating an aura of antiquity, leaving them speechless in shock. Impossible! How could Kunlun be found within this forbidden ground? Faces were etched with disbelief. They presumed Kunlun to be situated somewhere in Qingzhou. However, after being brought here by those who had previously ventured into the burial Immortal Mountain Range, they were utterly astounded. Indeed, Kunlun was a hidden great sect, a cultivator exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he hastily made his way inside. Witnessing this, a multitude of others quickly followed suit, rushing towards the direction of Kunlun. With many having already entered, the mysterious allure of Kunlun dawned upon them, and they realized it was undeniably a hidden great sect. If other cultivators from different great domains were to witness this scene, they would surely think these individuals had lost their minds for daring to venture into the burial Immortal Mountain Range. Such audacity was nothing short of reckless. Not far away, a young man observed the unfolding scene, his face reflecting shock as he murmured, Kunlun is actually within this forbidden ground. Could it be that, as some have claimed, Kunlun is indeed a hidden great sect? This young man was the same one who had appeared at the tavern in Tiansong City, adorned in splendid attire. Just as he was about to follow the crowd inside, a voice echoed in his ear. Your Highness, please hold. The old servant sensed the presence of a saint within the burial Immortal Mountain Range. A saint, the young man halted, a flicker of surprise crossing his countenance. Mu Lao, do you believe Kunlun to be a hidden great sect? The voice of the one referred to as Mu Lao replied. Your Highness need not worry. Even if Kunlun is a hidden sect, it is at most an inherited power of over 100,000 years. Given your status, even the sectmaster of Kunlun would have to show you utmost respect. But Mu Lao, this is the forbidden burial Immortal Mountain Range. How can an ordinary hidden sect possibly be present here? The young man spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Mu Lao's voice resonated once more. Your Highness is correct. However, I've already utilized my divine sense to probe the conditions within, and there's indeed a sect present. Do you understand what this implies? The young man seemed puzzled by Mu Lao's meaning. Mu Lao, are you suggesting that, Your Highness, the great era has descended upon the Xinwu continent, and various peculiar phenomena will gradually emerge? For instance, the burial Immortal Mountain Range no longer possesses the same conditions as it did tens of thousands of years ago. Mu Lao's tone shifted, and he refrained from voicing the remainder of his thoughts. Yet, the young man could discern a palpable fear of some unknown entity in Mu Lao's voice. His expression changed subtly. Struggling to fathom what could instill such dread in his protector, a being of saintly prowess, Mu Lao, did you visit the burial Immortal Mountain Range tens of thousands of years ago? The young man inquired, eager to uncover what could evoke fear even in a saint. Your Highness is correct. 30,000 years ago, I accompanied someone who came here, and the scene was much the same. For millennia, the burial Immortal Mountain Range has remained a realm akin to a paradise. Yet the truly terrifying aspect lies within the unknown forces that being only sought to probe with divine sense and perished here. That being, the young man gasped, his expression filled with astonishment, fully aware of the identity of the being Mu Lao spoke of, one associated with his own Lingxiao dynasty. In that moment, the young man seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, and oh wonder, a sect now existed within the burial Immortal Mountain Range, and countless individuals recklessly ventured inside. It appeared that the great era was indeed upon them. With the ancient secret realm on the verge of emergence, followed by the appearance of numerous hidden great sects and ancient clans, signifying monumental changes in the world, it was no wonder his father had foretold that this age would witness the resurgence of emperors and had urged him to embark on a journey to seek his own destiny. The great era had arrived. All great sects and clans would emerge, heralding a thrilling time. Indeed, while the Shinwu continent houses many hidden sects, only those ancient powers or sects with legacies spanning over 1,000,000 years could truly be deemed great sects or ancient clans. Generally, those with inheritances of merely over 100,000 years could only be referred to as hidden sections despite being labeled as hidden sects. In the eyes of genuine great powers, those with lineages of 100,000 years or more are merely considered third-rate forces. Just like the Jun family, which also boasts a heritage of over 100,000 years but lacks the status of a hidden sect, for such sects and clans seek to better consolidate their foundational strength. Yet whenever a secret realm emerges or an extraordinary opportunity arises on the Shinwu continent, these hidden forces will invariably reveal themselves to seize such chances. Indeed, with the ancient secret realm soon to surface, it is likely that all hidden sects, great sects, and clans will make their appearance. This explains why the 5 ancestors of the Jun family remarked that hidden sects and other great domains had already surfaced recently. The young man nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Mu Lao's words, for his identity was indeed formidable. This young man was none other than Ling Mu, the second prince of the superpower Lingxiao dynasty in the northern celestial domain. At merely 20 years of age, he had already broken through to the Void Realm, his talent considered monstrous, earning him the title of a potential emperor by the dynasty's elders. The one referred to as Mu Lao was his protector on this journey, a being of the 9th heaven of saintly status. This was also why Mu Lao could sense the presence of a saint within the burial Immortal Mountain Range. Meanwhile, at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, an ancient stone staircase, seemingly endless, appeared before the countless cultivators. Gazing upward, it appeared to stretch infinitely into the heavens. All those who had entered the burial Immortal Mountain Range now hesitated to step onto the staircase. Frozen in place, their expressions filled with shock. What should we do? Should we ascend? A cultivator spoke to the crowd, noting the absence of anyone from Kunlun, which made them hesitant to tread upon the stones. What is happening? Weren't they supposed to be recruiting disciples? Why hasn't anyone from Kunlun appeared? Could it be a trick? Someone voiced their skepticism. Damn it, I told you so. How could Kunlun possibly recruit disciples so casually? Who was the bastard that deceived me? Shoo! Are you trying to get yourself killed? This is Kunlun. Upon hearing these words, the cultivator realized his blunder and quickly fell silent, glancing around nervously. Thankfully, no one from Kunlun had appeared. Just as everyone was at a loss, a figure materialized above them. None other than Wang Ming, Wang Xian, and Wang Lin, who were responsible for recruiting disciples, accompanied by Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhang Ti that moment. Someone spotted Wang Ming and the others above, exclaiming, "Look, people from Kunlun have arrived." Wang Ming gazed down at the multitude of cultivators below, a satisfied nod gracing his features. It seemed that this time, he would successfully accomplish the task assigned by the sect master. Esteemed cultivators, the recruitment of disciples for Kunlun has officially commenced. Wang Ming intoned, a hint of smile illuminating his countenance as he surveyed the eager faces below. However, becoming a disciple of Kunlun is far from a simple endeavor. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted with fervent excitement, their hopes soaring as they envisioned themselves basking in the glory of being disciples of Kunlun. Their hearts fervently declaring, I shall become the eldest senior brother of Kunlun. Lin Yun interjected. Do you assume I am invisible? For countless cultivators, this was an unparalleled opportunity to leap into greatness. How could they not be thrilled? Moreover, they were acutely aware that Kunlun was often hailed as a hidden sect in the southern wilderness, undoubtedly harboring numerous profound techniques and divine abilities, which was even more exhilarating than merely entering a dominant faction. Esteemed senior, may I inquire if you are an elder of Kunlun? One cultivator could not restrain himself from asking Wang Ming, eager to discern whether Kunlun was truly as formidable as the rumor suggested. As soon as the question was posed, the crowd's attention sharpened, their expressions animated as they turned towards Wang Ming. They knew well of the formidable guardians rumored to reside within Kunlun. The audacity of one individual to voice their unspoken thoughts only heightened their excitement. Wang Ming smiled at the inquiry, fully comprehending the implication behind the cultivator's words. Yet he paid it no mind that he then exuded an aura of the Dongshu realm, powerful and overwhelming, which swiftly enveloped the assembly. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and expressions of shock were evident on every face. Hiss, the Dongshu realm. Is this the hidden sect of legends? A mere individual here possesses such formidable strength to the gathered crowd. A Dongshu cultivator was an exalted figure. They believed that a single such being could establish a dominant power. Thus, it was no wonder that an ordinary member of Kunlun was imbued with such formidable prowess. The crowd's gazes shifted to Wang Ming's companions, Wang Lin and Wang Xian, and a singular thought crossed their minds. 3 Dongshu realm guardians. Truly, this is a hidden sect. They had initially thought that Wang Ming's Dongshu cultivation was enough to leave them astounded. But his next declaration plunged them into even greater shock. I am not an elder of Kunlun. I'm a guardian of Kunlun, Wang Ming stated, regarding the crowd with a calm demeanor. The 2 beside me are also guardians of Kunlun. With that pronouncement, the crowd was once again left in awe. 3 Dongshu realm guardians were merely guardians. In that moment, no one dared to question the reality of Kunlun's status as a hidden sect. Pray tell, which faction in the southern wilderness possesses such formidable foundations that a Dongshu cultivator serves as a guardian? Not even the top 10 dominant factions could boast such extravagance. Well then, all inquiries have been addressed. Let the disciple assessment commence, Wang Ming announced, prompting a collective pause among the crowd as they glanced about the expansive clearing, bewildered at an assessment. Here, in this open space, surely it should occur within the sect itself. Could it be that the hidden sect conducts its assessments with such casualness? A sense of foreboding rippled through them. The stone staircase before you is your first trial. Only those who can ascend to Kunlun's celestial mountain via this staircase shall proceed to the second round of assessment. Wang Ming's words swiftly confirmed their ominous premonitions. His voice faded. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, their eyes fixated upon the ancient staircase before them, though it appeared unremarkable at first glance. An inexplicable aura of mystery emanated from it. Indeed, aspiring to become a disciple of a hidden sect was no trivial matter. They were not even deemed worthy to glimpse what lay above Kunlun. In that moment, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. They were grateful they hadn't recklessly stepped onto the staircase, for they might have already faced elimination in the Kunlun main hall. Chen observed the throngs of cultivators gathered at the mountain gate through his spiritual sense, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. He had not anticipated that Kunlun's inaugural recruitment would attract such a multitude, far exceeding his expectations. Presently, over 1 million cultivators had congregated beneath Kunlun's gates. While 1 million might seem substantial, it paled in comparison to the numbers drawn by any minor dynasty in the southern wilderness. Clearly, despite Kunlun's reputation reverberating throughout the southern wilderness, few truly believed it to be a hidden sect. Otherwise, how could a mere 1 million cultivators have arrived? In contrast, when the top sects in the southern wilderness recruited disciples, they routinely garnered hundreds of thousands vying for the opportunity. System, what purpose does that staircase serve? Chen pondered internally. The previous day, he had inquired whether the system possessed any means to assess the hearts and characters of cultivators, and the system had suggested utilizing the staircase as the first trial. Yet, its specific function remained a mystery, only stating that those who could ascend the staircase would have passed in terms of both character and disposition. This was something Lu Chen greatly valued, which is why he had assigned Wang Ming and others to oversee it. Host, the staircase is known as the Tongxin Staircase. As the name implies, any cultivator who steps upon it with malevolent intent, a corrupted disposition, or a tainted character, or who has committed acts intolerable by the heavens, will be detected and subsequently repelled by the Tongxin Staircase. Thus so, it is called the Tongxin Staircase, with the system's explanation. Lu Chen understood its purpose and felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed the system had finally performed a commendable task. Since there were no system tasks at present, he had been unable to obtain rewards or summoning cards. And he had mentally berated the system profusely. He hoped that among those who ascended Kunlun, there would be disciples capable of triggering rewards from the system. For recruiting, ordinary disciples would yield no rewards. However, he was quite eager to see whether rewards would emerge once Kunlun flourished. For now, he could only search among these individuals. Perhaps one or two might trigger system rewards. Meanwhile, at the mountain gate, after Wang Ming's explanation, the expressions of all present were filled with fervent anticipation as they rubbed their fists, ready for action. They awaited Wang Ming's signal. In the eyes of most, the staircase before them was merely a test of cultivation, dismissed as unremarkable. Although the news from Kunlun claimed that neither cultivation level nor talent would be considered, few truly believed this. While countless cultivators had gathered, many were merely testing their luck, and most believed their cultivation to be commendable. Thus they paid little heed to the trial. All right, let us begin. Wang Ming smiled at the crowd's reaction and declared, as his words fell, those at the forefront exchanged excited glances before stepping onto the Tongxin Staircase. The ancient staircase seemed to stretch infinitely, creating an impression of piercing through the heavens. The cultivators, carefully placing each foot on the steps, initially advanced cautiously. However, after ascending nearly 100 steps, they discovered no discernible changes beneath their feet, igniting a fervent desire within them to hasten their pace. They all yearned to swiftly pass this trial. Those who had yet to set foot on the staircase exchanged glances and quickly followed suit, eager to ascend. However, if nothing unexpected occurred, an unforeseen event was indeed imminent. Suddenly, the staircase beneath their feet erupted in radiant light, illuminating the ancient structure with a dazzling brilliance, as an aura reminiscent of bygone eras enveloped the entire staircase. As the light of time enveloped all cultivators upon the staircase, their expressions shifted dramatically, eyes widening in disbelief. Hiss! What is this power? Why does it feel as though my entire being is laid bare? There are no secrets left. Panic gripped the crowd as they realized the enormity of the situation, their minds swirling with shock. Yet, they soon grasped that this was undoubtedly Kunlun's method of assessment, though the specific criteria remained unknown to them. Yet, there remain a few who perceive this as a test of their cultivation and innate talent. Although the crowd felt an incredibly mysterious aura, it did not inflict the slightest harm upon them, allowing everyone to relax and continue ascending the steps. Behind Wang Ming and the others, Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan gazed at this scene, their expressions filled with astonishment. After exchanging glances, they turned their attention to the young cultivators who had already ascended over 100 steps of the heavenly ladder, their faces marked by tension. These individuals were none other than their respective juniors, striving desperately to ascend the ladder. Little did they anticipate that an astonishing 1 million cultivators would arrive, a revelation that truly startled them. After receiving permission from Lu Chen, Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan allowed some of their more talented juniors to come forward for the test, hoping they might also become disciples of Kunlun. Even the prospect of becoming outer disciples of Kunlun could potentially yield top-tier powerhouses within their respective lineages in the future. That moment, just when everyone believed that they could safely traverse the heavenly ladder. A sudden hum echoed. Radiant beams of light erupted from the steps beneath them, which seemed markedly different from before. Yet, the crowd remained unperturbed and continued their ascent. Then came a series of resounding thuds. Countless figures plummeted from the heavenly ladder, as it rejected those with malevolent natures and vile characters. Why? The fallen individuals wore grim expressions, utterly perplexed as to why they could not pass the heavenly ladder. Humph. Wang Ming and his companions regarded the throngs being expelled with cold indifference. a contemptuous snort escaping their lips. Previously, Lu Chen had communicated with them, explaining the purpose of the heavenly ladder. Thus, Wang Ming and his companions were acutely aware that these individuals were of particularly vile disposition. Such malevolent souls were not only unworthy of becoming disciples of Kunlun, but even the mere act of gazing upon Kunlun was beyond their station. In normal circumstances, Wang Ming and his companions would have long since eradicated such individuals. This was precisely why Lu Chen placed significant emphasis on these two aspects. Should these malevolent individuals become disciples of Kunlun, they would undoubtedly betray the sect in times of crisis. In contrast, even if someone possessed exceptional talent but lacked loyalty to the sect, Lu Chen valued those with noble character and virtue far more to this moment. Not far away, Ling Mu refrained from hastily stepping onto the heavenly ladder, his expression shifting slightly as he observed the changes unfolding upon it. "Old Mu, can you discern the origins of this ladder?" Ling Mu muttered to himself. His gaze fixed upon the steps, he felt an inexplicable sense that his fortune lay within Kunlun. Right before him, before long, the voice of Old Mu resonated in his ears. "Your Highness, this old servant cannot ascertain the origins of the ladder, but is likely a legacy inherited from Kunlun. Your Highness, I believe that such a legacy belongs only to forces with histories exceeding 100,000 years. It is not worth your time to linger here." Old Mu, Ling Mu's protector, seemed disinclined for his master to remain in what he deemed a mere minor force. Although Kunlun had manifested in the burial Immortal Mountain Range, he did not regard it as an ancient grand sect, but rather as a small power that merely established its headquarters there. While he was unaware of when the burial Immortal Mountain Range had lost its mysterious energies from tens of thousands or even millions of years ago, he consistently believed that Kunlun had only established its presence there after noticing changes in the mountain range, thereby crafting an aura of enigma around itself in the realm of the Immortal Martial Continent. Many forces were merely posturing, hardly worthy of consideration. Upon hearing this, Ling Mu chose not to dwell further on the heavenly ladder, aware that Old Mu's words held merit. Yet he did not depart. Instead, he desired to ascend the ladder and witness what Kunlun had to offer, which could compel the entirety of the southern wilderness to flock toward it. "Old Mu, I wish to see what profound heritage Kunlun possesses that draws so many," Ling Mu replied with a light smile. Moments later, Old Mu's voice echoed once more. "Everything is at your Highness's discretion. Rest assured, with this old servant by your side, no force in the southern wilderness would dare to show you disrespect, regardless of your destination." This exemplified the strength and confidence of a dynasty. Who could have imagined that a sage served as the protector of this young man? It was a testament to the terrifying foundation of the Lingxiao dynasty. Even top-tier hegemonic forces were but small factions in its presence. After a brief interval, the scene on the heavenly ladder had transformed entirely. With the expulsion of the fallen cultivators, fewer than 2,000 remained on the steps, their faces alight with excitement as they continued their relentless ascent. Yet, it seemed as though they were forever reaching for an unattainable summit, forcing them to lower their heads and push onward with sheer willpower. Indeed, some among them recognized that their continued presence on the ladder signified their potential entry into Kunlun. Thus, many prepared to channel their inner spiritual energy and soar upwards. However, they grossly underestimated the ancient nature of the heavenly ladder. After attempting to harness their inner strength, they discovered they could not summon any spiritual energy whatsoever. A rueful smile spread across their faces, yet none wished to relinquish such a splendid opportunity. At this moment, they found that not only was their spiritual energy rendered ineffective, but even their physical strength corresponding to their cultivation was inaccessible. The further they ascended, the more they felt the exhaustion of their stamina. They were akin to ordinary individuals, relying solely on their indomitable will to climb. Indeed, the perseverance of so many is commendable. The sect leader will surely be pleased. Wang Ming and his companions observed the crowd on the ladder, nodding in agreement with smiles. As they had surmised, Lu Chen's recruitment of disciples was not concerned with numbers, but rather with the cultivator's willpower, potential, character, and virtue. Within the main hall, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with divine light as he activated the chaotic divine eye to scrutinize the cultivators on the heavenly ladder. A satisfied smile emerged upon his face that I hope these individuals can endure until the end. Otherwise, it will be challenging for Kunlun to attract disciples in the southern wilderness. Liu Chen held little hope for those who might doubt Kunlun's strength. Even if he were to conduct another recruitment drive in the future, he would not do so within the southern wilderness. The chaotic divine, I was indeed formidable, capable of perceiving all things at a glance. Truly a product of the system, the chaotic divine, I was a divine pupil that Lu Chen had developed after mastering the chaotic divine technique, and this was his first time employing it. He merely wished to test whether this divine I possessed the extraordinary prowess as claimed by the system. The chaotic divine I would grow stronger and more terrifying alongside Lu Chen's cultivation. According to the system, once Lu Chen's cultivation reached a formidable level, a single glance from him could pierce through an entire world, obliterating immortals with ease. Wait, Lu Chen suddenly exclaimed, as he detected the presence of two extraordinarily powerful auras within the burial Immortal Mountain range. Before the chaotic divine eye, evasion was futile. It was unexpected that Lu Chen, even at his current level of cultivation, had not sensed these two auras .2 sages, and both at the 9th heavenly layer. No wonder I failed to notice them. How deeply they are concealing themselves. Lu Chen's expression turned frosty. Should these two sages intend to cause trouble for Kunlun, he would ensure they paid a severe price. Regardless of their formidable 9th heavenly layer cultivation, currently, Lu Chen was at the 1st heavenly layer, and Qing was also at the 1st heavenly layer. Yet with the chaotic divine technique at his disposal, which possessed 8 formidable abilities, Lu Chen did not fear even the 9th heavenly layer. Furthermore, Qing's combat prowess could not merely be measured by cultivation level. If you dare to disrupt Kunlun's recruitment of disciples. Regardless of your origins, I shall make you pay dearly. Liu Chen's countenance was as cold as frost, his gaze imbued with icy resolve. Although he sensed no hostility from the two auras, their audacity to conceal themselves within the territory of Kunlun was undoubtedly a provocation. Observing this, Lu Chen opted to refrain from engaging the two saints for the time being, curious to ascertain which faction was daring enough to make a move against Kunlun at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Those cultivators who were not destined to become disciples of Kunlun lingered, their gazes filled with envy as they watched the remaining individuals ascend the heavenly ladder, sighing inwardly. They were utterly oblivious to the reasons for their exclusion from the celestial staircase. Among them were a few cultivators of considerable strength. Even young cultivators at the Dao Palace realm were present, while those below the divine concealment realm numbered in the countless. Countless faces displayed a pallor of discontent, their hearts burdened with frustration, convinced that Kunlun was toying with them. Many inwardly cursed the sect, lamenting, "What nonsense is this hidden sect Kunlun? They claim not to regard cultivation levels. I traveled thousands of miles only to find that I couldn't even glimpse what Kunlun truly is." One young man, a Dao Palace realm cultivator in his 20s, harbored immense resentment towards Kunlun, feeling as though the sect was mocking him. Yet he would not dare voice such thoughts in the presence of Wang Ming and his companions. Not only did this young man harbor hatred for Kunlun, but the majority of the cultivators present also found themselves cursing the sect. Alas, such behavior reflects the mindset of individuals of poor character and temperament. Once these individuals are deprived of their desires, malice will inevitably arise within them. This is the most terrifying aspect. Should such cultivators gain entry into a sect, they would undoubtedly become traitors. It is likely that any other faction could easily sway them with a mere hint of advantage, leading them to betray their sect for personal gain. They are better off causing havoc elsewhere. Coming to Kunlun would only result in their swift demise. This moment, all had ascended the heavenly ladder. Those who had not were deemed unworthy and eliminated. However, 2 individuals remained, observing the scene as if the heavenly ladder before them was merely an ordinary stone staircase. Point 1 was Ling Mu, who had traveled from the northern celestial region to the southern wilderness for training. The other was a young woman clad in a flowing purple gown, possessing an unparalleled beauty, her figure exquisite and her demeanor ethereal. Appearing no older than 20, she stood a distance from the crowd, observing intently. Despite her extraordinary beauty, it seemed that no one in attendance noticed her presence. That it was as if she stood right before them, yet remained unseen. Clearly, if this young woman was not inherently powerful, she must have a formidable protector cloaking her aura, rendering her undetectable. Even Wang Ming and his companions failed to perceive her. Evidently, the origins of this purple-clad young woman were far from ordinary. At that moment, Ling Mu was about to step toward the heavenly ladder when the surprised voice of old Mu echoed in his ears. I didn't expect someone from the Ziyue dynasty to join the fray. The Ziyue dynasty. Upon hearing this, Ling Mu's expression shifted slightly. What business did they have here? The world of the Immortal Martial Continent was undergoing significant transformation, leading to the emergence of numerous heirs from major factions seeking opportunities for growth and experience. He was among them. Ling Mu was aware of this, but had not anticipated that individuals from the Ziyue dynasty would also venture into the southern wilderness. The Ziyue dynasty and the Lingxiao dynasty were both among the 5 super factions of the northern celestial region, each possessing an immensely terrifying foundation. Your Highness, look in that direction. Ling Mu followed old Mu's indication and turned his gaze, his expression suddenly startled. It was her. Yunyan. The young woman in the purple gown seemed to sense someone had noticed her. Her beautiful eyes met Ling Mu's, causing her expression to change abruptly. Ling Mu, the second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty. The young woman in the purple gown was none other than the grand princess of the Ziyue dynasty. Ziyunyan, who had entered the Dongshu realm at the tender age of 20, ranking among the top 10 prodigies of the northern celestial region. It was rumored that she possessed a unique constitution, instilling fear in various factions across the northern celestial region. In a fleeting moment, their gazes averted, as individuals of such high status seldom engaged in casual greetings, despite their mutual recognition. This was a normal occurrence. Although the Lingxiao and Ziyue dynasties were not adversarial, they certainly did not share a friendly rapport. Subsequently, Ling Mu ceased to focus on Ziyunyan, vanishing from view in an instant in the blink of an eye. He reappeared at the base of the heavenly ladder, his expression calm as he stepped forward, ascending the celestial staircase. That moment, all eyes turned to the suddenly appearing Ling Mu, their expressions shifting. Look, wait, someone else is stepping onto the heavenly ladder. The crowd below erupted in discussion. Who is he? Why does he emanate such a formidable aura? Goodness, moreover, why does he exude such an air of nobility? Could he be from some major faction here to disrupt the proceedings of Kunlun's disciple recruitment? Many faces were alight with excitement, eager for the young man before them to be a representative of a powerful faction intent on undermining Kunlun's recruitment efforts. Indeed, it seems so, but why have we not seen him before in the southern wilderness? Correct. Among the numerous prodigies of the southern wilderness, he seems absent. The crowd buzzed with speculation regarding the identity of the young man who had suddenly appeared on the heavenly ladder. At this moment, Wang Ming and his companions also took note of Ling Mu's ascent, their expressions shifting upon recognizing his cultivation level. A Dongshu realm cultivator at such a young age. This was Wang Ming and his companions' first encounter with someone so young possessing such formidable prowess. This led them to question the young man's identity. Logically, attaining such a level at this age was not a simple matter for an ordinary cultivator. Exchanging glances, they opted not to impede the young man, understanding that Lu Chan had been observing the situation closely. As he had not given any indication to intervene, there was little cause for concern from a distance. In noted Ling Mu's ascent onto the heavenly ladder, her eyes reflecting surprise. How intriguing! I didn't expect the most talented second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty to participate in the recruitment assessment of such a minor faction. With this realization, Ziyunyan's interest piqued, prompting her to consider stepping onto the heavenly ladder herself to partake in Kunlun's disciple recruitment test. Like Ling Mu, she had only recently arrived in the southern wilderness, having heard much about Kunlun's strength and influence. Thus, she was eager to discover the true nature of this sect. However, upon arriving in Qingzhou and learning that Kunlun was situated within the forbidden area of the Zhongshan mountain range, she was taken aback. Nevertheless, her protector provided an explanation akin to that given to Ling Mu's protector. That moment, an elderly woman's voice resonated, belonging to her guardian. a being of the ninth heaven among saints. Your Highness, you mustn't, given your noble status. How can you lower yourself to become a disciple of such a minor faction? Her guardian seemed to perceive Ziyun Yan's intentions. Lan Lao, you needn't worry that I merely wish to see what sort of sect Kunlun truly is. Ziyun Yan replied lightly, dismissing the concern. She certainly had no genuine desire to become a disciple of Kunlun. Even if Kunlun wished to retain her as a disciple, she would first assess whether their leader possessed the audacity to do so. Indeed, given her status, Ziyun Yan would not be disrespected even by the super-faction Tianxian sacred land of the southern wilderness. Among the 5 super-factions of the northern celestial region, the Ziyue dynasty ranked third, while the Lingxiao dynasty ranked last. All super-factions were well aware of each other's strengths within the Immortal Martial Continent. Therefore, no matter where these factions ventured, none would dare show them any disrespect. Your Highness, while you may feel this way, should the Emperor learn of your actions, he may hold me accountable. Lan Lao's voice returned, expressing strong disapproval of the princess's intentions. Lan Lao, rest assured, if father were to be displeased, I would gladly bear the responsibility and explain it to him myself. Very well. It is as you wish, Your Highness. Should Kunlun dare to disrespect you, I shall obliterate them. Moments later, Lan Lao's voice echoed. Obliterate Kunlun? At that moment, one could only hope that the formidable might of Kunlun would not instill fear. Naturally, the guardian of Ziyun Yan also sensed the presence of a sage within Kunlun, which is why they refrained from forcefully entering. Even the venerable Lan, with his immense power, was reluctant to engage in battle with such a potent being, not out of fear, but out of prudence. However, should Kunlun show any disrespect towards Ziyun Yan, the venerable Lan would undoubtedly take decisive action against them. Ziyun Yan, with a resigned smile, nodded, fully aware of the venerable Lan's formidable nature. Anyone who dared to show her even the slightest disrespect would face severe repercussions. In an instant, Ziyun Yan appeared at the base of the heavenly ladder, casting a gentle smile at Ling Mu, who had already ascended 1,000 steps. Ling Mu, today, let me witness whether your prowess is indeed as formidable as the rumors suggest. Both Ziyun Yan and Ling Mu were among the top 10 young prodigies of the northern celestial domain, yet they had never clashed, although tales spoke of Ziyun Yan possessing a unique constitution. In the eyes of all in the northern celestial domain, Ling Mu's strength was considered superior. Thus, she sought to seize this simple test of discipleship within Kunlun as an opportunity to engage in a straightforward contest with Ling Mu. Without hesitation, Ziyun Yan stepped onto the heavenly ladder, swiftly pursuing Ling Mu's figure. As she ascended, her presence drew the attention of all gathered. What the heck? Look! Another person has ascended. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Having been unaware of the moment when the lady in purple had stepped onto the ladder, in the blink of an eye, the onlookers observed her already having climbed 100 steps. What the heck? When did that lady in purple appear? Stop shouting! Someone retorted angrily, seemingly disturbed by the interruption to his view of the enchanting figure. Wow! Who is this fairy? It seems she doesn't belong to the southern wilderness. Damn it! Do you have no shame? How can we cultivators be swayed by mere feminine allure? A visibly irate cultivator exclaimed, prompting a momentary pause among the crowd, yet before they could react further. He continued, You youngsters really don't grasp the situation. Let me handle this. Then, without regard for the curious gazes of the crowd, he produced a device resembling a telescope and began to observe intently. The crowd fell silent, their focus fixated on the purple-clad figure, revealing an unparalleled beauty, especially as her figure, adorned in a flowing purple gown, moved gracefully. It elicited a myriad of lewd expressions from onlookers. At that moment, Wang Ming and his companions also beheld the lady in purple, their expressions shifting slightly. Another young cultivator at the Void Realm. Wang Ming's eyes narrowed as he recognized something, his gaze growing cold as he regarded the lady who had reached the same step as Ling Mu. Interesting. Is she here to measure her strength against Kunlun's testing ladder? Humph. Regardless of whether you belong to another faction, once you ascend my Kunlun's ladder and enter, exiting will not be an easy feat. Originally, there had been fewer than 2,000 cultivators on a ladder, yet now half had reached the summit. Above the ladder, Qin Ruoxian and Luo Lingxue were responsible for overseeing the cultivators who ascended. arranging for them to wait separately. Wow! Is this a paradise? How magnificent! Is this truly Kunlun? Wait a moment, the spiritual energy here is so dense. Kunlun does not deceive me. Indeed, it is a hidden great sect. Those who had reached the Kunlun Gate peak stood in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the floating, independent peaks before them. Each peak was adorned with ancient pavilions and grand halls, appearing as a realm unto itself, and under the backdrop of the sea of clouds, it resembled a celestial paradise. The crowd was profoundly shaken. Who could possess such abilities to construct such a powerful sect? It was no wonder they could not glimpse Kunlun's silhouette from the mountain base. Only those recognized by Kunlun could behold its true form. 72 peaks encircled a more imposing main peak, presenting a celestial arrangement that evoked a sense of reverence. The previous visage of Kunlun bore no resemblance to this. While it had independent peaks, it consisted merely of the main peak, the Disciple Peak, the Elder Peak, and the isolated cultivation hall of the Heavenly Book Peak. Imagining the 8 top-tier sect's ancestors and the rulers of the Jun family in Yaoqi Palace witnessing this transformation, they would likely not dare to harbor thoughts of opposing Kunlun. Even those from the Holy Lands would surely be taken aback. What kind of individual could possess such means to forge a sect of this caliber? In truth, it was the system that had removed the veils cloaking all the peaks, enabling Kunlun to recruit more disciples and expedite its growth. Host, I've truly pulled off a grand move for you. If you fail to seize this opportunity, it will be your own fault. Do you have any shame? If you can, provide me with as many summoning cards as the number of disciples I attract. You're so lofty, aren't you? Dear fellow disciples, please proceed to wait over there. Once everyone has ascended the ladder, we will conduct the second round of tests. Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian approached, their smiles reflecting the crowd's reactions. The melodious voices echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly turned, exclaiming in awe, "How beautiful! Could these 2 fairies also be disciples of Kunlun?" All eyes were filled with admiration and appreciation for the breathtaking beauty of the 2 women, not daring to harbor even a hint of disrespectful gazes. Clearly, those who had passed through the ladder were not like those who had been rejected, harboring any vile intentions. As cultivators, we must not allow ourselves to be swayed from our resolute paths by women. Lin Yun, I have every reason to suspect you are speaking of me. Masters, fellow disciples, have we truly become disciples of Kunlun? Upon hearing this, the crowd paused, exchanging glances, unsure if they had misheard. Had they truly become disciples of Kunlun? Moments later, as realization dawned, they looked at Luo Lingxu, who appeared earnest, their faces alight with excitement and trepidation. Yes, esteemed sisters. Indeed, Kunlun did not seem to prioritize talent or cultivation. In that instant, the image of Kunlun grew grand in their hearts. Before long, apart from Ling Mu and Xiunyan, all others had ascended. Upon witnessing the otherworldly scene before them, they were utterly stunned, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. Their efforts had not been in vain. Kunlun was indeed a hidden great sect. Meanwhile, atop the ladder, Ling Mu regarded Xiunyan with a playful glint in his eyes as beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. He could not help but tease her, while internally he was already greatly astonished. I must ask, Princess Yun, why are you not residing in the Zhua dynasty, but instead wandering into this sparsely populated southern wilderness? Indeed, Kunlun was as extraordinary as he had imagined. However, it also confirmed his belief that his fortune might lie within its confines. Hearing this, Yin huffed, Ling Mu, cease your provocations, or you shall regret it. Her expression darkened, her gaze icy, as she felt a surge of astonishment. It seemed Kunlun was far from ordinary. How could such a divine artifact exist? She had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary ladder could strip a cultivator of their abilities and corporeal strength, rendering them as ordinary mortals. The first 1,000 steps of the heart-communicating ladder tested a cultivator's temperament and character, while the steps beyond would deprive them of their powers, transforming them into mere mortals. This was why Xiunyan had ascended so swiftly, reaching the 1,000th step in mere moments. Though her speed was impressive before the heart-communicating ladder, all was laid bare. This was what left both Zun Yin and Ling Mu astounded. They could distinctly sense a mysterious force that seemed to see through them, rendering all secrets futile against its scrutiny. Upon hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but chuckle, continuing his teasing, "Princess Yun, we have both lost our powers now. If you wish to avoid falling, why not come and strike me?" "You Ling Mu." Yun Yin gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with fury as she glared at him, fully aware that he relished the thought of her embarrassment. "Umph, Ling Mu, you only know how to boast. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Zun Yin chose to disregard Ling Mu, taking a deep breath before continuing her ascent. This moment. Her curiosity was piqued regarding the nature of this Kunlun sect. Observing this, a faint smile graced Ling Mu's face, and he refrained from further provoking Zun Yin, instead hastening to follow her. Before long, both Ling Mu and Zun Yin reached the final step. Upon stepping forward, they were met with a breathtaking scene akin to a celestial realm. 72 floating peaks surrounded by seas of clouds, standing majestically in the void. Instantly, both of their faces reflected astonishment, their pupils constricting as they exchanged glances, each recognizing the incredulity mirrored in the other's eyes. What abundant spiritual energy! Suddenly, their expressions shifted as they sensed something, and they gasped in shock, their hearts racing. How is this possible? The spiritual energy here is several times denser than that of the northern celestial domain. As their expressions gradually relaxed, a question surfaced in their minds. Could it be that, as they had speculated, Kunlun had seized this place after discovering the changes in the burial Immortal Mountain Range? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Ling Mu, and Zun Yin had also arrived at the same conclusion. The mere existence of these 72 floating peaks was a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary factions. With such concentrated spiritual energy, if I were to cultivate here, I could undoubtedly break through to the Heavenly King realm in the shortest time possible. Zun Yan's excitement was palpable. She had not anticipated such reward from her journey to the southern wilderness. What's this? Are you planning to become a disciple of Kunlun, Princess Ziyu? Ling Mu teased, clearly skeptical that Ziyun Yan, the grand princess of the Ziyue dynasty in the northern celestial domain, would deign to be a disciple of a minor sect in the southern wilderness. He could only imagine the reaction of the northern celestial domain's populace upon learning of such a development. As for him, Ling Mu of the Lingxiao dynasty, facing formidable foes ahead, he was unconcerned with others' opinions as long as he could grow stronger. To encounter a place with such rich spiritual energy was a rare opportunity. He would gladly become a disciple of Kunlun. Yet, he would not leverage his status to compel Kunlun to yield this place to him. He sensed that Kunlun was far from ordinary and did not wish to inadvertently bring an unknown powerful sect to the Lingxiao dynasty. With this in mind, Ling Mu resolved to keep their identities concealed from Kunlun. He believed Yin Yan would be equally prudent. Ling Mu, it would be wise for you to keep our identities under wraps. Kunlun is likely not as simple as it appears, she remarked, her perception of Kunlun shifting, now tinged with caution. Given their unique statuses, should Kunlun's members become aware of their true identities, it could lead to unnecessary complications. I'm fully aware, Princess Yu. You need not worry, Ling Mu replied, having discerned that Kunlun was indeed not as straightforward as he initially thought. There are others at that moment. Luo Lingxue, from a distance, noticed more individuals approaching, and her delicate face lit up with joy as she hurried to greet them. After all, these would be her future junior brothers and sisters, and, as their senior sister, she felt it her duty to look after the newcomers. Presently, a total of 1,600 individuals had successfully ascended Kunlun. From a moment they had passed the heavenly ladder test and reached the summit, they had become Kunlun's disciples. Unfortunately, a small number had failed to endure and had fallen behind during the ascent. The subsequent 2 tests designed by Lu Chen were merely to assess the disciples' mental fortitude and comprehension. Junior brothers and sisters, please head over there. You are now disciples of Kunlun, Luo Lingxue said with a smile, particularly taken aback by Ziyun Yan's breathtaking beauty. Wow, this junior sister is stunning. However, she is still not as captivating as Ruoxian. Her ethereal temperament is truly unmatched. Luo Lingxue mused, silently comparing the 3 of them. Though she ultimately felt that Qin Ruoxian's celestial grace and unparalleled beauty were not qualities possessed by the ordinary. Each of the three possessed their own unique charm. Qin Ruoxian embodied an untainted celestial being. Luo Lingxue resembled an adorable, mischievous neighbor, while Xingyan exuded an icy, aloof elegance, keeping others at a distance. Ling Mu and Xin Yan exchanged bewildered glances at the announcement. What is happening? Have we truly become disciples of Kunlun? Is the recruitment process in the southern wilderness so hasty? Ling Mu asked, incredulous as he scrutinized Luo Lingxue's cultivation level, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Dao Palace Realm. Could this girl be a senior sister of Kunlun? He thought. Logically, a sect of Kunlun stature should not have disciples with such low cultivation levels. Any force with the capabilities of a saint should be considered quite formidable in the spiritually depleted southern wilderness. The disciples' low cultivation level seemed quite incongruous. He pondered. If only he knew that Luo Lingxue had achieved her current Dao Palace realm from the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm in less than a month. He would be utterly astounded. Indeed, Luo Lingxue had already broken through to the Dao Palace realm, but she had not yet taken note of the cultivation levels of the two newcomers. Even if she attempted to assess their levels, she would be unable to, for Ling Mu and Din Yin were at the Void Realm, as for Din Yin, she had decided to embrace her role as a disciple of Kunlun, ready to adapt to this identity for her cultivation. And should Kunlun face adversity in the future, she would not hesitate to lend her support. Casting a glance at Luo Lingxue, Xin Yin felt a twinge of disappointment. The cultivation level seemed too low. Indeed, junior brother, junior sister, do not dawdle. There are still 2 tests ahead that will determine whether you are outer or inner disciples. All right then, Ling Mu replied, momentarily dazed as he thought, will I, the second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty, truly become an outer disciple of Kunlun? That would be such a disgrace. Yun Yin, on the other hand, was less concerned and merely nodded in agreement. Seeing their reaction, Luo Lingxue smiled slightly and led the two towards the sect square. Princess Yu, I eagerly anticipate the day you call me senior brother, Ling Mu said with a grin, curious about the methods Kunlun would employ to test them. Humph. If you don't keep quiet, no one will think you're dead. Do not address me as princess. Xun Yan's expression darkened at his words. Were it not for her desire to conceal her identity, she would have certainly taught Ling Mu a lesson right then and there. Ah, very well, Princess Yu, Ling Mu replied, maintaining a serious demeanor. Ling Mu, if you dare call me princess again, do not blame me for taking action. Xun Yan warned, her gaze icy. Understood, Princess Yu, Ling Mu responded, unperturbed by her threats. Indeed, Xin Yan found herself at a loss against Ling Mu's playful banter. She did not wish to engage him in conflict, not out of fear, but rather from a desire to avoid unnecessary strife. She shot him a fierce glare, but chose to remain silent. Upon witnessing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but smile internally, realizing that Xin Yan was not quite as cold and aloof as the people of the Northern Celestial Domain had described her. There was an unexpected charm in her demeanor. Even Xiyun Yin herself was unaware of the peculiar feelings that arose in her when faced with Ling Mu's provocations. It was not genuine anger. Had anyone else dared to speak to her in such a way, they would have been swiftly silenced, regardless of the place or circumstance. Xiyun Yin quickly dismissed her wandering thoughts, striving to maintain her composure. She feared that if she did not, she might genuinely slap Ling Mu in a moment of impulse. As Ling Mu and Xiyun Yin approached the sect square, others cast surprised glances in their direction. The aura and presence they exuded were formidable, making them appear anything but ordinary scattered cultivators. I could see that moment. Qin Ruoxian also took notice of the two. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a sharp glint upon observing them. Void Realm. Such a young age with such cultivation. It seems their identities are not so simple. Humph. Have they come to Kunlun seeking opportunities? Having once been an emperor, she possessed the discernment and insight to grasp many nuances at a glance. With Qin Ruoxian overseeing matters, Lu Chen felt assured and did not need to concern himself excessively with the situation at hand, unless a disciple capable of triggering the system's rewards appears. Lu Chen will remain hidden present. Qin Ruoxian has fully assimilated into the identity of a Kunlun disciple, harboring deep reverence for Kunlun and an even greater awe for the enigmatic Lu Chen. She is no longer the empress of the upper realm, but merely an ordinary disciple of Kunlun, a disciple. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards Kunlun, she would undoubtedly ensure they pay a severe price. However, she noted that Lu Chen did not prevent the two from ascending to Kunlun, indicating that he was aware of their presence, and thus, she did not concern herself overly with them. In truth, Lu Chen was oblivious to their existence, as he was currently engrossed in cultivation within the main hall that moment. As Ling Mu and Ding Yin stepped onto the square, they were suddenly met with a piercing gaze, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. The intensity of that gaze sent a chill down their spines. Following their instinct, they turned to behold a woman seated cross-legged beside a colossal stone tablet, radiating an ethereal aura. None other than Chen Ruoxian. They could not help but gasp in astonishment. How could such an otherworldly beauty exist in this world? She, too, was a disciple of Kunlun. Exchanging glances, the two were struck by a sense of awe. Ling Mu, as the prince of the Lingxiao dynasty, had never encountered anyone with such an extraordinary presence. Chen Ruoxian resembled an empress, seeming to sit upon the clouds, gazing down upon all. Even Zi Yunyan, who had always possessed absolute confidence in her own unparalleled beauty, found herself captivated and astonished by the transcendent grace exuded by Chen Ruoxian. Kunlun, to have disciples of such caliber, is far from being a mere hidden sect. At this moment, their conviction regarding Kunlun's extraordinary nature solidified. The subsequent tests, the second and third, were about to commence, designed to evaluate the disciples' mental fortitude through illusions and their comprehension through the heavenly tablet. The 9 Nether Yellow Springs illusion comprises 18 layers. Those who pass 3 or more layers will be admitted as inner disciples, while those who fail to surpass 3 will be outer disciples. The name alone evokes thoughts of the 18 layers of hell that Lu Chen had encountered on the Blue Star. Indeed, it was that very hell, a place that instilled terror in all the deities of the mythological era on Blue Star. Let alone testing disciples. Even an emperor would find it impossible to pass 10 layers. The system had informed Lu Chen that any cultivator entering the 9 Nether Yellow Springs illusion would confront the denizens of hell corresponding to the layer they occupied. This mechanism was intended for Lu Chen's future recruitment of disciples, alongside the heavenly tablet, utilized to assess the disciples' comprehension. The heavenly tablet serves as a tool for all disciples to gauge their progress in understanding at any time. However, its current purpose is to discern which disciples among the first batch exhibit inferior comprehension. Regardless of their aptitude, the distinction between inner and outer disciples will not be as pronounced as in the illusion tests. With the system at his disposal, as Kunlun flourishes and more rewards are acquired, Lu Chen will naturally be able to exchange for treasures that enhance comprehension in the system marketplace at that time. Even the most lacking disciples can experience a dramatic increase in their understanding. Dear junior brothers and sisters, I am Luo Lingxue, the second sister of Kunlun, and this is your third sister, Chen Ruoxian. Luo Lingxue announced, stepping beside Chen Ruoxian to address the assembly. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. To have 2 such exquisitely beautiful sisters was an immense honor for all the junior brothers and sisters. As they acknowledged the second and third sisters, the disciples showed great respect, bowing and greeting. Ling Mu, witnessing this, also bowed, revealing no hint of reluctance. If anyone threatens you, just blink, he jested. No, absolutely not. I am here of my own volition. Ling Mu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before him. He had not anticipated that the esteemed prince of the Lingxiao dynasty would display such a lack of backbone. Calling out to the sisters so readily, "Backbone? What good is that? What I seek is the strength to protect my kin," he mused inwardly. "Ling Mu, what are you doing? These will be our future sisters. Why are you still dawdling? Call them sister already," Yin urged, though her astonishment remained evident. Ling Mu, unfazed by her reaction, replied nonchalantly, "It seems we have an older brother as well that I wonder what his strength is like. I truly wish to spar with him." "Junior brother, your thoughts are perilous," Lin Yin interjected, as Ling Mu had already begun to identify himself as a disciple of Kunlun. "Ling Mu, mind your own business." "I won't call him that. If you wish to, You may do so yourself later, Zi Yunyan retorted, her pride intact. Though Qin Ruoxian's presence astounded her, as the Grand Princess of the Zhou dynasty, she simply could not bring herself to refer to a sect disciple as sister. Moreover, she had only become a Kunlun disciple to cultivate here. The idea of fully integrating into the identity of a Kunlun disciple was a step too far for her. This is what you said. If you choose to leave later, do so quietly and do not expose my identity. Do not speak of Kunlun to anyone. Ling Mu warned, his expression serious. He understood the might of the Zhou dynasty, far surpassing that of the Lingxiao dynasty. Should Zi Jinyan depart and inadvertently reveal Kunlun's secrets, the Zhou dynasty would undoubtedly dispatch powerful figures to seize this place. That was a scenario he wished to avoid, especially since he bore no ill will towards Kunlun, and could see that Zi Jinyan felt similarly. He recognized that she was not the type to use her strength to oppress the weak. Had it not been for the rich spiritual energy here, she would have already informed the Zhou dynasty of the situation. Otherwise, this place might have already fallen under their control, and Kunlun could have been eradicated. While he sensed that Kunlun was extraordinary, it was merely within the context of the southern wilderness. Compared to a terrifying force like the Zhou dynasty, it was akin to a small fish confronting a great whale, utterly incomparable. Observing this, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian exchanged a knowing smile, their expressions enchanting. Junior brothers and sisters, there is no need for formality. We are all fellow disciples now and should look out for one another. Luo Lingxue encouraged, her warm demeanor igniting enthusiasm among the crowd. The disciples felt exhilarated, realizing that as Kunlun disciples, they would have support and no longer face oppression from those with powerful backgrounds. This was the harsh reality of the cultivation world. Without connections or influence, encountering cultivators from formidable sects or powerful families could stifle even the strongest individual will to resist. All right, junior brothers and sisters, we are now about to commence the second test, the 9 Nether Yellow Springs illusion, which will immerse everyone in an illusion to assess your mental fortitude, Luo Lingxue stated. Observing the excitement on their faces, though a tinge of concern brewed within her, she and Ruoxian had experienced it before and understood its terrors. Though termed an illusion, it was as real as could be. Every entity encountered within sent shivers through her soul, striking fear into her heart, and she had only managed to pass 5 layers. Qin Ruoxian, despite having been an emperor in her previous life, had never faced beings as terrifying as those within the illusion. Just their presence could send her spirit trembling. Such horrors were beyond her previous experience, and even now, recalling them could evoke fear in her eyes. Qin Ruoxian had only barely passed 6 layers. Upon hearing the name 9 Nether Yellow Springs illusion, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. They had heard of illusions before, but no one had ever truly witnessed one. To discover that Kunlun possessed such an illusion for the purpose of testing their mental fortitude was beyond their wildest imagination. Ling Mu, have you heard of this illusion? Zi Yunyan asked, her tone a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. She had not expected Kunlun to harbor such a phenomenon. Of course, with the resources of the Zhou dynasty, they had artifacts capable of creating illusions, but such powers were typically reserved for superpowers. Ordinary hidden sects lacked such depth. Kunlun is indeed shrouded in mystery. Moreover, illusions are generally employed for the training of disciples from large sects and are not open casually. How grand are Kunlun's endeavors? No, it is likely a part of Kunlun's extensive heritage, was the only response Ling Mu could muster. Ling Mu's expression was one of utter astonishment. It was only natural for a sect that appeared so formidable to possess some uncommon heritage. This was undoubtedly not the foundation of a force that had merely inherited for over 100,000 years. At this moment, Ling Mu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It seemed he had not come to the wrong place. There were certainly opportunities awaiting him here. Sisters, may I inquire if there is anything we should be cautious about? The crowd, still somewhat flustered, asked, believing it prudent to clarify matters. After all, what would they do if they found themselves trapped in the illusion later on? In response, Qin Ruoxian nodded to Luo Lingxue, signaling her to speak that not worry. Entering the illusion poses no danger. The illusion is divided into 18 layers. Those who can pass beyond the 3rd layer will be inner disciples, while those who fail to surpass the third layer will be considered outer disciples. Luo Lingxue explained to the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of relief wash over them, their expressions tinged with excitement. To become an inner disciple by surpassing the third layer was indeed a rare opportunity. Ling Mu and Dian Yin were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting 18 layers of illusion, and it's that simple to become an inner disciple. How presumptuous! The two of them were among the top 10 prodigies of the North Celestial region, not mere ordinary cultivators. Now, junior brothers and sisters, please sit down in place. The illusion test is about to commence. With that, the crowd quickly settled into a meditative posture, awaiting the beginning. Moments later, a resounding hum echoed. A divine light enveloped the crowd in an instant, and then they vanished from their original spot. No one knew where they had gone. Watching the disappearing figures, Luo Lingxue turned to Qin Ruoxian, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Ruoxian, how many do you think will manage to pass the third layer? Qin Ruoxian recalled the beings within the 9 nether yellow springs and shuddered involuntarily as she replied. Very few will likely succeed in passing the third layer. It did not seem like an illusion at all. It could very well be remnants of Kunlun from the past. Not wishing to continue, Qin Ruoxian fell silent. Ruoxian, are you suggesting that what lies within is from my Kunlun? Luo Lingxue had discerned the implication in Qin Ruoxian's words, her face turning pale with shock as she spoke. Her voice trembling that it is highly probable. It is not merely an illusion, but rather resembles an unknown world. Qin Ruoxian could sense that within the illusion of the 9 nether yellow springs, there existed many terrifying entities. Not merely phantoms, but beings with their own consciousness, a world. Luo Lingxue exclaimed, her expression one of sheer astonishment. The impact of such a statement was overwhelming, far beyond her comprehension. A world. How could that be possible? If it had been anyone else making such a claim, she would have dismissed it outright. But coming from Qin Ruoxian, she found herself inexplicably inclined to believe. Perhaps it was simply that Qin Ruoxian's knowledge surpassed her own. Meanwhile, within the 9 nether yellow springs illusion, the crowd found themselves in a desolate desert landscape. The endless expanse of sand and wind stretched before them, leaving them in stunned silence. This is the illusion? How can it be so incredibly real? As countless gusts of sand swept in, the crowd instinctively shielded their eyes, their hearts filled with dread. But weren't there supposed to be 18 layers? What is going on? There is nothing here. Someone finally managed to voice their confusion. The crowd, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, staring blankly ahead, utterly unsure of what to do next. Behind them, Ling Mu and Dian Yin felt their expressions shift dramatically as the reality of their surroundings sank in. Is this truly an illusion? Ziyun Yin questioned, unable to comprehend. She could distinctly sense that everything here was palpably real, far from an illusion. Could it be a small world? Ling Mu ventured, releasing his divine sense to gauge the environment. His voice trembling slightly. A small world. Even sacred grounds may not possess such a realm, let alone a hidden sect in the southern wilderness. A small world. Ziyun Yin gasped in disbelief. Impossible. What kind of sect is Kunlun? Princess Yun, I truly feel we have stumbled upon great fortune. Kunlun must be far more mysterious than we ever imagined. Ling Mu's expression was one of palpable excitement. In response, Ziyun Yin firmly stated. Ling Mu, remember, we are disciples of Kunlun now. I'm not merely Princess Yun. She gazed earnestly at Ling Mu, completely disregarding her previous statements about not becoming a disciple of Kunlun. Ling Mu found himself at a loss for words. I say, Princess Yun, from the moment I stepped onto the heavenly ladder, I have regarded myself as a disciple of Kunlun. I have been eagerly awaiting you to call me senior brother. A playful smirk crossed Ling Mu's face as he looked at Ziyun Yin. Secretly amused, the thought of the grand princess of the Ziyue dynasty addressing him as senior brother was an amusing prospect. He could hardly wait to see the expressions of other young prodigies from the North Celestial region when they learned of it. If anyone is to call anyone, it should be you calling me senior sister. You think you can make me call you senior brother? Only if you can defeat me. Despite the prevailing belief that Ling Mu's strength surpassed hers, Ziyun Yin remained unconvinced by the opinions of those from the North Celestial region. Who was she? She possessed a unique physique and had been hailed by the ancestors of the Zhou dynasty as someone who could potentially become the youngest goddess king in the future. She overshadowed many of her peers in the North Celestial region, ranking third among the top 10 prodigies. The fact that she was ranked behind Ling Mu in the eyes of others only served to bolster Ling Mu's reputation. Although she had never sparred with Ling Mu, he had fought against the top prodigy from the imperial family, achieving a stalemate, which was sufficient to illustrate Ling Mu's strength, for that prodigy was the son of the imperial family, a being whom all in the North Celestial region looked up to. The fact that Ling Mu could hold his own against him spoke volumes about his prowess. Just then, as the crowd stood in uncertainty, a sudden whirlwind erupted in the distance. Countless grains of sand were swept up by the fierce winds, prompting everyone to look up in alarm. What is happening? Is the test about to begin? The crowd's expressions shifted to one of nervous anticipation, eager to embark on the trial and leave this unsettling place behind them. Moments later, as the wind and sand subsided, an ancient city gate, exuding an aura of profound antiquity, came into view before them. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, and everyone gasped in astonishment. Look, it was a city gate. Brothers and sisters, I'll go ahead. A disciple, seeing the gate, hurriedly made his way towards it, unafraid of the potential dangers within. This disciple believed that their sect would not place them in harm's way, viewing it merely as a trial. Eagerly, he sought to complete the sect's test. Wait for me. Another disciple shouted, rushing forward as well. The rest of the crowd soon realized their intentions and hurried after them, each hoping to be the first to call the one who entered the gate their senior brother. Ling Mu and Dun Yin exchanged astonished glances as they gazed at the ancient gate radiating an aura of antiquity. Without hesitation, they quickly followed suit. Moments later, everyone stood beneath the gate, their eyes wide with awe as they beheld the ancient structure, momentarily frozen in place. Indeed, it was a gate. Nothing more, nothing less. A colossal gate standing resolutely amidst the yellow sands of the desert. Above the gate loomed three ancient characters that seemed to emanate a life-draining aura at a mere glance. Huang Quanguan. Is this truly a trial? One disciple trembled, his voice quaking. Why do I feel as though crossing through this gate would mean the end of my life? The crowd nodded in agreement, their faces frigid with fear. Every one of them felt a similar sensation, particularly intensified by the three ancient characters before them, which appeared to siphon their very essence. It was utterly terrifying. Had it not been for the sect assertion that it was a test for them, they would have wished to leave this place immediately, vowing never to return. How terrifying it is, even at this first trial. Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin, sensing the dreadful aura, turned pale, a flicker of fear evident in their eyes. What kind of sect is Kunlun? Ziyun Yin stammered, her composure faltering despite being the grand princess of the Zhou dynasty. It is worth noting that the Zhou dynasty possesses immense power, and she had never encountered anything that instilled such fear. Kunlun is shrouded in mystery. I wonder what kind of person the sect leader of Kunlun is. Ling Mu mused with anticipation, for he was more curious about the formidable beings who established Kunlun than the terror that surrounded them. Perhaps, this time, the calamity facing my Lingxiao dynasty can be navigated safely. Ling Mu thought to himself. Let us proceed, he said to Ziyun Yin, eager to uncover what terrifying entities lay ahead. Upon hearing this, Ziyun Yin nodded. They both understood that danger was unlikely to befall them, and thus had nothing to fear. They approached the city gate, exchanged a glance, and then, seemingly recalling something, Ling Mu turned to the crowd. Everyone, do not linger here. We must pass through this gate to grasp what lies beyond. Though this place appears fearsome, the sect will surely not place us in peril. So rest assured. Ling Mu continued, embodying the role of a senior disciple, caring for his fellow sect members. What this senior disciple says is indeed correct. Let us enter. Upon his words, the crowd followed Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin through the city gate. As they disappeared beyond the threshold, the trial of the 9 nether yellow springs officially commenced. Meanwhile, within the Kunlun main hall, a luminous screen materialized before Lu Chen, revealing the scene of the disciples undergoing the trial of their hearts in a 9 nether yellow springs illusion. As he observed the disciples crossing the gate inscribed with the words Yellow Springs Pass, A smile graced Lu Chen's face. Truly a remarkable system. It has even conjured the underworld. I wonder if we can summon its powerful beings in the future. In truth, Lu Chen was aware that this was the world of the 9 nether yellow springs. Not merely an illusion, yet the formidable beings within could not emerge unless Kunlun's strength grew sufficiently to summon such beings of that caliber. These 2 disciples possess Tao Void Realm cultivation. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked at the 2 leading figures on the screen, surprise etched on his face. His eyes glimmered with intensity, as if he could pierce through the screen to scrutinize the 2. One exuded an extraordinary aura, while the other possessed breathtaking beauty. Quite intriguing. Achieving Tao Void Realm at such a young age must be connected to those 2 saints accompanying them. Lu Chen was eager to uncover their identities, curious about the force that could command the protection of saints that, of course, if these 2 genuinely wished to become disciples of Kunlun, he would not concern himself overly with the 2 saints following them. Simultaneously, within the 9 nether yellow springs illusion, as Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin traversed the Yellow Springs Pass, a sudden tremor surged through their minds, causing them to shudder involuntarily. They instinctively gazed up at the sky of the illusion, where they felt an overwhelming, divine gaze fixating upon them. A chilling thought crossed their minds. What a terrifying gaze! Could it be that the people of Kunlun have discovered something, although neither of them harbored ill intentions towards Kunlun? Their unique statuses as representatives of imperial dynasties made them acutely aware of the potential for misunderstanding. Had it been earlier, they might not have worried, but after witnessing Kunlun's enigma, they were reluctant to offend a mysterious sect with profound roots and unknown power on behalf of their respective dynasties. Though both were confident in their dynasty's strength and heritage, unafraid even of the sacred lands in the southern wilderness, the revelation that Kunlun possessed a small world compelled them to take the situation seriously. Ling Mu, do you think the Kunlun members have discovered our identities? Ziyun Yin inquired, her voice tinged with trepidation, feeling a pang of anxiety. What Kunlun members? They are our sect's powerful beings, Ling Mu replied earnestly, observing Ziyun Yin with a mix of exasperation and concern. This Ziyun Yin was too soft-hearted, yet stubbornly resistant to acknowledging the evident mystery surrounding Kunlun. She secretly wished to remain at Kunlun for cultivation, but refused to admit it aloud. Upon hearing his words, Ziyun Yin was momentarily stunned, unable to match Ling Mu's audacity. And this has suddenly become your sect. What happened to the pride of the second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty? She retorted, casting an exasperated glance at him. Indeed, you are absolutely right. However, remember this. We are now disciples of Kunlun, and we must not speak ill of our predecessors in the sect, Ling Mu admonished her in a tone befitting a senior disciple. He then turned to the others. Fellow junior disciples, I shall venture forth to pave the way for you all. Approaching a portal leading to an unknown destination, he stepped through, prompting Ziyun Yin to select a portal of her own before vanishing from sight. Such noble intent from this senior disciple. We wish him and that senior sister smooth passage through the trials. The crowd exclaimed as they watched the two disappear. Then, gazing at the myriad portals that had materialized before them, they hesitated not and began to enter one after another. Meanwhile, in a certain region of the southern wilderness, towering mountains loomed, brimming with spiritual energy, and countless ethereal palaces perched atop various peaks from above. The sight would be breathtaking, as majestic ancient halls connected by ethereal stairways of spiritual energy wove through the landscape. This place did not belong to any state. It seemed to exist independently within the vast southern wilderness. Concealed from view, clearly, powerful formations concealed this area, preventing cultivators from the southern wilderness from entering unless those within chose to dismantle the formations. Here lay the Tianxian sacred ground, one of the two major sacred places in the southern wilderness. Within the grand, ancient hall atop the main peak, a middle-aged man with a commanding demeanor, his eyes partially closed, radiated an overwhelming and fearsome aura as he sat upon the throne. He was Chen Kunlun, the lord of the vast Tianxian sacred ground, possessing terrifying cultivation at the saint level. Report to the Lord, a venerable elder with formidable strength at the heavenly king realm addressed the seated Chen Kunlun respectfully. The Holy Sun has set out. Excellent, The great era is upon us, and the greatest opportunity within the ancient secret realm is about to unfold. This generation, the Tianqian sacred ground, shall undoubtedly become one of the mightiest forces in the Immortal Martial Continent. Chen Kunlun declared, his eyes snapping open as a piercing light erupted forth, capable of slaying a heavenly king with a mere glance. The Holy Son, Qin Wudao, is the most gifted individual in the history of the Tianqian sacred ground. Having entered the Heavenly King realm at merely 27 years of age, Chen Kunlun held absolute confidence that Qin Wudao would seize the greatest opportunity within the ancient secret realm. After all, only the younger generation could enter. The elder generation could not interfere, lest a multitude of ancient beings emerge to vie for supremacy. The greatest opportunity within the ancient secret realm is a well-known secret among all the super forces of the Immortal Martial Continent. Thus, all super forces are sending their strongest young talents out to hone their skills, hoping to enhance their cultivation and strength in the shortest time possible, that a month later, the real battles will commence. And many young prodigies are destined to fall. Under the leadership of the Lord, the Tianqian sacred ground shall surely stand atop the continent. Upon hearing this, the elder below displayed an expression of excitement and exclaimed loudly, hastily showering compliments. Although the Holy Son, Qin Wudao, possessed formidable talent, he had yet to truly mature, and the Tianqian sacred land was still under the dominion of Chen Kunlun. He was acutely aware of whom to flatter. After all, being an ancient being who had lived for over 10,000 years, lacking such discernment would indeed be a waste of existence. Ha! Indeed, Elder Gu speaks wisely. Our Tianqian sacred land shall undoubtedly stand atop the continent. It was precisely because Chen Kunlun relished this type of exchange that he did not express any disdain and instead engaged in a vigorous reciprocal flattery. Elder Gu, has anything noteworthy occurred recently in the southern wilderness? At this moment, Chen Kunlun seemed to recall something and slowly addressed Elder Gu. Under normal circumstances, Chen Kunlun would never concern himself with happenings in the southern wilderness, as the leader of the superpower. Tianqian's sacred land, there was little outside of the Taichu sacred land that warranted his attention. However, the situation was different now. With the advent of great times, ancient clans and primal families, even the emperors of the Tao, were emerging from seclusion. Given that the Holy Son of Tianqian sacred land was currently training in the southern wilderness, it was inevitable that he would encounter some formidable young talents, which might lead to unnecessary troubles if Qin Wudao inadvertently harmed someone. He held absolute confidence in the strength of Holy Son Qin Wudao, believing that no one among the younger generation could rival him. He was also aware that while the southern wilderness lacked hidden great clans and sects, it was inevitable that individuals from superpowers in other regions would venture there. Although Tianqian sacred land was unafraid, these were indeed extraordinary times. Everything would hinge on the opportunities presented by the primal ancient secret realm. Once Holy Son Qin Wudao acquired them, Tianqian sacred land could confidently face any force. Upon hearing this, Elder Gu was taken aback, bewildered by the fact that the lofty lord had begun to take interest in matters of the southern wilderness. After pondering for a moment, Elder Gu seemed to recall a recent event that had sparked considerable discussion in the southern wilderness, and respectfully addressed Chen Kunlun. Reporting to the Lord, there have indeed been some occurrences in the southern wilderness of late. Oh, what is it? Pray tell. Chen Kunlun's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that there were indeed matters to discuss. He understood that anything noteworthy enough to capture the attention of an elder from the sacred land could not be trivial. Yes, my lord. Recently, a sect called Kunlun has emerged in Qingzhou of the southern wilderness, and it is rumored that there may be a saint within the sect. Chen Kunlun was momentarily stunned. Kunlun? What sort of force is this? A force with a saint? How intriguing. Among the forces he was aware of, only the Jun family had a saint. Others possessed at most a heavenly king, as the leader of the sacred land. He was well versed in the foundations of the various forces in the southern wilderness. Indeed, a mere force with only a saint could be eradicated with a mere gesture from Tianqian's sacred land. Elder Gu, a force that merely possesses a saint, does not warrant excessive concern. Chen Kunlun cast a detached glance at Elder Gu and remarked, I was expecting something significant that could impress an elder of the sacred land. Yet, it turns out to be merely a force with a single saint? Elder Gu's expression changed upon receiving Xian Kanglun's gaze, instantly realizing that his words had tarnished the reputation of Tianxian's sacred land. When had Tianxian's sacred land ever needed to pay attention to a mere small force with only a saint? Furthermore, he, as an elder of the sacred land, was preoccupied with such trifles that it was nothing short of a disgrace. As if recalling something, Elder Gu hastily added, hoping that the subsequent words would please the Lord at My Lord. It is rumored that Kunlun is a hidden great sect. Like a hidden great sect. This mention only served to darken Xian Kanglun's countenance further. Upon hearing this, Xian Kanglun's expression immediately turned furious, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, as he felt that Elder Gu was speaking nonsense. How could an elder of the sacred land believe in external rumors? It was truly a disgrace to Tianxian's sacred land. Humph. Elder Gu, it seems you are becoming increasingly misguided. If there were indeed a hidden great sect in the southern wilderness, would I not be aware of it? Xian Kanglun's expression soured, his voice icy. What hidden great sect? Such utter nonsense. Tianxian's sacred land has stood in the southern wilderness for nearly 1,000,000 years. What force could conceal itself from our sight? It is simply impossible. Seeing the enraged Xian Kanglun, Elder Gu was so intimidated by the dreadful aura that his legs weakened, nearly causing him to falter. With a pale face, Elder Gu quickly spoke. Please, my lord, quell your anger. It was my subordinate's overthinking. Meanwhile, he internally chuckled bitterly at My Lord. Did you not ask me to speak? Do you think I desired to remember that Kunlun? It was you who insisted on knowing. Elder Gu had never paid much heed to Kunlun, yet Xian Kanglun was eager to learn of any occurrences. However, in recent times, it was only Kunlun's affairs that had become widely known throughout the states. Aside from that, nothing else had transpired. Observing this, Xian Kanglun did not reprimand Elder Gu any further, merely stating, "Very well, if there is nothing else, you may withdraw for the Holy Sun's journey. Ensure his safety at all costs." Yes, rest assured, my lord. This time, 5 elders at the saint level have voluntarily chosen to accompany the Holy Sun, and no one would dare disrespect him wherever he goes. To this point, Elder Gu's expression shifted slightly. The Holy Sun's talent was indeed formidable. Merely by embarking on a single journey for training, he had garnered the voluntary accompaniment of numerous elders at the saint level. That is good. Xian Kanglun was well aware of the elders' motivations. The talent demonstrated by Holy Sun Qin Wudao destined him to become the next leader of Tianxian's sacred land. Having the elders by his side would significantly elevate their status in the future. Moreover, once he steps down, it would become part of the foundation of Tianxian's sacred land, a path traversed by all past leaders. He hoped that Qin Wudao would one day elevate Tianxian's sacred land to even greater heights, establishing it at the pinnacle of the continent. My lord, I shall take my leave. Go on. After Elder Gu departed, Xian Kanglun's abyss-like gaze seemed to pierce through layers of space, fixating on a particular location within the sacred land as he murmured, "The great times are approaching. The true foundation of our Tianxian sacred land shall soon emerge." The ancestral figure had once foretold that the passage to the upper realm would soon reopen, and the landscape of the Immortal Martial Continent would undergo a transformation. Even that supreme existence from Tianxian's sacred land might return to the mortal realm. As he spoke of this being, a profound sense of reverence surfaced in the depths of Xian Kanglun's pupils. That was a terrifying entity capable of annihilating a sacred land, ancient clans, and even primal families with a mere wave of its hand. When he first heard the Tianxian ancestor discuss the true foundation of Tianxian's sacred land, he was deeply shaken. The upper realm. That was a place he dared not even dream of. He had never imagined that. As the leader of Tianxian's sacred land, if not for the discussions with the Tianxian ancestor, he would never have believed that Tianxian's sacred land was connected to individuals from the upper realm. As one of the superpowers on the Immortal Martial Continent, Tianxian's sacred land was, of course, privy to certain secrets unknown to the general populace. For instance, the impending reopening of the passage to the upper realm. Aside from the leaders and foundations of major superpowers, no one else knew what this truly signified. It was evident that, in ancient times, there had likely existed a passage connecting to the upper realm. Perhaps it was tens of thousands of years ago, or perhaps 1,000,000 years ago, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. Yet, not a single record of the upper realm could be found in any ancient texts on the Immortal Martial Continent, as if the knowledge had been deliberately erased. This had led to the current populace of the Immortal Martial Continent being entirely unaware of the existence of the upper realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, suddenly, a divine light enveloped Kunlun Square, and one by one, figures began to materialize on the square, emerging from the testing grounds of the nine Nether Huangquan illusion. Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian, upon witnessing this, revealed a hint of a smile on their exquisite faces. They had emerged. Had it finally come to an end? They wondered how many disciples had managed to surpass the third level. The two women simultaneously directed their gazes toward a massive stone tablet in the square, which would record the information of the disciples who had passed through various levels. Previously, they had already prepared a registry for the disciples, and now they merely needed to wait for the information to appear on the stone tablet to ascertain the results. This stone tablet was also a heavenly tablet, specifically designed to assess the disciples' comprehension. The faces of the numerous disciples bore expressions of shock, as if they had encountered something terrifying. But is it over? The disciples glanced around, their expressions relaxing as they took a deep breath, slowly regaining their composure. That was terrifying. No one knows what they have encountered. Why does it evoke such expressions of fear in everyone? Clearly, the things within the nine Nether Yellow Spring illusion instill a chilling dread. Even Ling Mu and Zi Yunyin, possessing formidable cultivation in the Void Realm, reveal traces of astonishment on their faces. The two can hardly fathom that living beings actually exist within. What a terrifying sect this is. It possesses a miniature world that can harbor sentient life. Both individuals belong to superpowers and are thus aware of certain matters regarding miniature worlds. At this moment, their hearts are already racing with trepidation. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have dared to believe it. Ruo Xian, look, the information is out, exclaimed Luo Lingxue. Her excitement palpable as a beam of light appeared on the celestial steel. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending the significance. What has emerged? Haven't we already exited? Senior sister, what exactly has come out? A disciple inquired. Dear junior brothers and sisters, it is, of course, the information you have passed through several layers in the illusion. The celestial steel will display your results, and soon you will know whether you are outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples. Luo Lingxue replied with a smile, pointing to the steel before them. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned ecstatic. They were unaware of which layer they had traversed and were astonished that they could only see it on the celestial steel. This was also a test of the disciples' mindset, ensuring those who entered the illusion were not influenced by external factors. Those inside could only continue onward until they were unable to pass a certain level, at which point they would be teleported out. As the light faded, the information of the disciples was revealed. 500 individuals had passed through 3 layers. 1,098 had passed through 2 layers. 2 individuals had passed through 5 layers. Ruo Xian, 2 disciples actually passed through 5 layers. Luo Lingxue gazed at Qin Ruo Xian with excitement, for she too had achieved 5 layers and understood the significance it held. Qin Ruo Xian nodded, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a glint of brilliance as she looked toward Ling Mu and Zi Yunyin. She naturally knew it was these two. Apart from them, no one else could have achieved 5 layers. The crowd observed their information displayed on the massive celestial steel and hurriedly sought out their results. Everyone was filled with exhilaration for whether they became outer sect or inner sect disciples. Being a disciple of Kunlun was already sufficient. Of course, those who became inner sect disciples were even more elated. Many among them were familiar faces, joyfully calling out to their seniors and juniors. When all witnessed that 2 individuals had passed through 5 layers, their expressions were one of shock, frozen in place, unable to believe that anyone could navigate through 5 layers of such a terrifying illusion. At this moment, admiration for the 2 surged within the crowd. They thought, these 2 senior brothers or sisters truly exhibit remarkable valor. If they were to discover that Qin Ruo Xian had passed through 6 layers, one could only imagine their astonishment. Ling Mu gazed at the information on the celestial steel, a wry smile gracing his lips, understanding just how he managed to pass through those 5 layers. It was all a matter of heart-stopping terror. Had he not hailed from a superpower, possessing insights and fortitude beyond that of ordinary cultivators, he likely would not have withstood the trials within. Yin felt similarly, letting out a bitter laugh. She had grossly underestimated the perils of the illusion, believing her unparalleled talent and mindset would allow her to conquer all. Yet upon encountering the terrifying beings and phenomena within, she could not suppress her rising fear. Next came the test of comprehension, a challenge designed to unveil the disciples' understanding. This would better stimulate their potential. If disciples recognized their deficiencies in cultivation, they could work to rectify them. However, enhancing one's comprehension is not a trivial matter. Without means to elevate it, it is fundamentally impossible for a cultivator to compensate on their own. While others may lack such resources, Kunlun possesses them. For Lu Chen is someone with a system. Yet currently, Lu Chen is unable to utilize it. Junior brothers and sisters, please line up and place your palms upon this celestial steel. It will assess your comprehension and various shortcomings in your cultivation. He declared. As his words fell, the faces of all present lit up with excitement. They had not anticipated the sect possessed such a miraculous artifact. Could it be that their cultivation dilemmas could be resolved? Soon the disciples hurriedly formed a line, approaching the celestial steel one by one to assess their comprehension and identify their cultivation deficiencies. The back of the line. Ling Mu and Yin were equally taken aback, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Kunlun had indeed provided them with a series of astonishing revelations. First, the 9 nether yellow spring illusion, which was essentially a miniature world. Then, the emergence of an artifact capable of revealing the cultivation dilemmas of cultivators. Kunlun's impact on them was growing ever more profound. Princess Z, you wouldn't happen to be facing any cultivation challenges, would you? Ling Mu inquired, a teasing glimmer in his eye as he observed the tension on Yunyan's face. Yunyan was hailed as the youngest divine queen in the northern celestial domain. If she were indeed facing cultivation difficulties, it would be quite a spectacle. This was a well-known fact throughout the northern celestial domain. Thus, despite Ling Mu ranking above Yunyan on the prodigy list, everyone knew her physique had yet to fully mature. Once it did, her future power would be extraordinarily formidable. Ling Mu's remark. Yunyan's expression shifted slightly, casting a fierce glance at him without uttering a word. Deep inside, she silently hoped Kunlun would not discover her physique, for that could lead to complications. Yunyan feared that the celestial steel might unveil her physique, exposing her identity, had she not entered the 9 nether yellow spring illusion. She believed no one in Kunlun could discern her true nature. However, the more she uncovered Kunlun's mysteries, the more unsettled she felt. She still wished to cultivate within Kunlun, but did not desire unnecessary troubles arising from her identity as a princess of the Ziwit dynasty. Meanwhile, Wang Ming and others observed from the sidelines, their expressions equally charged with excitement, as Luo Wu and Qin Zhan beamed with pride, for their respective juniors not only passed the heavenly ladder test, but also traversed 2 layers within the illusion, now qualifying as outer sect disciples of Kunlun. Even being an outer sect disciple of Kunlun was enough to elate them. They firmly believed Kunlun would undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable force in the southern wilderness domain in the future. As the preceding disciples completed their tests, it quickly became Ling Mu and Yunyan's turn. However, the two seemed oblivious to the ecstatic expressions of the others who had already completed their assessments, their excitement rivaling that of finding a spouse. Gazing at the ancient celestial steel before her, Yunyan gritted her teeth and placed her hand upon it. With a hum, a flash of light flickered, and suddenly a divine light surged into Yunyan's mind. In an instant, her expression shifted, but before she could react, a stream of information flooded her consciousness, revealing her cultivation deficiencies and challenges, as well as her physique issues. Impossible, she gasped, her eyes reflecting panic as she absorbed the information that had suddenly invaded her mind. The celestial steel had truly detected her physique. Yin was thoroughly unsettled. Ling Mu, observing from behind, sensed something amiss but refrained from approaching. The hint of unease crossed his face as he silently prayed, "Princess Z, should your identity be discovered by the people of Kunlun, please do not expose me." Ling Mu had no desire for Kunlun to suspect him of ulterior motives due to his identity. He simply wished to cultivate quietly within Kunlun for a while. Ziyunyan glanced at the celestial steel, noting that it had not changed, and felt a wave of relief wash over her as she thought, "Phew." Thankfully, it seems this celestial steel only transmits information to the tester's mind. I never expected Kunlun to possess such a wondrous artifact. Subsequently, Ziyunyan casually stepped aside, as if nothing had transpired. Although she concealed her emotions well, Qinrua Xian detected a hint of unease. Qinrua Xian's gaze flickered, subtly observing Ziyunyan without speaking. Under the scrutiny of Qinrua Xian's gaze, Ziyunyan felt a sudden jolt of surprise. This third senior sister of Kunlun seemed exceptional. Despite also being in the Void Realm, she felt as though Qinrua Xian could see right through her, leaving her astonished that she was merely the third senior sister at the same time. A question arose in her mind. Could it be that the second senior sister had concealed her cultivation? How could one with the cultivation level of the Dao Palace serve as the second senior sister of Kunlun? Little did she realize that in the future, she would come to know of Luo Lingshue's terrifying talent. With the assistance of the unparalleled Lu Shun Fa, Luo Lingxue would ultimately reveal her extraordinary grace. Casting a glance at Ling Mu, Ziyunyan was curious to see the expression on her counterpart's face. Humph! How dare she mock her earlier? As expected, when Ling Mu placed her palm on the heavenly steel. An expression of shock transformed her face. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. This was not due to her lack of experience. After all, every disciple was similarly astonished. Moments later, everyone had completed their assessments and learned of their own circumstances from the heavenly steel. It was believed that soon, all disciples would experience significant changes in their cultivation levels. Concurrently, the sense of reverence towards Kunlun grew immensely in the hearts of the disciples. They had never expected that not only could they become disciples of Kunlun, but that the sect would also assist them in resolving their cultivation issues right from the onset. This was something that no sect in the southern wilderness, or rather, across the entire Xianwu continent, could achieve. Those large sects only valued talented disciples, while outer disciples received little attention. Yet now, they were afforded such treatment in Kunlun. They silently vowed to remain eternally loyal to Kunlun. Even Lu Chen did not anticipate that this seemingly trivial incident would engender such profound loyalty among the newly inducted disciples. This was precisely the outcome Lu Chen desired at this moment. Within the main hall, Lu Chen had been observing the situation of the crowd, naturally refraining from making his presence known too easily. The prestige of the sect leader must be maintained. The task of recruiting disciples was entrusted to Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, and Wang Ming. Given Qin Ruoxian's discernment, he felt assured, seeing Kunlun finally no longer consist of just a handful of people. A faint smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. Indeed, with over 1,000 disciples, although it paled in comparison to even a fraction of those from larger powers, he believed that the number of Kunlun disciples would only grow in the future. Subsequently, Lu Chen accessed the information from the heavenly steel through the system, and upon glancing at it, his expression shifted slightly. 2 disciples actually passed the 5th level, quite commendable. Immediately, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with divine light as he looked towards the crowd in the square. His gaze ultimately landing on Ling Mu and Ziyun Yanso. It was these 2 youngsters. Earlier, Lu Chen had noticed that Ling Mu and Ziyun Yan had achieved the Dongshu realm at such a young age, but he had not thought much of it. After all, the trial within the 9 Nether Huangquan illusion tested one's mindset, rather than merely requiring strong cultivation to pass more levels. Strange? Logically, these 2 should be considered genius level for having passed the 5th level. So why did the system not react? Just then, as if recalling something, his expression suddenly turned cold. Lu Chen was about to inquire with the system for clarification when an exhilarating voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your sect has received 2 genius disciples, earning 2 intermediate summoning cards and 2 chances for random draws. Given that you have recruited numerous disciples, the system rewards you with a celestial grade protective formation for your sect. Note: all areas of the sect have been successfully enhanced. Ding! The system additionally rewards you with 100,000 sets of disciple attire, now stored in the system space. Upon reading the rewards provided by the system, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, but soon after, he felt an overwhelming excitement. Wow. It's happening, it's happening. The system has finally shown some conscience. 2 intermediate summoning cards, 2 chances for random draws. Indeed, those 2 individuals belong to the genius tier. Excellent. Lu Chen's face lit up with excitement. The summoning cards had finally appeared. Although they were merely intermediate cards, the prospect of 2 draws was enticing. Surely, he could summon at least one formidable emperor-level being. Moreover, there were 100,000 sets of disciple attire. He had been fretting over this, and the system's reward came at the perfect moment. System, use both summoning cards. Lu Chen exclaimed eagerly. What Kunlun needed most was strength. And he had a premonition that significant events would soon unfold in the southern wilderness. Summon me 10 great saints. Ding! Summoning card used successfully. Congratulations, host. You have summoned 5 great saints of the 7th heaven and 5 great saints of the 9th heaven. Would you like to view the character information? Wow! 10 great saints, 5 great saints of the 7th heaven, 5 great saints of the 9th heaven. Hearing the system's announcement, Lu Chen was nearly propelled from his seat in excitement. The system has finally come to its senses. Previously, a single summoning card could at most summon 1 powerful being. Now, 1 card has summoned 5. This was something he couldn't even dare to dream of. Lu Chen was utterly thrilled and quickly commanded, "View." Being able to receive a prompt from the system to view character information, based on his understanding, indicated that these were certainly no ordinary strong beings. Moreover, the beings summoned by the system were all invincible within their realm. It was likely that the 5 great saints of the 9th heaven could contend against even the divine kings. How exciting! Ding! The great saints of the 7th heaven include Shimin Chui Shui, Yi Gu Cheng, Xia Xiao Feng, Yin Shi San, and Yin Antian. Note, the characters summoned by the system possess their own cultivation methods, sacred weapons, and divine abilities. Their cultivation levels will also advance as the host cultivation breaks through. Wow! Gazing at the character information in his mind, Lu Chen was left speechless. These were all pinnacle strong beings from that world. Notably, Yin Nan Tian possessed immense strength, with the Dao Zhen and the Wedding Dress Divine art among his 3 unparalleled divine abilities, the latter being particularly monstrous. Furthermore, Yin Nan Tian was renowned as the #1 divine sword in the world. Following him were Shimin Chui Shui, Yi Gu Cheng, Xia Xiao Feng, and Yin Shi San, all masters of the sword path. Each had achieved the realm of no sword surpassing the sword, with Shimin Chui Shui even reaching the level of using trees, bamboo, and stones as swords. Now, with 6 sword path experts in Kunlun, Lu Chen eagerly anticipated the identities of the other 5 great saints of the 9th heaven. System, quickly reveal the information on the remaining 5 great saints. Soon, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding! The great saints of the 9th heaven include Sword Saint Gai Nye, Sword Demon Du Gu Qiu Bai, Sword God Li Chun Gang, Peach Blossom, Sword God Dang Tai, and Sherpa Tian. Wow! Upon seeing these illustrious names, Lu Chen could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Sword Saint Gai Nye wields the Abyss Rainbow Sword, capable of unleashing 100-mile sword intent. Who could withstand it? Sword Demon Du Gu Qiu Bai's self-created Du Gu 9 swords is unparalleled in the martial world, instilling awe in countless individuals. As for Sword God Li Chun Gang, he is renowned for his wooden horse bull and his ability to break armor with a single breath. His 2 sleeves like green snakes, astonishing all in that world, and he famously opened the heavenly gate with a single sword, truly deserving of being the foremost swordsman. Additionally, Peach Blossom, Sword God Dang Tai, alongside Li Chun Gang, is a sword path powerhouse from the same world, his prowess in swordsmanship captivating the entire world. With a single branch of Peach Blossom, he stood at the heavenly gate, slaying 81 immortals, lightly declaring, "I ask among the celestial beings above, who dares to descend to this realm?" He is undoubtedly the preeminent swordsman after Li Chun Gang. Lu Chen's heart raced with exhilaration. The system was truly remarkable. Even such figures have been summoned. Wow, the legendary Sherpa Tian. Upon seeing this name, Lu Chen felt an even greater thrill. Known as the Hanging Bee, Sherpa Tian had cultivated the Tai Xianjing, standing as an unparalleled entity in the martial world. a terrifying figure who had nearly surpassed the boundaries of martial arts in that world. To refer to him as a martial cultivator would be a misnomer. It was more akin to cultivating immortality. If Sherpa Tian were placed within the realm of Li Chungang and Deng Tai, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 experts of that world. Each figure was more formidable than the last. Ding. Host, would you like to materialize them immediately? Materialize quickly. Lu Chun urged. With 10 great saints at Kunlun, they would no longer need to fear even the sacred lands. Ding. Materialization successful. The 10 great saints are en route to the host. After completing the summoning of characters, Lu Chun noticed he still had 2 chances for random draws, which he decided to save as trump cards. After all, draws could yield characters and various divine items. Moments later, a sudden joy illuminated Lu Chen's face as he sensed 10 immensely powerful auras appearing at Kunlun. They have arrived. Of course, the others were oblivious to this. In an instant, a resonance filled the air. Within the main hall, 10 formidable figures emanating an overwhelming aura materialized instantaneously, summoned by Lu Chun, the 10 revered great saints. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chun promptly waved his hand, sealing the entire hall to prevent the powerful energies from leaking out. He was not yet ready to unveil all of his trump cards. Although possessing 10 great saints rendered him fearless even against the sacred land, Lu Chun understood that attaining the status of sacred land was no simple feat. The 10 great saints present in the hall simultaneously cast their respectful gazes toward Lu Chun at the main seat. Their expressions filled with profound reverence as they intoned, "We pay our respects to the sect master." Their eyes shimmered with deep awe, each heart marveling at the terrifying strength of the sect master. Despite their own formidable prowess as great saints, they were unable to discern Lu Chen's cultivation level, indicating just how formidable he truly was, and no wonder he had summoned them here. Gazing upon the countenance of the 10, Lu Chun felt a surge of excitement. They were indeed as he had remembered. Esteemed elders, there is no need for formality. It is an honor for Kunlun to have you. Lu Chen's words rang true. For each of these individuals was an elite powerhouse. Their presence was indeed a privilege for Kunlun. Upon hearing this, the 10 felt immensely honored, never expecting the sect master to regard them so highly. They quickly bowed their heads, exclaiming, "Sect master, you flatter us? It is our honor to serve Kunlun." In response, Lu Chun chuckled and raised his hand, causing the bowing posture of the 10 to revert to their original stance uncontrollably. Esteemed elders, there's no need for such haste. Please rise. Yes, sect master, they replied respectfully, their gazes shifting toward one another, revealing a flicker of combativeness on their faces. Excitement danced in their eyes as they yearned to engage in battle with the powerful figures beside them. As for Shiminche Shui and the others, their prior acquaintance only intensified their desire to ascertain the victor once more. They were all individuals unafraid of challenges, growing stronger through battle, and thus eagerly anticipated the opportunity to spar with formidable opponents. Observing the battle intent on the faces of Shiminche Shui, Yi Gucheng, and Xie Xiaofeng, Lu Chun smiled gently. He did not voice any objections. He understood that these individuals would inevitably seek to test their skills against one another. He harbored no concerns that they would truly harm each other, as they were kindred spirits, and the gathering was an opportune moment for exchange and sparring. At that moment, Lu Chun glanced at the sword god, Li Chungang, and his heart swelled with joy upon noticing the restored arms of the sword god. It appeared the system had finally rectified his severed limbs. Lu Chun could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the sword god's prowess. Following Lu Chen's introduction, the 10 quickly became acquainted with one another, and, upon learning of each other's paths, their faces lit up with intense battle spirit, especially among the sword masters, Li Chungang, Deng Tai, Shiminche Shui, Yi Gucheng, Du Guqiu Bai, Xie Xiaofeng, Gainya, Yin Shi San, and Yin Nantian. Each radiated a powerful sword intent as they regarded one another, their eyes aflame with fervor. In an instant, the entire hall was suffused with the formidable sword intent emanating from the 9. Had it not been for Lu Chen's earlier sealing of the hall, a mere wisp of that sword intent could have cleaved a chasm in the external space. Such was the terror of sword masters. Seated at the head, Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly as he beheld the overwhelming sword intent erupting from the ten, particularly the aura radiating from Li Chungang, which seemed capable of parting the heavens with a single strike that he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "No wonder he is the foremost sword master in the world." The sound of swords ringing reverberated throughout the hall, the sword intent surging forth like a tempest. This was the true essence of a sword master. Even the slightest trace of their aura could transform into a terrifying sword intent, were it not for Lu Chen's presence. The nine would have likely commenced their sparring without hesitation. Seeing this, Lu Chen chuckled lightly and addressed the nine, not reproaching their eagerness, but rather understanding their desire. After all, sword masters were a rare breed, and those among them were the pinnacle of swordsmanship. It was only natural that they yearned for a confrontation. All right, esteemed elders, I comprehend your feelings. It is rare to encounter worthy opponents, but there will be ample time for that. There is no need to rush. With that, Lu Chen waved his hand, and an inexplicable force swept through the hall, dispelling the terrifying sword intent. The nine quickly regained their composure, their expressions shifting as they realized the recklessness of their actions, almost engaging in combat before the sect master. Even Sure Petion hastily addressed Lu Chen with utmost respect. "We implore the sect master to pardon our impetuousness." Chuckling, Lu Chen regarded the ten. "Ha! No matter. Esteemed elders, Kunlun has two more sword masters. In the future, you shall have plenty of opponents to test your skills against." The mention of more sword masters ignited excitement on their faces, for it was exceedingly rare to find individuals who could cultivate to their level in the sword path. Even Sure Petion, though not a practitioner of the sword, felt exhilarated at the prospect of sparring with the esteemed elders before him. Such formidable opponents were indeed a rare find. "Yes, sect master." They responded with enthusiasm, bowing respectfully. "Now, esteemed elders, please proceed to Elder Peak and select a pavilion for your cultivation. That is where our Kunlun elders reside." Seemingly recalling something, he continued, "I believe we shall soon encounter opponents worthy of your skills. And then you will have the opportunity to engage in fierce battles." Upon hearing this, the ten were filled with exhilaration. The prospect of quiet cultivation was hardly appealing. "Yes, sect master, we shall take our leave now." Lu Chen nodded, and in an instant, the ten vanished as if they had never been there. Elder Peak, all inner disciples of Kunlun resided. Although Chun Bei Xian held the title of Elder Guardian, he too resided at Elder Peak, for such a position was not easily attained. However, outer disciples could not dwell at Elder Peak. Liu Chun intended to recruit powerful cultivators from the Xianwu continent as outer disciples. And if there were capable individuals among Kunlun's affiliated forces, they too could assume the role of outer disciples. Individuals like Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, Qin Lan, and Luo Yuan. Once the ten departed, Lu Chen's gaze swept over the disciples gathered outside Kunlun Square. The disciples had completed their assessments, and it was now time to arrange their accommodations at Disciple Peak. Disciple Peak was divided into outer disciple peaks and inner disciple peaks, with a special area for true disciples, where those who could be accepted as disciples by Kunlun elders resided. To date, no disciple had yet occupied the true disciple peak. Even Lin Yun, Luo Ling Shui, and Qin Ruo Xian merely resided at the outer disciple peak. Initially, the sect had not been fully established, and many peaks were restricted. Now that the sect's base had been successfully completed and the number of disciples had increased, it was essential to differentiate them. Without rules, there could be no order. The expressions of the crowd were filled with excitement. Gazing at the surrounding scenery akin to a celestial realm, they finally had a sect to rely upon. No longer would they be subject to the bullying of those with powerful backgrounds. At that moment, they yearned to exclaim, "I am a disciple of Kunlun. Who dares to provoke me?" This was the confidence bestowed upon them by Kunlun. Just then, as Luo Ling Shui and Qin Ruo Xian prepared to lead the disciples to Disciple Peak, a voice filled with divine authority resonated throughout Kunlun. "Ling Shui, Ruo Xian, bring the disciples Ling Mu and Ziyun Yan to the main hall." The voice, calm yet commanding, evoked an immediate sense of profound reverence in those who heard it. "Yes, sect master," they replied respectfully, directing their gaze toward the main peak, while Wang Ming and the others, including Luo Wushuang and Qinzhan, hurriedly bowed in deference. Upon hearing the command, the gathered disciples instinctively bent their knees, as if to kneel, their faces instantly etched with shock, their hearts racing as they realized, this voice belongs to our Kunlun sect master. The impact of this voice was simply overwhelming. That it was merely a sound, yet upon hearing it, they found themselves irresistibly compelled to pay homage. Fortunately, an invisible force gently lifted the crowd. That moment. The disciples were profoundly astonished. The cultivation level of the sect leader was truly terrifying. They were oblivious to the fact that two among them bore expressions of significant unease upon hearing those words. Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin stood frozen, their eyes reflecting a blend of shock, disbelief, and a hint of panic as they simultaneously exclaimed inwardly, "This is not good." It was the sect leader of Kunlun. Had the sect leader discerned something? They exchanged a glance, each seeing a tremor of fear in the other's eyes. Like the other disciples, they too felt an overwhelming urge to kneel at the sound of that authoritative voice. It is worth noting that even before their own ancestor, they had never experienced such a sensation. Their ancestor possessed such formidable power that a mere word from him could obliterate saints and great saints alike. Just imagine, even their ancestor could not evoke this kind of feeling in them. How could they not tremble at the thought of the sect leader's cultivation level? At that moment, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian approached. Noticing the unusual demeanor of the two, while Qin Ruoxian had already deduced the reason, Luo Lingxue, unaware of the truth, assumed they were simply overwhelmed with excitement. She smiled and said, "Junior brother, junior sister, congratulations. You must have stirred the sect leader by passing the 5th level of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring illusion. Come, let us go meet him." She was aware that they had successfully navigated the 5th level, believing it was an occasion for Lu Chen to meet two exceptional disciples. Yes, senior sisters," Ling Mu hurriedly replied. Hoping fervently that Luo Lingxue's words were indeed true, Yunyan nodded, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. Her previous air of confidence as a prodigy from the northern celestial domain now dissipated. Even with the Zhou dynasty backing her, a sense of unease had crept in her heart, an instinctive feeling. Subsequently, all the other disciples were led by Wang Ming and others to the disciple peak for accommodation and to learn about the various important matters of Kunlun. Without rules, there can be no order. This tenet was particularly emphasized in every sect. For outer disciples to ascend to the inner sect, not only must their cultivation meet the sect standards and contribute to its advancement, but they must also fulfill the task requirements set by Kunlun's task hall. Kunlun did not have any miscellaneous disciples. Lu Chen aimed to forge a supreme sect that would dominate the myriad realms. In the future, every disciple of Kunlun would need to stand alone, potentially becoming a sovereign in their own right, ensuring Kunlun's influence was felt in every world, with the name Kunlun echoing throughout the realms. However, such discussions were premature. It was believed that Kunlun would soon dominate the entire southern wilderness and even the Xianwu continent. In the main hall, seated in the primary position, Lu Chen, clad in pristine white, exuded no discernible aura, his eyes closed as if lost in thought. Moments later, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian entered, accompanied by Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin. Upon entering the grand hall, Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin instinctively turned their gazes toward the young man in white seated at the head, their pupils dilating in shock. This is the sect leader of Kunlun. How is this possible? Lu Chen was astonishingly youthful. It was unfathomable that such a young individual could be the leader of such a formidable sect. The two wore expressions of disbelief, struggling to accept that the enigmatic Kunlun was led by someone so young. "Greetings, sect leader." Before they could fully process the situation, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian respectfully addressed Lu Chen. The very title of sect leader sent a shiver through Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin, who exchanged a glance before hastily echoing, "Greetings, sect leader." That moment, they felt as though an invisible pressure emanated from the young man in the primary seat, instilling in them a profound sense of respect that left no room for irreverence. How could he be so formidable? Seated at the head, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, which shimmered with the brilliance of countless stars. only to vanish in an instant. He then cast a dignified gaze upon Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan. Boom! As his godlike gaze fell upon them, both felt an overwhelming chill wash over them, their eyes betraying a hint of terror. What an intimidating gaze! They had never experienced such a sensation even in the presence of their ancestor. Their hearts trembled involuntarily. Liu Chen observed their reactions. Confirming his suspicions, these two had indeed encountered the mystery of Kunlun and sought to cultivate here as disciples. Indeed, having passed the 5th level of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring illusion, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass even that of an emperor. Liu Chen stated casually, refraining from immediately revealing their identities. Curious to see if they would disclose it themselves, he had already communicated with the system and was well aware of their true identities. In the presence of the system, there was naught that remained unknown out of course. The system would not divulge every detail of existence to Liu Chen. To know certain truths required strength that matched the knowledge desired. Every phenomenon in the world has its causes and effects. Knowing certain matters prematurely, without the requisite strength, could be detrimental. Liu Chen understood this well. His priority was to enhance both his own power and that of Kunlun. Upon hearing Liu Chen's words, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian's expressions shifted slightly. Above the emperor, they quickly grasped the implications of Liu Chen's statement, fully believing in his words. After all, they had also navigated the 5th level, with Qin Ruoxian even surpassing to the 6th level, having heard similar affirmations from Liu Chen before. However, to others, such claims would undoubtedly seem insane. Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan's expressions turned grave, believing they had misheard. Above the emperor, what did we just hear? The emperor is the strongest in this realm, is it not? Impossible. How could there be a realm beyond that of an emperor? They hail from a superpower, and even their ancestor would not dare to claim that anything could surpass the emperor. Surely, the sect leader of Kunlun was not uttering nonsense. However, they dared not voice their doubts, for they were on unfamiliar territory. Despite their noble lineage, they could not afford to offend Kunlun, especially with the knowledge that the sect leader was this young man before them, indicating that he might not be as youthful as he appeared, but rather an ancient being disguised in a youthful form. After a moment of contemplation, they resolved to navigate Liu Chen's words cautiously and replied in unison, "Sect leader, is the emperor not the pinnacle of cultivation in this world?" Regardless of the veracity of his claims, it was prudent to align with his narrative for the time being. Liu Chen chuckled inwardly. Easily discerning the implications behind their words, he understood that for those on the Xinwu continent, the emperor represented the ultimate threshold of cultivation. Anyone hearing such claims would be incredulous. Indeed, above the emperor, whether or not other realms exist, is perhaps known only to the ancient, terrifying powers of this world, or those truly immortal beings. Liu Chen replied, gauging their reactions. However, there is no need for concern. At such a young age, you've already reached the Dongshu realm. Now, tell me, where do you come from, and what is your identity? At his inquiry, Ling Mu and Zian Yen exchanged anxious glances, their hearts tightening in apprehension. This is not good, they thought simultaneously, realizing that the young sect leader had likely been observing them all along. Sect leader, I hail from a royal family in the northern celestial domain, but we have come to the southern wilderness for training, and I encountered junior sister Z along the way. Upon hearing of Kunlun's existence and its recruitment of disciples, we decided to come here. Ling Mu spoke with an expression of utmost seriousness, and his words indeed held no flaws. Upon hearing this, Liu Chen cast a cursory glance at Zi Yunyan. Indeed, Sectmaster. Zi Yunyan responded hastily as Liu Chen's gaze fell upon her, her understanding of Ling Mu deepening. She never anticipated that the second prince of the esteemed Lingxiao dynasty could articulate such grandiose claims with such conviction. Ling Mu proposed, "Why don't you give it a try?" In response, Liu Chen merely regarded the two without uttering a word, seemingly lost in thought. Observing this, both individuals suppressed a bitter smile, acutely aware that their backgrounds were exceedingly formidable. Should they divulge their true identities, it would be inevitable that this young sect master would suspect them of harboring ulterior motives towards Kunlun. After all, one was the second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty, and the other was the Grand Princess of the Ziyue dynasty. Would they truly travel hundreds of thousands of miles to Kunlun merely to become disciples? Such a statement would likely be met with incredulity from the people of the Northern Sky Domain. If they were not confronting the enigmatic Kunlun, they would have no reservations about openly declaring their imperial identities. No force in the southern wilderness would dare show them disrespect. Yet, the current scenario involved Kunlun, a realm shrouded in mystery. I could see that moment. Noticing the reluctance of the two to reveal their true identities, Chen let out a soft snort. Humph. Do you think I am unaware of your true identities? Initially, he had intended to offer them an opportunity. For those who could traverse the Tongxin celestial ladder, their temperament and character were assuredly beyond reproach. Moreover, it was by mere chance that they had stumbled upon the opportunity to partake in Kunlun's disciple recruitment test, which led the system to deem them as prodigious disciples, granting them 2 summoning cards and 2 chances for a lottery. Chen was quite pleased with them. How could he be dissatisfied with such an unsolicited gift? There was no need for them to wander aimlessly. Wander aimlessly? Lin Yin interjected, you might as well just recite my name. Although they concealed their identities, Chen had no intention of pursuing the matter further. After all, they were now disciples of Kunlun, regardless of the forces they were associated with. Once they entered Kunlun, they would forever remain its disciples. Who would dare oppose that? Upon hearing this, both Ling Mu and Zi Yin exchanged glances, a flicker of hesitation crossing their eyes. After a brief internal struggle, they ultimately chose to refrain from disclosing their true identities. Sect Master, we are indeed cultivators from the Northern Sky Domain, and everything we have said is the truth. Ling Mu stated with an unchanging expression, while Zi Yin hastily added, we would never dare deceive the Sect Master. Our words are entirely sincere. Please, Sect Master, be discerning. They dared not gamble. Revealing their true identities might provoke this young Sect Master into action. Although they had a powerful, sage-level protector accompanying them, Kunlun's mysteries were far too profound. The formidable prowess of the young Sect Master before them was undeniably terrifying, even in the presence of their own ancestors. They had never felt such an overwhelming sensation. At this moment, a dreadful thought surfaced in their minds. Above the great sage, what they said was indeed true. They were cultivators from the Northern Sky Domain. However, they were anything but ordinary cultivators. The forces behind them were each more formidable than the last. Chen responded, showing no alteration in his demeanor as he simply acknowledged their words with a slight sound of affirmation. Upon hearing this, Ling Mu and Zi Yin were momentarily taken aback, only to quickly realize, their hearts easing as they assumed Chen would not pursue any further inquiries into their identities. A moment of silence enveloped the great hall. The two gazed at Chen, who had closed his eyes, and exchanged glances, preparing to take their leave. At that moment, Ling Mu, the second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty, born with the supreme bone, had had his innate supremacy concealed by a powerful figure using unparalleled secret arts, ensuring that no one in the Northern Sky Domain could discern his true nature. Yin, the Grand Princess of the Ziyue dynasty, possessed the divine king body. Though she had yet to fully awaken its true potential, Chen slowly opened his eyes again and, in a calm voice, uttered 2 phrases that struck both individuals as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue. As his words fell, their expressions shifted drastically. Their bodies stiffened, their pupils dilated, and an overwhelming dread surged within them, sending a chill down their spines. No. How is this possible? Who exactly is he? How could he possibly know I possess the supreme bone? Ling Mu found it inconceivable that this young sect master not only recognized the supreme bone, but seemed to be aware of the figure who had concealed it. In that instant, an icy terror enveloped him, and he trembled at the thought. The fact that he possessed the supreme bone was known only to his father and ancestors in the Lingxiao dynasty, as well as the one who had helped him hide it with secret arts. Lingxiao dynasty, Ziyue dynasty. Luo Lingshue's complexion changed dramatically, and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She had never anticipated that her junior disciples hailed from imperial lineages. Moreover, they possessed such extraordinary traits: supreme bone, divine king body. She looked at them with astonishment. Although she was unaware of the specifics of these bodily attributes, she understood that those who possessed such gifts would undoubtedly become immensely powerful in the future. Her senior brother, Lin Yun, was a prime example. Qin Ruoxian's expression also shifted as she regarded the two. She had not expected such extraordinary physiques to emerge from the lower realms. Previously, Lin Yun's holy battle body had already been difficult for her to accept. And now 2 more individuals with special physiques had appeared, and they were also disciples of Kunlun. It seemed that the heavenly laws of the lower realm had undergone a transformation before her reincarnation. She had known that millions of years ago, a passage existed between the upper and lower realms, allowing cultivators from the lower realms to ascend upon reaching their limits. However, for reasons unknown, that passage had been severed, seemingly by a powerful figure of the celestial path, completely cutting off the connection between the 2 realms. Since then, the notion of there being no more emperors in the Xianwu continent for millennia had taken root. And for centuries thereafter, no one had witnessed the emergence of an emperor. We beg your pardon, sect master. We were compelled to conceal our identities. Please do not expel us from Kunlun. Ling Mu inhaled deeply, calming the shock within him, and gazed at Lu Chen with a newfound respect. This moment, he realized that this young sect master was undeniably a formidable presence, that if he were not, how could he possibly know of the existence concealed within the Lingxiao dynasty? This realization further solidified his belief that Kunlun represented his fortuitous opportunity, perhaps even his path to becoming a disciple of Kunlun. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen cast a fleeting glance at the two, but remained silent. In the face of Lu Chen's authoritative gaze, even Xingyin dared not harbor the slightest notion of disrespect. After absorbing each of Lu Chen's words, she was filled with incredulity. How could this young sect master discern their origins and physiques at a mere glance? She had not expected Ling Mu to possess such an extraordinary physique, let alone the supreme bone, and no wonder he could contend against the scion of the imperial family. As for her own divine king body, it was no secret in the northern sky domain, given the immense foundation of the Zhou dynasty, which had no need to fear such matters. Sect master, we harbor no ill intentions towards Kunlun. We did not mean to conceal our identities. We sincerely request that you allow us to remain as disciples of Kunlun. With a bitter smile on her heart, Xingyin addressed Lu Chen. The more she uncovered the mysteries of Kunlun and the terrifying nature of this young sect master, the more she realized she could harbor no ulterior motives. Her sole desire was to become a disciple of Kunlun. If they could join such a mysterious and powerful sect, it would undoubtedly benefit their imperial lineage. Lu Chen regarded the two and spoke in a measured tone. I can discern that you harbor no ulterior motives towards Kunlun. Whether you hail from an imperial dynasty or an ancient clan matters not. What is important is that you are now disciples of Kunlun. His authoritative gaze fell upon them, instilling in them a sense of reverence. And their expressions shifted to one of excitement and joy. This is wonderful. The sect master has acknowledged our identities. It seems we underestimated the situation. Indeed, with Kunlun's profound mysteries, why would they care whether we are from an imperial dynasty or an ancient lineage? As long as we enter Kunlun, we are disciples of the sect. Sect master, you can rest assured, we shall remain disciples of Kunlun for life and will never betray it. The two exclaimed with fervor, feeling a profound sense of honor in being recognized as disciples of Kunlun, their hearts brimming with excitement. Despite their noble origins and extensive experiences, they were truly humbled by this moment. Both Lu Chen and Kunlun are acutely aware that the mysteries surrounding them represent merely the tip of the iceberg, a complexity far beyond the simplicity they perceive. Observing the reactions of the two, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He certainly would not permit these two gifted individuals, endowed with exceptional physiques, to depart so easily. Gazing at the 4 individuals within the grand hall, Lu Chen let out a slight sigh. Together with Lin Yun, who was out honing his skills, Kunlun currently boasts only 5 disciples of exceptional talent. Although there are over 1,000 disciples in total, the vast majority possess insufficient prowess. It appears imperative to swiftly enhance the overall strength of Kunlun. Meanwhile, in the southern wasteland, countless factions and cultivators are already in a state of turmoil, for the emergence of the heavenly Xian Holy Land has left everyone astounded. What the Holy Son of the heavenly Xian Holy Land has actually appeared. The expressions of the cultivators from various states are filled with shock, and discussions abound. It has been countless millennia since any cultivator from the Holy Land has been seen in the southern wasteland. Although an elder from the primordial Holy Land once ventured into Qingzhou, no one from the Holy Land has traversed the southern wasteland since. Otherwise, how could the southern wasteland have been dominated by the top 10 hegemonic forces for so many years? Heavens, the Holy Son of the Holy Land has emerged as well. Have you noticed? Recently, not only in the southern wasteland, but even in other vast domains, it seems that numerous powerful factions, ancient clans, and even the legendary families of antiquity have been rumored to have resurfaced. A cultivator remarked earnestly, "What on earth is about to transpire?" This statement instantly rendered all present speechless with astonishment. Everyone speculated about the monumental event that could possibly compel such forces to reveal themselves. Even the emergence of an ancient secret realm would not typically provoke such a response. As in the past, no trace of these factions have been seen during similar occurrences. What they remain unaware of is that not only is the southern wasteland rife with upheaval, but all the great domains of the Immortal Martial Continent are also surging with hidden currents. Even in the distant territories of the demon domain, which has lain dormant for millennia, countless ominous presences now permeate the vast expanse. Should one ascend to the highest reaches of the Immortal Martial Continent to sense the atmosphere, they would perhaps discover that innumerable powerful auras and formidable figures are converging towards the southern wasteland. At that moment, high above the southern wasteland, a series of thunderous roars, akin to a tempest, erupted from the beasts, reverberating throughout the entire realm, causing the faces of cultivators from various states to dramatically change. Regardless of whether they were in the transformation realm, the void realm, or even the king realm, all were taken aback at this instant. Not good. That is the voice of the demon beasts. A look of trepidation washed over the faces of all present. As a king realm expert bellowed in outrage, "Damn it! Are the demon tribes about to incite chaos again? How dare they breach our pact with the human race?" All eyes fixated on a particular spot in the sky above the southern wasteland, where an overwhelming demonic aura was radiating. The southern wasteland is the closest to the demon domain among the human territories, and 5 millennia ago, the demon domain did instigate a rebellion, launching an assault on the southern wasteland with countless demon troops. On that day, the southern wasteland was left in ruins. Innumerable experts fell, and it nearly succumbed to devastation until a powerful human intervened and negotiated with the demon tribe, averting catastrophe. Thus, the sheer magnitude of the beastly roars instilled a sense of urgency and anxiety among all present. Suddenly, the fabric of that space quivered violently, revealing numerous fissures, as if it could no longer withstand some immense force, on the brink of collapse. Roar! The terrifying roars of the demon beasts captured everyone's attention. As they fixated on the void, before their eyes, 5 colossal demon beasts, exuding the aura of King Realm, emerged, hauling an extraordinarily opulent palanquin from the rift, surrounded by 5 immensely powerful elders, appearing akin to venerable attendants. King Realm demon beasts, 5 thunderclap demon tigers. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment, their pupils constricting in disbelief at the sight of the palanquin. Who possesses such opulence to employ 5 King Realm thunderclap demon tigers for transportation? At that moment, the gaze of the King Realm expert fell upon the elders surrounding the palanquin, and terror washed over his countenance. Saints! 5 saints! The King Realm expert was drenched in cold sweat. A figure surfacing in his mind. The heavenly Xian Holy Land. The Holy Son is making his entrance. The thunderclap demon tigers roared incessantly, while within the palanquin sat a young man with an otherworldly visage. Sensing the fearful gazes of those below, he smirked wickedly. Is this truly the extent of the southern wasteland's power? Pathetically inadequate. Upon hearing this, an elder beside the palanquin chimed in eagerly, "Indeed, Holy Son, your might is unparalleled. These mere mortals are hardly worthy of your attention." Qin Wudao nodded, remaining silent but relishing the flattery, especially coming from a saintly elder of the Holy Land, that he is none other than Qin Wudao, the Holy Son of the heavenly Xian Holy Land, possessing formidable prowess at the king realm. Achieving such strength at such a tender age naturally instills in him a sense of pride and superiority. Believing no one among the younger generation of the Immortal Martial Continent could rival him as he embarked on this journey, he particularly valued the grandeur of his procession, deriving pleasure from the fear he instilled in others. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of all, the 5 thunderclap demon tigers drew the palanquin away, vanishing from sight. With a collective sigh of relief, the crowd exhaled heavily, their hearts lightened. How terrifying it was! Who could possibly command 5 king realm demon beasts as their charioteers? Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, seemingly struck by a realization. Hiss! That must be the Holy Son of the heavenly Xian Holy Land. Holy Son! Instantly, all cultivators from the various states came to the same conclusion. In the southern wasteland, aside from the Holy Son of the heavenly Xian Holy Land, they could hardly fathom anyone else capable of such grandeur. Simultaneously, high above Qingzhou, 5 elongated figures emerged in the void, each emanating an aura of terror. You two, are you certain that Kunlun possesses only one saint? One figure rasped, directing his gaze towards the direction of the burial Immortal Mountains, as if he had not spoken in millennia. It cannot be mistaken, came the reply. Humph, you two, if Kunlun can be established within the burial Immortal Mountains, can you truly assert that there exists only one saint? Another figure remarked, suggesting that these formidable, ancient presences were intent on confronting Kunlun. The ancient token is in the possession of Kunlun, and they dared to slay members of my 9 Nether dynasty. I shall ensure the destruction of Kunlun. Yutu's voice was frigid and bloodthirsty. Yutu is indeed the ancestral figure of the 9 Nether dynasty, a being of the 3rd layer of the Saint realm. Previously, having just awakened, he did not rush to the southern wasteland to eliminate Kunlun, deeming it a trivial matter. However, as Kunlun's actions reverberated throughout the southern wasteland, news reached the 9 Nether dynasty. Upon returning, the matters of the southern wasteland were conveyed to the ruler of the 9 Nether kingdom, who subsequently informed Yutu. After thorough consideration, Yutu realized that Kunlun possessed the presence of a saint. Not daring to take chances, Yutu alerted the other top hegemonic forces of the Eastern Sky Domain regarding the ancient token and journeyed to the southern wasteland to collectively confront Kunlun. It must be said, Yutu's approach is exceedingly cautious. Indeed, the old adage rings true. One should not harm a friend to avoid losing a companion. Yutu, do not forget your promise once we acquire the ancient token. One elder cloaked in black murmured in a deep voice. Rest assured, I shall not forget, Yutu replied, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Had he not feared that Kunlun harbored other hidden saints, he would not have allied with others. The condition of this endeavor is that upon obtaining the ancient token, the 5 factions would jointly utilize it. Moreover, the 9 Nether dynasty must also allocate 5 high-grade spirit stone mines to the 4 major factions. This is the survival principle of the cultivation world, where interests always take precedence. Had it not been for the conditions set forth by the venerable ancestor of the 9 Nether, these 4 individuals would never dare to offend a force that also possesses a saint. Let us swiftly eradicate Kunlun. I still wish to return and indulge my beloved, remarked an elderly man with a sinister smile, seemingly dismissive of Kunlun. This man was the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Palace. The supreme hegemonic force of the Eastern Celestial Domain. It is rumored that the Yin-Yang Palace specifically absorbs the essence blood of young maidens to enhance their power, achieving a complementary effect that significantly boosts their vitality and cultivation. The malevolent aura emanating from the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Palace suggests that countless innocent young girls have perished at his hands. As the words fell, the figures of the individuals vanished in an instant. Within the main hall of Kunlun, Lu Chen retrieved 1,600 sets of disciple robes from the system space and placed them into a storage ring, which he then handed to Luo Lingxiu. These are the disciple robes of Kunlun. The outer disciples were robes adorned with a single mystical bird, while the inner disciples wore robes featuring 2 mystical birds, and the true disciples donned robes embellished with 3 mystical birds. Wow, these disciple robes are truly exquisite, exclaimed Luo Lingxiu, her face alight with joy as she gazed at the blue and white garment, which bore what appeared to be a lifelike mystical bird. At the same time, she felt a flicker of astonishment. Why does this mystical bird seem so alive? Observing Luo Lingshua's expression of surprise, Lu Chen smiled and explained, "Once warned, should you encounter genuine danger, the engraved Nine Heavens mystical bird will activate, providing you with a protective layer." He elaborated that these robes were known as the Nine Heavens mystical bird garments, crafted from a powerful species that has long been extinct in a myriad realms. As for whether the system's claims were accurate, Lu Chen had no certainty, but he was confident that the items provided by the system would never be subpar. That it was likely that the Nine Heavens mystical bird was a species that the system had engineered to extinction. System, I am not Sangu. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Zun Yin gazed at the disciple robes in Luo Lingshua's hands, their faces reflecting astonishment. Indeed, the foundation of the sect was far more profound than they had imagined. It was shrouded in an even greater mystery. There was likely no other faction capable of providing such treatment for its disciples. Perhaps only Kunlun could achieve this. At this moment, all four individuals felt immensely fortunate to be disciples of Kunlun. Furthermore, there was an unspoken premonition in their hearts that the true powerhouses of the sect would soon emerge. Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian were already aware that Kunlun currently had two exceptionally powerful elders. As for Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin, they were also cognizant of the presence of a saint within Kunlun. However, at that moment, they would not believe that Kunlun had only one saint. Glancing at the group, Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Although Kunlun had yet to possess a true disciple, having 5 prodigious disciples was certainly commendable. Ling Mu, you will henceforth be the 4th senior brother of Kunlun, while Yun Yan will be the 5th senior sister, Lu Chen declared. Looking at the two upon hearing this, both responded eagerly, "Yes, sect leader." Their faces lit up with joy, and Ling Mu cast a glance at Ziyun Yin, stifling a laugh. Who could have imagined that the Grand Princess of the Zhua dynasty would become my junior sister? I wonder what expression my father will have upon hearing this. Ling Xiao, the emperor, I sent you out to train, and you've managed to win over the princess of the Zhua dynasty? Truly, you are my offspring, Ling Mu. Seeing Ling Mu's smug expression, Ziyun Yin felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch to him. That moment, Lu Chen suddenly recalled something. Lin Yun, that lad is absent, and I feel as though something is missing. He then turned to the two and said, "Your senior brother is currently out training. He should return after some time. Ling Mu, you might have the opportunity to converse with your senior brother more." Lin Yun was a battle saint body, while Ling Mu was a natural supreme. Lu Chen was keen to see whose physique was superior. After all, Lin Yun often slacked off in his cultivation, and it would be beneficial for Ling Mu to engage in sparring with Lin Yun. Senior brother. Upon hearing this, both their eyes gleamed with anticipation, eager to discern the extent of their senior brother's cultivation and strength. Given the sect's enigmatic nature, it was certain that the senior brother must be a prodigious talent. Otherwise, how could he possibly hold the esteemed title of senior brother in Kunlun? Yes, sect leader, they both replied respectfully. But then Ling Mu suddenly inquired, "Sect leader, may I ask what realm our senior brother has achieved?" Upon hearing this, Xinyan also became intrigued. However, Lu Chen's subsequent words left them utterly dumbfounded. Well, when your senior brother went out to train, his cultivation was at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, Lu Chen stated. Although Lin Yun had only attained the Spirit Sea realm during his training, he believed that by the time Lin Yun returned, his cultivation would have significantly improved. What? The 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. This is our senior brother's cultivation level. The two were somewhat incredulous, but the serious expression on Lu Chen's face suggested he was not joking, leaving them astonished. This was completely different from what they had envisioned. Sect leader, our senior brother's cultivation. They both exclaimed simultaneously, knowing that Luo Lingxue was at the transformation realm and Qin Ruoxian had reached the void realm. Yet, who would have thought that their senior brother's cultivation would be so low? Lin Yun. Junior brother, just wait until I return and see how I startle you. Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian exchanged glances at the two's bewildered expressions, sharing a subtle smile. If they only knew the true nature of their senior brother's physique, their reactions would be even more amusing. Noting their responses, Lu Chen chuckled, fully aware of their thoughts. Your senior brother possesses the battle saint body. which has not yet been fully activated, resulting in his current level being lower than expected. This revelation, both were filled with shock, exclaiming, "A saint body!" Indeed, they were aware of the existence of saint bodies, but they had not anticipated that their sect's senior brother would possess such a physique. As for the battle saint body, they had never heard of it, yet they understood that those endowed with a saint body were extraordinarily formidable. No wonder. They thought to themselves, how could the sect leader casually appoint someone with low cultivation to the role of senior brother? They both internally chuckled bitterly, realizing that once this senior brother fully awakened the potential of his saint body, his cultivation would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. Luo Lingshue's eyes also shimmered with anticipation, eagerly awaiting to see to what extent Lin Yun's strength would rise upon his return. Qin Ruoxian felt similarly, her eyes glinting with excitement. With Kunlun supporting Lin Yun, the possessor of the battle saint body would surely not meet an untimely end. In the future, he would undoubtedly become an extraordinary powerhouse that would shake the heavens. In the upper realms, those with the battle saint body were renowned as the foremost warriors, existing as supreme entities within the immortal pathways. One person could represent an entire sect, and one individual could achieve immortality. Now that Kunlun had so many individuals with unique physiques, Qin Ruoxian was certain that Kunlun would eventually leave this realm and ascend to the upper realms. As she contemplated this, a chilling, killing intent flickered in her eyes. Wuji, ancient nation, await my return to the upper realms, for that shall be the day of your downfall. She was eager to witness the expression on Lei Sanqiong's face when they met again. Previously, she may have believed that she would never have the opportunity to seek revenge. Even if she returned to the upper realms, she alone would not stand a chance against the Wuji ancient nation. However, she was now a disciple of Kunlun and had obtained unfathomable supreme techniques from the Kunlun's Dao Hall. She believed that she would soon break through to the realm she yearned for in her past life, the realm of immortality. At this moment, Qin Ruoxian gazed at Lu Chen with profound respect. After a moment, Lu Chen suddenly recalled something and addressed the group. Ling Mu, Yin Yin, you two should head to the Dao Hall shortly to select your techniques. There, you will find ancient methods and scriptures left behind by the great powers of Kunlun throughout the ages, which will include techniques suitable for your physiques. Ancient methods, ancient scriptures, the legacies of Kunlun's great powers. They gasped in astonishment, their expressions filled with shock, their eyes widening as they stood in stunned silence, their hearts trembling with excitement. They fully understood the significance of ancient methods and scriptures. It is precisely because of their awareness that they are rendered utterly astonished. Observing the reactions of the two individuals, Lu Chen could not help but smile faintly. He was reminded of the expressions on Luo Lingxue and Lin Yun's faces at that time, which were similarly astonished. One must acknowledge that the mere rumor of Kunlun possessing ancient methods and scriptures would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire Immortal Martial Continent. This serves as the foundation of Kunlun's confidence. Furthermore, the system has indicated that the Hall of Techniques houses the most formidable methods across the myriad realms. It stands to reason that there must be supreme techniques, as well as scriptures suitable for the cultivation of the Divine King physique, which he is aware of, though it is slightly inferior to the innate supreme bone. Nevertheless, with Kunlun's techniques, one could undoubtedly unleash their utmost potential. After a brief moment, the two finally comprehended Lu Chen's words. Their faces alight with excitement. They believed wholeheartedly that Lu Chen would never deceive them. Yes, sect master. They promptly responded with utmost respect, their astonishment barely concealed. How could they not be astounded? That was the ancient scripture of the great emperor. Even if a divine king were to arrive, they would be thrilled to perform a set of the primordial 5 whips for entertainment. Slap. A hand of divine king S law. Slap. A hand of the great emperor S scripture. Slap. The left foot stepping on the right, ascending to the immortal realm in broad daylight. Goodness! Even Master Ma would exclaim in admiration, even if the great emperor's ancient scripture were not truly present. The existence of divine King S ancient methods was certainly assured. This was the instinct of Ling Mu and Ziyun Yen. Kunlun increasingly emanated an aura of mystery. They could scarcely imagine what kind of existence Kunlun truly represented. The ancient methods are also referred to as Divine King ancient methods. While the ancient scriptures are the great Emperor's scriptures, at this moment, both individuals were filled with overwhelming excitement. Indeed, Kunlun is my opportunity. Ling Mu felt an immense thrill. The Divine King's ancient methods were also present in the Lingxiao dynasty, but what truly astonished him was the great Emperor's ancient scripture. That was an unparalleled ancient method only a great emperor could create. Ziyunyan felt similarly, unable to believe that Kunlun possessed the existence of the great Emperor's ancient scripture. Even her Zhou dynasty lacked such a scripture. Only a terrifying force that had once produced a great emperor could possess it. However, the two of them no longer cared about the truth of the matter. They believed in Lu Chen's words. Subsequently, Lu Chen discussed various aspects regarding Kunlun's disciples, including the thresholds for advancement and the availability of sect tasks for all disciples to undertake in the Hall of Tasks, as long as a disciple completed a sect task. Lu Chen could acquire sect points awarded by the system. These sect points could then be exchanged for various items in the system's marketplace, serving as reward for the disciples upon task completion. This approach not only rapidly enhances the disciples' strength and Kunlun's overall power, but also, and more importantly, hones the disciples themselves. They would have more opportunities to venture out and gain combat experience. Unlike other factions where disciples languish in the sect, entrenched in monotonous training, of course, while most disciples in other factions receive training resources, such provisions are generally reserved for core disciples, resulting in a significant disparity for outer and inner disciples. In contrast, Kunlun, under Lu Chen's guidance, would provide equal resources to all disciples, regardless of whether they were outer, inner, or true disciples. For instance, the matter of which disciples could enter the Hall of Techniques to select methods was addressed. Remember, all disciples of Kunlun, whether outer or inner, may enter the Hall of Techniques to select the methods that suit them. Yes, we shall heed the sect master's words. Upon hearing this, the reverence in the eyes of the others towards Lu Chen deepened. While they silently marveled, it seems that only Kunlun can treat its disciples with such equality. Indeed, it is improbable for any sect on the Immortal Martial Continent to allow all disciples access to esoteric techniques exclusive to their sect. However, Kunlun is different. The Hall of Techniques contains the strongest methods from all realms, each capable of sending shockwaves through the Immortal Martial Continent. Moreover, when disciples enter, the methods will select the most suitable candidates, alleviating any concerns that disciples might not know which techniques are appropriate for their cultivation. After ensuring that everything was adequately arranged, Lu Chen addressed the group. Well then, there is nothing more to discuss. As senior brothers and sisters of Kunlun, you should mentor the other junior brothers and sisters in their training, but if there are no further matters, proceed to implement everything I have just mentioned. Yes, sect master. The group responded respectfully, and Lu Chen continued, there is one more thing you must remember. Hearing this, the others turned to Lu Chen, listening attentively. Should anyone dare to harm a disciple of Kunlun, regardless of who they may be, Kunlun shall fear no person or force in this world. At this juncture, Lu Chen's entire demeanor shifted, exuding an aura as if he were a supreme deity surveying all beings from the pinnacle of the heavens. Wow! As these words left his lips, the others gazed at Lu Chen, seated in a position of authority, their eyes filled with awe and astonishment. The sect master is truly formidable. Who in the entire Immortal Martial Continent would dare utter such words? It must only be the sect master. They then bowed deeply to Lu Chen before turning to exit the Grand Hall. The disciple peak. All disciples have been arranged, now gazing in reverence at the magnificent main peak that stood proudly in the void. Senior brother, that must be the place where the sect master resides. It is simply breathtaking. Indeed, indeed. All disciples gazed in awe at the majestic and imposing main peak, exclaiming in wonder, I wonder if we will ever have the chance to meet the sect master. One disciple's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the faces of all the disciples lit up with enthusiasm, only to quickly shift to wry smiles. What kind of person is the sect master? How could we possibly meet him easily? It is likely that only those two senior brothers and sisters with exceptional talent could have the privilege of meeting the sect master. Indeed, in the Immortal Martial Continent. Within all sects, great clans, and powerful factions, many disciples may enter a sect and never see the sect master throughout their lives. Moreover, even if a disciple from the sect encounters trouble, the sect master typically does not appear for ordinary disciples. Even inner disciples. Naturally, other members of the sect would handle such trivial matters. How could the leader of a sect easily reveal themselves? However, Chen would not operate in such a manner. Should a disciple encounter troubles, he would undoubtedly appear immediately, striking down the foe with overwhelming force. That, of course, Chen would not intervene in every matter, as a sect leader naturally has powerful individuals within the sect to take action. What disciples require is a sense of being valued by the sect. The presence of someone who values them is sufficient to demonstrate that the sect will not abandon them, even if they inadvertently provoke a powerful faction. Chen would ensure his disciples did not suffer. For Chen is an exceedingly protective person that, in the face of absolute power, there is never a distinction between right and wrong. Rules, those are merely established by the strong. Before long, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Ziyun Yan arrived at the disciple peak. The senior sisters and brothers have come. Instantly, all the disciples were filled with excitement, for they knew these four were their esteemed senior siblings. Having met the three senior sisters, they exclaimed, "We greet you, senior brother." The disciples hurriedly called out, gazing at the approaching figures with curiosity. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, please do not stand on ceremony." The four nodded, smiling. Subsequently, Luo Lingxue introduced Ling Mu and Ziyun Yan to all the disciples. Indeed, all the disciples looked at Ling Mu and Ziyun Yan with envious eyes, knowing that with such talented senior siblings, they were fortunate to be associated with them. While envy lingered, all were genuinely pleased. Having such extraordinary senior siblings was a privilege. Observing all the junior brothers and sisters, Luo Lingxue took out a spatial ring, allowing the disciples to line up and collect their sect garments. Before long, once all disciples had received their garments, they returned to their residences to change and appeared before the four, that watching the excited expressions of the junior brothers and sisters. Luo Lingxue smiled slightly and explained the purpose of the sect garments. In an instant, the faces of all disciples displayed shock. They had not anticipated the sect to treat them so generously. To enter Kunlun and receive such treatment. What other sect could achieve such a feat? Subsequently, everyone promptly raised their hands in a gesture of reverence towards the main peak, exclaiming with utmost respect, "Thank you, sect master." The resounding voices echoed towards the summit. Within the main hall, Chen cast his gaze towards the disciples' peak, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this was the semblance of a true sect. Soon after, as Luo Lingxue now held the esteemed title of senior sister of Kunlun, she found herself tasked with numerous responsibilities, such as leading all disciples to the Hall of Techniques. Dear brothers and sisters, you shall accompany me to the Hall of Techniques shortly to select your cultivation methods. Luo Lingxue addressed the crowd. Upon hearing the word techniques, all disciples momentarily froze, astonished to think they had misheard. Could it be that they could cultivate the sect's techniques right after entering? Senior sister, are you saying we can practice the sect's techniques immediately? One inner disciple exclaimed, disbelief mingling with excitement. Observing the reactions of the crowd, the four of them exchanged subtle smiles. Luo Lingxue continued, "Junior brothers and sisters, it is indeed true. The foundation of Kunlun is immensely profound. The techniques within the Hall of Techniques are the legacies left by our esteemed predecessors. This declaration, gasps of awe filled the air. The legacies of our sect's great powers. Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Luo Lingxue smiled slightly and added, "Very well, my dear junior brothers and sisters, let us proceed to the Hall of Techniques to select your cultivation methods right away." Truly, this is indeed real. The sect is exceedingly gracious to us. To be able to cultivate the sect's techniques upon entry is simply marvelous. All the disciples responded, their faces alight with exhilaration, with some even moved to tears. "Yes, senior sister," they hurriedly replied, taken aback by the sect's equitable treatment towards them. Although there was a distinction between outer and inner disciples, this mattered little. Furthermore, senior sister had assured them that the resources provided by the sect were the same for all. They could even undertake sect tasks for rewards upon completion. Now, They were being granted the privilege to cultivate the techniques left by the great powers of the sect. What other faction could offer such treatment? The sect has treated us so well. We must repay it. In life, we are Kunlun disciples. In death, we shall become Kunlun spirits. At this moment, a resolute determination flickered in the eyes of all disciples as they silently vowed, I shall never regret joining Kunlun in this lifetime. I shall undoubtedly stand with Kunlun. They were among the most ordinary cultivators on the Xianwu continent. Some hailed from small families, others from humble villages, and some were solitary practitioners. The techniques they had cultivated were the most rudimentary, limiting their potential. Without superior techniques, they would ultimately remain below the threshold of the transformation realm in their lifetimes. The transformation realm is a crucial threshold for cultivators. Crossing it signifies the transition from mundane existence to becoming a divine. It is the true gateway to the path of cultivation. Countless cultivators on the Xianwu continent find themselves helpless before this threshold, for the reason is simple. Techniques. Thus, even a small gesture from Kunlun suffices to make the disciples feel valued by the sect. Such recognition is a rarity in any other faction. Moments later, as Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian prepared to lead all disciples to the technique's peak, a sudden disturbance rippled through the air. A myriad of spatial waves spread across the vast expanse above Kunlun, akin to ripples upon water. Following this, a spatial portal quietly emerged in the void, and 5 ancient figures, exuding formidable auras, stepped forth. They were none other than the ancestors of Jiu and their peers. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying aura enveloped the sky, causing all disciples' faces to pale significantly as they struggled to gaze upon the 5 terrifying figures in the void. Yet within their eyes, there was no trace of fear. If anything, they appeared ready to unleash their fury. Who are these 5 to dare act so recklessly before Kunlun? In an instant, the pallor on all disciples' faces transformed into expressions of anger as they fixed their unwavering stares upon the 5 ancient figures. Despite their awareness of the formidable presence, they displayed no hint of trepidation. This was the spirit of Kunlun's disciples, fearless before any individual or faction, that if Lu Chen were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly feel immense satisfaction, for he sought disciples who knew no fear. In the void, the 5 ancestors of Jiu, after surveying their surroundings, beheld the ethereal beauty of Kunlun below, their pupils constricting sharply. Hiss! How is this possible? The spiritual energy here is so dense. The faces of the 5 ancestors transformed dramatically, filled with astonishment. They were aware that this place was a forbidden zone, hence their prolonged stay outside the Zhongxian Mountains. After capturing numerous inner disciples from Qingzhou to probe their souls for information, they finally dared to enter. Indeed, the older these beings grew, the more they feared death. Had they not known that Kunlun resided within the Zhongxian Mountains, they would never have dared to step foot here, especially since they were unaware of the recent upheaval in the mountains. At this moment, a glint of greed flickered in the eyes of the 5. Clearly intent on claiming this domain for themselves, entirely oblivious to the ethereal beauty of Kunlun below. Any discerning individual witnessing such a scene would not be foolish enough to act as recklessly as these 5. This place belongs to my Yinyang Hall, chuckled the Yinyang Hall's ancestor, a chilling smile gracing his lips, sending shivers down spines. Humph, old ghost of Yinyang, do not forget our purpose for coming here. Jiu Yu's ancestor retorted, displeased. Are you suggesting that my presence here is insignificant? Who grants you the audacity to claim this as your own? Ing Tu, hurry and obliterate Kunlun to seize the ancient token. This shall become our territory henceforth. The others revealed their excitement, their gazes turning frigid, completely shedding their previous caution. Under such alluring spiritual energy, they were nearly driven mad. With that, the Jiu ancestor wasted no words. An overwhelming aura surged forth from him, cascading downwards like a torrential flood. Boom! The spatial layers shattered, and countless fissures appeared in the void. This is not good. Qin Ruoxian's face paled slightly as she exclaimed, her gaze darting towards one of the 72 peaks. Elder Peak. Luo Lingxu, Yunyan, and Lingmu also felt the chilling aura that only a saint should possess, their expressions turning ashen. Lingmu and Xian Yin exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with icy killing intent. 5 mere saints dare to seek their demise in Kunlun. They had already resolved to summon the guardians behind them to make their move at this moment. Upon hearing Qin Ruoxian's words, all disciples, who had previously worn pale faces, were suddenly struck with alarm. Saints! This was their first encounter with the overwhelming aura of a saint, and to make matters worse, there were 5 of them. However, what did 5 saints matter? Even now, none of the disciples displayed any signs of fear. They firmly believed that their sect possessed beings even more terrifying than the saints. After all, they had yet to witness the sect master make an appearance, indicating that the sect master regarded these 5 saints with utter disdain. Indeed, within the main hall, Lu Chen's gaze was as frigid as ice, piercing through layers of space to fixate upon the 5 saints hovering above Kunlun. His voice was cold and filled with disdain. Seeking death. How dare these 5 saints act so brazenly before Kunlun? Yet, Lu Chen did not take action. Instead, his gaze turned towards all the disciples of Kunlun. Indeed, you have not disappointed me. Witnessing all the disciples standing resolutely in the face of the terrifying pressure from the saints, their faces and eyes devoid of fear, instead radiating a spirit of fearless defiance, is truly remarkable. They are enduring through adversity without faltering. This is the benefit of having traversed the illusory realm of the 9 Nether and Yellow Springs, which fortifies the disciples' mental resilience against formidable foes, allowing their spirits to gradually grow stronger rather than shatter under duress. The mere presence of any being within the Yellow Springs illusion is far more terrifying than the aura of these saints. How could the slight pressure from these saints instill fear in the disciples of Kunlun? Lu Chen felt a sense of gratification. After casting a cold glance at the 5 saints, he withdrew his gaze. These 5 saints are not worthy of his intervention. Naturally, others within Kunlun would take action. Moreover, Lu Chen intended to seize this opportunity to enlighten all disciples that the adversaries Kunlun would face in the future would grow increasingly formidable. The saints are merely the beginning. The forces and powerful beings that Kunlun will confront henceforth will be even more daunting. Only under immense pressure will Kunlun continue to strengthen. This sentiment is shared by the 12 elders within the Elder Hall as well. Otherwise, if merely 5 saints appeared in Kunlun, how could the 12 elders remain oblivious? Even if 10 venerable saints were to arrive, Lu Chen would not regard them as significant. The 12 elders of Kunlun would feel the same. At that moment, a chilling aura swept over, rendering all disciples' faces ghostly pale, even causing blood to trickle from their lips. Yet, not a trace of fear was evident. Instead, they roared in defiance at the 9 Nether Ancestor. "You old dog!" Upon hearing this, the 9 Nether Ancestor's expression darkened ominously, his eyes filled with a chilling malevolence, seeking death. As he beheld the mocking expressions on the faces of these ants, the ancient visage of the 9 Nether Ancestor grew terrifyingly grim. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, he had never encountered such humiliation, especially from a group of insignificant beings. Just as the 9 Nether Ancestor prepared to annihilate these ants in a fit of rage, the other 4 saints gazed down with a ruthless glint, noticing that not a single one of the ants had succumbed to the 9 Nether Ancestor's oppressive aura, and they couldn't help but mock. "Ha, you two, you truly are aging, aren't you? A mere swarm of ants stands unwavering beneath your saintly pressure. Ha, you two, are you even capable? If not, allow me to take over." The 4 saints, seizing the opportunity to witness the 9 Nether Ancestor humbled before a throng of ants, could not resist their taunts. Their eyes conveyed a message of disdain. "Tisathe, indeed an old dog. Ah, curse be these ants!" Upon hearing the scornful words of the 4, the already darkened countenance of the 9 Nether Ancestor twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. An expression so fearsome it sent shivers down the spine. One may question his strength, but never his dignity. This is a matter of honor. He is a seasoned old dog, nay, an ancient old turtle. It seemed the 9 Nether Ancestor had been profoundly provoked, his face contorting into a terrifying grimace, his voice hoarse with fury. "Ah, curse be you!" A swarm of ants seeking death before he could finish. The horrific aura surrounding the 9 Nether Ancestor erupted violently as he raised his frail hand. Not merely a frail old hand, but a skeletal appendage that came crashing down with immense force. Cursed ants, die! A colossal hand imbued with terrifying might materialized and descended with ferocity. Crack, crack! In an instant, layers of space shattered, revealing a dark, abyssal void that was utterly chilling. Boom! As the dreadful hand fell, the expressions of all below shifted dramatically. Their previously pale faces turning ashen, the overwhelming aura nearly suffocating them. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed. Preposterous! The chilling command resonated like a great bell, shaking the very heavens and reverberating throughout the expanse. Boom! With a resounding crash akin to thunder, the monstrous hand of the Nine Nether Ancestor was obliterated. The visible shock waves of formidable power froze in the void, as if bound by an unseen force. It was a Kunlun saint. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the 5-9 Nether Ancestors shifted. They realized the Kunlun saint had taken action. Immediately, the 9 Nether Ancestors' countenance darkened as he bellowed. Seeking death, step forth. Yet, no response met his demand, as if he lacked the standing to converse with the one behind that voice. Meanwhile, the disciples felt a wave of relief wash over them as the terrifying hand was dispelled with a mere command. Their bodies relaxing and hearts swelling with exhilaration. A powerful figure from their sect had intervened. They understood that their sect harbored entities even more fearsome than the saints. Excitement illuminated the faces of all disciples as they contemplated the sheer might capable of dispelling a saint's hand. They could scarcely fathom the nature of such an existence. All eyes turned to Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian, brimming with anticipation. Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan also exhibited expressions of astonishment, their eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope. For this was their first encounter with the might of Kunlun Strong. Sisters, may I inquire as to which esteemed figure from Kunlun is acted? Upon hearing the disciples' inquiries, Luo Lingxue was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of profound shock, for she too was unaware of which figure had intervened. She recognized the voice was neither Elder Qing's nor Elder Chen's. It was one she had never heard before. Noticing Luo Lingxue's silence, Qin Ruoxian's eyes flashed with astonishment. Then she addressed the crowd. Fear not. That figure is an elder of our Kunlun. As her words fell, gasps of awe surged through the disciples. The notion that such a powerful being was merely an elder of the sect left them utterly astounded. A mere utterance capable of countering a saint's might. What could possibly exist above the elders? They could hardly fathom the strength of those beyond the elders. After all, saints are the ancestral figures of top-tier hegemonic forces. In Kunlun, they were relegated to the status of elders, at Qin Ruoxian's words. Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan's faces reflected their own astonishment. They could see that moment. Luo Lingxue regained her composure and exchanged a glance with Qin Ruoxian, both recognizing the shared astonishment within each other's eyes. They understood that other formidable figures within the sect were awakening. Liu Chen had previously mentioned that the powerful beings of the sect would gradually awaken. Now, the unfamiliar yet cold voice resonating through the air undoubtedly signified the awakening of a powerful entity from their sect. In the void, the expressions of the 5-9 Nether Ancestors darkened ominously. They had not anticipated that someone would dare to disregard them so brazenly. They deem themselves above us, seeking death. If you refuse to show yourself, then today, Kunlun shall be annihilated. The 5-9 Nether Ancestors cast their cold gazes downward, and in an instant, a terrifyingly powerful aura erupted from their beings. Boom! All disciples felt a wave of suffocation wash over them once more. Their faces paling drastically, struggling to maintain their composure. The wrath of a saint could alter the very fabric of reality. The oppressive aura surged across the heavens for thousands of miles, a rolling force ascending to the clouds. Boom! In a heartbeat, the clouds spanning thousands of miles were swept away, the terrifying aura permeating the vast sky. Buzz! At that moment, countless ancient beings in the Southwild region sensed this overwhelming aura. Promptly manifesting in the void, their abyssal gazes fixated on the direction of Qingzhou, their expressions shifting dramatically. A saint. A saint is making a move. Who could it be? At this juncture, The 8 great kings of the old were also present. Their eyes filled with profound fear as they gazed towards Qingzhou, their voices trembling as they uttered, Kunlun. Indeed, it is Kunlun. Gasp. Once again, it is Kunlun. Upon hearing the words, all faces were suddenly struck with astonishment, their eyes reflecting a palpable fear as they gazed toward Qingzhou. It was not only they who felt this way. Above the desolate lands of Huangzhou, an elderly figure cast a wary glance towards the distant direction of Qingzhou, filled with trepidation. That moment, in the skies closest to Qingzhou, 5 azure thunder tigers appeared, drawing a chariot in which sat the celestial sun Qin Wudao. Upon sensing the divine presence, his expression subtly shifted, a flicker of malevolence flashing through his eyes as he pondered. I did not expect that besides the Jun family and the Yaoqi Palace, there are other forces within the southern wilderness that possess saints. This is intriguing. He mused that a mere saintly force was hardly worthy of his concern, yet his interest was piqued, and he desired to discern the nature of this opposing force. Celestial Sun, the source of this aura is indeed from the direction of Qingzhou. I perceive the presence of 5 saints in action. Elder Yu quickly interjected, his voice laced with urgency. Being a saint of the 9th tier, he was confident in his discernment, though a hint of confusion marred his features. He was not alone in this. The other 4 elders also displayed expressions of bewilderment. Logically speaking, aside from the Jun family, a saintly lineage, and the Yaoqi Palace, which naturally housed saints due to its sacred grounds, other factions should not possess such beings. Moreover, the simultaneous action of 5 saints implied that the opposing force must possess at least equal strength. 5 saints. This is quite interesting, Qin Wudao remarked with a sinister smile. I have heard whispers of a power known as the Kunlun sect in Qingzhou, which is said to be under the protection of a saint, and it seems this is related to them. Indeed, Celestial Son.it is rumored that this Kunlun sect resides within the Zhongshan mountain range, and they possess the ancient order token. The 5 saints acting now are likely seeking that token, Elder Yu elucidated, noting that the ancient order token held no value for the sacred grounds. Thus, they would have no intrinsic interest in it. As the Grand Era descends, the Zhongshan mountain range has likely undergone significant changes. It seems that the Kunlun sect has unearthed something worthy of establishing their sect there. Qin Wudao continued, his knowledge of hidden matters evident. At this juncture, he snorted derisively. Humph, a mere saintly force dares to boast of being a hidden great sect. They are ignorant of their own mortality. They do not regard my Tianxian sacred land with due respect. Celestial Sun, do not be angered. The Kunlun is but a fool, unaware of the true meaning behind a hidden great sect. The 5 elders, all saints themselves, quickly reassured, fearing that their celestial son's mood might be affected. They could not bear the consequences of such displeasure, despite their status as elders of the saint tier. Who would dare to act recklessly before Qin Wudao? The celestial son was already the designated successor to the next Tianxian sacred lord. Otherwise, how could 5 saints willingly accompany him, especially as these elders had taken the initiative to follow? A mere saintly force is not worthy of my concern. Let us proceed in Tianzhou and see what might capture my interest, he declared. At this point, a hint of lasciviousness flickered in his eyes. He had a particular penchant for the art of seduction. Those who understood would grasp the implication, while those who did not would remain oblivious. This was indeed the primary amusement of his journey. Rather than a mere trial, it was more accurate to say that Qin Wudao was driven by insatiable desires. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed celestial son of Tianxian harbored such inclinations? Meanwhile, the 5 figures of the Jiuyu ancestor, upon hearing a voice from the shadows, were enveloped in an aura of chilling, malevolent intent. Soon after, their eyes gleamed with bloodthirst as they prepared to strike down the insignificant insects before them. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from one of the peaks, overwhelming the entire expanse with a presence so formidable it crushed the saintly might of the Jiuyu ancestor and his companions. In an instant, the oppressive pressure that weighed upon all disciples vanished completely. Then, this dreadful aura descended upon the 5 ancestors. This aura, as they felt the terrifying energy enveloping them, expressions of sheer horror filled their faces. and a deep-seated fear gripped their hearts. No, how is this possible? This is a great saint. The five ancestors trembled uncontrollably, terror coursing through their veins as cold sweat poured down their brows, their eyes wide with dread. At this moment, every disciple stood in stunned silence, witnessing the trembling figures of the Jiu ancestor and his companions, their hearts racing. Hiss, what an overwhelming presence! Who is this elder of our sect? They gasped, unable to fathom the existence that could instill such fear in five saints. Luo Lingxue was equally taken aback, her mouth agape in shock, her mind racing with excitement. At that moment, she was certain that a profoundly powerful being from the sect had awakened. Chen Ruoxian's expression mirrored her own astonishment, her eyes flickering with disbelief as she gazed towards the elder peak, her heart racing. A great saint, another powerful figure from our sect has emerged. Even the Kunlun she had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Her anticipation for the extent of Kunlun's might grew insatiably. Not only Chen Ruoxian sensed the presence of the great saint, but Ling Mu and Xiunyan were equally astounded, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. They too recognized the terrifying aura as that of a great saint. Hailing from a dynasty, they were aware that such beings existed within their realm, and not just one. At this moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of relief, knowing that this was merely the tip of the iceberg within their sect. Thank you to the esteemed benefactors for the gifts. The author will strive to deliver 4 chapters a day. This is the 3rd chapter for today. Once again, thank you for your generosity. Please feel free to encourage the author with more prompts and favorable reviews. They expressed gratefully. Taking a deep breath, they were grateful they had not summoned their protector. For otherwise, the sect leader would undoubtedly have reprimanded them. Matters concerning Kunlun were not to be meddled with by outsiders. After all, with 2 more saints appearing in Kunlun, the sect's powerful figures might directly confront their protector, leading to disastrous consequences. It was no wonder the sect leader had not appeared. It seemed he did not regard these 5 saints as a threat at all. After exchanging glances filled with wry amusement, they shared a silent understanding. That moment, a cold voice echoed from Elder Peak. Humph! Mere 5 saints dare to act recklessly in Kunlun, unaware of their own insignificance, the voice as chilling as 9 feet of ice. Sent shivers down the spine of all who heard it, piercing their hearts with an unshakable dread. Suddenly, an invisible yet terrifying force surged forth, slicing through the air like a blade, aimed directly at the 5 Jiu ancestors. Boom! They turned in fear towards the source of the voice, their hearts shattering as a sense of impending doom washed over them, their eyes widening in terror. No, they cried out in desperation as the grim realization of death loomed large. Ah, no! Bang, bang, bang! Spare us! Before their pleas could fully escape their lips, the 5 ancestors were instantaneously reduced to a crimson mist, exploding in the void. Their very souls were obliterated in the icy grip of that voice's power. Saintly cultivators possess formidable souls, capable of reincarnation as long as they endure, but even the souls of great saints could not escape the might of Kunlun's formidable beings, let alone those of mere saints. Thus, the Jiu ancestor, once deemed astoundingly stable, met their end, along with the other 4 supreme overlords of the Eastern Sky Domain. Witnessing this scene, Luo Lingxue was profoundly shaken, her heart racing with excitement. This is undoubtedly a being even more powerful than Elder Qing. Chen Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Xiunyan all displayed a trace of astonishment on their faces. Hiss! The other disciples could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Frozen in place, their excitement evident and their hearts profoundly shaken. How formidable, how terrifying! Is this truly the might of our Kunlun? With merely a single utterance, 5 venerable saints were vanquished. With such a powerful figure within our sect, who would dare to humiliate us? The disciples fervently shouted in their hearts, some overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears, weeping uncontrollably. Father, Mother,